Chapter 1 Breakup. In Zhengzhou Province, in a coffee shop next to Zhengzhou University, a young couple was sitting face to face. The girl took a sip of her coffee and said calmly, "Lin Che, let's break up." Lin Che wasn't surprised. She took a sip of her coffee and said calmly, "Chen Chang, it's okay to break up, but we've been together for 3 years after all. Give me a reason to break up." Chen Chang made up an excuse to get away with it. "I don't have any feelings for you anymore. I don't like you anymore." After hearing what Chen Chang said, Lin Che chuckled and looked directly into Chen Chang's eyes. She said seriously, "Tell me the truth. I want to hear the truth." After hearing this, Chen Chang stopped trying to hide his feelings, and his eyes gradually revealed disdain as he said, "My family introduced me to a blind date. She's a top graduate from a top university and is now a manager at a large company. Her monthly salary starts at least 30,000. Do you think you can earn that much by delivering food for a month?" After listening to this, Lin Che smiled and shook her head faintly. Lin Che graduated from an unknown fake university in Zhengzhou Province. He now works as a delivery man and earns only 4 to 5,000 yuan a month, not even half of what others earn. Seeing Lin Che remain silent, Chen Chang straightened his clothes and said calmly, "You know a girl's youth is precious. I don't want to waste my time on you anymore. I hope you can let me go and let us break up peacefully. It will be better for everyone." Chen Chang's words were full of hidden meaning. What she meant was that being with Lin Che was a waste of her youth. However, Lin Che's reaction was somewhat beyond Chen Chang's expectations. Lin Che was not hysterical, nor did he show any excitement, as if all this was within Lin Che's expectations. Lin Che just looked at Chen Chang as if he were a fool. Lin Che smiled and said, "Are you going to break up with me just for a man you've only known for a few months and who only earns 30,000 yuan a month?" "A mere 30,000? How dare you say that? That's several months' salary for you," Chen Chang said with a disdainful tone as he took a sip of coffee. After listening to this, Lin Che just calmly drank his coffee and said, "Have you ever heard of this saying?" Chen Chang was stunned for a moment, then said, "What are you talking about?" Lin Che took out 6 red property certificates from her bag. These were property certificates from first-tier cities. Lin Che looked at Chen Chang and said, "If the house moves, it's a Range Rover. If the house moves, it's a Panamera." Chen Chang was completely stunned after hearing Lin Che's words. His hand shook and he couldn't hold the cup firmly, so the coffee spilled everywhere. Chen Chang swallowed hard, momentarily stunned by Lin Che's shock and speechless. Lin Che looked at Chen Chang and pressed on, "Do you know the latest demolition policy and how much compensation is given for demolishing one level of land? I heard that the current policy is that if a deal is settled, the maximum compensation is 90,000 or 100,000 yuan, but at least 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. Lin Che waved the property certificates as she spoke. "This house is about 180 square meters, right? How much money would we get if we demolished these houses? I'm not very good at math, could you help me calculate it?" Chen Chang was completely afraid to speak. She felt as ridiculous as a clown in a circus. It turns out that the real rich son-in-law has always been by her side. She really picked up sesame seeds and lost watermelons. Did he pretend to be poor before just to test me? Lin Che said to Chen Chang with a nonchalant smile, "You said the blind date your family introduced you to can earn 30,000 yuan a month. So, if he works until his next life without food or drink, can he earn that much? 30,000 a month, even if he doesn't eat or drink, it would only be 360,000 a year. He could never earn this sky-high amount of demolition compensation even if he worked his entire life." Chen Chang took a deep breath and tried hard to calm himself down. "Che, I've thought about it carefully. I don't think we can break up just because of a momentary impulse. After all, our 3-year relationship can't be let go just like that." 3 years of relationship? Ha, this sounds really familiar. Lin Che shook her head gently and chuckled, "My youth is also very precious. How can I waste it on someone who doesn't love me at all?" When Chen Chang heard Lin Che's words, he quickly said, I love you. How could I not love you after 3 years of our relationship?" Lin Che said expressionlessly, "But I'm extremely disappointed in you right now, so let it go." After hearing what Lin Che said, Chen Chang quickly took out his phone, opened WeChat, and clicked on the chat window of the blind date man. Then edited a message, "I have someone I like. I'm sorry, we are not suitable." That's it. Chen Chang placed the phone in front of Lin Che and sent the message in front of Lin Che. Soon, the other party sent a message back, MD, you are wasting my time and energy, get out. After seeing this message, Chen Chang blocked and deleted the blind date man in front of Lin Che. This time, the two people are completely broken off. Chen Chang said flatteringly, that's fine now, I've completely cut ties with him. When will your house be demolished, and when will the demolition compensation be paid? Lin Che said in disbelief, what are you talking about demolition compensation? I don't understand what you are talking about. Chen Chang's expression was a little stiff as he said, baby, stop making trouble. When will your house be demolished? Lin Che raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, I don't know what you are talking about. Chen Chang suddenly had a bad feeling and quickly picked up the property certificate that Lin Che had placed on the table. When I opened it, I saw that there was nothing inside, it was completely blank. Chen Chang finally understood that he had been fooled by Lin Che the entire time. Chen Chang's eyes flashed with resentment, and he shouted, Lin Che, how dare you play tricks on me? Hearing Chen Chang's words, Lin Che had a bewildered and innocent expression on his face. When did I ever trick you? I was just chatting with you about the topic of demolition. I didn't say I had a house to be demolished. When Chen Chang heard Lin Che's words, he was stunned for a moment. That's right, Lin Che didn't say that his house needed to be demolished just now. It was all just his imagination. Chen Chang pointed at Lin Che in frustration and said angrily, You poor bastard, how dare you lie to me like this? Just wait for me, I will find someone to deal with you. After saying these harsh words, Chen Chang left in a hurry. As she walked, she called the blind date to explain, constantly explaining that it was all a misunderstanding and begging him to forgive her. Lin Che shook her head, a woman like this is not worth my lingering on. In fact, Lin Che had known for a long time that he had been cheated on, and he came to today's meeting well prepared. After all this was over, Lin Che felt like all the anger in his heart had been released. I felt like I was suddenly relaxed and calm. Chapter 2 Binding System. Ding. The system detects that the host's current state of mind meets the system binding conditions. The Almighty Godly System is binding. 9%. 32%. 55%. 78%. 100%. System binding successful. Lin Che was slightly stunned when she heard the voice that suddenly rang in her mind. System? Ha, I didn't expect that breaking up would bring me a system. This really proves the saying that when God closes a door for you, he will definitely open a window for you. As a bookworm, Lin Che naturally knew what the system was. System, open the properties panel. Lin Che imitated the novel and tried to call the system in her mind. A blue personal attribute panel suddenly appeared in front of Lin Che. It's like playing a virtual VR game. Host, Lin Che. Age, 23. Height, 185 centimeters. Charm, 7. Charm is a special attribute, capped at 10 points. Strength, 12. Agility, 15. Spirit, 10. Balance, 557.73. This Almighty Godly Rich system is dedicated to making the host the world's #1 Almighty Godly Rich. This system allows you to sign in daily to get rewards. The rewards are random and are divided into daily sign-in, weekly sign-in, annual sign-in, and location sign-in. Signing in at different locations will result in different rewards. The system will occasionally issue various challenging tasks. The higher the difficulty, the better the reward after completion. The penalty for failing the task will increase with the difficulty of the task. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding to this system. A novice gift pack is now being distributed. The novice gift pack has been distributed to the host's system backpack. Please open it yourself. I didn't expect that my system is different from the one in the novel, it's quite unique. This system allows me to sign in and get rewards, and there are also various challenging tasks from time to time, which is quite interesting. Lin Che controlled it with his mind, opened the system backpack and opened the novice gift package given by the system. Congratulations to the host for using the novice gift pack. Obtain yen coin 6666666666666. Get 10 black iron treasure boxes for novices. Although Lin Che was prepared, she was still shocked by the series of 6666666666666. He muttered to himself, tens, hundreds of millions, hundreds of billions, damn, 666.6 billion, I can't earn that much in my 10 lifetimes. System. Can I use this money freely? How do I transfer it to my card? Will the police investigate such a large transfer? Host, please rest assured that you can use the funds issued by the system at your will, and all sources are clean and will not be subject to inspection or control. The host only needs to silently say withdraw and all funds will be credited to your account within 1 minute. Withdraw all. Lin Che shouted in her mind. In less than a minute, Lin Che received a text message from Yenghua Bank. Yenghua Bank, your Yenghua Bank card with the last number 7559 deposited 6666666666666 Yenghua currency at 10:52 on May 18. The current balance is 6,666,666,667,223.73 Yenghua currency. I can't be dreaming. Lin Che pinched her thigh fiercely, hiss, damn, this is not a dream. Haha, Chen Shang, even though I just lied to you, it's still easy for me to buy a few houses now. I'm really looking forward to seeing your expression when you find out my worth. Although Lin Che seemed to have let it go, it was a 3-year relationship after all, and it wasn't something that could be let go immediately. System, what's in this black iron treasure chest? The items in the black iron treasure chest are random. You can choose to open them one by one or open 10 in a row. The system recommends that you perform 10 consecutive combos. The host will definitely get a golden item for the first 10 consecutive combos. Host, please choose the activation method. Nonsense, what else is there to choose? It must be a 10-game series. Following Lin Che's instructions, 10 exquisite black treasure chests appeared on the blue panel in front of him. Open it. As Lin Che finished speaking, a dazzling white light gradually emerged from the first treasure chest. Reward, a box of Durex. Lin Che was stunned for a moment before exclaiming excitedly, fuck. What's the point of giving me this? Who can I use it on? You? Lin Che was so excited that she forgot she was still in the coffee shop. Her loud shout immediately attracted everyone in the shop. They all looked at Lin Che with strange eyes. Lin Che noticed that everyone was looking at him with strange eyes, and then he realized that he had just shouted too excitedly. Lin Che quickly apologized and explained, then continued to see what else she could come up with. Reward, 1 serving of stinky tofu. Reward, 1 inflatable doll. Lin Che took a deep breath to calm herself down. System, are you asking me to use Durex with this doll? The system ignored Lin Che's dissatisfaction. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 3 million yuan. The last few were okay, and Lin Che's expression gradually stopped being ashen. Reward, 100,000 yuan. Reward, 5 million yuan. Reward, 500,000 yuan. The total amount was 10.6 million yuan. The Durex, stinky tofu, and inflatable dolls at the front seemed like the system was teasing Lin Che. The ones at the back were still pretty good, at least they weren't some messy stuff. It was not until this last treasure chest that the golden light that Lin Che had been waiting for finally appeared. Gold reward, 1 villa manor on the hilltop of Jiangshan Villa District. The gold reward is worth approximately 20 billion. Number 1 villa manor on the hilltop in Jiangshan Villa District? Damn, isn't this the famous villa area? Even if Lin Che had never eaten pork, she had seen a pig run. Even a delivery driver like Lin Che had heard others discuss the Jiangshan Villa District more than once. Jiangshan Villa District is the most upscale and luxurious villa district in the entire Jiang province. Those who can buy houses here are either business tycoons, top stars, or giants in various industries. And he actually won the number 1 villa estate, the top villa in this villa area. Lin Che was getting excited when suddenly a text message alert sounded on his phone. Ding, the transaction procedures for your Jiangshan Villa number 1 have been completed and will be delivered to you within 1 day. Another random message arrived, featuring the floor plan of Villa Manor number 1 and some of its luxurious amenities. For example, there were 2 swimming pools, an indoor infinity pool, an outdoor pool, a back garden, a private cinema, a golf course, and so on. The sheer number of luxurious amenities was enough to overwhelm Lin Che. Looking at the luxurious villa in front of him, Lin Che couldn't help but think of the rental house he lived in now. It was really a shabby house. Not only was it small, it also leaked when it rained. That was not enough, but it was also not soundproof at all. Lin Che often heard some indescribable noises in the middle of the night, which made Lin Che unable to fall asleep. The gap between the two is like heaven and hell. If Lin Che hadn't spent most of the money he earned on Chen Shang, he wouldn't have to live in this cheap and shabby rental house. Chapter 3 Check into Villa number 1. Lin Che immediately prepared to go back to her shabby rental house to pack up and move in as soon as she got the contract. Few people know that Villa Manor No. 1 in the Jiangshan Villa district, which has been vacant since its completion, has been bought. Anyone who knows this news is a top figure in Jiang province. But those who knew the news only knew that the No. 1 villa estate, the top one in the Jiangshan Villa area, was secretly bought by a mysterious person for a large sum of money today. Apart from that, no other information about this mysterious person could be found. Everyone who knew the news wanted to make friends with this mysterious person. After all, anyone who can buy this villa estate must not only have strong financial resources, but also have sufficient status and background. Otherwise, no matter how rich he is, he cannot buy this villa estate. And according to the news, this mysterious man directly purchased the villa estate No. 1 at double the price. Such a person is very worthy of their making friends and winning over. Who on earth has set their eyes on this top-tier villa in Jiang province? It's so arrogant that they actually bought it for double the price. I don't know what this wealthy man likes, but I need to hurry up and prepare. I have to hold on to this thigh. Yes, we have to prepare gifts, and we have to prepare a few top-quality ones to welcome the boss. Everyone here is a shrewd person who has been in society for many years. How could they not know the principle of catering to people's preferences? And most importantly, they also know that as long as they can hold on to this thigh, their efforts will be nothing, and the current investment will definitely bring them unimaginable gains in the future. Therefore, they naturally did not dare to be careless when preparing gifts for this mysterious boss. Lin Che, who was packing his things in the rental house, quickly packed up the necessary things. After all, he now had so much money that he didn't need to bring many things with him. He just packed up a few daily necessities and a few clothes. Now we just have to wait for the contract to be signed and we can move in right away. Chen Chang was sitting in a milk tea shop with a depressed look on his face. Sitting opposite him was Chen Chang's best friend Linjin. She had already said goodbye to her blind date who had a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan, so she was in a bad mood and took her best friend out shopping and drinking milk tea to cheer herself up. After Linjin received the call, she was shocked. Chen Chang looked at Linjin's expression and asked nonchalantly, "What's wrong? Why do you have that expression on your face?" Linjin took a deep breath, trying to calm her shocked heart before saying, "Xingchang, did you know that the top-notch No. 1 villa estate in the Jiangshan Villa district was bought by someone for double the price?" Chen Chang was shocked by Linjin's words. The Jiangshan Villa district is the top villa district in Jiang province. Any villa here costs at least tens of billions. The people who live in this villa area are all the top figures in Jiang province. What's more, it is the top-notch Villa Manor No. 1. Since the construction of this community, no one has ever heard of anyone being able to buy this Villa No. 1. It is not something that can be bought by just having money. It is said that even Su Tanchang, the richest man in Jiang province, has his eyes on this villa, but unfortunately he has never been able to buy it. But now someone has bought it for twice the price. It takes a very powerful person to buy this villa estate. After Chen Chang calmed down from his shock, his eyes lit up and he said to Linjin excitedly, "Jinjin, tell me quickly, who is the big shot who bought this villa?" Linjin shook her head and said, "I don't know the details. I know it seems to be a young man, and his last name seems to be Lin. His name and identity are beyond my reach." Young man? Last name Lin? It would be great if he were single, a perfect bachelor, a rich man. This kind of man is exactly the man Chen Chang has always dreamed of. It would be great if she could marry such a man. Then I will probably never have to worry about food and clothing in my life, and I will be able to enjoy wealth and glory. Chen Chang noticed that Linjin's expression was not right, so he asked, "What's wrong with you? Why do you look so weird?" Linjin spoke in a low voice, "My father asked me to look for some extremely beautiful women. He said that a big shot above us wants to please this person, and we need to find some beauties to welcome him. Where can I find this?" Chen Chang knows her best friend very well. She is usually quiet and doesn't have many friends, so it's definitely difficult to find one. But it just so happened that Chen Chang was still thinking about how to get on board this person's boat, and now the opportunity was right in front of him. "Jinjin, I'll go." Linjin was a little surprised when she heard what Chen Chang said, "Are you really willing to go?" Chen Chang laughed after hearing this and said, "Of course. This could be a great opportunity to marry into a wealthy family. How could I let it go? With my looks, there's no man I can't handle. I must seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." After hearing this, Linjin was delighted at first, then seemed to think of something. With a look of reluctance, she said, "But you just broke up with Lin Che. If you do this now, Lin Che will probably be very upset if he finds out, right? After hearing this, Chen Chang said with disdain, who cares about a poor guy like him? I'm about to board the ship of a big shot and fly to the treetops to become a phoenix. Who cares whether he's sad or not? After hearing what Chen Chang said, Lin Chen still felt a little reluctant, but Chen Chang was so insistent on getting on that person's boat, so she had no choice but to agree to Chen Chang's request to let her go with that person. Chen Chang on the side was delighted. The thought of myself boarding that person's boat and becoming a phoenix on a tree makes me feel happy. Living a life of luxury and extravagance is like living in heaven. She wanted to put on the most alluring clothes right now and fly to that man to offer herself. Although I have this opportunity, I still need to think about how to hold on to that person firmly. I can't let other vixens snatch her away. But as long as I use all my skills, I don't believe this person won't take the bait. Chen Chang's mind is now full of ways to hook up with the big shot and how to make this big shot dependent on her. As for Lin Che, he had long been thrown into oblivion by Chen Chang. Lin Che came to the gate of Jiangshan Villa District with his luggage and the housing contract that the commissioner had just delivered. Just when Lin Che was about to go in, he was unexpectedly stopped by several men in suits. Lin Che was still thinking, no way, this cliched plot of looking down on others is not going to happen to me, is it? Chapter 4 Funny Girl. Hello, Mr. Lin. Lin Che asked with a puzzled look on his face, who are you? Hello, Mr. Lin. We are the employees of the owner of the Jiangshan Villa District. Our boss heard that you were checking in today, so he specially asked us to greet you and bring you a small gift. So that's how it is. I thought it was just the cliched security guard tactic in novels that look down on others. Lin Che nodded, indicating that she understood. Lin Che said, help me get it to my place first. Okay, Mr. Lin. If they weren't allowed to take these dozen items, Lin Che wouldn't be able to take them all by herself. Lin Che wasn't too interested in these gifts right now. He just wanted to see what his number one villa, which was said to be the most luxurious in Jiang province, looked like. Soon, Lin Che and a group of men in suits arrived in front of Lin Che's villa. A stunning beauty was standing at the entrance of the manor. She saw Lin Che and his group approaching. She hurried to Lin Che and said, hello, Mr. Lin, welcome home. I am your personal butler, my name is Lin Qian. The 2 rows of maids behind Lin Qian all said, welcome home, Mr. Lin. Lin Che was still a little surprised. She didn't expect that there would be a butler and a maid. Although he was a little surprised, he didn't show it. He pointed at the things the men in suits were holding and said calmly, well, take these things in first. After saying that, Lin Che turned to the men in suits and said, thank your boss for me. I'll accept the gift and I'll have someone send a return gift later. Lin Che's calm and composed attitude surprised the men in suits, but after thinking about it, they felt it was normal. After all, he was the one who could afford to buy this top-notch manor at double the price, so how could he be affected by such a small thing? Lin Che couldn't wait to see her manor, which was worth 20 billion. The way these men in suits looked at Lin Che, they were all very understanding. After all, they all worked under the boss, so how could they not understand his facial expressions? So they presented the gifts they had brought and left. However, the last person did not leave after presenting the gift. Instead, he quietly leaned over to Lin Che's ear and whispered, Mr. Lin, our boss has prepared a beautiful lady to welcome you. She's waiting for you in the room now. Are you interested? As he said this, he showed an expression that all men understand. Lin Che had an idea. Since she had broken up with Chen Chang now, she might as well go and take a look. She didn't have any moral burden anyway. Going to see this beauty is a pleasant thing. Lin Che looked at him and smiled knowingly. After all, they were all men, and Lin Che didn't consider himself a good person. Everyone understands what I'm thinking. On the other side, under the guidance of Lin Jin, Chen Chang also arrived at a room in Villa Number 1, quietly waiting for Lin Che's arrival, although she did not know that the person she was about to greet would be Lin Che. At this time, Chen Chang had already changed into a seductive outfit. Lin Jin looked at Chen Chang and said hesitantly, Chang Chang, why don't I leave? I don't think I'm suitable for this kind of scene. Chen Chang smiled lightly and said, alright, you can go first. Don't worry, I'm here. I will definitely take down this important person. At the same time, Chen Chang was already secretly looking forward to it. If this big shot is not only rich but also handsome, then I would really make a fortune. If she is ugly, it is not unacceptable considering he is so rich. At the same time, Lin Che, led by the man in a suit, also came to the door of this room. Mr. Lin, the beautiful lady the boss has prepared for you is waiting for you inside. Mr. Lin, it's right here. I won't disturb you anymore. After Lin Yu nodded, he put his hand on the door handle, pushed the door open and walked in. And the woman half lying on the bed was Chen Chang. When Chen Chang heard the sound of the door opening, she immediately put on a charming look. But the person who greeted her was her poor ex-boyfriend, Lin Che. Their eyes met, and they stared at each other, both stunned, as if time had stopped. After a moment of silence, the two spoke in unison. Why are you here? Why are you here? Chen Chang's mind was working rapidly, and he thought Lin Che was still obsessed with her. Lin Che, are you still not giving up on me? You even followed me to this place secretly. Are you interested? How long do you want to pester me? I advise you to give up. You and I are not from the same world. I'm about to meet an important person. Get out of here right now. Don't let that important person see you. Don't let him misunderstand what kind of relationship we have. Lin Che listened quietly to what Chen Chang said, raised his eyebrows, and felt inexplicably amused. Lin Che looked at Chen Chang calmly and said calmly, I didn't look for you, I didn't pester you, and it's even more impossible for me to follow you. When Chen Chang heard Lin Che's words, he snorted coldly. A real man dares to do something but not to admit it. If you weren't following me and came specifically to find me, then why are you here? Are you still trying to say that you are that big shot named Lin? I've already been fooled by you, the demolition nouveau riche, once. How could I be fooled by the same trick twice? Lin Che couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. Then I must be that big shot named Lin you're talking about. Chen Chang was so angry that he laughed. A poor guy like you can't be a big shot, stop making me laugh. Lin Che rolled his eyes, thinking that this woman was hopeless. He simply kept silent and didn't want to pay any attention to her. When Chen Chang saw that Lin Che was silent, he thought that Lin Che had been exposed in his lies and was speechless. She was now even more convinced that Lin Che had secretly followed her here. Chen Chang looked down on Lin Che even more deeply. Not only was she poor, but she also had no dignity and even secretly followed her. Chen Chang looked down at his phone. The time for that important person to arrive was almost up. We have to hurry up and get this poor guy out, otherwise it would be bad if the big shot saw us. Lin Che, just get out of here right now. There's no way we'll ever be together again in this life. Lin Che didn't want to pay any attention to her at all. He sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. Chen Chang looked at Lin Che's indifferent expression. As time passed, Chen Chang began to get anxious. Lin Che, just tell me directly how much money you want. I'll give you any amount of money before you're willing to leave here. Lin Che was thoroughly amused by Chen Chang's words. You gave me money to leave my own home, are you okay? Chapter 5 Large-Scale Social Scene. Seeing Lin Che's attitude and saying that this was his home, Chen Chang couldn't help but become even more anxious. Could it be that he still wants to get back together with me and knows that I'm looking for a rich man, so he comes here to cause trouble on purpose? Thinking of this, Chen Chang became even more anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. The big shot will be here soon. I have to get rid of him first, otherwise my plan to hook up with a rich man will be ruined. Chen Chang's voice was stern at the beginning, but gradually he became gentle, and even had a hint of pleading in his tone. Lin Che, I beg you, for the sake of our 3 years together, please just leave here immediately, okay? I'm going to marry into a wealthy family soon. This may be my only chance in my life, and I don't want to give up. I beg you, okay? How about this, as long as I can marry into a wealthy family, I will definitely give you a large sum of money as a reward, so that you can live a worry-free life in this life. Lin Che glanced at her and smiled. Do you really want to marry this big shot named Lin? Seeing that Lin Che finally showed some signs of relenting, Chen Chang couldn't help but nod repeatedly. This villa belongs to this important figure surnamed Lin. There are countless important figures in Jiang province who want this villa but have never been able to get it. This guy bought it today for twice the price. Lin Che couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he heard this. After all, considering the assets of these bigwigs, it was not beyond their reach to buy this villa. Oh, if so many people want it, why has it been vacant for so many years and no one has bought it yet? Chen Chang couldn't help but feel a little contempt when he heard Lin Che's words. A pauper is a pauper and has no knowledge at all. This villa can't be bought just by having money. If you don't have enough status, they won't sell it even if you are rich. My goodness, this system is awesome. Seeing that Lin Che didn't say anything, Chen Chang thought that she was shocked by his words, so he continued to speak. Tell me how much money and influence this gentleman must have to acquire this villa manor. You said that if I could make it onto this great figures list, my life would be worth it. So, just leave now. When I list this important person, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. You better leave quickly. Don't let that important person see you. Otherwise, if he misunderstands that there's something going on between you and me, I'm doomed, and you won't be any better off either. Lin Che looked at the gold digger in front of him and couldn't help but want to have some fun with her. Chen Chang, if you tell others now that I snuck in here to steal something, do you think the owner of this house will appreciate you, a woman who is not afraid of burglars? Chen Chang couldn't help but feel a little surprised and confused when he heard Lin Che's words. He wondered if she was setting a trap for him. But what he said was good and had some truth to it, and maybe the big shot would like me even more for it. Lin Che, are you crazy? You're asking me to report you? Do you know the consequences of doing this? Our breakup is such a big blow to you? Since you've said that, don't blame me. Even if we had feelings for each other before, that's all in the past. Lin Che smiled and spread out his hands, indicating that she could do as she pleased. Seeing this, Chen Chang didn't hesitate, pushed open the door and shouted. Hurry up, there's a thief here, hurry up and don't let him get away. Chen Chang's voice was like a lion's roar, which instantly alarmed the security guards in the villa. After a while, with a bang, more than a dozen burly security guards rushed in. The leader immediately shouted, Where is the thief? Chen Chang pointed at Lin Che and said, This is the guy. He sneaked into the villa and stole things. Now he's sitting there drinking tea. He's so arrogant in broad daylight. Send him to the police immediately. Lin Che drank a sip of tea calmly and said nothing. These security guards had just seen him. Moreover, these security guards were all from the property management company. The people from the property management company had shown Lin Che's photo to all the security guards long ago and warned them not to offend this person. Therefore, these security guards knew Lin Che. When the security guards heard what Chen Chang said, they all looked at him with confusion. Then he turned to Lin Che, bent down, and asked, Mr. Lin, who is this woman? Do we need to kick her out? Mr. Lin? What is going on? Chen Chang's heart began to beat violently, and the uneasy feeling in her heart became more and more serious. She felt that things were developing in a direction she could not imagine. How could these security guards be so respectful to a poor guy like Lin Che? What is his identity? Chen Chang quickly said, Did you guys make a mistake? Why are you being so respectful to him? He's just a thief who sneaked in to steal. Why don't you arrest him and send him to the police station? The security guards were stunned at first, then burst into laughter. It was as if Chen Chang had told some funny joke. You woman, are you okay? This is Mr. Lin's home. Mr. Lin is going to sneak in when he returns to his own home? To steal things from his own home? Also, who are you? Why did you show up at Mr. Lin's house? And why did you accuse Mr. Lin of stealing in his own home? If you can't explain clearly, don't blame us for sending you to the police station. Faced with the security captain's questioning, Chen Chang was completely stunned. For a moment, she simply couldn't accept the fact that Lin Che was the owner of this villa. The person who bought the top #1 villa in Jian province at double the price turned out to be her penniless ex-boyfriend Lin Che? No matter how hard she thought, she couldn't connect Lin Che with this adult surnamed Lin. My mind went blank in an instant. Her poor ex-boyfriend turned out to be the big shot who bought the best villa in Jianshan Villa District. Wouldn't that mean I've ruined my own decades of rich and prosperous life? Chen Chang was unwilling to believe this was the truth and repeatedly confirmed, You are not mistaken. He is full of lies. He even lied to me before, saying he was some upstart demolition tycoon. Were you also deceived by him? The security captain said with disdain, We in the property management company have information about Mr. Lin's identity, and we check the information of all the owners in the Jiangshan Villa District every day. Do you think we could have made a mistake? But you, who are you? Why are you here? Under the questioning of the security captain, Chen Chang was speechless for a moment. You can't say that you are here to serve this important person. And they even treated this important person as a thief. No one will believe this if you say it. Chen Chang didn't know what to do for a moment, so he looked at Lin Che for help. She hoped Lin Che could help her explain all of this. Chapter 6, Goodbye. However, Lin Che did not intend to explain for her. She just glanced at Chen Chang and said, "I don't know who she is or why she is here." When the security guards heard Lin Che's words, they immediately stepped forward and planned to send Chen Chang to the police station. Seeing the security guard's stance, Chen Chang immediately shouted anxiously, "Lin Che, you can't just ignore me like this. You can't let them send me to the police station. Have you forgotten the 3 years we've been together?" Lin Che listened to Chen Chang's words, took a deep breath to calm himself down, and said slowly, "Chen Chang, you still have the nerve to talk to me about feelings? When you broke up with me for a blind date who made 30,000 yuan a month, did you ever think about our 3 years of relationship? When you were so eager to devote yourself to a rich man right after we broke up, it seemed like you hadn't thought about the past 3 years of your relationship, right? You just kept saying you were going to send me to the police station. Have you ever considered me? Have you ever considered your so-called 3-year relationship? Now you want me to think about our 3 years of relationship? Where do you have the nerve to do that?" Chen Chang was speechless for a moment after hearing what Lin Che said. Chen Chang felt guilty and even felt that it was all his own fault. At this moment, she even felt that she had gone too far and that it would be her own fault next time. If I had known this would be the outcome, wouldn't it have been nice to live a good life with Lin Che? Maybe he was just pretending to be poor to test himself in the past. As a result, I didn't expect that I would break up with him for a blind date. It was not until now that I thought it through. All of this is caused by my own vanity and my disdain for the rich. Chen Chang was so regretful in his heart that his intestines turned green. He regretted what he had done. Lin Che also didn't want to have any more relationship with Chen Chang. Lin Che waved her hand and said, "Forget it, just kick her out. I don't want to see this person here again." After hearing Lin Che's words, although Chen Chang wanted to ask for Lin Che's forgiveness again, he was still driven out by the security guard. Moreover, he did not give Chen Chang any face at all and rushed directly to the street, where he was seen by many passers-by. Why was this person thrown out? Did he do something dirty? She's young and not bad-looking, so why did she do something so shady? Listening to what the people around him said, Chen Chang wished he could find a crack to crawl into, so he quickly covered his face and ran away. Lin Che stood in front of the window and watched Chen Chang run away quickly, covering his face. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Now Lin Che wanted to take a good look around her villa first. The property management of Jiangshan Villa District was also very considerate. After this incident, they immediately asked Lin Che's personal housekeeper Lin Xian to accompany Lin Che on a tour. Soon, Lin Xian, dressed in a professional suit, came in front of Lin Che with a charming figure. "I didn't notice when I first came here, but it turns out that my personal butler is actually a stunning beauty. The housekeeper has a standard beautiful face with very symmetrical facial features and a pair of charming peach blossom eyes. In addition, this standard professional suit sets off her proud figure very well, and her whole body is full of mature charm." Just as Lin Che was admiring Lin Xian's proud figure, a system page suddenly popped up. Name, Lin Xian. Age, 23. Appearance 9.4. 9.6 centimeters. Favorability, 50. Identity, personal butler. Note, a favorability of 50-60 can be friends, 70-80 is more than friends but less than lovers, 90 is lovers, and 100 is willing to give everything for the host. Mr. Lin? Shall we go for a tour first? After hearing Lin Xian's words, Lin Che came back to his senses and nodded, okay. Lin Che couldn't wait to visit her villa. As for other things, there was still time and they could take their time later. Looking at Lin Che's attitude, Lin Xian felt inexplicably unwilling. This was the first time a man just glanced at her and then stopped looking at her. In the past, the men I met either came up to me and chatted with me, or stared at me with evil intentions but no courage. This was the first time he had met someone like Lin Che. Lin Xian took Lin Che on a tour of the villa. First, the two of them arrived at the extremely spacious and luxurious living room. The entire living room was almost 200 to 300 square meters, at least dozens of times larger than the small, shabby rental house they lived in before. Mr. Lin, all the windows of your villa are made of 10 centimeter thick, top-grade bulletproof glass. You can rest assured about its safety. It doesn't affect the sunlight at all. The crystal chandelier and sofa above your head were both designed by top Italian designers. This is the kitchen. This is the living room. This is the study. Mr. Lin, these are all the indoor facilities. There's also a swimming pool outside that's even bigger than the indoor one. Every morning, someone comes to change the water regularly, and the water used here is purified, sterile, and drinkable. As she spoke, Lin Qian scooped up some water and took a sip. She did this to convince Lin Che that the sterile water was clean. Yeah, that's good, but I can't cook. Find me some chefs. Lin Qian immediately picked up her phone and made a call. Soon, dozens of people in chef uniforms appeared in front of Lin Che. This is the chef our property management company provides to all the owners here. You can choose which ones you need to stay and serve you. Lin Che looked at the chefs in front of her and immediately took a liking to one of them. Because this chef's figure is really outstanding. Name, Zhao Ling. Age, 22. Appearance, 9.0. Body size, 9.8. Favorability, 30. Occupation, chef. Cooking level, proficient. Note, skill levels are entry level, proficient, expert, master, and perfect. Although Zhao Ling's appearance is not as good as Lin Qian's, her figure is really amazing. Well worth the outstanding 9.8. Lin Che immediately pointed at Zhao Ling and said, "She's the one. She'll be my personal chef. Although I am just here to work as a chef, since I look at things every day, of course I have to choose something that is pleasing to the eye." Lin Qian nodded and said, "Okay, Mr. Lin, do you only need this one? Do you need to choose a few more?" Lin Che shook her head and said, "How can one be enough? Help me pick a few more." "No men." "Okay, Mr. Lin, then I'll choose for you." In the end, Lin Qian selected 5 other chefs for Lin Che. Lin Che took a look and found that the ones Lin Qian had chosen for him all had a beauty score of 9 or above. And the cooking skills are all above proficient. However, Lin Che had no idea about the level of this cooking skill. "How about this, each of you cook a dish for me so I can taste your cooking skills." Chapter 7 3 Beautiful Private Chefs. After hearing Lin Che's words, Lin Qian immediately asked the 6 beautiful chefs to start preparing. Lin Che thought for a moment and said, "I will only choose the 3 best dishes from the 6 of you and offer you a monthly salary of 200,000 yuan. Of course, only those who can make these 3 dishes will be allowed to stay." As soon as these words were spoken, the 6 beautiful chefs were stunned. 200,000 yuan a month is 2.4 million yuan a year. It would be good to earn 200,000 yuan a year as a chef for others. Sparks were almost flashing in the eyes of these 6 people. In order to get an annual salary of more than 2 million, they had to make dishes that would satisfy the boss. When Lin Qian heard Lin Che's words, her heart was secretly moved. He asked tentatively, "Mr. Lin, I can actually cook too. How about letting me try?" Lin Che smiled and said, "Whatever dish you cook, just sit down and enjoy the food with me. Don't worry, as long as you cook well and satisfy me, your salary will be more than 200,000. When Lin Qian heard Lin Che's words, a shy expression immediately appeared on her face. It was obvious that Lin Che's words made her think something wrong. She was already sitting next to Lin Che, and she moved closer to him. Soon, the delicious dishes were served. First came the bright red home-cooked dish of braised pork. Lin Che picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. He felt that it melted in his mouth and tasted very delicious. Next up is a sweet and sour dish of sweet and sour pork, kung pao chicken, squirrel mandarin fish, Buddha jumps over the wall, and fried prawns. Eating delicious food while having a beautiful woman by his side was a scene that Lin Che had never dared to imagine before. Lin Che was enjoying himself here, while the 6 beautiful chefs looked at Lin Che nervously, wanting to know which 3 people would be able to stay in the end. After all, this annual salary of more than 2 million is so tempting that no one wants to give it up. About an hour later, Lin Che selected the 3 best performers. Name, Jiang Yan. Age, 20. Appearance, 9.0. Height, 9.2. Favorability, 40. Cooking level, proficient. Name, Zhang Xin. Age, 25. Appearance, 9.2. Body size, 8.5. Favorability, 45. Cooking level, master. Of course, there was also Zhao Ling, who was favored by Lin Che from the very beginning. From now on, Zhao Ling will pay your wages. Just ask her for money for groceries. After finishing his words, Lin Che took out a card and handed it to Zhao Ling, saying, "There's 5 million on this card. I'll give everyone 1 month's salary as a reward. I'll also transfer 50,000 to each of the 3 people who didn't pass the exam as a token of my appreciation for their hard work. The rest will be used as money for buying groceries." Zhao Ling and others had shock written all over their faces. The boss was serious and not joking when he said he would give a raise. He even gave 1 month's salary as a bonus. And if you fail, you can still get a 50,000 yuan reward. Lin Qian was also very shocked watching from the side. Poverty really limited her imagination. After all this trouble, it was already evening, so Lin Che asked them to go back and pack their things and stay in the manor the next morning. Lin Che returned to his room, took a shower, and then lay on the bed to study the system. Lin Che said in her mind, "Open the panel." Host, Lin Che. Age, 23. Height, 185 centimeters. Charm, 7. Charm is a special attribute, capped at 10 points. Strength, 12. Agility, 15. Spirit, 10. Balance, 666,661,667,223.73. There's nothing to see here, just a panel with nothing on it. Forget it, there is nothing much to study, I might as well play with my phone. Lin Che took out her phone and opened the Kuayin app. When Lin Che has nothing to do, he likes to watch some fast music. Seeing that the anchors he followed were broadcasting live, Lin Che clicked on it. Lin Che had been following this anchor named Shuangshuang for a long time. Ever since she started live streaming, Lin Che had been following her and was considered one of Shuangshuang's first fans. Shuangshuang now has more than 100,000 fans, starting from just a few at the beginning. But up to now, Lin Che had never given her any gifts. He just liked to listen to her singing quietly. In fact, Shuangshuang could do better with her conditions, but her live broadcasts only use her voice and never show her face. It is difficult for such an anchor to attract big players on Kuayin. After all, how many people come to listen to the music? Basically, they come to see the girl. Although Shuangshuang has a very nice voice and sings very well, she is still just a small anchor and has always been in a lukewarm state. During this period, because of Chen Sheng's matter, Lin Che had not entered Shuangshuang's live broadcast room to listen to her singing for more than a month. As soon as she entered the live broadcast room, Lin Che heard a familiar voice singing forgiveness. There is dust of happiness in the air. Otherwise, why close your eyes? It hurts so much. Don't tell anyone. Let me hide alone for a while. I never doubted your promise. Over and over again. If it weren't for the gentleness at the beginning. When Lin Che heard this song, she felt a little uncomfortable. Humble love will never have any results. One-way love will not have a good result. After a song was sung, gifts started to flow into the live broadcast room again. However, the gifts I bought were all small gifts worth a few or 10 yuan, and there was not even a gift worth more than 100 yuan. However, Shuangshuang still thanked everyone who gave her gifts. She was just a small anchor, and she was very grateful that someone gave her gifts. Thank you for the gift. Thank you Mr. Yu for the gift. Thank you AA for the gift. Lin Che felt that he was not short of money now, so he should give some gifts to his favorite anchor. After all, I have been listening to her singing for a year or two. So Lin Che clicked on the recharge page of Kuayin. The maximum recharge amount at one time was 500,000. Lin Che recharged 20 times before stopping. Then I started giving gifts to Shuangshuang. Just choose the most expensive carnival at 3,000 yuan each. Shuangshuang is thanking the brothers and sisters who gave them gifts one by one in the live broadcast room. She only broadcasts live for a few hours every day and can receive gifts worth a few hundred yuan, and she can also get 100 or 200 yuan in her own money. In fact, she is already very satisfied with this. It's not that she doesn't want to show her face, but it's not very convenient in the school dormitory. After all, she is not alone in the dormitory. There are 3 other roommates. They all dress casually in the dormitory, and it would be bad if something was accidentally photographed. Moreover, she studies music, and she doesn't want people to watch her live broadcast and give her gifts just because of her face. Instead, she hopes that people who watch her live broadcast give her gifts because they like to listen to her singing. There were also big shots who sent her private messages saying that they wanted to meet her and then give her gifts to help her get on the charts, but she rejected them all. She felt that this was just a transaction. Although she was short of money, she was still unwilling to make money in this way. Chapter 8 Gift Brush. Suddenly, a special effects light flashed in Shuangshuang's live broadcast room. This is a special effect from the carnival. In the more than 1 year that she has been live streaming, no one has ever given her a carnival, but he has seen others do so in other people's live streaming rooms. One carnival costs 3,000 yuan. Normally, her live broadcast room would only receive this much money in a week. Now someone is giving her carnival money? Before Shuang could see who had given them the carnival, the second special effect light came again. The third time. The fourth time. The carnival's special effects kept appearing in Shuang's live broadcast room. Today, give the anchor Shuang Carnival X1. Today, give the anchor Shuang Carnival X1. Today, give the anchor Shuang Carnival X1. Today, I give the anchor Shuang Carnival X66. This kind of continuous 66 carnivals will not only appear in the hostess live broadcast room, but will also be promoted on the entire Quayin homepage. All of a sudden, everyone who was watching Quayin saw a wealthy person appear in Shuang's live broadcast room. Hurry, hurry, a super rich person has appeared in a live stream room I've never heard of. Everyone, come on. Wait for me, I'll be right there. Suddenly, a large number of people flocked into Shuang's live broadcast room, and the number of people watching the live broadcast soared from a few hundred. 500 people, 800, 1,000, in less than 5 minutes it soared to more than 1,000, and the number is still increasing. Thank you, Brother Jin Zhao, for sending the carnival. Thank you very much. Shuang was so excited that she didn't know what to say, so she just said thank you. However, the special effects of the carnival show no signs of stopping. Today, I give the anchor Shuang Carnival X66. Today, I give the anchor Shuang Carnival X66. Today, I give the anchor Shuang Carnival X66. Today, give it to the anchor Shuang Carnival X1314. In the end, Lin Che sent out 1,314 carnivals. It wasn't that Lin Che didn't want to send anymore, but he just thought this number was good, and he was a little tired of pressing it all the time. My goodness, the boss is so powerful. Boss, do you still have all the thigh pendants? The live broadcast room was suddenly filled with such voices. Shuang was completely stunned. What is the concept of 1314 carnivals? Converted into money, it would be 4 million. Even if the platform takes half of it, the total amount you get is about 2 million. She looked at the 1,314 carnivals and found that all of them were given by a man named Jin Zhao. She still remembered Jin Zhao, because he had been following her since she first started to be an anchor, but she had never seen him give gifts. She didn't expect that today he would give 4 million gifts at once. Both of them sent private messages to Jin Zhao. Thank you for the gift, little brother. Could you please add me on QQ? When Lin Che saw the private message from Shuang, he directly sent it using his QQ account. Soon, Lin Che received friend requests from Shuang. Lin Che accepted Shuang's friend request. Shuang's message came immediately. Thank you for the gift, little brother. It's okay. I've been listening to you sing for so long, but I haven't given you any gifts yet. I feel bad about it, so I'll make it up to you today. Thank you for your strong support, brother. If I have time, I will sing a song for you alone. My name is Chen Shuang. What's your name, little brother? My name is Lin Che. After Lin Che chatted with Chen Shuang for a while about family matters, he felt a little tired, so he said good night to Chen Shuang and lay down to sleep. Lin Che was asleep. But many people still can't sleep. For example, Chen Shuang was so excited that she couldn't sleep. After all, 2 million was enough for her to buy a nice house in her hometown. Especially some big anchors in other live broadcast rooms couldn't sleep. Don't look down on these big anchors, the ones ranked first, second and third have all earned millions. But those were basically paid with union accounts, so they couldn't get a penny. The real money they got had to be used to cut the leaks behind them. Just now, someone surprisingly gave nearly 4 million gifts to the live broadcast room of an unknown small anchor. It is impossible for such a small anchor to have a union spend so much money to support him, so this was given by a real big shot. Why are there still such thick leaks that have not been discovered? Their union has already started studying Shuang's live broadcast room to see if they can replicate it to attract this big guy. Chen Shuang lay on the bed in the dormitory, tossing and turning but still couldn't fall asleep. Today, the other 3 people in the dormitory went to socialize with other boys in the dormitory. Because she didn't want to go, she made an excuse that she was not feeling well and didn't go. In fact, she seldom participated in such activities. After all, her family conditions were not comparable to those of the other 3 people. Her family had basically spent all their money to let her go to music school. Sometimes she had to go because she really had no choice but to do so. Now she is really glad that she did not go to the social event, otherwise she would have missed the reward given to her by Jin Zhao boss. A one-time reward of 4 million is something that even top anchors rarely encounter, let alone a small anchor like her. Just after the live broadcast, she received many private messages from the union, saying that they wanted to package her and then put her on the list and then connect with several famous anchors to have a PK to stimulate this current rich man. Judging from the personality of this rich man, he might be able to give her tens of millions of rewards at one time. The nature of these wealthy bosses can be said to be known clearly by the union. What do the bosses care about? Of course it's face. You absolutely cannot lose face in front of your favorite anchor. As long as you can grasp this point, you can make these big guys continue to give gifts. Although it was very tempting, Chen Shuang still refused. He didn't want to cheat money in this way. In the end, he was threatened by the union, saying that he would be unable to continue in the anchor circle. Chen Shuang didn't know if she would regret doing this, and she didn't know if Lin Che gave her so many gifts on a whim. But she knew she didn't want to cheat money like that, otherwise she would feel uneasy and guilty. As for the share of 2 million yuan she will get, she needs to think about how to use the money reasonably to improve her family's conditions. So Chen Shuang is destined to have a sleepless night tonight. When Lin Che woke up the next day, it was already noon. Get up, wash, change clothes and go downstairs. Lin Qian, the 3 private chefs, had already arrived and prepared breakfast for Lin Che. Lin Che said to Lin Qian while eating breakfast, "You go to the mall with me today and buy a car." Lin Qian smiled and said, "Okay, Mr. Lin, do you need me to drive a car over from the property management first?" Good. Chapter 9 Galloping G. Lin Che had already taken the driving test when he was 18 years old, but he never had the chance to drive. Now he wishes a car would appear in front of him right away to try his hand at it. After breakfast, we left the Jianshan Villa area. Go straight to Genie Shopping Mall. Genie Mall, an industry under the name of Genie Multinational Corporation, is also the most famous shopping mall in Jiang Province. Shopping here once will cost at least tens of thousands of yuan. If you are not a white-collar worker, you may have to think carefully about whether your wallet can afford it. Lin Che and Lin Qian arrived at the door of a store with the word Versace written on it. This should be the famous Versace. Lin Che glanced at the sign at the door and walked in. Lin Che spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on a new outfit and also bought a few spare sets. After Lin Che replaced her street stall clothes with Versace, she looked completely refreshed. It was true that clothes make the man. He looks much more energetic, like a completely different person compared to yesterday. He is a typical rich second generation. After changing into their outfit, Lin Che brought Lin Qian to a Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership. The clerk at the 4S store saw Lin Che wearing all branded clothes. So I asked enthusiastically, "Sir, madam, are you looking for a car?" "Yes," Lin Che replied. "So what kind of car would you like to see? Are there any Mercedes-Benz G-Class cars in stock?" "Yes, sir, please follow me." The beautiful saleswoman took Lin Yu to the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. "This is the only car left in our store." Lin Che took a quick glance and said, "I want this one. Just give me the invoice." Lin Che had long coveted the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, but had been struggling to find the wherewithal to buy it. "Ha!" The beautiful saleswoman was stunned. He bought it without even looking at it? How inhumane. "Sir, won't you take another look? I've seen it before, this is the best one." The beautiful saleswoman has been working here for so many years, but this is the first time she has seen someone buy a car like this. She just directly issues an invoice without even looking at the interior or performance. The waiter wanted to continue introducing the car's performance to Lin Che, but Lin Che interrupted him directly. "Okay, no need to introduce it, just take this one and go through the paperwork." "Sir, what accessories do you need?" "Don't bother with that. Just pick the best one. Just check the price and I'll pay. Then please wait a moment, I will calculate it for you." 5 minutes later, the saleswoman said, "Sir, the total is 3.5 million. After paying the money, Lin Yu sat on the sofa in the lobby and waited for the staff to handle the formalities. "Sir, the paperwork has been completed. Here are the keys and information. It will take a few days to register your car. Would you like to leave it with us, or should we get you a temporary license plate first?" "Get a temporary license and I'll drive away now." Suddenly, the system's voice rang in Lin Che's mind. "Host, you haven't signed in yet today. If you don't sign in after 12 o'clock, you will be punished by the system. Do you want to sign in?" "Oh my god, there's a penalty for not signing in. I almost forgot about that. System sign in," Lin Che said in her heart. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving a Qianyu building. The Qianyu building transfer agreement has been released to the system warehouse. Please check it yourself. Oh my god, isn't this the top office building in Zhejiang province? Just as Lin Che was still in shock, her cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Lin Che answered the phone. Hello, is this Lin Che, Mr. Lin? The person on the other end of the phone asked respectfully. Well, I am, you are? Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Wang Wu. I'm the property manager of Qianyu Building. The building has now been transferred to your name. Do you think you can come and take a look when you have time? Okay, I'll go take a look when I have time. Lin Chulian said perfunctorily. He didn't understand these things. As long as the other party transferred the rent to his card on time, it would be fine. Lin Che didn't want to care about other things, nor did he know how to care. However, Lin Che's perfunctory tone sounded nonchalant to Wang Wu. What kind of wealthy person would not care about a building worth hundreds of billions? However, when Lin Che obtained Qianyu Building, Wang Wu also received a piece of information about Lin Che, which included Lin Che's photo. Lin Che's age was what surprised Wang Wu the most. So Wang Wu said more respectfully, okay, I will be waiting for Mr. Lin at Qianyu Building at any time. After hanging up the phone, Lin Che didn't know what to do for a moment. He already had a car, a house, and savings. Lin Che wanted to buy a house for his parents, but now that he had bought it, he didn't know where the money would come from. It was difficult to explain such a large sum of money. Now he could only transfer some money to his parents to improve their lives. He couldn't transfer too much money, otherwise they would definitely think that Lin Che was doing something illegal outside. Lin Che planned to go back and explain everything to his parents in person after a while, so that his parents would feel more at ease. Just as Lin Che was still thinking about how to explain, the phone rang again. Hey, why did you suddenly think of calling your brother? The person on the other end of the line was Lin Che's younger sister, Lin Ting. Hearing Lin Che's voice, Lin Ting on the other end of the phone said with some dissatisfaction, "Huh, you still know my number? Tell me how long it's been since you called your dear sister?" Hearing Lin Ting's slightly complaining words, Lin Che felt a warm feeling in his heart and said with a smile, "I was just about to call you, wasn't I?" "Humph, stop fooling me. You were so busy with your date that you completely forgot that you have a sister." Lin Ting didn't believe Lin Che's words at all. "Ha ha ha, how could that be? I can forget anyone but my precious sister. How's school been lately? Do you have enough money?" That's enough, that's enough." Lin Che was still a little worried. After all, her sister was a little too stubborn and wouldn't tell him she had no money. "I got my salary today. I'll give you 1,000 yuan later for your use." "No need, keep it for yourself. I have enough money," Lin Ting said. "Just take what you give it to me. You should study hard and don't worry about anything else." "Okay, I understand. Well, that's it for now. I have something else to do." Lin Che smiled while holding his phone. Lin Ting went to school in the next city, which was not too far from him. It would only take more than 2 hours to drive there. Lin Che was going to go see his sister in person. He hadn't mentioned it on the phone just now because he wanted to give Lin Ting a surprise. Coincidentally, tomorrow was Saturday, and his sister didn't have to go to school, so he could take her out for some fun. Chapter 10 Awkward. Moreover, he and Lin Ting's cousin Tang Xian also worked in Quanhai City. Tang Xian was the daughter of his aunt. The relationship between his aunt's family and Lin Che's family has always been very good, which led to the fact that Lin Che and his sister had a good relationship with Tang Xian since childhood. Tang Xian was only a few years older than Lin Che and had been working for a few years. When Lin Che was still studying, Tang Xian would give Lin Che a few hundred yuan every month as pocket money. As a girl who had just entered the society, Tang Xian didn't earn much, but she still gave Lin Che and Lin Ting some pocket money every month, which showed that she really cared about her two younger brothers and sisters. Lin Che drove his newly bought Mercedes-Benz G-Class and quickly arrived in Quanhai City. Tang Xian rented a house here. Lin Che had been here several times before, so he knew where it was. Moreover, Tang Xian had given him a key when he came last time, so he could come over by himself when he had time. It was still early and Lin Ting had not finished school yet, and Tang Xian should still be at work, but Lin Che planned to go to Tang Xian's place first. He thought that Tang Xian would be very happy when she came back and saw the sumptuous dinner he had prepared for her. Lin Che was driving the newly purchased Mercedes-Benz G-Class, and the security guard of the residential complex let her in without questioning her. This community is considered a mid-range one. Tang Xin lives here and the monthly rent is about 1,500 yuan. Lin Che parked the car, went upstairs to room 2701, opened the door and went in. Xin, why are you back so early today? A strange woman's voice rang out, and then a woman wrapped only in a bath towel walked out of the bathroom. The two looked at each other, and for a moment it seemed as if time had stopped. Then a very penetrating voice sounded. How the woman screamed in horror when she realized what was happening. Lin Che had a bad feeling the moment he heard the woman's voice, but it was too late to leave now. Hearing the woman scream, he rushed forward and covered her mouth. Don't be afraid, I'm not a good person. No, I'm not a bad person. Lin Che grabbed the woman's hand with one hand and covered her mouth with the other. Whoa, the woman screamed incoherently, with a look of terror on her face. Promise me that I will let you go and you won't scream. If you promise me, I will let you go. Lin Che explained with an embarrassed expression, my name is Lin Che. I'm Tang Xin's cousin. I didn't mean to barge in. Whoa, the woman's mood calmed down a little and she nodded, but there was still a hint of fear in her eyes. I'll take this as your agreement. I'm letting go. Don't scream. Lin Che carefully let go of the woman. As soon as Lin Che let go, the woman immediately ran back to the room, closed and locked the door with a snap, and really stopped screaming. Lin Che looked helpless. What on earth was going on? This was a huge misunderstanding. After a few minutes, the woman put on her clothes, opened the door and walked out, her face still a little red. When she saw Lin Che still standing there, she immediately put on a fierce expression and asked, Are you Tang Xin's cousin? How do you have the key to this room? Sister Xin gave it to me. Lin Che said, waving his hands helplessly. The woman was furious, but she couldn't do anything to Lin Che. After all, Lin Che hadn't done it on purpose. In the end, she could only threaten fiercely, I hope no one else knows about this. Do you understand? I know, I understand. I'm really sorry. Lin Che nodded and replied like a chick pecking at rice. After hearing Lin Che's words, the woman's expression relaxed slightly. Well, can I ask where Sister Xin works? Lin Che asked awkwardly. Lin Che felt embarrassed to stay here any longer, so she decided to go find Tang Xin first. It's the office building in front. Just go forward and it's the tallest one, the woman said impatiently. Okay, thanks. Lin Che left immediately after saying this. Humph, the woman snorted as she watched Lin Che flee in a panic. He muttered to himself, I really suffered a big loss today. I'll have to ask Tang Xin to treat me to a meal later. But Tang Xin's cousin is actually quite handsome. No wonder Tang Xin keeps mentioning him. Lin Che drove the car and soon saw a building with nearly 100 floors. However, when Lin Che saw the large characters written on the front of the building, he was stunned. Qianyu Building? Lin Che was a little speechless, so Sister Xin's workplace is my own building. However, Lin Che had no intention of going on a secret visit. He parked the car, walked in and asked the security guard which floor Tsuyuan Technology was on in the building, and then went upstairs. Tang Xin had previously told Lin Che that she worked at Tsuyuan Technology. As soon as Lin Che stepped out of the elevator, he saw a circular pattern on the opposite wall with the Yukiwan logo in the middle and the Yukiwan Technology logo next to it. There was no doubt that Tang Xin worked here. Although it was working hours, Lin Che didn't care too much and walked in directly. He thought that if Tang Xin was willing, she could just resign. It was unnecessary to go to get off work and come in on time every day and only earn a few thousand yuan a month. He could arrange a better job for Tang Xin. Lin Che walked in and found that there were quite a few people working here. There were about 50 or 60 people working hard in front of their computers. Most of them were young people in their 20s, and there were not many people over 30. When Lin Che just walked in, she happened to see a girl standing up and about to leave. The girl's eyes lit up when she saw Lin Che. She walked over and asked, Brother, which department are you from? Why don't I seem to have seen you before? I'm here to look for someone, Lin Che explained awkwardly. Who are you looking for, little brother? Tang Xin, is she here? Lin Che asked. The girl didn't know whether she should tell Lin Che. What happened to her? She messed up a big deal this morning and was just called into the manager's office. She's probably going to get a lecture. Lin Che frowned and walked directly towards the manager's office. Hey, little brother, outsiders are not allowed to come in here. The girl saw Lin Che about to go in and hurriedly shouted from behind. Lin Che ignored it and continued walking towards the office. At this moment, in the manager's office, Tang Xian was holding a cup of coffee and handing it to the gloomy middle-aged man sitting behind the desk. She said cautiously, "Manager, this is the coffee you ordered." Chapter 11, Making Trouble. This middle-aged man is Tang Xian's manager, named Du Xiao. Du Xiao shouted impatiently, "Just put it on the table. Look at what kind of business are you talking about? You've ruined a deal that was easily within your grasp." Tang Xian was frightened by his sudden angry shout, and her hand shook, causing some coffee to accidentally spill onto the middle-aged man's legs. The freshly brewed coffee was still scalding hot. Du Xiao jumped up the instant he was scalded, his face becoming even angrier. He slapped the coffee away, and most of the coffee in the cup spilled all over Tang Xian. "Can you do it? If not, get out. You couldn't negotiate the deal, and now you can't even pour the coffee? Don't you want to do this anymore?" Du Xiao shouted angrily, "If you don't want to do this, pack up and get out." Tang Xian felt the burning sensation in her arms and body, and was in so much pain that she burst into tears. However, she could only grit her teeth and listen to the manager scolding with her head down, not daring to talk back. Du Xiao picked up a document and threw it at Tang Xian. "Look at it yourself. Because your 500,000 yuan business is gone, and I just asked you to pay Mr. Wang for a meal. Why would you be so unwilling?" Du Xiao was really angry this time. This business was not just about 500,000, but more about the opportunity to cooperate with Jinding Information. As long as they could get in touch with Jinding, it would mean that their Tsu-Yuan technology could soar to the sky with the help of Jinding. But now this opportunity was ruined by Tang Xian. How could he not be angry? But Tang Xian tried to explain, but was interrupted by Du Xiao after just saying 2 words. "But what buts? What buts do you have? What's the big deal about having a meal with Mr. Wang? Do you think you'll be shortchanged? Do you think you're so precious? And you're not happy about it? Isn't it for this job that I pay you so much every month? Go find Mr. Wang tomorrow and resolve this matter yourself. If you can't sign this contract, you don't have to come to work anymore." "Yes, I understand." Tang Xian gritted her teeth, endured it and nodded. "Take this contract and get out now." Du Xiaoyu shouted angrily. Tang Xian wiped her tears, squatted down and picked up the contract. But at this moment, the office door was kicked open with a bang, and Lin Che appeared at the office door. Just now when Du Xiao was scolding Tang Xian, even though the office door was closed, people outside could still clearly hear Du Xiao's angry shouting. Lin Che had already been furious. After kicking open the office door and coming in, he found Tang Xian's face covered in tears and her body covered in red burn marks. He was immediately furious and could no longer tolerate it. "Fuck you, you dog!" Lin Che cursed, and before Du Xiao could react, he punched him. Du Xiao blocked it with his arm in a panic. Lin Che's punch landed solidly on Du Xiao's arm. Lin Che had been exercising regularly in college, and he hadn't given up the habit even after graduation, so the power of this punch was not something that Du Xiao, whose body had long been hollowed out by alcohol and sex, could withstand. Du Xiao screamed and fell to the ground with a painful expression on his face. It was unlikely that he would recover for a while. Lin Che's punch not only stunned Du Xiao, but also scared Tang Xian. When she reacted, she hurriedly grabbed Lin Che to stop him from hitting Du Xiao. "Xiao Che, calm down. Don't fight. Don't hit anyone. Why shouldn't we fight? Scum like him should be taught a lesson so he doesn't continue to hurt others," Lin Che said angrily. Du Xiao also stood up, his right arm drooping obviously, and he was afraid that he would not be able to use any strength for a while. Du Xiao's face was so gloomy that it looked like water was about to drip out. He said, "You're done, kid. You'd better pray that I don't find out your identity. Otherwise, I will make you pay for it." Lin Che became even angrier upon hearing this, and stepped forward to kick Du Xiao again. "You're not afraid of a fight, are you? You're thick-skinned, aren't you? And you even want to have dinner with Mr. Wang? Why the hell don't you let your mom go?" The noise from Lin Che's side also attracted the people outside to gather over. Seeing Lin Che's ferocious look, they didn't dare to step forward to stop the fight, and could only whisper from a distance. "I didn't expect Tang Xian's boyfriend to be such a man," beating up the manager like this. Although he's a bit fierce, he's still pretty handsome. The key is that he makes people feel safe. You call this a sense of security? You're still too young, too impulsive, and don't even think about the consequences of your actions. TSK, the worst that can happen is I just quit. How did you get a job here with such a simple mind? Du Xiao was able to build Su Yuan technology to this point. Do you think he doesn't have some connections? And even if Tang Xin resigned, as long as he wrote something on her resume, it would be difficult for her to find a job in the future. Tang Xin also hurried forward and held Lin Che tightly. Xiao Che, stop it now. If you keep hitting me, something serious is going to happen. Lin Che was so angry that he stepped forward and kicked him twice before stopping. Du Xiao staggered to his feet and leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. Du Xiao was quite tough. Even though he was beaten so badly by Lin Che, he still threatened Lin Che with a ferocious expression. It felt good to fight, didn't it? I'm telling you, you two are done. Tang Xin, pack up your things and get out of here. If you can find a job in Quanhai City in the future, I'll write my name upside down. As for you, kid, just wait for me. You feel great about fighting now, don't you? I'll make you pay back tenfold or 100-fold in a moment. Du Xiao stared at Lin Che fiercely. He had no intention of calling the police for letting a freshly graduated young man hit him. He wanted to take revenge on Lin Che in his own way and let this guy know how dangerous society is. Oh, really? Lin Che laughed coldly, picked up her phone and called Wang Wu. Mr. Lin, do you have any instructions? I'll give you 5 minutes. Go to Su Yuan Technology on the 44th floor of Qianyu Building right now. When Wang Wu heard Lin Che's tone, he had a bad feeling and thought that something had happened to the building, so he quickly replied. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'm in the building now and will be there soon. Ha, calling for help? Du Xiao said with a sarcastic look. I'd like to see who you can invite. Ha, do you really think you're the Black-S Society? It won't be that bad, but I'm afraid your company won't be able to continue. Lin Che said calmly. Ha 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 ha, do you think I was brought up by fear? Do you think that if you get a few people to cause trouble at the company will be unable to operate? Nowadays, society is all about money. You know that? You can find 10 people to cause trouble, but if I have money, I can find 100 people to retaliate against you, and I won't even be responsible. Chapter 12 Desperate Du Xiao. Du Xiao thought Lin Che had just called some thugs, and was not worried at all, so he continued to mock her. I've seen a lot of guys like you who have just entered society. What else can you do besides pretending to be cool? You have no money and no power. I bet you will kneel down in front of me and apologize to me within 3 days. Tang Xin panicked when she heard this and begged for mercy. I'm sorry, manager. I'll go sign the deal and accompany Mr. Wang. My brother is still young and naive. Please don't make things difficult for him. Sister Xin, please stop talking. Lin Che frowned. He pulled Tang Xin behind him with a domineering hand and told her not to speak. When Lin Che saw Sister Xin, who had been so kind to him, being so humble to others, he couldn't help but feel angry and stepped forward to kick Du Xiao again. When you are angry, you have to vent, and here is a sandbag for venting. Tang Xin is like this because of Du Xiao. Lin Che feels that before he came here, Tang Xin might have suffered more grievances here. I want to see how rich you are. Lin Che cursed as he kicked Du Xiao to the ground. Oh my god, this kid is really desperate. Alas, young people are too impulsive and do things without considering the consequences. So he's Tang Xin's younger brother. I thought he was his boyfriend. This kid is really using his strength to trick me. The onlookers couldn't help shaking their heads. Now Tang Xin didn't know what to do. Now, as long as Du Xiao called the police and spent some money, it would be enough to put Lin Che in jail for a few years. Get out of the way, get out of the way. At this moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s came over with several security guards holding electric batons. The security guards pushed aside the crowd and made way for the middle-aged man. Du Xiao, who had been beaten up by Lin Che without reacting, quickly got up from the ground when he saw this man. He put on a flattering smile and said, Uncle Wang, why are you here? However, Wang Wu gave him a cold look and said, Who is your Uncle Wang? Call me by my name. We are not that familiar with each other. As soon as Wang Wu saw the scene, he roughly knew what had happened. It must be that this blind guy had offended Lin Xiao. No wonder Lin Xiao's tone was so angry before. So now he must not have any relationship with Du Xiao and ignored Du Xiao at all. Du Xiao was stunned when he heard Wang Wu's words. Wang Wu's attitude was completely different the last time he came, and they still had a good conversation. What was going on today? But what made him even more confused was yet to come. Wang Wu actually walked up to Lin Che and respectfully called out, "Young Master Lin. Are you Wang Wu?" Lin Che asked, looking at him with a calm and indifferent expression. He had the air of a domineering CEO. "Yes, Mr. Lin." Wang Wu lowered his head and answered with a little panic in his heart. Wang Wu is considered a top figure in Quanhai City because of his identity as the general manager of Qianyu Building, but Lin Che is the owner of Qianyu Building. According to his speculation, Lin Che's business must be more than just Qianyu Building, so the young man in front of him was definitely not someone he could afford to provoke. And most importantly, if Lin Che wanted to replace him, it would only take a word. Lin Che didn't say anything after hearing his agreement, but just looked at him calmly. Lin Che didn't say anything, and Wang Wu didn't dare to look up. He just kept his head down, maintaining a respectful look. The entire office fell silent. Du Xiao was completely bewildered. Who was I? What was my name? Why was I here? Was I dreaming? Those who had previously criticized Lin Che for being young and impulsive were now too frightened to speak, staring at the scene in front of them in shock. They didn't know Wang Wu, but they had seen Du Xiao's flattering attitude towards Wang Wu before. This Wang Wu was undoubtedly a big shot, but why is such a big shot so respectful to Tang Xian's younger brother? Tang Xian was completely confused. When did her younger brother become so powerful? Even Du Xiao, who had to please him, was so respectful to him. Lin Che looked at Wang Wu for a moment, then finally said, "How long until the lease on Tsu technology expires?" Lin Che was indeed very angry just now. Tang Xian's position in his heart was no less than Chen Cheng's before. Seeing that she had suffered such a great injustice, Lin Che was naturally extremely angry. But now that he calmed down and thought about it, this matter had nothing to do with Wang Wu, so there was no need to vent his anger on him. Wang Wu finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Lin Che speak. Fortunately, Lin Che did not blame him, so he quickly replied. Their lease expired half a month ago. Lin Che frowned upon hearing this and asked, "Then why haven't they moved out yet?" "Mr. Lin, this is what's going on. Du Xiao promised to pay the rent next month at a price 20% higher than the rent. After our finance department's estimate, Tsu Technology is indeed able to pay this money next month, so they have extended the payment by 1 month. Wang Wu replied respectfully. Now make him pay the rent he owes immediately and pack up his things and get out of Qianyu Building immediately. It's best to leave him no place in Quanhai. Du Xiao had previously said that he would make it impossible for Tang Xian to find a job in Quanhai, and now Lin Che returned the words to him without changing them. Okay, Mr. Lin. Wang Wu nodded, turned to look at Du Xiao, and the expression on his face instantly turned cold. Do you understand? Either you pack up and leave, or I'll have you thrown out. From now on, Quanhai's market will have nothing to do with you. Du Xiao stared at Lin Che in disbelief, muttering to himself, why is it like this? Who are you? After hearing this, Wang Wu sneered and said, You don't need to know who young Master Lin is. You just need to know that this entire building belongs to young Master Lin. No, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. This building clearly belongs to Mr. Liu. This is a well-known fact in the entire Quanhai city. Du Xiao suddenly shouted excitedly. It was indeed Mr. Liu's before, but unfortunately, it was bought by Mr. Lin this morning for 40 billion, so you'd better accept the appointment obediently. Wang Wu also had some resentment towards Du Xiao. After all, it was because of him that Lin Xiao almost took his anger out on him. After hearing Wang Wu's words, Du Xiao's heart sank completely, and a feeling of despair slowly surged from the bottom of his heart. This time he really hit a wall. He actually offended such a big shot. He could no longer survive in Quanhai. The breathing of the onlookers gradually became rapid. 40 billion is a huge amount of money. If it were all in cash, it would probably not even fit in a room. Tang Xian actually has such a rich brother. Those who had unpleasant relationships with Tang Xian in the past began to tremble with their legs and could hardly stand. Chapter 13, just over 3 million? Some young female employees began to look at Lin Che with strange eyes, but they also had some idea in their hearts that this young, powerful, and handsome rich second-generation man would not be interested in them. Lin Che stepped forward and patted Du Xiao's face, saying calmly, You're right. This is indeed a world where money matters. Unfortunately, I'm much richer than you, so it's best if you don't show up in Quanhai City again. After saying that, Lin Che ignored him and pulled Tang Xian away, preparing to leave. Du Xiao originally looked like he had lost his soul, but when he saw Lin Che leaving, he suddenly ran to Lin Che and knelt down in front of her, hugging Lin Che's thighs and begging non-stop. Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I deserve to die. I beg you to let me stay in Quanhai City. If I leave here, my company will not be able to continue. Du Xiao started from scratch and founded Xu Yuan Technology. He then spent most of his life to develop Xu Yuan Technology to its current level. In the early days, in order to attract investment, Du Xiao borrowed money and begged people everywhere, and suffered countless cold stares. Finally, he managed to set up the company. In the following decades of development, the company encountered countless difficulties, but Du Xiao overcame them time and time again and finally developed the company to its current scale. It can be said that Du Xiao has devoted most of his life's efforts to this company. The company is closer to Du Xiao than his own son. His company was developed in Quanhai City, and almost all of his connections, clients, and partners were in Quanhai City. So Lin Che asking him to get out of Quanhai City was basically like sentencing Xu Yuan Technology to death. How could he accept that? This was also the reason why he had refused to give in after being beaten up by Lin Che, but now he was kneeling on the ground begging for Lin Che's forgiveness. The company's bankruptcy would make him feel more miserable than killing him. But Lin Che had no mercy on him. This kind of person is a bully who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. Did he think about the consequences when he spilled coffee on Tang Xian and asked Tang Xian to have dinner with the so-called Mr. Wang? You want to admit your mistake now? I tell you it's too late. Lin Che kicked him away with an expressionless face, and walked out with Tang Xian without looking back, leaving behind a room full of people with different thoughts. Tang Xian was still a little confused when Lin Che pulled him away. Those people might be guessing about Lin Che's identity, but Tang Xian knew very well that her brother was just an ordinary college graduate. However, she saw Lin Che's unhappy expression and didn't dare to ask Lin Che anymore for a moment. In the elevator, Lin Che suddenly asked, "Is this how you go to work every day?" "It isn't really that, it's just that occasionally there are some difficult customers." Tang Xian still tried to explain. "With a boss like this, why would you stay if you didn't quit?" Lin Che asked coldly. But, it's so hard to find a job these days. If I quit and can't find a job, I won't even be able to pay the rent." Okay, don't be angry. I'm fine." Tang Xian pulled Lin Che's arm and said softly, "Are you okay? It will be too late if something happens." Lin Che sighed. Lin Che grabbed Tang Xian's arm and asked, "Does it still hurt?" When Tang Xian heard Lin Che's words, her nose suddenly felt sore. She threw herself into Lin Che's arms and said, it hurts so much." After all, she is still a girl. She had to make her way out there on her own, and had to bear the scolding and grievances on her own. Now that she suddenly has someone to rely on, she naturally reveals her weak side. Lin Che patted her head distressfully and said, "If you're wronged in the future, don't endure it. I'll support you, okay?" Tang Xian buried her head in Lin Che's arms and hummed, "Let's go to the hospital first and apply some medicine to prevent scars from forming." Lin Che said distressfully, "By the way, who is this Mr. Wang you mentioned earlier?" "That's the owner of another company. She rented 3 floors on the 90th floor of Qianyu building." Tang Xian said, "That's perfect, it saves a lot of trouble. I can just ask Wang Wu to kick him out as well. By the way, I just heard Wang Wu say that Qianyu building is yours. Is this true or not?" Tang Xian remembered this matter after hearing Lin Che's words and looked up to ask. Lin Che hesitated for a moment and said, "I have some shares, so to speak. I started a company with a rich second-generation partner in school, and now I'm making some money." It was not easy for Lin Che to admit that Qianyu building was his yet. After all, it was a building worth 40 billion. Even if Lin Che robbed a bank, he would not be able to get so much money in a short period of time. He could not tell anyone about the system, and even if he did, no one would believe it. So he could only say this now. But even so, Tang Xian was very happy and said with a smile, "Xiao Che has made a name for himself now. I don't have a job anymore, so I'll just live with you for free from now on." "Ha ha ha, okay. I promise to make you plump and white," Lin Che said with a smile. The two chatted and laughed as they reached the parking lot. Lin Che took Tang Xian to the car he had just picked up. Tang Xian looked at the majestic Mercedes-Benz G-Class in front of her, unable to believe that this was Lin Che's car, and asked in disbelief. Xiao Che, don't tell me this is the car you bought. Yes, it's mine. I just picked it up this afternoon. Lin Che paused before speaking. After Lin Che finished speaking, she took out the key and pressed it, opening the door of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Tang Xian said in surprise, is this true? This car must be worth several million. How much money did you make from your business, Xiao Che? Tang Xian didn't feel anything when she was in the building before. After all, she worked there every day, but now she was shocked by the $1 million luxury car in front of her. It's just over 3 million. Only? Just over 3 million? Tang Xian got in a daze, while Lin Che sat in the driver's seat. Watching Lin Che start the car, Tang Xian's eyes lit up and she suddenly felt itchy. Xiao Che, why don't you let me drive? I've never driven such a nice car before. No. Lin Che decisively refused Tang Xian's request to drive. The wound on your arm hasn't healed yet. Wait until it heals before you start. Oh, just try it, it's okay. Tang Xian shook Lin Che's hand and said coquettishly. No means no. Once your injury heals, you can drive however you want, but not now. Lin Che's tone left no room for negotiation. Okay, Tang Xian had no choice but to give up after hearing Lin Che's words. Chapter 14, Sweeping Away the Remaining Clouds. Lin Che took Tang Xian to the hospital. Fortunately, she only had some minor burns. She applied some medicine and went back. Hey, Xin, what's wrong with your arm? Sister, what's wrong with your hand? Brother, why are you here, and with Sister Xian? After the two came back, the woman that Lin Che had met before saw Tang Xian's injured arm and asked. Lin Che's sister doesn't have classes tomorrow, the weekend, so she will also come to Tang Xian's place. Seeing Lin Che and Tang Xian coming back together, Tang Xian, who still had an injury on her arm, asked in confusion. Oh, don't mention it. They are all our managers. Tang Xian said, and then introduced them to Lin Che and the others. Xiao Che, this is my roommate, Wang Xian. Xiao Xian, this is my younger brother, Lin Che, whom I told you about before. Lin Che smiled awkwardly, but Wang Xian ignored her and continued to ask, what happened to your manager? How did you get this injury? Are you okay? Yes, sister, does your injury have anything to do with this manager? So Tang Xian explained to Wang Xian and Lin Ting what had happened before. When she talked about being bullied by the manager, her tone was still a little angry, but when she talked about how Lin Che helped her vent her anger and supported her later, her tone was obviously a little proud and boastful. After all, not everyone has such a brother. Wang Xian and Lin Ting were also stunned after hearing this, and looked at Lin Che in disbelief. Wang Xian couldn't believe it. This little scoundrel was so rich. He actually owned a stake in Qianyu Building? That was a top-tier office building in the heart of Quanhai City, worth hundreds of millions. Lin Ting couldn't believe it even more. She knew her family's situation very well, and she thought her brother knew a lot too. It was impossible for him to have so much money. Even if he won the lottery, he wouldn't have that much. In fact, Wang Xian didn't have a very good impression of Lin Che before. Although she didn't know Lin Che, Tang Xian didn't have enough living expenses every month and had to send some money to him, so the impression of Lin Che in her mind was that he was a person who only knew how to ask for things. But now it seems that I misunderstood him. Wang Xian said secretly in her heart. But, Xiao Xian, I'm sorry to trouble you with dinner tonight. Tang Xian waved her injured arm and said. Wang Xian looked at Lin Che carrying his hands full of vegetables, and said with a look of hesitation on her face, so, you bought so many vegetables at once? Tang Xian smiled a little embarrassedly and said, hey, my brother and sister are here, so of course I have to buy more food. When my hand heals, I'll cook for you for a week, okay? I'll leave it to you today. No need, let me do it. Lin Che was a little embarrassed to trouble Wang Xian, so he took the initiative to say. You cook? When did you learn to cook? Tang Xian asked puzzledly. Yes, brother, I remember that you can't cook at all. Lin Ting also looked confused. Cooking is something you can learn easily, right? Lin Che said confidently. The reason why Lin Che was so confident was because when he went in to teach Du Xiao a lesson, the system issued a task. Help Tang Xian escape from the sea of suffering. A random skill is awarded, which happens to be master-level cooking. Can you really cook? Don't ruin such a good dish. How about I do it? Wang Xin said a little worriedly. Don't worry, just go sit on the sofa for a while and wait for dinner. Lin Che said confidently. Seeing how confident Lin Che was, the two of them nodded in agreement without saying anything else. Lin Che took out the ingredients she had just bought and began to prepare them. First, clean the ribs. You can add some corn to make a corn and rib soup. Then there's a fish and a bag of chicken wings. Lin Che began to process them one by one. As a master chef, his knife skills and control of the heat were both top-notch. Wang Xin, Tang Xin, and Lin Ting, who were sitting on the sofa outside, were a little surprised to hear the rhythmic sound of chopping vegetables coming from the kitchen. I thought Lin Che was just trying to show off by saying he could cook, and I was ready to go in and replace him at any time. I didn't expect that it seemed like he really could cook. Judging from the sound, his knife skills should be pretty good. Half an hour later, the expressions of the three people gradually changed. They were originally half believing and half doubting, but now a faint fragrance began to waft out of the kitchen. It smells so good. What on earth did he do? Wang Xin took a deep breath, her face showing a hint of surprise and anticipation. It looks like corn and pork rib soup. Tang Xin stopped playing with her phone and stared at the kitchen. And my favorite braised fish. Lin Ting's mind began to emerge with a braised fish that was fragrant on the outside and tender on the inside. The three of them couldn't resist the temptation of the delicious food and ran to the kitchen impatiently. These dishes looked so delicious. The three of them swallowed their saliva in an indecent manner, for fear that they would drool otherwise. Lin Ting couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of braised fish. It melted in her mouth as soon as she took a bite, and a sweet taste spread out. This is so delicious, Lin Ting said with an intoxicated expression. Lin Che walked out, patted Lin Ting's head gently, and said speechlessly, "How can you be so exaggerated? I think you're starving." Of course there is. Tang Xin had already put a piece of cola chicken wing in her mouth and said vaguely, "Xiao Che, the business you're talking about isn't about opening a restaurant, is it? How come I don't even know what you learned? Your skills are much better than Xiao Xian's." "TSK, how dare you say that? What you cook isn't much better than what I cook." The two of them didn't forget to make fun of each other while eating. Lin Ting did not participate at all and just worked hard on her own. Eat slowly, there's no rush. There are other dishes in the kitchen." Lin Che shook his head helplessly and brought out the dishes in the kitchen. "How do you make this dish? Why do I feel that even the simplest smashed cucumber tastes much better than mine?" Wang Xin picked up a piece of cucumber and put it in her mouth, asking with an expression of enjoyment and a little shock. "How can what you did compare to this? It's totally not on the same level." Tang Xin was eating while mocking her best friend. Wang Xin rolled her eyes at Tang Xin and stopped talking. The three of them devoured the food in no time, without caring about their ladylike image at all. The food on the table was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Che was completely shocked by the scene in front of him. He never knew that girls could eat so much. The three seemingly petite girls quickly finished off the entire table full of food. Chapter 15: Strengthening the Body. Before Lin Che could even take a bite of the food, it was all devoured by the three of them. Tang Xin leaned back in her chair with a look of despair on her face and said, "I can't eat anymore. I really can't eat anymore. I can't eat anymore, but I still want to drink some of that corn and pork rib soup." Wang Xin looked at the pork rib soup in the pot with envy, but unfortunately her heart was full of soup but her stomach was not full, so she had no choice but to give up in the end. As for Lin Ting, she was half leaning back in her chair with a look of satisfaction on her face, not saying a word. She had eaten the most just now, but now she was probably so full that she couldn't even utter a word. "Xiao Che, you are too much. You have such good cooking skills but you have never cooked for me once," Tang Xin said with dissatisfaction. Didn't I just learn this recently?" Lin Che said, scratching his head awkwardly. To be honest, Lin Che didn't expect the girls to eat so voraciously. If he had known earlier, he would have made more. He didn't get to eat much. "You guys take a break first, I'll go wash the dishes," Lin Che said as he put away the dishes, wiped the table clean first and then took the dishes to wash. "This life is so comfortable. It would be so happy if I could eat such food every day," Wang Xin said with an expression of enjoyment. "Xinshin, why don't you let your brother stay here for a few more days?" "You're dreaming. Tang Xin said with disdain. Hey, does your brother have a girlfriend? Wang Xin suddenly leaned close to Tang Xin's ear and whispered. Hee hee, what are you doing? Do you still want an old cow to eat young grass? Tang Xin said with a silly smile and a strange expression looking at Wang Xin. How is that possible? I'm just asking out of curiosity. Besides, what's the old cow eating young grass? I will always be 18 years old. Wang Xin said with a dissatisfied look on her face. I've had one for a long time. I've had a girlfriend since my freshman year and we've been together ever since. His girlfriend is so lucky. I envy her for being able to eat such meals every day. Wang Xin had an envious look on her face. After this meal, her impression of Lin Che had completely changed. Sister, I have some things to do, so I'll go back first. Lin Che originally planned to take Tang Xin and Lin Ting out for some fun, but that kind of thing happened right after they arrived, and Lin Che felt really embarrassed to face Wang Xin. So he said he would go back first. Well, okay, next time I come here, I'll take you to have fun in Quanhai. Tang Xin said after thinking for a while. After all, there were 3 girls here and there were only 2 rooms. One was for herself and Lin Ting, and the other was for Wang Xin alone. If Lin Che stayed there, she would have to sleep on the sofa. Moreover, after Lin Che completed the task, he was not only rewarded with cooking skills, but because it was the first time he completed the task perfectly, the system also rewarded him with a physical enhancement. I still have to go back and accept the reward so that I won't be scared if something happens. Brother, drive slowly and be safe. Okay, I understand. Sister, you should take a good rest these few days. I will arrange work for you after you recover from your injury. It was almost 12 o'clock when Lin Che returned home. After returning home, Lin Che immediately rushed back to her room and excitedly asked the system, how do I distribute this physical enhancement reward? As long as the host is ready, it can be distributed at any time. There won't be any sequelae, right? Lin Che asked worriedly. The rewards issued by the parent system are absolutely harmless and non-toxic. Okay, let's give out the physical enhancement rewards. Rewards are being distributed. Lin Che felt warm all over, as if a warm current was flowing through him, which was very comfortable. Gradually, Lin Che felt something was wrong. The warm current became hotter and hotter, so hot that Lin Che rolled on the ground, unable to bear it. Ah, system, are you sure there's no problem? Why does it hurt so much? Of course there's nothing wrong with the rewards issued by the system, there are just a few minor side effects. System, you call this a minor side effect? It hurts like hell. Lin Che screamed in pain. Half an hour passed, and Lin Che finally completed strengthening his body. System, damn it, next time there are these side effects, remember to remind me. At least let me be prepared. Lin Che said weakly. Okay, host. Lin Che was speechless. Why was the system acting weird today? The system opens the personal attribute panel. Host, Lin Che. Age, 23. Height, 185 centimeters. Charm, 8 Charm is a special attribute, capped at 10 points. Strength, 22 10 points for an average adult male. Agility, 25, 10 points for an average adult male. Spirit, 20, 10 points for an average adult male. Balance, 666,658,167,223.73. This is just an approximation. I won't show this anymore because it's too troublesome to calculate. Except for charm, the other 3 have all increased by 10 points. System, my physical value is basically twice that of an ordinary person. Does this mean that no one can be stronger than me? Host, you're still dreaming, aren't you? Although you have over twice the physical stats of an average person, that's just an average person. People who've trained have different stats, let alone those who specialize in a specific skill. Hey system, I'm your host after all, don't hit me like that. The system does not want to bother with the host at this time. Ignore it then. At this moment, Lin Che's body was covered in black mud, which was all impurities discharged from his body. He smelled like a little black man who had just crawled out of a cesspool. Lin Che was too excited just now and didn't react. He was awakened by the system pouring a basin of cold water on him. He also smelled the foul odor coming from his body. Fortunately, he didn't stay at Tang Xin's place today. Lin Che rushed to the bathroom and showered for a full hour before coming out. After Lin Che finished washing, she stood in front of the full-length mirror in her room wearing a pair of large flowered shorts, admiring her body that had been enhanced by the system. "He's so handsome. Those 8-pack abs, what a handsome guy." Lin Che exclaimed, "If I were a woman, I would definitely find someone like me." Lin Che is naturally pretty, otherwise he wouldn't have a charm attribute of 7 points, which is much higher than that of ordinary people. He is 185 centimeters tall, and with his body enhanced by the system, his overall appearance is maxed out. He looks thin when dressed and muscular when undressed. After admiring himself, Lin Che lay on the bed and played with his phone. Open Quyin and start watching Shuangshuang's live broadcast. I gradually fell asleep while listening to Shuangshuang singing. After Lin Che woke up and washed up, the first thing he did was to sign into the system. Now Lin Che was particularly looking forward to signing in every day. System sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 51% of the shares of Tianlong Game Company. The share transfer agreement has been sent to the system backpack. The host can check it by himself. Chapter 16. He's here again. Tianlong Gaming Company. 51% of the shares. That means I'm now the actual controlling shareholder of Tianlong Gaming Company. It can be said that all the top 10 games on the market sales rankings are produced by this company. Tianlong Game Company can be said to be a dominant company in this industry. This is simply a company that lays golden eggs. No, it lays diamond eggs. It is said that all the programmers in Tianlong Game are very strong. They are all top students who graduated from famous foreign universities. What is most impressive is their game creativity. Their strength in all aspects is also accumulated through decades of hard work. It is precisely because they possess such powerful technology and perfect talent supply that they have been able to stand firm in this industry for so many years, so the games they produce are often popular. There is a saying circulating in the market now: anything produced by Tianlong must be a high-quality product. In today's gaming industry, Tianlong Game's dominant position remains unshakable. Although Lin Che now has more money than an ordinary person can spend in a lifetime, this money will run out sooner or later. However, Tianlong Game Company is different. It is a company that can bring long-term benefits to Lin Che and is completely different in nature. Moreover, this company is different from ordinary companies. The customer base of this company is game players all over the world. Moreover, the current game market is developing rapidly. The profits of mobile games are extremely terrifying, and the daily turnover is even more frightening than that of PC games. Every game that can make it into the top 10 of the global game sales list can often bring sky-high profits to every shareholder. Tianlong Game Company has already developed 5 of these masterpiece-like games, each of which can bring the company billions of profits every year. This means that even if Lin Che does nothing at home every day, he can still get billions in dividends from this company every year. This kind of decadent life of just eating and waiting to die is basically what everyone dreams of, and of course it is also Lin Che's favorite. Lin Che wished that the company system could reward him with more rewards like this. Of course, with such high dividend returns, one must also bear corresponding risks. That is, as long as the company goes bankrupt, his status as a shareholder will be gone, and as a shareholder he will have to pay a large sum of money. It can be said that he will lose all his money. Of course, this situation basically will not happen to Tianlong Game Company. Generally, such situations only happen to small and medium-sized enterprises. For dominant companies like Tianlong Games, even if 1 or 2 games are not well done, it will not be too serious. After all, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and a centipede is still alive even after death. As shareholders, they should not need to consider these issues. Such issues should be considered by the actual operators. This company came at a very suitable time. I was originally thinking of arranging a job for Sister Xin. I can see if there are any positions in this company that are more suitable for Sister Xin. Just then Lin Che's phone rang. Lin Che took a look and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. After picking up the phone, a pleasant female voice came from the other end of the line. It was obvious that the voice must have been professionally trained. Director Lin, I'm the secretary to the chairman of Tianlong Gaming Company. Could you please tell me when you can come to the company? You are now the actual controlling shareholder, which means you are the new chairman, and I have a lot of work to report to you. I understand. Just give me the previous chairman's phone number. Lin Che felt a little uneasy when he heard her words. It was fine to let him take the dividends, but if he wanted to run the company, that would be a waste. Okay, Mr. Lin. Soon after hanging up the phone, he received a text message from the secretary. The phone number on it was the phone number of the former chairman, Wang Huang, who also held the largest number of shares besides Lin Che. The call was quickly connected. "Hello, who are you?" Wang Huang's puzzled voice came from the other end. "I'm Lin Che. I'm calling you to discuss something with you." "Mr. Lin, if you have anything to say, just tell me directly." When Wang Huang heard that it was Lin Che calling, his tone became somewhat respectful. The reason why Wang Huang was so respectful to Lin Che was because he had just received news that a mysterious person had acquired 51% of his Tianlong Game Company's shares that morning at a premium of 30% over the market price, directly becoming the company's actual controlling shareholder. Moreover, according to his investigation, this actual controlling shareholder was only a young man in his 20s. This made Wang Huang even more shocked. Lin Che was able to take over his company at the age of 20, and not long ago he acquired the Qianyu building worth tens of billions. With such assets, he didn't believe that Lin Che was not from a hermit family. "It's like this. I'm not interested in running the company, so I'll leave the management of the company to you. I just want you to transfer the dividends to my card on time." Lin Che said straight to the point. "That's no problem," Wang Huang said excitedly. Originally, Wang Huang thought that the man who acquired his company was just playing around and was planning to sell his shares to recoup some of his money. Wang Huang didn't believe that such a young man could run the company well. Lin Che chatted with Wang Huang for a few more words before hanging up the phone. He also asked Wang Huang to see if there was any position in the company suitable for Tang Xin. Coincidentally, Wang Huang said that Tianlong Games was planning to open a branch in Jiang Province, and the position of financial manager was vacant, so Tang Xin could go. Although Lin Che was young, he could still understand that Wang Huang was trying to please him. Otherwise, how could he give such an important position as the financial manager to someone he had never met before? After hanging up the phone, Lin Che went downstairs to finish breakfast, then leaned on the sofa and looked at his phone idly. "I don't know what to do with this money." I opened Quyin out of boredom and started watching videos, and happened to see that Shuangshuang had started broadcasting again. Lin Che clicked on it and saw Shuangshuang's singing guest. Lin Che closed his eyes and began to appreciate Shuangshuang's singing. After listening to a song, Lin Che casually gave out 66 carnivals as rewards. Suddenly, the screen was filled with carnival special effects, the live broadcast room began to explode, and people rushed in. "Fuck, which young master has taken action again? This is Jin Xiaoshenhao coming to reward us again." "Excuse me, Jin Xiaoshenhao, are you still in need of a pendant? What do you think of me?" At this time, Shuangshuang was gradually knocked unconscious by the carnival in the sky. Chapter 17. It's great to have money. However, Chen Xuan was a little hesitant to accept the money. Because Jin Chao was too mysterious. He gave a reward of 4 million to the carnival last time and did not make any requests. This time he came again. Chen Xuan was afraid that he would make some bad requests. This kind of person must be a big shot without a doubt, and I dare not offend him. However, while Chen Xuan was daydreaming, Lin Che continued to brush the carnival. In just a few minutes, he had brushed more than 2 million, and was still going. If a big shot like this is happy, he can certainly use money to flatter me like he did today, but if I ever make him unhappy, I'm afraid I won't be able to recover. It would be easy for a wealthy man like this to kill a small anchor like me. Afterwards, Chen Xuan hurriedly said in the live broadcast room, thank you for your support, brother Jin Zhao. You have directly rewarded more than 3 million yuan. How about you make a request? What do you want me to do? Singing or dancing is fine. Otherwise, your reward is too much, I don't dare to accept it." Chen Xuan was now in a state of panic, fearing that Lin Che would make some excessive demands. When Lin Che heard Chen Xuan's words, he immediately said playfully, "Is anything really possible? Then you should." Chen Xuan's heart suddenly turned cold when he saw this, and he said timidly, "Well, please tell me first, as long as it's not too much, I will definitely agree." "Ha, then just show your face and then have dinner with me." Chen Xuan was stunned when he saw this comment. It was okay to show his face during the live broadcast. But you just posted it directly about accompanying me to dinner. Even if you are willing, you cannot agree to it in the live broadcast room. Otherwise, tomorrow's hot searches will definitely include topics like a certain Quyin anchor was rewarded 1 million by a big shot on the list and offered offline escort services. Maybe enthusiastic netizens will even reveal her personal information. Many people had wanted to go out with you Chen Xuan before, but without exception, they were all rejected. Moreover, no one had ever been as bold as Lin Che before, posting it directly in the live broadcast room. Was he really not afraid of being exposed at all? Chen Shuang hurriedly said, "Yes, I can show my face, but I have a request." The audience was very excited when they heard the first half of the sentence, but when they heard the second half, they became nervous. "Tell me what you want." Chen Shuang calmed himself down and said, "I can show my face, but only with you alone." As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Che laughed and agreed to Chen Shuang's request. But the audiences were all disappointed. "Ah, I thought I could see what the two goddesses look like." "Master Jin Zhao, don't eat alone, we want to see it too." "It's great to have money. I can eat alone." "Ah, I also want to see what the goddess looks like." This really made the entire audience in the live broadcast room jealous. Because the live broadcast of the two goddesses' faces was monopolized by Lin Che alone. But on second thought, the price of this solo live broadcast with his face exposed seemed quite high. After all, Lin Che had donated nearly 10 million yuan in 2 donations to get this opportunity to show his face alone. When they thought of this, they felt a little relieved. "I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, it's really great to have money. It turns out that money is omnipotent." Chen Shuang quickly answered Lin Che's video call. A portrait split screen appeared in the lower right corner of the live broadcast room. The audience was extremely looking forward to seeing what Chen Shuang looked like, but unfortunately the image was very blurry and could not be seen clearly, and there was no sound coming out. It was obvious that Shuang had turned off the sound effects. Only Lin Che could see the real scene. At this moment, before Lin Che's eyes, a woman with fair skin and delicate features appeared, as if she had walked out of a painting. To be honest, Lin Che has seen a lot of the world these days. After all the girls in his family are beauties at the level of department beauties or even school beauties. I thought I had developed a certain resistance to beautiful women. But I was still a little shocked by Chen Shuang's appearance. Lin Che was stunned for a moment, then wanted to tease Chen Shuang and the people in the live broadcast room. "Yeah, not bad." As soon as this barrage came out, the live broadcast room exploded immediately. "Master Bangi, you can't eat alone, show us too. We also want to see what the goddess looks like, please, boss." Of course, there were also some people who wanted to cling to Lin Che's thighs. Fuck. Is Jin Chao today in need of a boyfriend? If not, a pendant would be fine. "Master Jin Zhao, I have a friend with a sweet voice, a beautiful face and a gentle demeanor. I'd like your contact information." Lin Che simply ignored this kind of topic. "Sing the song of the lone hero." Okay. Originally, Chen Shuang didn't turn on the sound because he wanted to connect privately with Lin Che, and then he agreed to Lin Che's request for dinner. However, what was unexpected was that after the video, Lin Che didn't mention this matter at all, but asked her to sing, which caught Chen Shuang off guard. Chen Shuang immediately turned on the sound and said, "Okay, then I'll sing The Lone Brave Man just for you." A song called The Lone Brave Man is dedicated to our super handsome Yu Shao. The prelude slowly sounded, she closed her eyes slightly and hummed the tune. "They are all brave. The wound on your forehead, your differences, the mistakes you made. No need to hide. Your worn out doll, your mask, your ego. They say you need light to tame every monster. They say they'll stitch you up, no one loves a clown. Why loneliness is not glorious. Only imperfections are worth celebrating." Chen Shuang's voice is sweet with a hint of girlishness, and singing The Lone Brave gives people a different feeling. It's so good. Although it feels a bit different from the original, it's not inferior at all. The anchor should debut as a singer. Lin Che was also a little surprised when listening to Chen Shuang singing. This song was not suitable for a voice like Chen Shuang's, but what he didn't expect was that Chen Shuang sang it quite well. After the song was sung, the live broadcast room became even more lively, and many people sent gifts worth a few dollars or tens of dollars to ask the host to sing another song. Chen Shuang's number of fans has skyrocketed. From a few dozen people at the beginning, the number of fans has grown to hundreds of thousands now and is still increasing. Chen Shuang suddenly became excited. After all, she had been live streaming for such a long time, but she had never been so popular. All this was brought by this person named Jin Chao. Chen Shuang smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you, brother Jin Zhao, thank you for your support, and thank you to all my friends who support me. What kind of person is it who can give millions of dollars in rewards at will?" Chen Shuang began to feel curious about Lin Che. After listening to this song, Lin Che couldn't help but give more rewards. "Today, give rewards to the anchors at Double Carnival 520. Chapter 18 The Second Mission. Suddenly, a line of eye-catching words appeared in the live broadcast room and on the public screen in the hall. The live broadcast room suddenly became quiet after Lin Che's 520 carnival rewards. Thank you, brother Jin Zhao for sending the carnival. That's another 1 million. This sum of money was like a huge rock hitting Chen Shuang's heart. Her family was not well off to begin with, and Lin Che had given her gifts worth tens of millions. This made Chen Shuang really afraid to take the money. The platform usually took away about 5 or 6 million yuan, which was undoubtedly a huge sum of money for her. At this time, Chen Shuang was even more conflicted, even though he had originally planned to agree to have dinner with Lin Che. But looking at Lin Che's attitude of giving the reward, he was even more afraid that Lin Che might have other ideas. But this person who can easily give out millions or even tens of millions of rewards is obviously not someone a small person like her can afford to offend. She wanted to agree, but she was unsure. When she finally made up her mind to agree to Lin Che's request, she found that Lin Che was no longer in the live broadcast room. Suddenly, Chen Shuang felt an inexplicable sense of loss in his heart, as if he had lost something in his heart, and it was not a good feeling. After Lin Che exited Chen Shuang's live broadcast room, he randomly clicked into another live broadcast room. Looking at the female anchor dancing sexy dance in front of the screen, 100 carnivals are just around the corner. The female anchor's popularity instantly soared to millions, and the hundreds of thousands of carnival special effects filled her eyes. Her dance moves became more enchanting and bold, and the hazy part that was inadvertently revealed made her even more seductive. Thank you, brother Jin Zhao, for bringing the carnival, thank you. The female anchor's voice was charming and trembling with excitement. As hundreds of carnivals came out, the live broadcast homepage showed Lin Che giving large amounts of rewards in other live broadcast rooms, which made many people who were originally in Chen Shuang's live broadcast room follow Lin Che's footsteps and witness Lin Che's inhumane act. Fuck, this move is hundreds of thousands more. Someone come and save me. I'm about to faint looking at these hundreds of carnival people. It seems that Mr. Jin Zhao still prefers our goddess Shuang. He only spent a few 100,000, while Shuang spent hundreds of millions. The female anchor was just about to perform a passionate dance for Yu Shao, but she found that Lin Che was no longer in her live broadcast room. Every time Lin Yu goes to a live broadcast room, countless viewers will flock to that room. Brother Jin Zhao, you are here. Family members, please pay some attention to our young master Yu. Jin Zhao Shenhao, when are you free? Can we have dinner together? The female anchors keep calling me brother, their sweet voices are so alluring, coupled with their charming dance moves, who can resist it? What's even more outrageous is that some people sent private messages to Lin Che, wanting to meet Yu Shao in person, and the messages they sent also contained many sexy and charming pictures. The male anchor kept calling the father dad, and the fans sighed that they didn't know how many sons the rich man had adopted today. Just like that, more and more people followed in Lin Che's footsteps. Lin Che's originally level 1 account was turned into a maxed out, wealthy account by him in just a few hours. Every anchor, no matter if they were million-level anchors or tens of millions-level anchors, immediately became energetic when they saw Yu Shao enter the live broadcast room. When some anchors wanted to talk to Lin Che about their ideals in life, they found that Lin Che had disappeared after giving them gifts. On the other hand, because Lin Che was giving out rewards everywhere on the platform, the popularity of Shuang's live broadcast room suddenly dropped by more than half. Goddess Shuang, Jin Chao Data has made millions in another live broadcast room. If you don't take action, Jin Chao Data will run away with someone else. Fuck, Jin Chao has already spent nearly 20 million. This is simply inhumane. Chen Shuang looked at the comments on the screen and felt even more disappointed. The reason why Lin Che went to another live broadcast room to give rewards was not for any other reason, but because the system issued another task. A bronze mission rewards 10 million. A reward of 10 million in the Kuayin live broadcast room will reward a bronze treasure chest and 2 attribute points. Congratulations to the host for completing the bronze mission and successfully obtaining a bronze treasure chest and 2 attribute points. The host can arrange the attribute points as they wish. Now that Lin Che had completed the task, he ran back to Chen Shuang's live broadcast room and saw Chen Shuang's expression, which seemed a little lost. Lin Che was still a little surprised, but she didn't pay much attention to it. She just sent a message to Chen Shuang to ask her out for dinner. When Chen Shuang saw the news, she was surprised and happy. She was surprised because she was afraid that Lin Che had bad intentions, and she herself didn't know why she felt a little happy. Moreover, this was the first time for Chen Shuang to attend a social event like this. He had always rejected all invitations he had received in the past. After hesitating for a while, Chen Shuang replied to Lin Che. Okay, tonight then. Chen Shuang gritted his teeth and decided to go out for dinner with Lin Che. After all, being able to establish a relationship with a wealthy man like Lin Che would only bring benefits and no disadvantages as long as he could use it well. Lin Che was still a little surprised when he saw Chen Shuang's message. He thought Chen Shuang would not agree, and he was just bored and wanted to tease her. But since Chen Shuang agreed, then let's go. After all, it is a pleasant thing to have dinner with a beautiful woman. Okay, then I'll pick you up at 6. Where do you live? I'm at the Jiang Province Conservatory of Music. Can I wait for you at the school gate? Good. After that, Chen Shuang continued the live broadcast for a while and then quickly ended it. The reason why he made an appointment with Lin Che in the evening was because Chen Shuang wanted to take advantage of the afternoon to go out and buy some clothes. After all, he was going out to dinner with a wealthy man like Lin Che, so even if it wasn't for himself, he had to give Lin Che face. Otherwise, if I just dress up casually and show up, making this rich man lose face, I will definitely suffer the consequences. So Chen Shuang called her best friend from the same dormitory and went out to do some shopping together. She had earned so much from the 2 live broadcasts and had transferred part of it to her family, so she had to reward herself. In the evening, Lin Che drove to the entrance of the Conservatory of Music and saw Chen Shuang standing at the entrance waiting for him from a distance. There is a big difference between what you see in the video and what you see in reality. I look better in person. Chen Shuang was wearing a white dress that showed off her proud figure without looking too revealing. Most people couldn't pull off such a dress. She looked like a beauty walking out of a painting. However, the beautiful scenery of a beauty like this standing on the roadside waiting for someone naturally attracted a group of LSPs to watch from the side. I'm cheating. Isn't this Chen Shuang, the beauty from the Conservatory of Music? Why does she look like she's waiting for someone? Are you waiting for your boyfriend? Chapter 19, Tease the Little White Rabbit. Chen Shuang couldn't stand the people around her staring at her anymore, so she took out her phone and sent a message to Lin Che. Brother Che, I'm at the school gate. Lin Che took a look at the message, then drove directly to Chen Shuang, rolled down the window and said, Get in the car. To everyone's astonishment, Chen Shuang got into a strange man's car. Who the hell is this kid? He doesn't seem to be from our school. It's definitely not from our school. Anyone who drives a car like this must have heard of it. So, the most beautiful girl in our academy was taken away by a pig from another school? Hello, Brother Che, I'm Chen Shuang. It seems that your real appearance is a little different from your appearance in the live broadcast room. It seems that the girls on the internet are not very trustworthy nowadays. Lin Che couldn't help but tease Chen Shuang when he saw that he was a little scared and couldn't let go. Chen Shuang sat in the passenger seat, not daring to say a word. He sat there blankly and secretly glanced at Lin Yu, and couldn't help but be stunned. He is about 1.85 meters tall and has a delicate appearance. He is at least a school idol level handsome guy. Although I have seen his video, he looks obviously more handsome in real life. This made Chen Shuang's heart move. Chen Shuang felt a little moved. If he could win over Lin Che, who was both rich and good looking, he would be the best choice for a boyfriend. After a while, the two arrived at a famous food street in Jiang Province. The reason why they didn't take them to those high-end restaurants was that Chen Shuang didn't look like he had been there before and he was afraid that he would feel uncomfortable. Secondly, Lin Che also liked to eat such food. After parking the car, Lin Che found a restaurant with good food, sat down and ordered a few dishes that suited his taste. The appearance of Chen Shuang and Lin Che attracted a lot of attention. The men stared at Chen Shuang with their eyes wide open and almost drooled. The women also stared at Lin Che like crazy fans, wishing they could replace Chen Shuang and sit next to Lin Che. Why don't you take a look and order whatever you want to eat? No, these are enough. Okay then. Lin Che turned to the boss and said, then serve these first. If it's not enough, we can order more. By the way, boss, 2 more bottles of cold beer. Lin Che seemed to have thought of something and said to Chen Shuang, sorry, I forgot to ask if you could have something cold. Ah. Chen Shuang was stunned for a moment, then said with a slightly red face, okay. To be honest, Chen Shuang didn't know why he said yes so directly. What if he got forced to drink and then did something to her? But it didn't seem impossible, after all, Lin Che was so outstanding. The angel and devil in Chen Shuang's heart began to fight. As soon as Lin Che saw Chen Shuang's expression, he knew that she had misunderstood his meaning, so he said, Barbecue is best enjoyed with a cold beer, don't you think? Ah. Yes, a barbecue is a must with a cold beer. Chen Shuang also realized that Lin Che didn't mean what she thought. However, this also made Chen Shuang feel a little disappointed, and he doubted himself, is it because I am not charming enough? Lin Che thought to herself, how come you think I, a young man with good moral character, am an LSP? But Lin Che didn't say anything else. He just picked up his glass and clinked glasses with Chen Shuang. Lin Che looked at Chen Shuang and tried to tease her, saying, you come out to eat and drink with me so late at night, doesn't your boyfriend mind? When Chen Shuang heard Lin Che's words, he almost spit out the half-drunk wine. Ahem, brother Che, I don't have a boyfriend. Oh, I thought you were so pretty, you should have a boyfriend. No, not yet. Chen Shuang was a little stunned. Lin Che's thoughts were really jumping around. Lin Che smiled and asked, have you ever been asked out by a fan before? Someone did make an appointment, but I didn't come out. Chen Shuang answered very straightforwardly, with a hint of displeasure in his voice. Lin Che acted as if she hadn't heard anything and continued, oh, is that so? Then why did you come out this time? Lin Che kept looking at Chen Shuang with a smile. She didn't know why she always wanted to tease Chen Shuang when she saw her. You've given me so much as a reward. If I don't come out this time, I won't be able to accept the money with peace of mind. Chen Shuang said naively. But we can only eat. Chen Shuang seemed to feel that what he said might be easily misunderstood, so he spoke again. Besides, it's my honor to have a meal with a person like you. Chen Shuang did not forget to compliment Lin Che. Chen Shuang had never seen anyone so generous, spending tens of millions of dollars casually on the internet platform. Only the top second generations could compare with such a tycoon. But looking at Chen Shuang's appearance, it seems that he has never been asked out before, otherwise he wouldn't be so unnatural. When Lin Che heard this, she couldn't help but sigh. This world is indeed still a world where money is supreme. If you are unhappy and uncomfortable in your life, it must be because you don't have enough money. There is a saying that goes, the happiness of rich people is beyond your imagination. Aren't you afraid that I'll ask you out and then do it to you after drinking? Lin Che said with a smile as he looked at Chen Shuang. Chen Shuang was just about to take a bite of the food. After all, he had just had several drinks and hadn't eaten anything yet. If he didn't eat something to fill his stomach, he would easily get drunk. When he heard what Lin Che said, he was so scared that he dropped the food and his face turned pale. I'm afraid, but I believe you won't do that, right? Du Wanqing said with slightly rapid breathing. Lin Che didn't answer her, but just stared at Chen Shuang with a smile. Chen Shuang nervously picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. A trickle of wine slipped from his mouth, flowed down his neck to Chen Shuang's white collarbone. Lin Che could tell that this child was truly naive. After all, there was no way to fake such genuine nervousness. It seems that Chen Shuang really has too little experience and is still a little white rabbit. Why don't we stop teasing her? However, it seems that Chen Shuang has made some preparations for this appointment. Although he looks very nervous, he is not panicked at all. It seems that he is prepared and not afraid that Lin Che will do anything out of line. Lin Che kept staring at Chen Shuang, making Chen Shuang's face red. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Look at your blushing face. Eat more food, don't just drink. Don't let me do anything to you later before you get drunk. You're going too far. How can you tease me like this? I'm angry. Lin Che looked at Chen Shuang's angry expression and found it inexplicably cute, and said with a smile. I was wrong, I'll drink a glass of wine as a punishment. After saying that, he picked up the wine glass and drank it in one gulp. Chapter 20, The King of Mouth Cannon. Humph, you're such a straight man that you don't understand girls at all. Oh, how do you know I'm as straight as steel? Lin Che asked with a wicked smile. Chen Shuang was a little confused by Lin Che's question, and then seemed to think of something. Her face, which was already a little red from drinking, became even redder, and she looked like a female version of Guan Eri. If someone else had spoken to her like this, Chen Shuang would have thrown a glass of wine at him and left, instead of sitting here blushing. But for some reason, facing Lin Che's words, Chen Shuang not only did not feel disgusted, but felt a little shy. The two of them ate and talked. After what had just happened, Chen Shuang was no longer so reserved and began to relax. Chen Shuang had been a little wary and afraid of Lin Che, but now he wasn't wary at all. It was as if they had known each other for a long time, and the atmosphere was even a little ambiguous. Soon after the two of them had eaten and drunk their fill, they planned to pay and leave. Boss, please do the math. Brother Che, let me pay. You've helped me so much, so it's only right that I treat you to a meal. So, you want to repay me with this meal? Lin Che said with a smile, and deliberately looked Chen Shuang up and down with his eyes. Well, next time during the live broadcast, I will sing a song and dance for you. Chen Shuang didn't know how to answer and said with his head down. Oh, you can dance too? Lin Che said in surprise. Of course. Who says that people from our music school can only sing and not dance? Chen Shuang raised his head a little proudly, but lowered his head immediately when his eyes met Lin Che's. Really? Well, let's not do it next time. If there's anything else you want to watch in the dance video, do one for me live. Lin Che said with a smile. Chen Shuang was in an inner struggle, wanting to do it but not wanting to. After a while, he made up his mind and raised his head to say something to Lin Che, but he saw Lin Che looking at him with a smile on his face. He realized that Lin Che was teasing him again. I hate you, why do you always like to tease me? Not bad, you figured it out. Lin Che looked at Chen Shuang and couldn't help but touched her head and said. Don't touch my head, or I won't grow taller. Chen Shuang pouted and turned his head away. You can still grow taller now. You give me the power of others. After saying that, Chen Shuang walked away and went to pay for the meal. Lin Che did not rush to pay with Chen Shuang. After all, it was not much. At worst, he could just ask for it back next time. After paying the bill, the two were talking and laughing and were about to leave. At this time, Chen Shuang seemed to see something and took the initiative to approach Lin Che and naturally put his wrist around Lin Che's arm. As the two were walking, they suddenly heard an angry voice from the side. Shuang, you actually went out to drink and eat with another man. I thought what I heard was fake. After saying that, he asked the 7 or 8 people accompanying him to surround Lin Che and Chen Shuang. Lin Che looked at the situation, turned around and said to Chen Shuang with a smile, your boyfriend? After hearing this, Chen Shuang rolled his eyes at Lin Che and didn't answer her. Instead, he spoke to the person opposite him. Zhang De, are you done yet? I've made it very clear to you that there's no chance of us being together. Besides, I can eat with whoever I want and drink with whoever I want. What does it have to do with you? Chen Shuang looked at the person in front of him and said with disgust. The person in front of her is a rich second-generation man who had pursued her before, but this person has a very bad reputation, a complete Aquaman. What Chen Shuang didn't expect was that after being rejected so many times, he could still be so shameless as to chase after him as soon as he heard that he and Lin Che came out. Zhang De didn't answer Chen Shuang but instead said to Lin Che, little pretty boy, I don't know how you tricked Chen Shuang out, but if you have the guts, don't hide behind a woman. The younger brother beside him also echoed, you asked a girl out and asked her to pay. If you don't have money, don't pretend. Your name is Zhang De, right? First of all, it's none of your business who Chen Shuang goes out to eat with or where they go. Secondly, who the hell do you think you are, daring to give me orders? Lin Che said with a disdainful smile. Who am I? Are you trying to make people laugh to death? Anyone pursuing Chen Shuang can beat you by 3 blocks. Who do you think you are? You have the nerve to let Shuang pay for your meal? I think you're just being a little tough. Brother De, stop talking nonsense with him. This pretty boy is very smooth talking. I can beat 10 of him by myself. A muscular man next to Zhang De rubbed his hands together and said to Zhang De. Chen Shuang looked at the other party's posture and felt that it was not good. If the two sides started fighting, even if Lin Che was a good fighter, he would not be able to fight against 4 people with 2 fists. Besides, rich people like this shouldn't fight. Zhang De, don't go too far. Chen Shuang said angrily. I had wanted to thank Lin Che today, but I didn't expect this to happen. If Brother Che got beaten up because of me, then I. After hearing what Chen Shuang said, Zhang Da's face instantly darkened and he winked at the muscular man next to him. Kid, let me tell you that there are some people that trash like you can't afford to mess with. After the muscular man finished speaking, he punched Lin Che. Brother Che, be careful. Chen Shuang watched the muscular man punch Lin Che and hurriedly shouted to Lin Che. Noisy! Lin Che then dodged the punch and kicked the muscular man on the butt. Before the muscular man could react and realize that his punch was dodged, he was kicked away and fell heavily to the ground in a dog-eating shit posture. Lin Che hadn't used his full strength yet. After all, his physical attributes were now more than twice that of an ordinary person. Lin Che was still a little afraid that if he used his full strength, he might accidentally hurt someone. Although he wasn't afraid, it would still be troublesome. Chen Xuan was completely stunned by the scene before him. After all, judging by the two men's physiques, Lin Che was bound to lose. The result was shocking. Zhang Di was completely dumbfounded. LLL. How is this possible? What's wrong with this pretty boy? One Punch Man? He knocked the muscle man away with just one punch? MD, I don't believe that a group of people like me can't deal with you. Xuan, you go first. The following scene may be a bit bloody and not suitable for you to watch. Zhang De said hypocritically. Boy, if you don't leave one of your hands today, I will take your surname. Which hand of this kid's was it that you both held just now? Brothers, just focus on this hand and cripple it. Chapter 21, Skilled National Martial Arts. Don't worry, De Gu, this kid will definitely not get away today. After saying that, several people surrounded Lin Che and slowly approached. Lin Che thought, this is perfect, let me try and see how strong my enhanced body can be. Just then the system's voice rang out. Ding, the system issues a challenge mission. Teach the thugs a lesson and make the leader call you daddy. Completing the mission rewards national martial arts proficient and 1 bronze treasure chest. Yo-ho, it seems that even the system 1T let you go. It seems that you 1T be able to escape tonight. Lin Che calmly protected Chen Shuang behind him and spoke to Chen Shuang slowly. If you're scared, just close your eyes. I'll ask you to open them. Boom. Bang. Boom. For a moment, only a few muffled groans were heard, and Zhang De and his group fell down one after another, some vomiting blood. Especially Zhang De, his face was beaten so hard that it was swollen like a pig's head. He lay on the ground like a dead pig, unable to move, with only his eyeballs moving. After all, Lin Che had practiced Sanda for several years, and with his strengthened body, it was easy for him to deal with a few thugs. Is that all you're capable of? And you still want to fight? It's not fun at all. Lin Che said disdainfully. Lin Che walked towards Zhang Di. In Zhang Da's eyes, Lin Che was now a devil. Seeing Lin Che approaching step by step, he could only move back little by little. Lin Che stepped on Zhang Da's chest and said, "Call me daddy." Hurry up. Zhang De was furious when he heard Lin Che's words. It was bad enough that he stole my woman, but he also wanted to humiliate me. Don't go too far, kid. I admit defeat today, but if you want to humiliate me, you can't. Lin Che smiled and moved her foot away. Zhang De thought he had escaped, but Lin Che's foot stepped on his hand again and kept twisting it. Zhang De screamed in pain. Let go. Let go. So are you going to scream or not? Dad. Dad. Zhang De said in a low voice. Speak louder, I can't hear you. Dad. Are you satisfied with this? Zhang De roared angrily. Congratulations to the host for completing the challenge mission and obtaining the National Martial Arts Proficient skill and 1 bronze treasure chest. Seeing that the mission was completed, Lin Che decided to take Chen Shuang away as there was no need to stay any longer. Brother De, are you okay? The muscular man had better physical fitness, and since he was the first to fall down and had rested the longest, he recovered first and quickly ran over to help Zhang De up. Don't run away, you bastard. Wait for me to call someone. Zhang De was helped to stand up by his younger brother, and said after spitting out a mouthful of blood. Is it not enough that you screamed? You still want to keep screaming? Lin Yu said sarcastically. If I were you, I would go to the hospital for emergency treatment to avoid any sequelae. You're so arrogant, kid. Be careful or you'll end up in the ICU someday. Zhang De was so angry at Lin Che that he spat out blood again and said, if I don't get someone to cripple your hand today, I'm going to be so angry. This is so damn infuriating. Brother Che, let's go. Don't stay here any longer. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. Although Chen Shuang saw Lin Che easily knock down 7 or 8 people by himself, he was still a little scared. Although he looked down on Zhang De, he still had some reputation in this area. If he called dozens of people over, even if Lin Che was a good fighter, he would not be able to defeat so many people. After all, as the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, and she didn't want Lin Che to be beaten because of her. What are you afraid of? It's okay. If you get scared later, just close your eyes like you did before. Lin Che thought that he had come at the perfect time, as he could try out his newly acquired martial arts skills. It would be best to call more people to help him fight. After all, his martial arts skills were not limited to just one type, but also included the likes of Tan Leg, Hung Fist, and Xingyiquan. Don't be afraid, come and sit down first. Lin Che said as he pulled Chen Shuang to find a seat. Boss, bring some more beer and skewers. Young man, you'd better leave quickly, otherwise it will be bad if the people he called come later. We heroes don't want to suffer a loss in front of us. It's okay, boss. Just serve the food and drinks. By the way, you might break some things later. I'm really sorry for affecting your business today. You can settle the accounts later. Any losses will be on me. Lin Yu said with a smile. Well, okay, just be careful, young man. The boss hesitated for a while and finally agreed. Brother Che, why don't you call some people over? You'll be alone, what if you get hurt? Chen Shuang was still a little scared. What if Lin Che got beaten? Ha ha ha, can I understand that you are concerned about me? Oh, it's already this late, why are you still laughing? Chen Shuang blushed and said anxiously. Then he silently poured Lin Che a glass of wine. Lin Che had just picked up the wine glass and took a sip when he heard the roar of a motorcycle not far away. It seems that the person Zhang De called has arrived. Uncle Wanggu is dead, I am afraid to call myself a virtuous son. I will protect you, stinky Wanggu. Brother Wang, he was the one who beat me up like this. You have to help me get revenge, Brother Wang. Zhang Lian's face was swollen like a pig's head after being beaten, and he could hardly speak clearly. Fuck, who are you? Woof, damn it, it's getting worse. Brother Wang is me, Zhang De. Okay, stop talking. No one can understand what you are saying. Brother Wang said with a look of disgust. That's it? A weakling as skinny as a bamboo pole can beat you guys up like this? Are you all useless? What's with all this muscle? The man called Brother Wang came forward holding an iron rod, looked Lin Che up and down, and said to Zhang De. Why are you so slow? Lin Che said, glancing at Brother Wang while holding a glass of wine. After hearing this, Brother Wang immediately swung his stick towards Lin Che. Lin Che held the wine glass in one hand and stretched out the other hand to grab the iron rod firmly. Seeing this, Brother Wang wanted to pull out the iron rod, but he used all his strength and the iron rod remained in Lin Che's hand, motionless. Lin Che slowly finished the wine and said calmly, You really are a waste. Lin Yu swung his hand and hit Brother Wang in the face with the iron rod. With a bang, blood came out of his nose and Brother Wang screamed in pain. Fuck. Come on, brothers, kill this guy for me. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Brother Wang shouted angrily. Shuang, go get me another bottle of beer. Lin Che seemed to ignore Brother Wang and turned to Chen Shuang with a smile. After all, the following scenes may not be suitable for children, so let Chen Shuang avoid them first. Chapter 22, In-Depth Discussion on Life Ideals. Brother Wang has been hanging around in this area for many years and has never been so embarrassed before. Now he was beaten by such a pretty boy. Lin Che was not at all flustered when he saw this. If it had happened a few days ago, he might not have been able to win. But it's different now. Not only has my body been systematically strengthened, but I also have proficient Chinese martial arts skills in my hands. These people are nothing to be afraid of. Lin Che rushed forward and started beating them up, using Honchuan, Xingyiquan. He even grabbed an iron rod on the way and hit each kid with it. In less than 5 minutes, these people were knocked to the ground, screaming in pain. Seeing that the situation was not good, Brother Wang wanted to sneak away. Seeing this, Lin Che casually threw the iron bar out, and it hit Brother Wang squarely. Lin Che smiled and said, Why, you want to leave now? Then what else do you want? Brother Wang said with a look of horror on his face, fearing that he would also become one of those screaming on the ground. I like to give people a taste of their own medicine. Since you want to destroy me, let me destroy you, and then you can leave. Lin Yu smiled faintly. Hearing this, Brother Wang hurriedly stood up and knelt in front of Lin Yu, saying fearfully, Brother, please forgive me. I didn't recognize Mount Tai. That bastard Zhang De tricked me into coming here. He said you stole his girlfriend. If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have dared to come here either. Lin Che didn't want to make a big deal out of this. After all, he only had some money and no power or authority. It would be troublesome if the police were called. If the situation gets out of hand, it will be difficult to resolve. Just scare them a little. I'll let you go this time, but next time, be more careful. You can't mess with just anyone. Stay aside for now and let me let you go. Don't even think about running away. You won't be able to escape. Lin Che said calmly. Okay, whatever you say, big brother. Brother Wang and a group of his younger brothers stood obediently aside, staring at Zhang De fiercely. After all, if it weren't for him, he wouldn't have offended Lin Che, lost face so much, and been beaten so badly. Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have competed with you for this woman. I was blind and didn't recognize the real man. I deserve to die. Please let me go this time. Zhang De was so frightened when he saw this that he dropped to his knees in front of Lin Che, hugged Lin Che's thighs, slapped himself hard in the face, and begged Lin Che to let him go. Zhang De knew that if he couldn't get Lin Che's forgiveness, he would definitely be destroyed by Brother Wang. Ha, now you know you were wrong? Brother, just tell me what you want me to do in order to forgive me. I will do whatever you say. Zhang De no longer dared to be arrogant. All the dozens of people he called over were beaten into submission. If they didn't bow their heads now, it would be like lighting a lamp in a toilet and looking for trouble. Ha, let's put it this way, you just wanted to cripple one of my hands, right? Well, I won't bully you either. I'll give you two choices. One is to cripple your own hand, and the other is for me to ask someone to help you. It's your choice. Lin Che picked up an iron rod and threw it in front of Zhang De, saying with a smile. As soon as Lin Che finished speaking, Brother Wang and his group behind him rubbed their hands and walked towards Zhang De. The group was filled with anger. If this bastard hadn't called them over, they wouldn't have been beaten. Seeing this, Zhang De hurriedly said, No, don't come over here, I can do it myself. Zhang De picked up the iron rod in front of him, gritted his teeth, and smashed it hard on his arm. With a click, one of Zhang Da's arms dropped down. Ah! All right, stop yelling and get out of here. Lin Che glared at Zhang De and said. After hearing this, Zhang De endured the pain, curled up into a ball without saying a word, and rolled out silently. Zhang De didn't want to get beaten again because of this. Seeing how obedient Zhang De was, Lin Che couldn't help but laugh. Come here. Lin Che waved towards Brother Wang. Brother, what do you want? Give me your bank card number. Although Brother Wang was doubtful, he quickly gave out his bank card number. After a while, Lin Che said to Brother Wang, I've transferred 1 million to you. Give some to each of your men. They came all this way here and didn't get beaten. We can't let them get discouraged. Pay double the damage to the boss, and the rest is yours. Also, I asked the boss to prepare some barbecue and beer. Take them with you to eat and don't waste it. Lin Che had been thinking about it for a long time. He had to start building his own power. He couldn't just do everything by himself. Keep some people under you so that there will be someone to handle things that are inconvenient for you to deal with. Give him a slap and then a sweet date. I hope Brother Wang won't let me down. Thank you, big brother. If you need anything from me, Wang Feng, in the future, just tell me and I will definitely get it done for you. At best, Wang Feng was just a gangster with a small group of dozens of people. He might not be able to make that much money in a year. Now that he could follow someone as generous as Lin Che, he must have received many benefits. Moreover, he was so good at fighting, so he was definitely not an ordinary person. By the time Chen Xuan got the beer, everything was settled. Here, your beer. Chen Xuan handed the beer to Lin Che. Lin Che took a sip and said, You're not scared, are you? In fact, Lin Che had already discovered that Chen Xuan had been secretly watching from a distance. No, I believe Brother Che can do it. Chen Xuan was completely shocked by the man in front of him. First, he faced the siege of 7 or 8 people and remained unharmed. Later, his methods were even more powerful. He not only eliminated 20 or 30 people but also brought them under his command. Just ask yourself, what woman would not like a man like this, who gives her a full sense of security? That's fine, let's go, I'll take you back. Ah? Chen Xuan was stunned for a moment. To be honest, she didn't want to go back now. She wanted to stay with Lin Che for a while. Why? Do you want to find a place to have an in-depth chat with me about life and ideals? Lin Che looked at Chen Xuan with a playful look on his face. Hearing this, Chen Shuang felt like a deer was running around in his heart, and his face turned red. Although Chen Shuang has never been in a relationship, he still knows what it means to have an in-depth conversation about one's ideals in life. No, we were all drunk and couldn't drive. Ah. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Lin Che instantly became embarrassed. His face, which was as thick as a city wall, turned red. He was so embarrassed that he almost dug a villa out of the soles of his shoes. Ha, I'll call someone to pick us up. Lin Che could only call Lin Xian to help drive, and he didn't want to call a designated driver. He didn't want to be with a beautiful woman while there was a male light bulb next to him. Chapter 23 Penguin Group Shares. After a while, Lin Xian arrived and drove with Lin Che and Chen Shuang. After sending Chen Shuang back, Lin Xian took Lin Che back to the villa. After Lin Che finished washing up, he opened the system and checked his items. Items: Bronze Treasure Chests X3, freely allocated attribute points X2. Why don't I try opening one? After all, I opened a villa estate worth 20 billion before, so my luck shouldn't be too bad, right? So I decided to open one. If it's good, I'll open it. If it's rubbish, I won't open it. The system opens a bronze treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for winning a Lamborghini limited edition sports car, Poison. Fuck you. I told you my luck wouldn't be bad. System, keep going. Congratulations to the host for winning a silicone doll. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bowl of enhanced snail noodles. I feel like I'm using a puppet system? Forget it, at least there's a consolation prize of snail noodles. System attribute points increase strength. Host, Lin Che. Age, 23. Height, 185 centimeters. Charm, 8 Charm is a special attribute, capped at 10 points. Strength, 29. Agility, 30. Spirit, 25. Adept level martial arts, each attribute increases by 5 points. After Lin Che finished adding some energy, he felt that his body seemed to be stronger, and his strength also increased, although it was not very obvious. Well, this way it's more even. Next time I'll put more effort into it. After doing all this, Lin Che felt a little hungry. She had not eaten enough because she was disturbed by Zhang Di and his group at night. Lin Che took out the enhanced snail noodles she had just obtained. Strengthening snail noodles, after consumption, it can comprehensively improve all attributes of strength, agility, and spirit. System tips: enhanced snail noodles have a strong odor, so those who are afraid of odors should consume them with caution. Lin Che didn't take the system's prompt seriously. He had never eaten snail noodles, but he had seen others eat them. The smell was within his tolerance range. Even if it was smellier than ordinary snail noodles, how bad could a bowl of snail noodles be? Lin Che took out the snail noodles from the system warehouse in disbelief. The moment Lin Che smelled the scent, his expression suddenly changed. In an instant, a strong stench hit me in the face, and in the blink of an eye, the whole room was filled with this stench. Ugh! Lin Che couldn't help but dry heave. The smell was as if a toilet had exploded. This enhanced snail noodle is more than 100 times more smelly than ordinary snail noodles. Lin Che tried to hold his breath through his nose, but the stench was so pervasive that it went straight into his brain. This is too fucking extreme. Please finish a whole bowl of snail noodles within 1 minute, otherwise the enhanced function of snail noodles will lose its effect. 1 minute? Finished? System, are you kidding me? How can I finish this? It's impossible for a normal person to finish eating it in 1 minute. No. This isn't food for normal people. Looking at the steaming snail noodles in front of him, Lin Che felt that it was no different from a bowl of hot aioli gay. Lin Che had a look of disgust on his face. He really didn't want to eat it, but the condition of improving all attributes was too tempting. MD, let us fight. I'm going to risk it, it's just a bowl of snail noodles. Lin Che steeled himself, picked up the bowl and poured the food into his mouth desperately. Lin Che was a little resistant at first, but after taking a bite, her eyes suddenly lit up. Oh my god, it smells so good. The soup is fresh and spicy, and the rice noodles are chewy and smooth. It is more delicious than anything I have ever eaten. After wolfing down the food, Lin Che finally finished the entire night's snail noodles before the last moment of the countdown. The effect of the enhanced screw powder was extremely fast, and Lin Che could feel a warm current flowing through his body. Lin Che clenched his fists, feeling the changes in his body. He felt that his body was much stronger than before, but he still had to look at the system panel to see how much stronger it was. Lin Che was completely shocked when he saw it. The effect of a bowl of snail noodles can increase all attributes by 10, which is the attribute of an ordinary adult male. The only drawback is that there is no way to increase the charm attribute. Lin Che was immersed in the joy of his enhanced body when Lin Qian knocked on his door. "Boss, did the sewer burst? Why does it smell so bad?" Lin Qian said as she opened the door. Lin Che didn't know how to start. She couldn't just say that she had just eaten. Lin Qian suppressed her nausea, pinched her nose, and ran to the bathroom in Lin Che's room to take a look, but found nothing wrong. "Boss, what did you do? Why does it smell so bad?" Lin Qian asked, pinching her nose. "This." As soon as Lin Che opened his mouth, a foul smell gushed out. Lin Qian took a step back when she smelled the scent coming from Lin Che's mouth, and looked at Lin Che in astonishment. "Boss, you're not at home." "Sorry to bother you, boss. I'll leave now." Lin Qian looked at Lin Che with a strange expression, and ran away immediately after saying that. Lin Che was speechless. What was that expression? Did he think I had eaten shit? It's true that I'm a dog, but that doesn't mean I will eat shit. Lin Che defended herself. "I didn't do anything. I just ate some snail noodles." "Yes. Okay, boss, I just ate the snail noodles for you." After Lin Qian finished speaking, she closed the door and left without looking back. "I'm so wronged." When Lin Che woke up the next day, breakfast was already prepared. Lin Qian, who was standing by, looked at Lin Che's expression and eyes, which always made Lin Che feel something was wrong. Lin Che looked helpless and said to the system in his mind, "System, sign in." "Ding, congratulations to the host, you have completed today's sign-in task. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 15% of the shares of Penguin Group. The equity certificate has been issued to the system space. Please retrieve it yourself." Conglomerate? Fuck you, isn't this one of the two domestic internet giants? It was directly given 15% of the shares, which is much more valuable than Xianyu Building. This share may not seem like much, but it is worth tens of billions. However, based on the Penguin Group's net profit of 108.8 billion last year, the dividends he can get from this share will be at least tens of billions or even hundreds of billions every year. Although this amount of money is nothing to Lin Che now, who would think they have too much money? Moreover, if calculated based on the equity information publicly available on the internet, this amount of shares would already rank him among the top 3 natural person shareholders. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses sat there and saw a message suddenly pop up on his phone. "Huh? Who is this Lin Che? How did he quietly acquire so many of our shares? He's almost catching up with me." Brother Xiaoma looked at the news of the equity transaction in front of him and his face darkened. After all, in recent years, he has begun to buy back the shares he previously invested in the stock market. Suddenly someone acquired so many shares at once, which made him wonder whether Lin Yu was his rival. Suddenly, Xiaoma Ge discovered something that surprised him even more. He found that the change in his company's equity not only did not cause the stock price to fall, but instead caused a small increase. Chapter 24, Libin Little Star. It seems this young man named Lin Che is no ordinary person. I need to find some time to meet him. On the other side, Lin Che had just gone downstairs to have breakfast when he was suddenly startled by a noise. 2 rows of beauties standing downstairs shouted, "Good morning, boss." Lin Qian, who was standing by, smiled and said, "Boss, this is the servant I found for you." Lin Che looked at the beautiful scenery in front of her with some helplessness and said, "Ha, are you looking for a servant for me? Or are you looking for a lover for me? Hee, if you want, it's not impossible." When the maids heard this, they thought to themselves, I am willing to do so, and my lover is also willing to do so. But it's just a thought. After all, Lin Qian is there. They can't compare to Lan Yi in terms of figure or appearance. If it weren't for Lin Qian, they wouldn't be who they are. Although the scenery was beautiful, the only flaw was that Lin Qian always looked at him with a strange look in her eyes. Did he really think he ate shit last night? Never mind, there's no need to explain. The more I try, the more confusing it becomes. Okay, don't call me boss anymore. You can call me by my name or master. I'm not used to hearing boss. By the way, Lin Qian, come have dinner with me later. The explanation is unclear, so just take it there to eat and prove yourself. Ah. Lin Qian was stunned. Why did he suddenly want to treat her to a meal? Could it be that Lin Qian suddenly thought of what happened last night. Or does it mean that Lin Che wants to? As Lani thought about it, his expression became more and more strange. Lin Qian, are you okay? Why do you look so bad? Are you sick? How about I take you to the hospital? No, it's okay. Wait for me, I'll go change my clothes. Yeah, okay. Soon, the two drove the limited edition sports car that Lin Che had just obtained last night to the splendid hotel. After entering the hotel, Lin Che asked for a private room and sat inside to eat lunch. Lunch was over quickly. Lin Che and Lin Qian walked out. Lin Qian looked helpless, wondering what might happen. I even went to the trouble of dressing up again. However, just as the two of them walked out, Lin Che saw that the door of a private room not far away was crowded with people. At the innermost part was a young man with prairie-colored hair, and outside was a group of girls who looked to be in their teens or early 20s. These girls were shouting loudly with crazy looks on their faces. Ah! Steel plate, look at mommy, mommy is here. During this burst of shouting, many people in the nearby private rooms leaned out to take a look, frowning in obvious disgust. Looking at the girls in front of him screaming, the male star from Ligua looked at the girls in front of him with disgust and muttered. Why are there so many dinosaurs? I'm almost getting sty. However, at this moment, a girl who was obviously a fanatical fan rushed over. Holding a carefully wrapped gift box, he shouted loudly to the star of his country. Steel plate, this is a gift I carefully prepared for you. I hope you can accept it. Also, can you take a photo with me? Gangban looked at the girl who was holding his arm, and suddenly shook his hand away. The girl lost her balance and fell to the ground. And said with disgust on his face, asshole, country dinosaur girl, don't touch me, it's disgusting. The gift in the girl's hand was also knocked to the ground, the glass bottle inside the gift box was broken, and the paper cranes in the glass bottle were scattered all over the floor. However, the star of Ligua country, Hikawa Koban, continued to curse, Bakayaro, get this dinosaur out of here right now. It's disgusting to look at. The bodyguards beside him nodded and walked forward to throw the girl out. No! Brother Steel Plate, the flax will fall. As she said this, she hugged Rikowa Gangban's thighs. However, Richuan Gangban still had an annoyed look on his face, and he kicked the girl to the ground again. Then he walked into the box, cursing and stepping on the paper cranes that the girls had carefully prepared. As for the girls on the side, they all showed mocking expressions on their faces. Ha, you have the nerve to come here looking like this, without even looking in the mirror. You really don't know what you are capable of. That's right. If I were you, I'd be too embarrassed to go out. Despite being mocked like this, the girl was still very enthusiastic about Rikowa Steel Plate and was not affected at all by what happened just now. Isn't this the legendary fanatical and crazy fan? After all, in her opinion, it was great to be able to talk to Rikowa Koban and see him in person. Even though he was trampled upon by the other party, he spent hundreds of nights to complete a whole jar of paper cranes. Originally, she planned to take the 1,000 paper cranes and fly secretly to Libengua without telling her family, but she suddenly learned the news that Richuan Gangban had come to Jiang province. She secretly spent several months living expenses without telling her family and flew to Jiang province just to meet Richuan Gangban. So that I can personally give him the gift that I have prepared for so long. Lin Che, who had witnessed the entire process, finally couldn't help himself. He immediately walked up to the Richuan Steel Plate, grabbed it, and said with a frown. Hey, are you planning to just leave like this after beating someone up? When Richuan Gangban saw that someone actually grabbed him and wouldn't let him go, he immediately spoke angrily in his poor Chinese. Bagiala, you piece of shit from country H, get out of here and stop meddling in other people's business. The few crazy girls nearby had peach blossoms in their eyes and were shouting mindlessly. Ah, Gangban Nii is so handsome even when he's angry. Yeah, Gangban Brothers' Chinese is also very good. Lin Che frowned as he listened to these crazy people's words and continued speaking. You kicked him down, and you're not going to say anything? You're just going to leave like that? However, just as Lin Che finished speaking, the girl who had fallen down and sat beside him hurriedly got up. Then he pointed at Lin Che and scolded, What are you doing? What nonsense are you talking about? It's all my fault for not standing firmly. What does this have to do with Brother Gangban? Why are you meddling in other people's business? I told you not to meddle in other people's business. It's like a dog chasing a rat, so why meddle in other people's business? Sigma. Lin Che was immediately stunned, his head buzzing. What the hell is going on? I was clearly helping her, but why am I like a dog trying to catch a rat when it comes to her? Am I meddling in her business? For a moment, Lin Che was dumbfounded and stood there not knowing what to say. Yamamoto Kosuke, who was standing by, laughed sarcastically when he saw this. "Ha, did you see that? You piece of shit from Country H, get out of here right now and stop meddling in other people's business." As he spoke, he reached out his hand to push Lin Che away. Chapter 25, Recruiting a Disciple. This time, Lin Che could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. "You repeatedly curse the people of H country as trash on the land of H country. Are you really bullying the people of H country because they have no one?" Lin Che grabbed the hand of the national star Rikoa Gangban and exerted force, sending him flying. "Ah! Brother Gangban, are you okay? Are you sick? Why are you hitting our steel brother?" The girls standing nearby shouted in anger when they saw their steel brother being sent flying by Lin Che. However, the two bodyguards next to Rikoa Gangban were also shocked. Before they could react, Rikoa Gangban was blown away. He was stunned for a moment, then immediately ran over and helped Richuan Steel Plate up. One of the bodyguards even shouted at Lin Yu in his broken Mandarin, "Asshole, you dare to hit Mr. Steel Plate? Do you know who he is? I'm going to call the police and have them arrest you." The girls standing by seemed to be awakened by these words. "Yes, yes, yes, call the police. Arrest this nosy bastard. How dare you hit our brother Steel Plate? We must let the police arrest him." This wave of amazing operations made Lin Yu dumbfounded. Should he call the police? Those who didn't know would think that Lin Che was deliberately bullying international friends. But in reality, it was Lin Che who had been seeking justice for the girl who had been kicked down. These days, there are really all kinds of birds in the forest. Lin Che was completely speechless. Some people in the private room next door leaned out to look, and when they saw this scene, they frowned and shook their heads. Soon, the hotel manager and security guards also ran over. After seeing this scene, he immediately kicked these brainless fangirls out. After all, whether it was Lin Che or this country's celebrities, they were people he couldn't afford to offend. One was invited by the Karate Association from Ligua to participate in a variety show on Jiangxi Satellite TV. He was a popular star with tens of millions of fans in China. One of them just recharged 20 million yuan in their magnificent hotel and became a supreme VIP. These two people were not people that a small manager like him could afford to offend. Just when the manager was in a dilemma, a team of police arrived. The team was led by a female police officer who looked heroic in her police uniform. "What's going on here?" As soon as the policewoman arrived, she frowned and spoke coldly. "Officer, I'm Richuan Gangban, and I have tens of millions of fans in Yanhua. This guy hit me right away. Are you police going to intervene or not? Besides, I'm an international friend." When Richuan Gangban saw the police coming, he quickly stood up and ran to the female police officer and said. Richuan Gangban, who was there, looked at Lin Che with a smug look on his face, as if he had already won the battle when the police arrived, and his tone was very arrogant. The female police officer standing by also frowned when she heard this. "Ha, I hit you, don't you know why?" "Officer, you can check the surveillance footage to see what the situation is before you define it. I hit him because he had hit a few girls first. I stopped him and asked for an explanation, but he tried to hit me and insulted us H people as trash." Lin Che, who was standing there, said lightly. Just as Lin Che finished speaking, the policewoman beside him was stunned. She kept feeling that she seemed to have heard Lin Che's voice somewhere before. Suddenly, the policewoman seemed to think of something, took out her mobile phone and clicked on a video. The video in this video is exactly the video of Lin Che at the food stall last night. The policewoman looked at her phone and then at Lin Yu, and her eyes suddenly became starry. "Isn't this the handsome martial arts guy?" Jane Ning finally realized what was going on. No wonder Lin Che's voice sounded familiar. She watched the video over and over again yesterday and was almost obsessed with it. "Captain Ning? Captain Ning? What's wrong with you?" A male police officer nearby saw Jane Ning stunned and asked in confusion. Nothing." Jane Ning's face turned red, and then she said seriously with a straight face. "Go check the surveillance first to see what's going on. Also, please ask the manager to prepare a room for us." Although Jin Ning said this, the balance in her heart had already tilted infinitely towards Lin Che. In her opinion, a martial arts master like Lin Che would definitely not be willing to lower his status to deal with a small-time celebrity from his own country. It must be this stupid traffic star from Ligua who did something too extreme to anger a master like Lin Che. Soon, the police officers who went to retrieve the surveillance footage came back after their investigation. The main responsibility for this incident lies with the traffic star of this country. However, this incident did not cause too much trouble, and the identities of these two people were somewhat special. The police did not want to make a big deal out of the matter and did not impose any severe punishment. This star from this country left in disgrace after losing money. When Lin Che was about to take Lin Xian away, Jin Ning beside him hurriedly spoke to Lin Che. "Hello, are you a Xingyiquan master? I saw the video of you beating up some thugs in the food stall last night." I know Xingyiquan, but I'm not a master. "And what's with this video you mentioned?" Lin Che said, touching his ear awkwardly. "Someone secretly filmed this and uploaded it online yesterday. Don't worry, you're doing this to protect the people. We won't arrest you. What do you want to talk to me about?" I'm your fan, could you please teach me Xingyiquan? I have always been interested in Chinese martial arts, but I just haven't found a good teacher." Lin Che didn't know how to respond to this for a moment. After all, he had only recently acquired the skilled level of Chinese martial arts and had never taught anyone before. If he didn't teach well, wouldn't it be? It turns out that this policewoman is also his little fan. No wonder the police are so biased towards me this time. Based on their past behavior, I guess I have to bear part of the responsibility. After hesitating for a while, Lin Che finally agreed to teach Jin Ning Xingyiquan. Although he was not very good at teaching, it should be no problem to teach a newbie some moves. How about this, when you're free in the future, you can come to Villa number 1 in Jiangshan Villa District, and I'll find time to teach you a few moves. But Xingyiquan can't be learned in a short time. You have to be mentally prepared. After hearing what Lin Che said, Jin Ning almost jumped up with excitement. She originally thought that Lin Che would not agree to her request. After all, this was their first meeting and the situation was not very good. Moreover, nowadays, real masters of Chinese martial arts rarely accept disciples. "Okay, master." This is so confusing that he even accepted an apprentice. Forget it, accepting a female police apprentice is better than accepting a grown man. At least she is pleasing to the eye. Chapter 26: A Bolt from the Blue. Afterwards, Lin Che drove back with Lin Xian, while Jin Ning happily hummed an unknown tune as he left. The male police officers standing by looked puzzled. One of them couldn't help but ask, "Captain Ning, who is this man? Why are you so respectful to him?" He is my idol master," Jane Ning said with a smile on her face. The people standing aside were stunned. Then, an explosive news came out in the police WeChat group of the Chengdong police station. The flower of Chengdong police station was picked by someone who got there first. In an instant, the police force's WeChat group exploded. However, Lin Che was unaware of all this. On the other side of the Penguin Group building, the secretary hurriedly knocked on the door of the president's office. "Come in." "Boss Ma, I found out about Director Lin Che, whom you just asked me to investigate, and I found out that Director Lin had just had an argument with a celebrity from Ligua State, and the police were even alerted." Brother Xiaoma thought to himself that he was just about to fall asleep, and someone immediately brought him a pillow. No matter what kind of power Lin Che possessed, it was always a good idea to make friends with him first. This was a good opportunity to give Lin Che a small gift. Then he said to the secretary, "Tell me, what's going on?" The secretary then explained the whole story. After hearing this, Brother Xiaoma became furious. "Asshole, this tiny country has established its own star. Do you really think that just because you have a little fame in my country, you can act so recklessly?" Then he took a deep breath, calmed down and spoke to the secretary. "Okay, I get it. You did a good job this time. Next time, if you have any news about Director Lin, please inform me immediately. You can go down first." "Yes, President." After saying this, the secretary walked out. After the secretary left, Xiaoma Go immediately made a phone call to an official who was in charge of entertainment. This man and Xiaoma Go do have some friendship. "Director I have something I want to ask you for help with." "Oh? What is it, Mr. Ma?" "I will definitely help if I can." Director on the other end of the phone was also stunned when he heard what Brother Xiaoma said. What was the matter that required Brother Xiaoma to come to him in person for help? After all, the fact that the Penguin Group CEO, Pony Ma, could call personally meant that either the matter was serious or the people involved were extraordinary. I hope you can help me ban a star from Liberation Army. Hearing what Brother Ma said made Director He even more confused. This little star actually dared to offend President Ma. Isn't this like lighting a light in a cesspool? He is looking for death. Then Xiao Ma Gu explained the whole story. Don't worry, Mr. Ma, leave this matter to me. Good. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ma Gu had a smile on his face. He had personally called to ask someone to do it. Most of the celebrities from this country can't go back. After all, a star like him can't stand being investigated. As long as problems are found, they will be dealt with severely. What's more, I have hired someone to investigate him specifically, so it's hard not to kill him. Director He on the other side hung up the phone and called one of his men in. Yang Yong, should the Karate Association invite a star from our country? Yes, Director He. First, ban this person nationwide, then investigate whether he is engaged in tax evasion. If so, notify the tax bureau and have him arrested and dealt with severely. Okay, Director He. After saying that, Yang Yong went out and began to investigate Rikawa Steel Plate, the star of this country. Humph, this kind of rubbish dares to come to my H country to circle W. It's easy to come, but it won't be so easy if you want to take the money away. Director He said with a sneer. On the other side, at the Jiang Province TV station, the lounge of Richuan Steel Plate. Richuan Steel had no idea what was going to happen next. At this time, Richuan Gangban was putting on makeup in the lounge. His makeup made him look neither human nor ghost, and his hairstyle was very feminine, making him look more and more like a sissy. Brother, it was really a good decision for you to bring me to China this time. This variety show alone earned me 3 million, and I also took on an idol drama. After filming, I will earn about 10 million. Richuan Steel Plate said this excitedly. It turns out that the agent of Rikawa Steel Plate is his brother Rikawa Titanium Steel. Richuan Titanium Steel on the side also said with a smile on his face. Ha, Gangban, this is just the beginning of the H country entertainment industry. Once you become more famous in country H, just say a few words in public about your love for country H, and the money will flow into your wallet without you even having to do anything. Ah, I'd like to see if those people back home still dare to laugh at us. The money they earn is not even a fraction of what we make. Hee hee, yes, and the girls from country H are also quite enthusiastic. Several of them came to our door on their own initiative yesterday. This place is simply a paradise for us Liberian people, ha ha ha. Richuan Gangban said with a lewd smile on his face. The two brothers, Richuan Steel Plate and Richuan Titanium Steel, were filled with emotion, waiting to make a fortune in country H this time, so that they would have a bright future. At this moment, the door of Richuan Steel Plate's lounge was suddenly pushed open, and the director walked in with a dark face. I'm sorry, Mr. Hikawa Koban, I don't think we can continue working together. This is the termination agreement. Please sign it. The director said with a dark face and expressionless face. As he said that, he slammed the termination contract on the table. What? What's going on, director? As he spoke, Richuan Titanium Steel picked up the contract and took a look at it. It stated that they had to pay a penalty of 20 million yuan for breach of contract. At this moment, it was as if a bolt from the blue struck Rikawa Steel Plate and Rikawa Titanium Steel on the heads. Richuan Gangban was so frightened that he was stunned. Fortunately, Richuan Titanium Steel was relatively good and could remain calm, so he asked. Director, is there some misunderstanding between us? Why are you suddenly terminating the contract? And we came here this time at the invitation of the Karate Association. If you suddenly want to terminate the contract, the association will not agree, and it will be difficult for you to explain it to them. Just when Richuan Titanium Steel was about to say something else, the phone rang. It turned out to be a call from Lin Feng, the president of the Karate Association. Richuan Titanium Steel quickly answered Lin Feng's call. After all, this was the capital that allowed them to continue making money in country H, and they could not afford to offend him. Hey, President, your call is so timely. The director of this variety show suddenly wants to terminate our contract for some unknown reason. What do you think we should do? Chapter 27 What to Do. How dare you tell me that? I asked you to promote karate, not cause me any trouble. At this moment, Lin Feng's furious roar almost ruptured the eardrum of Richuan Titanium Steel. At this time, Richuan Titanium Steel was completely confused and didn't know what was going on. After a while, Richuan Titanium Steel finally came to his senses and said, Mr. Lin, what's wrong with you? We've been preparing for this variety show since we arrived in Country H. How could we possibly cause you any trouble? Ha, you still have the nerve to ask me what's wrong? Don't you know what you did? Lin Feng was also so angry that he laughed at Yamamoto Kota. Prepare the money to pay for the breach of contract, and then get out. No, President Lin, this is different from what we agreed upon. What is going on now? Why are you terminating the contract so suddenly? Fuck you, it's fine if you don't say anything. The more you talk, the angrier I get. You don't even know who you've offended, do you? Lin Feng took a deep breath to calm himself down and said, let me tell you this, you have offended someone you shouldn't have offended, and now you have been banned nationwide by Country H, understand? After saying that, Lin Feng hung up the phone without waiting for Richuan Titanium Steel to speak. Richuan Titanium Steel was completely confused. After coming to Country H, he had been negotiating cooperation matters with the directors of variety shows and had not offended anyone. If it's not me, then. Rikawa Titanium Steel turned around and glared at Rikawa Steel Plate fiercely, then suddenly punched Rikawa Steel Plate and sent him flying. Richuan Gangban sat on the ground, covering his face with his hands and saying with an aggrieved expression, brother, why did you hit me? After hearing what he said, Rikawa Titanium Steel became even angrier, and rushed forward, grabbed Rikawa Steel Plate's collar and said, Bagialu, why would I hit you? I sent you to Country H to make money, what about you? What did you do? Who the hell did you offend? Do you know that because of that, you've been banned from Country H's entertainment industry? Do you know what that means? This means not only will you not earn a penny in Country H, but you'll also have to shoulder a 20 million yuan debt in liquidated damages. Richuan Titanium Steel shouted angrily. How could this happen? Richuan Gangban murmured with a dull look on his face. Not only can he not make money in Country H, but the 20 million debt alone can drain him out of his pocket. This is undoubtedly a heavy blow to Richuan Steel Plate. Tell me, who did you offend? I don't know about that either. Richuan Gangban racked his brains but could never imagine that his current miserable situation was caused by Lin Che. After thinking for a while, Lin Che's image suddenly appeared in his mind and gradually appeared in Richuan Gangban's mind. Could it be him? No, it's impossible. How could it be him? Just tell me who you offended. As for Richuan Steel Plate, he shook his head with a confused look on his face. I don't know either, but he's the only one I've offended since coming to Country H. But he doesn't look like someone powerful. If I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have dared to offend him. Hurry up and sign the contract and get out of here, or I'll have security come over to get you. Seeing that the two of them still didn't understand the situation, the director sneered and left. The next day, the news that Richuan Steel Plate was banned nationwide by the entertainment industry became known to everyone and became a hot topic in entertainment news. Even some official news public accounts have forwarded this message. This led many people to comment under this report saying that the authorities had finally done a good thing, while others said that the garbage should be rolled back to where it belongs. However, even though things have developed to this point, those brainless female fans of Richuan Steel Plate are still collectively clamoring to report to the authorities. What's even more outrageous is that some crazy fans even organized a group of people to march with banners. Although they had not walked far, they were all taken away by the police. As for Lin Che, he just watched all this with a bystander mentality. Although he didn't know who did it, he thought it was a beautiful job. TSK, having these brainless fans, I really don't know whether it's a blessing or bad luck for you, ha. Lin Che said with a smile as she looked at the two people opposite her. Originally, this was just to stop you from continuing your career in Country H, but with these crazy fans of yours making such a fuss, you're going to be in big trouble. Richuan Steel Plate and Richuan Titanium Steel, who were sitting opposite Lin Che, stood in front of Lin Che with embarrassed expressions. These two people also spent a lot of money to get Lin Che's address. The two came to Lin Che early in the morning to apologize, but unfortunately they came too early and Lin Che hadn't gotten up yet. They waited at the door for more than 2 hours before they saw Lin Che. As soon as they saw Lin Che, they cried and apologized, begging Lin Che to let him go. As for Lin Che's identity, they did not dare to investigate after seeing Lin Che's address. After all, only the rich and powerful can afford to live in this kind of villa area, and they live in the top-notch #1 villa. Moreover, they can directly cut off their star career in Country H, and they simply cannot afford to offend them. They also thought that after apologizing to Lin Che, they could ask Lin Che to allow them to continue developing in Country H. After all, it is too easy to make money in the entertainment industry in Country H. If it really doesn't work out, I don't ask to continue making money in Country H, but I ask to be waived of the penalty, and then quickly return to my own country and never come to Country H again. Richwan Gangban stood there with his head lowered, not daring to say a word. On the contrary, Richwan Titanium Steel, who had experienced many ups and downs, immediately spoke to Lin Che. Mr. Lin, this is our fault. Yesterday, we, the steel plate, were ignorant and offended you. We are very sorry. I hope you can be magnanimous and just let it go. After saying this, Richwan Titanium Steel took out a check and said flatteringly, "This is 10 million. Consider it our filial piety to you. I hope you can show some mercy and give us a way out." Richwan Steel Plate, who was standing by, felt heartbroken when he saw this scene. Although this 10 million yuan did not empty his family's assets, it still emptied half of it. However, if this 10 million can allow him to continue making money in Country H, the money he earns will be far more than 10 million. After hearing this, Lin Che took a look at the check and put it away. After all, there is no reason not to accept the money that is delivered to your door. As for whether this matter should be done or not, that is another matter. Besides, I don't know who did it or what to do about it. Chapter 28 Despair. Lin Che sneered and said, "Ha, you want me to let you go just for these 10 million? Okay, I'll take the money. As for whether to let you go, I'll think about it. You guys go." Richwan Titanium Steel, who was standing by, was delighted to see this. Looking at Lin Che's expression, there was still hope for a turnaround. But Richwan Titanium Steel was completely furious. "Who the hell do you think you are? You're still considering it. Do you really think I'm Richwan Steel Plate afraid of you?" Judging from Lin's expression, Richwan Steel Plate seemed to be planning to take the money but not do the job. When Richwan Titanium Steel heard his brother's words, his face froze and the anger in his heart instantly erupted. He suddenly turned around and slapped Rikowa Gangban in the face. How could these parents give birth to such a bastard? Get out! Do you have the right to talk here? Get out! Get out right now! Richwan Titanium Steel cursed angrily. Originally, there could be a chance for this matter to turn around, but it was completely ruined by the incident caused by Richwan Steel Plate. Not only was the problem not resolved, but 10 million was also handed over in vain. After scolding Richwan Gangban, he immediately said to Lin Che, "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, this guy has an underdeveloped cerebellum and said some confusing things. I hope you don't mind." Lin Che's face had already darkened at this moment. He had no intention of helping them in the first place and was still thinking about what excuse to use to perfunctorily answer them, but now it seemed that there was no need for that. This Richwan Steel Plate directly gave a reason. "Really? If that's the case, then I'll give you a piece of advice. If you are sick, hurry back to Libangwo to get treatment, otherwise don't go back." Hearing Lin Che's words, the mysterious pride that belonged to Li Guogui and Richwan Titanium Steel's heart was also aroused. Richwan Titanium Steel suppressed his anger and said, "Mr. Lin, there's an old saying in Country H, leave a way out for others so that we can meet again in the future. Do you have to be so ruthless? In the end, no one will look good." After saying that, he turned around and pulled the Richwan Steel Plate away. Due to Lin Che's mysterious background, Richwan Titanium Steel only dared to talk about it and did not dare to confront Lin Che head-on. Well, it seems that if we want to continue to develop in Country H, we still have to find another way. Although he could completely ignore Rikowa Titanium Steel and return to his country, Rikowa Steel Plate was still his younger brother after all. If I really don't care about Richwan Steel Plate, then I will have no place in this entertainment industry. After all, if he doesn't even take care of his own brother, who would dare to let him take care of him? If this happens, you won't be able to make money in the entertainment industry in the future. Besides, it's so easy to make money in the Chinese entertainment industry, and I don't want to go back just like that. On the other side, Richwan Titanium Steel had a somewhat unwilling look on his face after leaving Lin Che's villa. I have to say that Richwan Titanium Steel is quite capable. In just one day, countless internet trolls have begun to emerge online, and have begun to manipulate comments and whitewash the image in a frantic and organized manner with the crazy fans. After this day, the public opinion on the internet gradually began to change. However, Rikowa Steel Plate on the side became more and more angry as he thought about it, and said to Rikowa Titanium Steel on the side, "Brother, are we just going to go back like this? This guy took the money but didn't do the job. I really can't swallow this." However, after hearing these words, Richuan Titanium Steel became even more furious. He roared, "Shut your fucking mouth. If it weren't for you, would we be in this situation now?" After a roar, Richuan Steel Plate realized that it was his own problem, and he didn't dare to say anything else and just shut up. Richuan Titanium Steel, standing by, struggled for a moment before looking at a number on his phone and finally dialing it. Waited until the afternoon. This day, Richuan Titanium Steel was sitting in a restaurant quite nervously. Opposite Richuan Titanium Steel sat a middle-aged man with a somewhat bloated figure, a bald head, and a somewhat vulgar expression on his face. "Hello, Mr. Du." Richuan Titanium Steel said this with a somewhat flattering smile on his face. This Mr. Du is the Deputy General Manager of Penguin Interactive Entertainment. Penguin Interactive Entertainment is a subsidiary of the entertainment division of Penguin Group and is also the largest entertainment company in Country H. In Country H, this company is backed by the giant Penguin Group, so basically no one dares to mess with it. It is the leader in the entertainment sector. Therefore, Richuan Titanium Steel placed its last hope on Dusheng, hoping that Dusheng could help it think of a way to resolve the issue of the banned Richuan Steel Plate. "Well, tell me what you want to talk to me about." After Dusheng sat down, he glanced at Richuan Titanium Steel and spoke casually. That's right, Mr. Do you also know that our Richuan Steel Plate was banned nationwide because of a small incident? I asked you to come here this time because I was hoping you could help me out and try to get the ban on my steel plate lifted. As he said this, Richuan Titanium Steel took out a check from his pocket and gently pushed it in front of Dusheng. "This is 5 million. It's a small token of gratitude, not a tribute. I hope you can accept it." Listening to what Richuan Titanium Steel said, Dusheng silently accepted the check and spoke casually. "Oh, then tell me what's going on." When Richuan Titanium Steel saw Dusheng accept the check, he immediately said excitedly, "Mr. Du, our gangbang had a minor conflict with a young man named Lin Che while dining at a restaurant a few days ago, and then he was inexplicably banned." "Oh?" Dusheng was standing there with his brows slightly furrowed, not knowing what he was thinking. "Tell me again, who did your Richuan Steel Plate offend?" Richuan Titanium Steel spoke with a smile on his face. "It's a young man named Lin Che." "Lin Che?" Dusheng seemed to suddenly remember something and his expression suddenly changed. He took out his cell phone, looked through the information on it, clicked on Lin Che's photo, and handed the phone to Richuan Titanium Steel. Ever since Lin Che became the major shareholder of Penguin Group, the head office had already distributed Lin Che's photo information to the mobile phones of managers in each subsidiary. "Look, is this the person?" After taking a look at Lin Che's photo, Richuan Titanium Steel immediately nodded and said, Yes, that's him. Could it be that you know him, Mr. Du? That would be great if that's the case. Please, Mr. Du, please help us with the steel plates." Hearing this, Dusheng sneered and took out the check he had received before and said, "Mr. Hikawa, I advise you not to waste your energy. If you've offended Mr. Lin Che, then no one in the entire H country can help you." Chapter 29, Brother Xiaoma? Richuan Titanium Steel asked with a puzzled look. "Mr. Du, what do you mean? Is Lin Che's background so powerful that you can't do anything about it?" Dusheng said with a sneer on his face. "Let me tell you this, Mr. Lin is a major shareholder of our Penguin Group, and he's one of the top 3 shareholders. Do you understand what I mean?" What? How is this possible? He's so young, how could he be a major shareholder of Penguin Group?" After hearing what Dusheng said, Richuan Titanium Steel's face suddenly turned pale and he muttered in disbelief. But he had to believe it, after all, there was no need for Dusheng to deceive him. Just when Richuan Titanium Steel was still doubting his life, Dusheng's cell phone suddenly rang. Dusheng took a look and saw that it was a piece of news pushed out by the system app. Lebangwo Richuan Steel Company, Limited is suspected of tax evasion. Police investigation revealed that Richuan Steel Company, Limited evaded over 5 million new Taiwan dollars in taxes and has been arrested in accordance with the law. When Dusheng saw this message, his face suddenly turned dark. He immediately stood up and said to Rikawa Titanium Steel, "Mr. Rikawa Titanium Steel, I want you to remember one thing. After we leave here, we have never seen each other and we don't know each other, understand?" After saying this, Dusheng turned and left. Mr. Du, please wait." Just when Richuan Titanium Steel was about to catch up with Dusheng, 2 people in police uniforms walked straight towards Richuan Titanium Steel. "Mr. Richuan Titanium Steel, we are from the Jiang Province Police Department. We now suspect that you are involved in a tax evasion case. Please come with us. After saying that, he took out an investigation warrant. Seeing this scene, Richuan Titanium Steel suddenly felt weak and fell directly onto the chair. He knew that he was doomed. He was very clear about his problems and he could not withstand investigation. At this moment, Rikawa Titanium Steel's hatred for Rikawa Steel Plate has reached its peak. However, on the other side, Lin Che was having dinner with Lin Xian, and the two were chatting happily. At this moment, Lin Che's phone suddenly rang. Seeing that the phone number was completely unfamiliar, Lin Che hung up directly. Just after hanging up, the call came back. This time, Lin Che didn't hang up. It would be bad if it was someone she knew and kept hanging up on them. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Che-lin? Yes, I am. Who are you? For some reason, Lin Che felt like she had heard the voice on the other end of the phone somewhere before. It was like the sound of my wallet wailing constantly. Hello Mr. Lin, I finally got through to you. Let me introduce myself first. I am Ma Yunting, the chairman of Penguin Group. On the other side, in the office of the chairman of Tencent Group, Brother Ma had a smile on his face and said immediately. Ha? What did you say? Are you Pony Boy? Lin Se said excitedly. Yes, it's me. The smile on Xiaoma Ji's face became even more intense. Looking at Lin Che's reaction, it seemed that it was not as difficult as he had imagined for him to take back the Penguin Group shares from Lin Che. But the next moment, the smile on Brother Ma's face suddenly disappeared. All I could hear was Lin Che's voice on the other end of the line. You're still called Little Brother Ma? If you're Little Brother Ma, then I'm Ma Huayun. After saying that, Lin Che hung up the phone. As the phone was hung up, a busy tone sounded, and Brother Ma was stunned. This sentence made Xiao Ma Go, who was originally smiling, completely dumbfounded. No one had ever dared to talk to him like this before. Brother Xiao Ma on the other end of the phone was completely dumbfounded. Someone hung up on me? At this moment, Xiao Ma Ji's mentality was a little bit exploded. Normally, when I make a phone call, I always answer the call carefully. As a result, my call couldn't get through at first, and when it did get through, the caller hung up on me before I could even say a few words. He now felt that everything seemed different from what he had originally imagined. Ha, Xiao Ma brother? After Lin Yu hung up the phone, he said with some disdain. Boss, what if it really is Brother Xiao Ma? You may not have heard clearly because you drank a little bit. Why don't we confirm it? Just when Lin Che was about to speak, the phone rang again. Lin Che glanced at the phone number and hung up. Even if it really was Xiao Ma Gu, so what? It's not too much to interrupt my good time and hang up on you a few times. Then came the second and third calls. Brother Xiao Ma's face on the other end of the phone became increasingly gloomy. This TM person just doesn't answer my calls. Finally, just when Xiao Ma Go was about to collapse, Lin Che answered the phone. Fuck you, you said you were Brother Xiao Ma, you have to prove it to me first. Lin Che said irritably. However, after these words were spoken, Xiao Ma Gu on the other end of the phone immediately gave a bitter smile. How about this, Mr. Lin? Our Penguin Group has a branch in Jiang Province. I'll be at the branch in Jiang Province the most recently. Please see when you have time. Brother Ma said this in a calm tone, and Lin Lu on the other end of the phone was stunned when he heard this. Okay, I'll be there later. Lin Che agreed immediately, but sneered in her heart. Ha, you're just a little Brother Ma, and you dare to ask me to go to the Jiang Province branch. Let me see how I'll expose you when I get there this afternoon. But why does this voice sound strangely familiar? After hanging up the phone, Lin Che was no longer in the mood to continue eating, so he went back to his room to rest and sober up, even though he hadn't drunk much. It was already afternoon when Lin Chen woke up. Lin Che washed up briefly and asked Lin Xian to drive him to the Penguin Group's branch in Jiang Province. Although Lin Che was sober, there was still alcohol in his system, so he had to trouble Lin Xian to take him there. After parking the car, Lin Che entered the Penguin Group branch alone. Hello. Looking at the receptionist, Lin Che spoke. Hello sir, how can I help you? The receptionist looked at Lin Che and spoke with a professional smile on her face. I'm looking for your chairman, Brother Ma, Mr. Ma. The receptionist was slightly stunned for a moment. Such a young person came to see Mr. Ma, and then she said to Lin Che. Sir, do you have an appointment? Just call him directly and tell him that Lin Che is looking for him. Lin Che also said calmly. Okay sir, please wait a moment. I need to check with Mr. Ma's secretary. Sir, you can take a rest in the reception area. I'll make the call for you. The receptionist looked at Lin Che and felt that she was not here to cause trouble on purpose, so she planned to notify Mr. Ma's secretary. After all, she couldn't contact Mr. Ma herself. The receptionist immediately spoke. Good. Chapter 30, Unusual Identity. Lin Che nodded, walked to the sofa beside him and sat down, then sat on the sofa and waited quietly. After the receptionist and the secretary finished their call, they hurriedly brought a cup of coffee to Lin Che respectfully. On the other side, Brother Ma had just finished a video conference and was sitting in the office rubbing his eyes to rest when there was a sudden knock on the office door. Xiao Ma frowned slightly and said, "Come in." Looking at his secretary, Xiao Ma Gu spoke. "Tell me, what's the matter?" "Mr. Ma, Mr. Lin has arrived and is now in the lobby downstairs." Hearing this, Xiao Ma Ji's face suddenly changed. "Come on, let's go meet Mr. Lin." Soon, this little brother Ma came downstairs. When he got downstairs, Xiao Ma Gu saw Lin Che sitting there drinking coffee. Lin Che also saw him and immediately stood up and walked towards him. Although Lin Che didn't show anything on the surface, he was still a little surprised inside. It turned out to be Brother Xiao Ma. I was thinking of exposing him. In the end, it turned out that I was the clown. This is so embarrassing. Fortunately, my shoes are good enough, otherwise I would have been able to afford a 3-bedroom apartment. Although he holds 15% of the shares, the person in front of him is the actual person in charge of the entire Penguin Group. Although some of this guy's business practices seem unethical. "Ha, Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry, I came down late and kept you waiting. You're coming, and you didn't even tell me in advance so I could come down and pick you up." This little brother Ma looked at Lin Che with a smile on his face and said, "Ha, if Brother Xiao Ma wants to meet me, I will definitely come. I hope I am not disturbing your work now." Lin Che also said with a smile. "Haha, why bother you? Come on, this way please." Xiao Ma Gu also spoke, his face full of smiles. Lin Che and Xiao Ma Gu exchanged a few pleasantries and then walked inside together. However, the receptionist standing by was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth, her face full of shock. At this moment, the young lady's heart was already in turmoil. I didn't expect that this young handsome guy actually knew Mr. Ma. Judging from Mr. Ma's appearance, he still put Lin Che on the same level as himself. Who is this handsome guy? He could actually make Mr. Ma treat him like this, and it seemed like he was showing some respect to him. For a moment, the receptionist stood there in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. At this time, Lin Che and Xiao Ma Gu had already arrived at Xiao Ma Ji's office together. "Mr. Lin, please take a seat." Brother Xiao Ma said to Lin Yu with a smile on his face. "Xiao Wang, go make some tea," Xiao Ma Gu said to the secretary. Soon the secretary came over with 2 cups of tea. "Mr. Lin, you are really young and promising." Lin Che took a sip of tea and then said calmly, "Mr. Ma, you're too kind. Just say what you want to say. I don't like to do things in a roundabout way. It's better to be direct." When Xiao Ma Gu heard Lin Che's words, he was also slightly stunned, then he laughed and said, "Ha, Mr. Lin is a straightforward person. I'll just say what I want to say. Mr. Lin, the answer is this: we hope to buy back the 15% of Penguin Group shares you hold. Of course, I'm sure you won't lose money. We'll buy them back at a 30% premium over the market price." Lin Che had already guessed what Brother Ma was going to say. There had been rumors that Penguin Group CEO Ma Yunting was buying back shares in his own company, so Lin Che didn't show any surprise. Afterwards, Lin Che said to Brother Xiao Ma with a faint smile, "Mr. Ma, you're really joking. Penguin Group's stock price is booming right now. Although my 15% stake isn't much, it can still bring me billions in revenue every year. Even if I sell it at a price 30% higher than the market price, wouldn't that be like throwing away the big picture to pick up the sesame seeds? So I don't think there's any need for me to sell off my shares." As he spoke, Lin Che took a sip of tea and continued, "I'm different from Mr. Ma and other top businessmen like you. I'm only interested in money. Even though I have these shares, I have absolutely no interest in the factional fights within this ghost company. So, Mr. Ma, if you're worried that my holding these shares will affect your position, then there's no need to worry. As long as the monthly dividends are deposited into my account on time, I'll be satisfied." After saying this, Lin Che put down the empty cup of tea. Meanwhile, Xiao Magu, who was sitting opposite Lin Che, had a flickering look in his eyes. Seeing Xiao Magu like this, Lin Che continued to speak. Of course, if you're really worried, Mr. Ma, I can sign an agreement with you. I can give up my voting rights in exchange for the annual dividends. Now that Lin Che had said this in front of this little brother Ma's eyes lit up after hearing it. If that's the case, that would be great. Xiao Magu immediately said with a smile. Ha, Mr. Lin, there's no need to be like this. I still believe in your character. In that case, I wish us a happy cooperation in advance. This little brother Ma is also a smart guy. At the beginning, he was worried that Lin Che's appearance would have some impact on his status. But now, since Lin Che has said this, there is no reason for him to refuse Lin Yu, let alone sign the agreement. If he really signs it, although his position will be consolidated, he will also lose a powerful ally. After all, he had asked someone to check Lin Che's file a long time ago, but it turned out that he couldn't find anything. The person he asked showed that he had insufficient authority when he wanted to retrieve Lin Che's file. In addition, after Lin Che became the major shareholder of their Penguin Group, the stock price not only did not fall, but instead soared slightly. This is enough to prove that Lin Che's identity and background are extraordinary. This also led to Xiao Magu not choosing to sign that agreement with Lin Yu after hearing Lin Che's proposal. If this agreement is signed, it will actually make people feel uncomfortable. It would be better not to sign it. After all, even he himself couldn't find out Lin Che's identity. Such a person would not bother to lie and go back on his word. This would also bring the two of them closer together, plus he had helped Lin Che once before. Of course, I couldn't let Lin Che know about this from here, otherwise, I would be too. Ha, it seems that Mr. Ma is also a straightforward person. After finishing speaking, Lin Che and Xiao Magu smiled at each other. After the two finished their business, they exchanged pleasantries for a while. Xiao Magu also invited Lin Che to visit the headquarters of their Penguin Group when he was free. After all, Lin Che was a major shareholder and should go and take a look. The matter was resolved. After Lin Che stood up and said goodbye to Xiao Magu, he left the Penguin Group branch in Jiang Province. Chapter 31 New Mission. After leaving the Penguin Group branch, Lin Che got in the car and prepared to leave. Lin Qian, let's go to the mall and buy some things first. Good. Soon the two arrived at the mall. The two of them walked into the mall together, and in the mall, there was a live broadcaster with a bunch of cosmetics, conducting a live interview there. The young couples passing by all fell for the host's tricks. As soon as Lin Che and Lin Qian entered the mall, they were spotted by the anchor. After all, Lin Che and Lin Qian are both very eye-catching in terms of their looks. If two such good-looking people could enter my live broadcast room, it would definitely increase the popularity of my live broadcast room. The female anchor immediately walked towards Lin Che and the others, put the microphone to Lin Che's mouth, and started talking. Hello handsome guy, if your annual salary is 1 million, would you be willing to use it to buy a bag for your girlfriend? At this time, the female anchor's movements attracted the attention of many passers-by. Passers-by stopped and looked at Lin Che with pity. They were actually being stared at by this person. This female anchor often uses this trick on young couples, and they are no longer surprised by it. This female anchor usually targets couples and asks this kind of questions. Most guys will act like they are willing when their girlfriends are around. They don't have it anyway, so there is no harm in acting like they are willing. Of course, if you answer like this, you will completely fall into the trap set by this female anchor. Once she says yes, the female anchor will start promoting the bag she carries. At this time, boys will be in a dilemma and have no choice but to buy it. After all, he had already made a big promise before. If he didn't even buy some bags or cosmetics, the female anchor would label him a scumbag. And if I don't buy it, my girlfriend will get upset and throw a tantrum at me. Therefore, boys who meet this female anchor can only choose to pay money and be done with it. Besides, how many boys would be willing to be labeled as a scumbag who doesn't love his girlfriend in front of the camera? And even if there is no camera, boys generally don't want to endure their girlfriend's temper, and they choose to spend money to settle the matter. This female anchor grasped the boys' psychology and used this trick to deceive the young couples. They used this to sell low-quality bags and cosmetics to make a profit. Moreover, this routine can also satisfy those people in his live broadcast room. After all, most of the people who stay in a live broadcast room like mine are feminist women who believe that if someone loves you, they should give you everything. But unfortunately, the person she chose this time was Lin Che. The female anchor also continued to ask. Hello little brother, are you willing? If your annual salary is 1 million, would you be willing to spend it on buying bags and cosmetics for your girlfriend? When Lin Che heard this, she was stunned for a moment before continuing. No, wait a minute, how much do you want? The female anchor was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then said, 1 million, little brother. But after she finished speaking, she saw Lin Che speaking with a look of disbelief on his face. 1 million? How can we still live like this? The female anchor despised Lin Che in her heart, but in order to sell the bag, she still spoke with a smile on her face. Brother, don't get excited. This is just an if, it's not real. Lin Che shouted even more excitedly after hearing this. What if? That's not an option. With only 1 million a year, I'd starve to death. It wouldn't even be enough for a meal. As Lin Che finished speaking, the passers-by who were watching the excitement were stunned. The female anchor was also stunned. The audience in the live broadcast room were also stunned, and for a moment there was not a single comment on the screen. Lin Che's words just now left everyone dumbfounded. This is me. Why doesn't this guy play by the rules? This script is not like this. The female anchor was stunned by Lin Che's words, but soon she came to her senses. He also began to doubt Lin Che's words. 1 million is not enough for a meal? Although Lin Che was wearing Versace, the total cost of the outfit was only a few 100,000 yuan. You told me that 1 million is not enough for a meal, are you kidding me? That kind of top boss would be someone like you? Ha, let me show you how to expose you, a pretentious fool. After thinking about this, the female anchor spoke to Lin Che. Ha, then I wonder if I could ask, what does this little brother do? Me? I'm just a freelancer. Lin Che shrugged calmly and said calmly. However, the female anchor there was stunned again after hearing Lin Che's words. Freelancers? Isn't that just being a vagrant? Then, he said with a hint of contempt. TSK, I was wondering why there were so many bulls in the sky, turns out someone is just bragging. 1 million isn't even enough for a meal, and you really think you're some super rich guy? You're kidding me. After hearing what the female anchor said, Lin Che smiled slightly and prepared to leave. He was in a good mood today and didn't want to bother with this idiot. Ding, the system has released a task. Give this pretentious girl a good slap in the face. Lin Che was stunned when he heard the system message. Ha, you can't blame me for this. It's not me who won T let you go, it's the system that won T let you go. Lin Che didn't answer and just made a phone call. Hey, I'm at gate 1 of the mall, come over here. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll be there in 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, a middle-aged man came running over, panting. Hey, isn't this the manager of Qiantao Mall? Why is he here? Yui Wei ran to Lin Che breathlessly. Boss Lin, you're here. Why didn't you notify me in advance? So I can come down to greet you. Before Lin Che could say anything, the silly female anchor beside her spoke with a sarcastic look on her face. Hey, bro, can you hire some professional extras next time? You, Mr. Lin, why don't you say that this Qiantao Mall is yours? Lin Che glanced coldly at the female anchor and then said to Yui Wei. Is this how you manage the mall? Do you dare let anyone in there? Are all these deceptive live streamers allowed in? Get out of here quickly. I don't want to see her here again. Yes, you are right. Mr. Lin, I will have her kicked out right away. Yui Wei said to Lin Yu respectfully. After saying that, Yui Wei called the security guard over. Soon a group of burly security guards came over. The female anchor was completely dumbfounded as she watched the group of strong men walking towards her. Then he seemed to have given up completely and started shouting hysterically. Chapter 32, The arrow is on the string and must be shot. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. How could you be the boss here? This is definitely an extra you hired. He must be a shill. When Yui Wei saw that the female anchor was still throwing a tantrum, he immediately waved his hand and shouted loudly. What are you still standing there for? Get this crazy woman out of here. When the female anchor saw this scene, her body seemed to be hollowed out and she collapsed completely to the ground. She understood in her heart that she had completely offended the owner of Qiantao Mall and lost her job. After all, if I can't trick these young couples here, even if I can do it somewhere else, it won't be as good as here. The traffic in other shopping malls can't be compared with here. The audience in her live broadcast room also changed their tone and started cursing. Stupid anchor, you're still questioning someone's pretense? Ah, that's really awesome. Unfollow, unfollow. What qualifications do you have to doubt others, you rubbish streamer? Oh my god, this streamer is rubbish. I just checked her out and a lot of people online are saying she's selling low quality products. Oh my god, this is disgusting. It's okay to trick people, but what they sell is just low quality garbage. For a moment, the live broadcast room was full of people cursing the female anchor, and no one dared to say a word for her. Lin Che signed in today and obtained 100% of the shares of Qiantao Mall. He originally just wanted to come and take a look and buy something, but he didn't expect to encounter this and complete a task by the way. Congratulations to the host for completing the bronze challenge mission. Receive a reward of 1 million and a bronze treasure chest. 1 million? Lin Che had a black question mark face? Do I, Lin Che, look like someone who is short of this 1 million? I have 666.6 billion and I can't spend it all. Are you insulting me by giving me 1 million? You might as well give me a few limited edition supercars or something. Lin Che looked at the 1 million and couldn't help but complain in her heart. The system brings up my personal dashboard. Let me take a look. Host, Lin Che. Age, 23. Height, 185 centimeters. Charm, 8. Charm is a special attribute, capped at 10 points. Strength, 39. Agility, 40. Spirit, 35. Cars, Lamborghini Aventador, Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Assets, Villa No. 1, Xianyu Building, 15% of Penguin Group shares, Qiantao Mall. Lin Che looked at her attribute panel and couldn't help but feel distressed. Epsilon equals Omicron, alas. How should I spend this money? Why can't I spend it all no matter how hard I try? Oh, it's so uncomfortable. After finishing the work, Lin Che took Lin Xian shopping in the mall. Finally, Lin Che picked out a few sets of clothes and bought some accessories in an anima store. The total cost was over 100,000 yuan. After buying, the two continued shopping. When passing by a Chanel store, Lin Xian's eyes also stopped on a perfume in the display cabinet. Lin Che noticed Lin Xian's look, smiled slightly, and took Lin Xian into the Chanel store. Lin Che pointed at the perfume that Lin Xian had been staring at and said to the waiter, "Please pack this perfume for me." Although Lin Xian could afford it, she was reluctant to buy such an expensive perfume. Lin Che handed the card to the waiter. "Yes, sir." As he spoke, the waiter took the card, swiped it, and began to pack the perfume for Lin Che. "Boss, what do you want?" Lin Che took the perfume package and handed it to Lin Xian. "This is for you. It's a reward for you staying with me for so long today." Lin Xian was stunned and her face turned red instantly. She must have been seen by her boss looking at the perfume. "Take it. You won't accept the things I give you?" Lin Xian smiled charmingly and said, "Thank you, boss. No big deal, let's go back and eat. We're hungry after walking around for so long." "Okay, then I'll cook." "Oh, it looks like we're in for a treat tonight." After saying that, Lin Che took Lin Xian to the supermarket to buy some food and also bought a bottle of Lafite red wine worth over 70,000 yuan. It's not that Lin Che doesn't want to buy something better, it's just that this is the best thing in the supermarket. After the two returned to Villa No. 1, Lin Xian went to the kitchen with the ingredients. Lin Che wanted to go in and help, but was pushed out by Lin Xian. With nothing to do, Lin Che had no choice but to lie on the sofa, watching TV and waiting for Lin Xian to prepare the meal. After a while, the delicious food was served on the table. There were several delicious dishes on the table. Lin Che took out a few candles from somewhere and lit them. Add 2 glasses of red wine and the candlelight dinner is complete. The dinner for the two of them was quite good because they both drank some wine, so after the meal, Lin Che and Lin Xian leaned on the sofa and watched TV. If the boss wants it later, should I accept it, or accept it, or accept it? But wouldn't that be too fast? Lin Xian, who was standing next to Lin Che, was feeling a little confused, her face flushed as she thought about it. Suddenly, Lin Che put his arm around Lin Xian's waist. He gradually tightened his grip and pulled Lin Xian over. Lin Che looked at Lin Xian affectionately and said gently, "Xian, you look so beautiful now." "Boss, I." Lin Xian, who was standing by, blushed when she heard Lin Che's words and just looked up to speak. For a moment, the two looked at each other. Lin Xian raised her head, and Lin Che beside her couldn't help but lowered his head and kissed her directly. Lin Xian's eyes suddenly widened and her brain went blank. Although Lin Xian had some feelings for Lin Che, she was still a virgin after all. Afterwards, Lin Qian also closed her eyes and naturally put her arms around Lin Che's neck. At this moment, Lin Qian had no other extra thoughts. Although she was attracted by Lin Che's money at first, after spending more time with him, Lin Qian gradually realized that she was really falling in love with Lin Che. She felt that her body was completely out of her control. Moreover, Lin Qian had been drinking and was also aroused, so she had no strength to resist, or she didn't want to resist at all. After a sound, Lin Qian felt her body go limp and she had no strength at all. Lin Che, who was standing beside him, felt a little dizzy, but his consciousness was still very clear. This kiss was also intentional by Lin Che. The atmosphere is already like this. If I don't do something, it would be a shame to have such a good atmosphere and such a good opportunity. They've hugged and kissed each other, and the arrow has been drawn onto the string and has to be shot. Moreover, their relationship was confirmed after Lin Che's kiss. After kissing for a minute, Lin Che and Lin Qian slowly separated. Lin Qian, who was standing by, blushed visibly. Seeing this, Lin Che smiled and said, "Let's go upstairs." Lin Qian nodded, not daring to look at Lin Che. Chapter 33. Afterwards, Lin Che immediately picked up Lin Qian. Lin Qian was frightened by Lin Che's sudden princess hug. Lin Qian subconsciously put her arms around Lin Che's neck. Lin Che carried Lin Qian upstairs. After going upstairs, Lin Che smelled the faint scent of perfume on Lin Qian and fell directly onto the bed with Lin Qian in his arms. Lin Qian let out a hum and lay motionless on the bed, without any resistance. Now, only Lin Qian and Lin Che were left in this empty house, and the situation became chaotic and out of control. The atmosphere was now heated, and Lin Che was a hot-blooded young man. When these two met, it was like dry wood and raging fire. Some things were out of control. The atmosphere was getting heated, and he felt it would be unfair to himself if he didn't do it. Then he grabbed Lin Qian's hands and pushed her directly onto the bed. Lin Qian's face turned redder as she looked at Lin Che's body, but she couldn't take her eyes away. Lin Che's figure made it impossible for her to take her eyes away. Lin Che's figure was the type that looked thin when dressed but muscular when undressed. Her body proportions could be described as a golden tripod. Add to that Lin Che's face that could easily outshine any other young handsome guy, and honestly, with these two things combined, no beauty could resist his charm. I1T describe how the system has not been reviewed. The two of them had fun until almost dawn, then they stopped and slowly fell asleep. It was not until noon the next day that Lin Che slowly woke up. Lin Che opened his eyes and looked at Lin Qian, who was still sleeping beside him. The corners of Lin Che's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, and he felt a little sad in his heart. If there were no system, how could such a beautiful woman be interested in me? At this moment, Lin Qian suddenly woke up. When she saw Lin Che, Lin Qian blushed and buried her head in the quilt, just like an ostrich. Looking at this scene, Lin Che also smiled slightly. Then, amid Lin Qian's screams, we began warm-up exercises. An hour later, Lin Che kissed Lin Qian on the forehead and said gently, "Rest well for a while. I'll go get you some food to replenish your energy." Good. Lin Qian was tormented badly by Lin Che last night and said weakly. Although she had personally experienced Lin Che's abilities last night, this morning's warm-up exercise still made her already exhausted body even more exhausted. Now Lin Qian just wants to lie on the bed and doesn't even want to move a finger. Lin Che got out of bed and planned to go to the supermarket to buy some ingredients to make some medicinal food for Lin Qian to nourish her. After all, yesterday was the first time and he had been busy until almost dawn. I have to compensate Lin Qian well. Lin Che quickly prepared a delicious and nourishing soup. Not to mention that this cooking proficiency level skill is very useful, but I don't know how to upgrade it to a higher level. Lin Che handed the nourishing soup to Lin Qian. After drinking, Lin Qian fell into a deep sleep again. After all, she stayed up so late yesterday, so she did some warm-up exercises after waking up. Even a man of steel couldn't stand Lin Che's torture. Seeing Lin Qian falling into a deep sleep again, Lin Che turned on his phone out of boredom. As soon as Lin Che opened her phone, she saw a team-up invitation for Honor of Kings from her good friend Zhang Wei, who had shared the same dormitory with her for 4 years. Zhang Wei was addicted to the mobile game Honor of Kings when he was in college. In the past, Lin Che would team up with a few good brothers in the dormitory to play the game. However, ever since Lin Che pursued Chen Chang, the expenses became more and more. Lin Che had to work part-time, so naturally he had no time to play the game together. It just so happened that Lin Che had nothing to do now, and Lin Chen had gone to bed. He had made all the preparations for the big meal he had prepared for her and would wait to cook it later. Lin Xian would be almost up by the time it was done, so it was just right for him to eat. Now was the perfect time to play a few games, so Lin Che replied, "Okay, wait a minute. I still need to download something." Just as the game was downloading, the system's voice rang in Lin Che's mind. "Host, do you want to start signing in today?" "Oh, right. I haven't signed in today," so Lin Che muttered to himself, "Sign in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Game Mastery Beginner Edition." Beginner version? Isn't this the mastery level or the skilled level? Why is it the beginner level? What's going on with the system? Is there a bug? Host, please explore on your own. The system did not directly answer Lin Che. Lin Che no longer expected the system to tell him the reason. Host, please withdraw your skill reward. Why do I have to extract the skills myself now? Weren't they given out directly before? Forget it, let us extract it. Seeing that the system didn't respond, Lin Che directly extracted the beginner version of the Game Mastery. The moment Lin Che finished speaking, he felt a cool sensation flowing through his body, and then a lot of information about the game operation appeared in his mind. Of course, this also includes all the information about Honor of Kings. After extracting the information, Lin Che, who has mastered the game, has reached the level of top domestic professional players in understanding and operating each hero in Honor of Kings. In other words, no matter what game or hero Lin Che played, his operation and level were top-notch in the country. Coupled with his top-notch awareness and Lin Che's powerful attribute foundation, he was simply unbeatable. The primary version is so powerful, this advanced version, the perfect version, is even more amazing. This is an operation that humans cannot perform. But unfortunately, Lin Che didn't know how to improve his skills to an advanced or even perfect level. While Lin Che was still daydreaming, the game was downloaded and installed. After installing the game, Lin Che immediately clicked to agree to the team invitation. Lin Che couldn't wait to enter the game and kill everyone. Zhang Wei often plays this game, so his skills are naturally good and he has already reached Supreme Star Glory. As for another good brother in the same dormitory, his skills are also pretty good and he has already reached Eternal Diamond. Although Lin Che's account hasn't been played for a long time, Zhang Wei usually uses Lin Che's account to play and bully the noobs. Even though he only uses it as a small account and can't beat the weak ones, he has reached Eternal Diamond, which is just the right rank for the three of them to play together. The three of them entered the room and started ranking, and with a click, they entered the hero selection interface. Lin Che was the first to choose a hero to ban. After the hero ban phase ended, Lin Che decisively chose a hero. Being stronger than any opponent is life's greatest worry. That's right, it's Emperor Kai. This was one of Lin Che's favorite heroes when he was in college. It was both good-looking and powerful, so Lin Che spent a lot of money to buy a skin for it. Now that he was back to play the game again, Lin Che immediately took out his favorite hero. Zhang Wei said in the team chat, "Why are you still picking this hero? You're really focused. This hero is not very good now that he's been nerfed. You haven't played him in a long time. Don't let him collapse in the top lane later." Lin Che laughed and jokingly said, "Then can my Kai Huang be the same as others? Just lie down." Actually, Lin Che wasn't joking. After all, he had already mastered the entry-level version of the game. With his current strength, his teammates just had to lie back. Chapter 34, 1 set of seconds. Fine, as long as you're happy. Zhang Wei didn't care. In fact, in his opinion, it didn't matter what Lin Che played. After all, it had been so long since he had played. Even if his skills were good before, they were useless now. What's more, the hero Lin Che chose was now severely weakened. If Miyamoto is the super soldier of the blue team, then the Kaihuang chosen by Lin Che is the super soldier of the red team. Moreover, this is the new season's Star Glory game, so it is normal even if it is defeated. However, Zhang Wei and Li Feng didn't care. The most important thing was that they had fun playing games together as brothers. Winning or losing didn't matter. Soon, both sides had made their choices. Zhang Wei, who was the jungler, chose the Swordmaster Li Bai. As for Li Feng, who was the ADC, he chose the long-range Gala. The mid laner and mage on their side were Annie and Xiaoming respectively. Originally, Lin Che was going to fight against the opponent's Lianpa, but Lin Che discovered that the opponent's ADC and support were Hui and Gaguzi. Supports like Gaguzi are generally used to roam around, catch people and set the pace. It is impossible for them to always help Hui in the bottom lane, and this kind of hero has no protection ability. So Lin Che said, "Fingzi, let's switch lanes. You fight Lian Pa. Li Feng agreed to Lin Che without a second thought. Okay, then you better be careful. Your descendants have berserk. After level 4, it's still easy to beat you by kiting you. It's okay, just watch how I beat him. Lin Che controlled Emperor Kai and walked towards the bottom lane. Soon the first wave of soldiers arrived. Kai Huang had no combat ability at level 1, and his arms were not long enough to hit Hui. He could only hide behind the soldiers to gain experience and wait for Hui to push the line of soldiers over. After Hui pushed the line of troops over, he went straight to attack the river crab. He was not afraid of Lin Che's Kai Huang developing. This version of Kai Huang was nerfed too much. As long as he was not ambushed in the grass, Hui was not afraid of Kai Huang at all. Lin Che was not in a hurry. He collected this wave of soldiers in front of the tower and reached level 2. At this time, the river crab still had half of its health left. You must grab the river crab. Experience and economy are secondary. The most important thing is that you cannot lose the face of the top laner Kai Huang. This descendant's control over details was very precise. He beat the river crab to a low health level, but Lin Che's Kai Huang couldn't take it down with one skill. Then the descendant waited until the river crab moved a little further before attacking it. Lin Che couldn't help but smile when he saw this. Do you think I can't snatch it like this? He went straight forward and used a combo of skills 1 and 2, and the skills just hit the river crab, so he snatched it away directly, and the experience bar increased by 1 level. Then, Lin Che's Kai Huang was hit by a series of combos by the frustrated Hui, and was chased and beaten to lose nearly half of his health. When the level was low, it was too disadvantageous for a short-handed person to fight against a long-handed person. Fortunately, Lin Che controlled Emperor Kai to return to the tower in time. One reply and 1 health pack under the tower basically restored his health to full. Lin Che continued to control Emperor Kai to move forward and clear the soldiers. At this time, the second wave of soldiers had been pushed under the tower by Hui. Now they just had to wait to push this wave of soldiers to level 3, and then grab the second river crab, and they would basically be able to reach level 4. Li Bai, controlled by Zhang Wei in the top lane, has reached level 4. Now he cooperates with the support in ADC to counter-camp the opposite Gaguzi and directly gets a double kill. Lian Pa runs away with low health. Zhang Wei's Li Bai is still very skilled. After all, he has played games for so many years. If he didn't have some skills, all those years of playing games would have been in vain. Lin Che looked at his experience points and saw that they were almost at level 4, just a little short of grabbing a river crab. Now it's my turn to perform. Lin Che controlled the distance and killed a soldier. Suddenly, a light flashed on Emperor Kai's body and he rose to level 4. Seeing that Emperor Kai had been upgraded to level 4 and had a big move, Hui began to retreat slowly, always keeping a distance from Emperor Kai controlled by Lin Che, and also hit Emperor Kai twice. After all, Emperor Kai was still at full health and was not panicked at all. But the next moment Hui was stunned. He only saw a yellow light flash from under Kai Huang's feet, and then it flashed directly in front of him. He was instantly knocked away by Kai Huang's skills. The ultimate move plus the first skill followed by a few basic attacks, this combo coupled with Lin Che's hand speed was too fast for Hui to react at all, and the screen turned black and white. If Hui had flash, it would still be possible to flash away after being knocked into the air, but Hui had rage, which was completely useless in this situation. A void that even the invincible cannot fill. Emperor Kai's domineering voice rang out, and Hui fell miserably at Emperor Kai's feet. If Lu Bu is the nemesis of tank heroes, then Emperor Kai is the nemesis of all squishy heroes. Once he is caught, he will be killed in one move. Awesome! When did Lao Lin become so skilled? Did he practice secretly on his own? Zhang Wei exclaimed in admiration. As a jungler, Zhang Wei had to keep an eye on the situations on all lanes on the minimap. He just happened to see Kai Huang, controlled by Lin Che, flash and kill Hui with a set of skills. Although this combo looked simple, it was impossible to do it without calculating the health and timing well. Even he often made mistakes. Keep a low profile, these are just basic operations. Lin Che was becoming more and more satisfied with his mastery of the beginner version of the game. Let's start Emperor Kai's time. Lin Che showed a malicious smile. He controlled Kai Huang to walk towards the river, pretending to support the middle lane, but in fact he was hiding in the site and squatting in the grass of the second tower, preparing to ambush a wave of descendants. This descendant player is actually a game anchor. In a residential complex in Shanghai, a young girl stared at her phone screen in disbelief. After a few seconds of silence, she reacted and said, "Oh my god, how fast is Emperor Kai's hand? I didn't even have time to react and it's gone. This girl is called Chen Siki. She is a game anchor of Honor of Kings on the Tiger Shark live streaming platform. She is also quite famous with nearly 1 million fans. However, her own strength is not very good. She barely reached the top of the ranking last season. Her strength is not even as good as Zhang Wei. Among many game anchors, her strength is at the bottom. These large numbers of fans are basically attracted by her appearance and have little to do with her gaming skills. After all, there are many anchors with good skills, but it is rare to find such a beautiful girl. After he was killed by Lin Che's Kai Huang, barrages of comments popped up on the screen. Ha ha ha, the host is dumbfounded, right? Master, have you experienced the terrifying hand speed of a single guy who has been single for 18 years? Emperor Kai, I'm just a legend, don't be obsessed with me. But let's be honest, Kai Huang's hand speed is truly terrifying. If he makes a mistake in his operation, he'll just flash and give away a kill. The streamers told you not to rush to rank up in the new season because it's too easy to run into a master. Look, you've just run into one. Sorry, Chapter 33 has not passed the review. Sorry, Chapter 33 has not passed the review. Chapter 35 Explosive Output. Chen Siki glanced at the comments on the screen, smiled awkwardly, and then controlled the newly resurrected Hui while walking and said awkwardly, "This Kai Huang is really powerful. He might have been a high star king last season. But as long as I stay in the tower, it won't be that easy for him to kill me. Wait until the later team fights and see the explosive output of my violent descendants." Just as Chen Siki hadn't finished speaking and just walked out of the second tower, a familiar figure rushed out from the bushes, and then used a set of inexplicable combos to take away the descendants she controlled. The magic in the way of the sword are the only things that make people intoxicated, miserable, and relentless in their pursuit. Emperor Kai stepped on Hui's corpse and left in a carefree manner without any injury. Chen Siki was suddenly speechless. Does your face hurt, host? Ha 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 ha, host, is your phone broken? Why is it always black and white? If it's broken, just fix it. You can't let the children suffer. Host, where's your explosive damage output? Why do we only see Hui exploding? Chen Siki looked at the black and white screen in front of her and the barrage of comments that kept popping up. She gritted her teeth and said, "This Kai Huang is too cunning. He's only at level 2 and he's already ambushing me in the bushes of the second tower. Don't you know one of the 3 Een in the top lane? Who can you blame for not using your skills to explore the bushes? Are you kidding me, upstairs? Who could have known that Emperor Kai would be crouching in that bush at this moment?" The barrage quickly split into 2 factions, each arguing with the other. More than 10 seconds later, Hui resurrected again. This time, Chen Siki learned his lesson. When he reached the second tower, he used his skills to explore the bushes. Fortunately, Kai Huang was not hiding here this time. After clearing the minion line, Emperor Kai should go somewhere else to capture people. We have to send a signal to remind our teammates now. Chen Siki said as he opened the minimap and clicked on the bushes next to the middle lane to remind Zhou in the middle lane not to be ambushed by Emperor Kai. After giving the signal, the descendant controlled by Chen Siki also walked to the first tower, where there were still a few soldiers. We don't need to worry about it after the signal is clicked. Let's take this opportunity to develop first, so that we can have explosive output in team battles. Chen Siki was still talking here when a familiar figure emerged from the bushes next to the first tower. A knife flew out, followed by Kai Huang with his ultimate skill, who rushed in and tried to kill him by jumping over the tower. You dare to cross the tower and kill me? After all, Chen Siki has been a king, so he can't be that bad. Even if you are a high-star king, you can still kill me by jumping over the tower and running away. When Chen Siki saw Kai Huang, his eyes lit up. He definitely made a profit by exchanging a 0-2 descendant for a 2-0 Kai Huang. At this point, as long as Emperor Kai dares to enter the tower and kill him, I can replace him no matter how bad I am. Seeing Kai Huang rushing in, Chen Siki was afraid that her output was not enough, so she wanted to click on the rage first and then the normal attack. Unfortunately, his hand had just touched the rage button when he was knocked away by one of Kai Huang's skills. After the knockaway time was finally over and he just clicked on the rage button and was about to make a basic attack, he was killed instantly by Kai Huang's combo. Chen Siki's judgment was correct. If he entered the tower to kill himself before Kai Huang's flash skill had cooled down, he would definitely die. After Kai Huang, controlled by Lin Che, killed Hui in seconds, he dragged his sword for a few steps before being knocked down by the tower. Unfortunately, Chen Siki's descendants were unable to defeat Lin Che's Kai Huang at all. Kai Huang's death could only be considered a tower kill and had nothing to do with his descendants. Chen Siki felt like she was about to be killed by Kai Huang and was completely paralyzed. What kind of rubbish game was this? Why did it even have a silver coin hero like Kai Huang? Ha ha ha, host, are you trying to make me die of laughter so you can inherit my ant painting? Ha 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 ha, the cause of death of the descendant, explosive output. The streamer should find a support to help, otherwise just forget about playing this game and just lie back and watch Kai Huang perform. Can you please stop sending off your descendants? You're going to raise a father. Han Xin typed angrily. Chen Siki looked at the message sent by Han Xin and clenched her fists in anger, but there was nothing she could do. After all, she was the one who gave away 3 heads first, which made the opponent Kai Huang a little angry. She typed an apology. I'm sorry, this Kai Huang is too sinister. Please come with me for a while, assistant. Lin Che was having a lot of fun fighting. It was such a satisfying massacre. This skill was really useful, but he felt that the opponent's descendants were a little unfairly treated. When Lin Che went to the line to face Hou Yi again, he found that there was an auxiliary Gaguzi next to Hou Yi on the opposite side. Do you think this Gaguzi can protect you? Lin Che thought of another idea. When logging in, he would first walk from the red buff to the bushes on the river crab side, so as not to expose his vision. At this time, Hou Yi and Gaguzi had just walked to the position of the first tower. Without Chen Siki's instruction, Gaguzi directly activated his first skill and walked into the bushes to help Hou Yi explore the vision. In fact, as long as Gaguzi activated his ultimate move, he would be able to see the position of Lin Che's Kai Huang, but Gaguzi was reluctant to use his ultimate move, thinking that his first skill could make him invisible and Kai Huang could not kill him in 1 second. He first looked at the 2 large patches of grass next to the line of troops, but did not see Emperor Kai. Chen Siki felt relieved when she didn't see Kai Huang, and started to move forward to clear the military line. However, she also knew that Kai Huang was most likely hiding in the grass on the river crab side, so she stood on the left side of the military line and tried to stay away from the grass on the river crab side. Gaguzi walked towards the grass by the river, wanting to see if there was anyone there. Lin Che saw Gaguzi walking towards him, his finger already on the skill key. As long as he was close enough, he could use his skill to hit Gaguzi. Lin Che first used a set of skills to hit Gaguzi, and then used a big move plus a flash plus a skill to move directly in front of Hou Yi. After a flash and a skill cooled down again, he knocked Hou Yi away directly. Seeing this, Gaguzi felt that the situation was not good, so he used his second skill and flashed to try to pull Kai Huang back. Unfortunately, before Gaguzi pulled Kai Huang to him, Hou Yi was taken away by Kai Huang in a single blow. Gaguzi then grabbed Kai Huang again and started chasing after him. So Hou Yi died, Gaguzi died, and Kai Huang got a double kill. Another show of flying operation. Chen Siki looked at the screen in front of her, which turned black and white again, and her whole face turned dark. How the hell could she continue to play this game? Oh my god, second brother, you are too cruel. Zhang Wei couldn't stand it anymore, but he said it with a smile. Ha 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 ha, if I were this descendant, I would just hang up and stop playing. How can I even play like this? I won't have a chance to develop at all. Chapter 36, Stability. Li Feng also smiled and said, the descendant with violent power is still very strong in this version. I was thinking of helping you catch it a few times, but I didn't expect you to destroy it by yourself. This time, the game is basically a sure thing. Ha ha ha, my Emperor Kai, are you kidding me? Leave this offspring to me, he definitely won't be able to develop. 10 minutes later. Legendary. 5 consecutive peerless. The descendants of 1810 once again stepped on the descendants of 0150, and the opponent was directly wiped out in one wave. Throughout the game, Hou Yi was killed 15 times by Kai Huang, who was controlled by Lin Che. The 3 extra heads that Lin Che killed were all killed by Hou Yi's teammates who came to help Hou Yi. When Hou Yi ran from the bottom lane to the top lane, Kai Huang chased him from the bottom lane to the top lane and then to the middle lane. His methods were extremely cruel and killed people. This team wipe on the high ground was almost a victory for Lin Che. Chen Siki was naturally criticized by the trolls in the live broadcast room, and of course her teammates were even angrier. Han Xin, you bastard, do you know how to play? I've given away dozens of heads in just 10 minutes. And Keela, doesn't this elementary school student have to go to school? Why is he playing games instead of studying? Lian Pei, even if I use my feet, it's better than that. Gaguzi, well, actually. Emperor Kai is really quite strong. Han Xin, strong? Bullshit. You can't catch anyone, and you can't protect the archer either. What's the point of you? Han Xin was probably very angry because he lost the qualifying match, so he started to argue with everyone he saw. Gaguzi was too lazy to argue with him and just shut up. On the other side, Shinseki looked at the phone screen, her eyes red and tears faintly visible in her eyes. Yes, she was beaten to tears by Lin Che's Kai Huang. I couldn't beat him, and I couldn't run away. I wanted to buy some tanky gear, but I didn't have the money. I had no way to deal with Kai Huang. I felt frustrated for the entire game, and in the end I had to not only be scolded by my teammates but also be attacked by the black fans in the live broadcast room. With this kind of skills? Can you be a game streamer? 0180, this is the first time I've seen a game streamer achieve this kind of record. You're the first in the live streaming industry. Your teammates are really unlucky to be matched with you. Of course, there are black fans and there are true fans. Can you keyboard warriors shut up? If you can do it, come on, you'll just beep. I'm sorry, I'm really not that good at this. I can't even achieve such a poor result with my feet. Really? The food is still being criticized? Shinseki looked at the glaring word failure on the screen in front of her, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with grievance, and clicked on Lin Che's game avatar on the results page. Seeing that it was still early, Lin Che was planning to play a few more games with Zhang Wei and Li Feng, when a game invitation message suddenly popped up on his phone screen. Lin Che looked at the other person's in-game name, which Chi-Chi. Wasn't this the descendant he had just defeated? Lin Che had defeated her 20 times in the previous game, so he still remembered her name. But why was she looking for him? Was she dissatisfied? Did she want to challenge him in a one-on-one duel? Lin Che nodded in agreement with doubt in his heart. As soon as she entered the room, Lin Che heard Shinseki's crying voice. Why do you always focus on me alone to kill? It makes me get scolded by my teammates. Lin Che was speechless. How could someone end up crying while playing a game? Lin Che had never expected this. However, Lin Che didn't intend to comfort her and directly said, "You are on the blue team and I am on the red team. We are opponents. If I don't kill you, then what should I do to kill my teammates?" Lin Che's words were definitely straight-laced, a straight-laced man of steel. Shinseki on the opposite side was stunned when she heard Lin Che's voice. Lin Che's voice was low and magnetic, giving people an inexplicable sense of security. Unless it was a natural sound, perhaps only the top voice actors could produce such a voice. Shinseki reacted and asked, "Brother, are you using a voice changer?" Lin Che was speechless for a moment and said directly, "When you are playing games alone at home, do you use a voice changer?" Shinseki thought about it and it made sense. Who would turn on the sound card when playing games by themselves? At this time, the comments in Shinseki's live broadcast room changed from the game just now to the voice discussing Lin Che. "I'm so happy, this little brother's voice is so beautiful. This sound is amazing, Mom, I feel like I'm in love. But the little brother seems a bit straight. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't he comfort the anchor? People with nice voices usually don't look that good. Hey, the guy above, stop being so mean to others when you can't do the same." Shinseki looked at the barrage of comments that kept popping up in front of her and couldn't help feeling happy. Her live broadcast room hadn't been so lively for a long time. Shinseki asked curiously, "Brother, are you a student at the music school? Otherwise, how come your voice is so beautiful?" Lin Che was stunned for a moment before casually answering, "No, I just learned some voice acting techniques, so my voice is quite unique." "Little brother, you are so amazing. You have such a nice voice, you should be able to sing. I want to hear you sing, okay?" Lin Che was stunned for a moment before agreeing, "Sure." Anyway, it was no big deal to just sing a song. Lin Che himself really liked singing and had been looking forward to the system rewarding him with a singing skill, but unfortunately it never happened. "It just so happens that I recently learned a new song, so I'll let you be the first audience." "Wow, I am so happy," Shinseki said happily. The comments were filled with comments like, 666, please let Lin Che sing. Lin Che cleared his throat, went over the lyrics in his mind, and began to sing. Looking at the night sky across the city road. Counting every wish that falls. No matter where you are in the world. I have no chance with you. If no one can go through time. If you miss me, put it back to the past. After a quick glance, all that remains is the speechless memories. You have to forget me. If we are in each other's sight. full of doubts and sadness mixed with too much fragility. You have to forget me. When I am no longer your happiness, I will open my arms and you will get used to freedom. Looking at the night sky across the city road. Counting every wish that falls. No matter where you are in the world. I have no chance with you. This is a sad love song. The sad lyrics coupled with Lin Che's voice are very infectious. Shensiki's eyes were filled with tears, and she couldn't help but wonder what Lin Che had gone through to sing this song so infectiously. This made Shensiki curious about Lin Che. For the first time ever, there wasn't a single comment in the comments section. Everyone was listening intently to Lin Che's singing. After a few minutes, the song was finished and Lin Che stopped singing. Lin Che waited for a long time but didn't hear anyone talking on the other side. She thought her singing was terrible and explained awkwardly, without the guitar accompaniment, the a cappella performance might not have been as good as it should be. Chapter 37, Mountain Climbing. But before Lin Che could finish her words, Shensiki's voice rang out, "Brother, your singing is so beautiful." I couldn't help crying. Shensiki's voice seemed to have opened the way for the barrage of comments, which kept popping up. "Ah, the little brother sings so well, I'm YSL. Wow, oh, my little brother's singing reminds me of my ex. Haha, everyone, look at the host's blushing face. She has completely fallen for the little brother's singing." Lin Che heard Shensiki's voice reply, "I'm sorry I didn't use the guitar just now, so I might not have performed well in the a cappella performance." "Ah, this is not a good performance. I think you sing better than the average singer." Shensiki said excitedly, the blush on her face had not completely disappeared. Lin Che smiled and didn't continue the topic. "Let's not talk about this anymore, let's play games." "Okay. Brother, can I add you as my gaming friend?" Shensiki asked with some anticipation. "Of course." Lin Che replied. There was nothing wrong with adding a game friend. "Yeah. That's great." Shensiki cheered in her heart. As long as she could add the little brother as a gaming friend, they could play games together often in the future. The two quickly added each other as friends and started playing games. When duo queuing with a girl, Lin Che definitely couldn't choose Orphan as the top laner anymore, and started a sweet duo queuing in the bottom lane. Fortunately, no one competed with Lin Che for the bottom lane shooter position, so Lin Che got the shooter position smoothly. Lin Che had just acquired the game mastery skills, so of course he wanted to play the heroes that required more skillful operation that he had not been able to play before. Speaking of the more skillful heroes among shooters, it must be Umbrella King Gongsun Li. This hero required a lot of skill, and if the operation was not good, it would be like giving away the head. However, Lin Che did not choose this one but chose the Eye of Tranquility Bailey Xiaoyue. As long as this hero can use his skills accurately, such as various flick shots, blind shots, and instant shots, he will definitely make the opponent's scalp numb. However, the biggest reason why Lin Che chose this hero was because as long as he could ensure a high hit rate with his second skill, no other hero could match his damage in the early stages. Shensiki, who played the support position, chose a Yao girl Princess Yao Yao. When Shensiki pressed the confirm button, the other three teammates almost lost their minds. Bailey was accompanying Yao Mei, and there were two less people in the team battle. Someone on the first floor even cursed directly, "Can you please stop playing such stupid heroes? Those who play Yao are all fucking orphans." Shensiki felt even more aggrieved after seeing this. She had been scolded for 2 games in a row, but as a host, it was not easy for her to scold others. Besides, the young man was also in the room, so she could only post a win rate of over 80, and then typed an explanation. "My Yao is pretty good at playing." But the first floor user continued to nag, "What's the point of a high win rate? Isn't it all just the jungler's forced win rate? Don't you know Yao is just a worthless champion?" Someone on the third floor also spoke up, "Ha, 1 Yao and 1 Bailey, this team battle is directly missing 2 people, how can we win?" Lin Che couldn't stand it when she saw this. "Can you just criticize the girl I brought with you whenever you want?" So he said, "What are you beeping about? Just lie down and I'll lead you." The people on the first floor were even more upset when they heard Lin Che's words. They said, "You're still carrying me? I'll be thankful if you don't become a ghost this time." This immediately pissed off Lin Che. After all, Lin Che used to be in the Zone in League of Legends. "Have you eaten rice? Can't you speak without using profanity? Listening to you speak, I feel a sense of intellectual superiority. People like you waste air when you're alive and waste land when you're dead. Go back quickly, your dad is asking you to go hiking." If you knew you were like this, you would have shot yourself on the wall that night. The hundreds of thousands of viewers in Chen Siki's live broadcast room were stunned by Lin Che's actions. 666. Nowadays, if you don't have some culture, you'd be embarrassed to curse. Is this how the people of Zon greet each other in their daily lives? Ha ha ha, I thought such an ethereal little brother wouldn't curse, but why does this make me like him even more? Mr. Anchor, the little brother is protecting you now. Are you touched? If you are moved, pledge yourself to me. As Lin Che finished speaking, the game entered the loading screen, not giving anyone else a chance to speak. Although Lin Che's words sounded rude, they warmed Chen Siki's heart, and the grievance she had just felt was now completely gone. Chen Siki asked with a smile, "What's your name, little brother? What does climbing a mountain mean?" "My name is Lin Che. As for the mountain climbing, it's a meme. You can watch The Hidden Corner and you'll understand. It's about a man who invites someone to go mountain climbing and then pushes them down the mountain." Chen Siki immediately laughed and made a goose-like sound. "Ha ha ha, it turns out you can curse people like this. Little brother, you are so mean." Hearing her say this, Lin Che pretended to be aggrieved and said, "I'm helping you curse people, and you still say I'm bad? Ha ha, thank you." Then Chen Siki didn't know why she always felt inexplicably happy when chatting with Lin Che. At this time, the game finished loading and started. Chen Siki said, "The game has started. Let's play. Can you help me win a round? I just lost so unfairly." Seeing that the game had begun, Lin Che didn't think much about anything else and directly controlled Bailey to go online. The one on the first floor before was the mid-laner Zhang Liang. When he saw Yao controlled by Chen Siki follow Bailey directly to the bottom lane, he couldn't help but say something again. "Help the mid lane. You don't even understand this? And you still say you can play? What's the point of a level 1 Yao following a marksman?" As soon as he sent this message, a system voice announcement sounded. "First blood." Lin Che immediately took first blood. Lin Che didn't curse this time, but directly typed out 3 question marks. Everyone else could see that Lin Che was targeting Zhang Liang on the first floor. This time Zhang Liang was also silent. He got the first blood in less than a minute after coming online, which left him speechless. In fact, this is also the reason why Lin Che chose Bailey this time. As long as this skill is used well, this hero will probably be the strongest hero in the early stage of the entire game. Lin Che had always walked along the wall whenever he went online before. The invisibility and increased movement speed of his passive skill allowed him to reach the line earlier than his opponents and ambush in the bushes earlier. The first thing the opponent's bottom lane Luban did after going online was also to go to the bushes. This person was directly in Lin Che's sights, and Lin Che used his second skill right at his face, followed by 2 basic attacks and another second skill, sending him back to the fountain with 1 shot. Take a day off. Sorry, I can't write today. Please take a day off. Chapter 38, my support is the one that only I can bully. Not to mention Zhang Liang, even Chen Siki was shocked by Lin Che's move. The opponent's Luban was killed before the soldiers arrived. After killing Xiao Luban, Lin Che did not continue to clear the minion line, but rushed to the jungle area. Because the opposing jungler Yun Zhongjuan has already started invading the jungle area, and he brought the support with him. The opponent's Luban has been sent home, and we, along with the jungler, are 3 against 2 without any panic. Lin Che's jungler was the silent 5th floor player. He chose Bailey Xuanza, the White Tiger. Knowing that the opposing jungler was likely to come to counter jungle, he specially learned the second skill that could hook people at level 1. Then, double kill. Lin Che got a double kill and took 3 heads at the start, becoming a super god from the start. The resurrection time was short in the early stage, and when Lin Che returned to the line, Luban also returned to the line. Lin Che only used 1 skill to kill Yun Zhongjuan and the opposing support, so he had already saved 1.5 bullets for his second skill. Xiao Luban is now hiding in the tower in a rather cowardly manner. Because his support is following the jungler, Xiao Luban can only wait for Lin Che to push the line of soldiers into the tower before he goes to clear the soldiers. Lin Che was not in a hurry to kill Xiao Luban. After defeating the river crab, he began to wait for the next wave of soldiers to arrive. Soon the next wave of soldiers came over. Lin Che and Chen Siki collected the soldiers without using any skills. Seeing this, Luban was secretly happy. It seemed that the Bailey on the opposite side was not very good at playing and could not even control the line. As he was thinking about this, he suddenly heard a bang and his blood volume was reduced by half. Luban was startled by this and quickly started to move, while retreating the line of troops. Suddenly, there was another bang and little Luban was hit by Bailey Xiaoyao's second skill again. Now Xiao Luban was completely panicked. He didn't care about the line of soldiers and started to retreat. If he was hit again, he would be gone. But unfortunately, he obviously couldn't leave. After the final bang of the gunshot, another body of little Luban appeared in the canyon. Lin Che hadn't pushed the tower to control the troops before on purpose, just to let Luban relax his vigilance. When his second skill had 3 bullets left, Lin Che was extremely confident that he could kill the opponent instantly. Wow! Brother, your SHE is so accurate. Shensiki shouted excitedly, not feeling that there was anything strange about what she said. However, when she saw the appearance of this little Luban, she remembered her last game, in which she had no gaming experience at all. Lin Che was originally quite complacent about his skills, but upon hearing Chensiki's words, he immediately asked a question in return. What's she accurate about? It's. Shensiki wanted to explain that it was the accuracy of Bailey's skill, but when she saw the barrage of comments popping up on the screen, she finally reacted. What are you thinking about? Humph. Rogue. Although the tone was angry, it also sounded a bit like a spoiled child. This made Lin Che want to tease the little girl, so he said with a smile, whether I'm accurate or not, you'll have to wait until you're level 4. Ride on me, and you'll see for yourself. What are you talking about? I'm just a child. I don't understand. Is this little brother the driving god of Akina Mountain? His driving skills are amazing. Brother, I want to ride it too. Please let me ride it. I'll give it to you guys, little brother. I just want the anchor. Ah, you still say that. If you say that again, I will ignore you. Shensiki is a girl after all and is relatively thin-skinned. She said with some shame and anger. Ah, okay, let's stop talking and just play the game. The joke was almost over, so Lin Che said with a smile and then shut up. But perhaps they were too engrossed in their conversation that they only then noticed that the opposing jungler and support were coming to catch them. Let's retreat first. We don't have the skills to fight them now. Lin Che said. Lin Che had just used up all of his second skills when fighting Luban. If he used normal attacks now, it would definitely be difficult to defeat him and he might not win. After hearing Lin Che's words, Shinseki also hurriedly retreated, but because she was standing too close to the front, she could not escape and was soon caught up by Yun Zhongjuan. Seeing that Chen Xichin was caught by Yun Zhongjuan and did not leave, Lin Che followed behind and attacked with basic attacks one after another. However, Bailey Xiaoyao's basic attack speed was too slow. Although the damage was higher than Yun Zhongjuan's, the attack speed was really not enough. Even if Chen Xichin used the healing skill, she could only die miserably at the hands of Yun Zhongjuan. Little brother, please retreat first, or you will be caught. Shenseki said hurriedly when she saw that Lin Che had not left yet. It's okay, I'll help you get revenge. Lin Che glanced at his second skill, and soon he would accumulate another bullet, so he started to retreat while firing basic attacks. Yun Zhong hadn't used his ultimate move yet. Seeing that Lin Che was still fighting him and not retreating, he immediately activated his ultimate move, wanting to take Lin Che's head as well. Lin Che had been staring at the screen with extremely focused attention, silently calculating his own and Yun Zhongjuan's health, as well as the duration of his second skill. He already had 5 layers of passive skill stacked on him. If he was hit by the opponent's ultimate skill now, there would be no chance of counterattack. The moment Yun Zhongjuan's ultimate move landed, Lin Che directly flashed to avoid Yun Zhongjuan's ultimate move. Follow up with a normal attack, and then directly use a big move. This big move just allows you to retreat under the defensive tower. Yun Zhongjuan took a look at Bailey Xiaoyao's health and didn't continue to chase him, because Lin Che already had 5 layers of passive and was continuously losing blood. Moreover, his health was already very low. Judging from his current state, he was almost certain to die. However, Yun Zhongjuan himself was already in a state of low health. After Lin Che entered the tower, he immediately activated his second skill, crouched down, took aim, turned around, and fired with a bang. With a sniper shot, the low-health Yun Zhongjuan was killed directly. Bailey Xiaoyao, controlled by Lin Che, stood there for a while before dying heroically under Yun Zhongjuan's passive damage. Shenseki was deeply moved by Lin Che's move. Lin Che could have avoided death in this wave, and he could have become a god if he had killed a few more people. However, he exchanged 1-for-1 with Yun Zhongjuan in order to avenge himself, which was a loss. Brother Lin Che, you are so kind. Shenseki said with emotion. My support, then only I can bully him. Lin Che said in a serious tone. This wasn't Lin Che flirting with Chen Siki, he used to be like this when playing games. You play the shooter position, and the support follows you to protect you. Especially if it is a soft support, can you let the support be bullied by others? Chapter 39, Cheating? Ah, this little brother is so warm. I really love him. I love him. I love him. After listening to the little brother's words, and then looking at my boyfriend playing games next to me, I was so angry that I slapped him directly in the face. He always betrays me when he plays games. Little brother, this is too good at teasing. The audience in Chen Siki's live broadcast room was warmed by Lin Che's words, but there were also a few discordant voices. That shot from Bailey feels a bit strange. Yun Songjin was at least 2 flashes away from him, and he zoomed in and moved back a distance. How could he have sniped him instantly? Yeah. I think it's a bit fake too. And the fact that he hit Luban with all 3 shots just now is ridiculous. It's so fake. Hey, you're slandering me here just because your own skills are not good enough? Yeah. And since Kai Huang was so good in the last game, isn't it normal for Bailey to be even better? The comments gradually split into 2 camps that kept arguing, but fortunately, most people still believed in Lin Che. After all, as long as one is good looking, one's values will be determined by their appearance. The first impression is very important. The first impression Lin Che left on them was too good. Most people did not believe that someone like Lin Che would cheat. Chen Siki also saw the barrage, but she didn't pay too much attention to it. It was very common for the audience to quarrel, and nothing was more important than the little brother right now. Brother Lin Che, don't worry. I will be at level 4 soon. I will definitely protect you then. Chen Siki said to Lin Che confidently. After hearing this, Lin Che smiled and agreed, okay. 10 seconds later, they were resurrected in the fountain almost at the same time. Lin Che controlled Bailey Xiao to quickly go online along the wall, and his second skill was also cooled down while waiting for resurrection. The little Luban on the opposite side also knew that Lin Che had been resurrected, so he quickly retreated into the tower and kept moving. He only dared to stop to replenish the soldiers when the soldiers were left with only a little health. Seeing this, Lin Che was not in a hurry. He observed the health of his own soldiers, and then took the opportunity when the opposite Luban stopped to replenish soldiers to shoot directly. Bang! There was no doubt that the bullet hit little Luban directly. Little Luban had already been frightened by Lin Che before, and now he was shot by Lin Che again. Without thinking, he used flash to retreat without even replenishing his troops. However, because Xiao Luban was originally standing far away, this flash made Xiao Luban disappear from Lin Che's field of vision. However, Lin Che did not panic because he lost Xiao Luban's figure in his field of vision. He shook the second skill a few times, directly predicted Xiao Luban's position, and then released the second skill button. There was another muffled bang sound, and judging from the sound effect of this skill, it should have hit the target. Lin Che's eyes lit up. The reason why he hit the target with this shot was mainly because of his strong awareness, but luck also played a big role. However, as long as this shot hit the center, it would cause a 90% deceleration effect. If the next shot was slightly off target, it would basically hit the target. However, this shot still shocked Chen Siki. How could he hit the target without any vision? Those who had previously criticized Lin Che for cheating in the comments jumped out again after seeing this scene. What else can I say? Once is luck, but what about twice? 3 times? If you weren't cheating, I'd eat my phone live. To be honest, even though this operation seems outrageous, it's not impossible to hit the target if you're lucky. Haha, you can even watch this? If you're so lucky, why don't you buy lottery tickets and play games? There were still some people helping Lin Che explain, but the number was much smaller than before. Chen Siki's expression also began to turn a little unnatural. After all, she was a game anchor. If she played duo with a cheating player, the impact would be very bad. Getting her account banned would be a small matter. She might even lose her live broadcast room. Although she was still willing to believe Lin Che, she asked with some fear and hesitation. Little brother, you shouldn't be cheating. Lin Che was now concentrating on predicting Xiao Luban's current position. He didn't hear Chen Siki's tone clearly and subconsciously said something pretentious. Cheating? How can you be as good as me if you cheat? As soon as Lin Che finished speaking, he released the button for the second skill. The last sniper bullet hit Luban directly, and the system prompt sound that Luban was killed sounded again. The opponent's Luban was completely stunned. How could this kill me? He immediately typed a sentence on the public screen. Holy crap! Is he cheating? Orphan player? Lin Che glanced at the little Luban who was ignoring him, and instead smiled slightly as he said, I didn't expect to be able to kill him this time. It seems my luck is pretty good today. Chen Siki didn't answer Lin Che, but comments on her screen kept popping up, almost filling up the entire screen. You're still pretending even when things are like this? You can explain this as luck? Oh. Just cheat, what's the point of talking about luck? Oh, what a pity. I didn't expect such a nice guy to be able to cheat in games. This is so disappointing. I was so fond of him just now. It's too disgusting. Now you girls know. What you see isn't necessarily true. You only see what he wants you to see. This Jill is disgusting. A jerk. Not only is he a noob, but he also cheats with girls. He has absolutely no shame. So that means Kai Huang was also cheating in the last game? I was wondering how someone could have such fast hand speed. What you said is very possible. Stop being in a daze, anchor. Reported now. Chen Siki bit her lip. If she had only had some suspicions before, now she was basically certain that Lin Che was a cheating player. From the beginning till now, he had not missed a single skill, and coupled with the 2 blind sniper shots just now, this performance really made it impossible for Chen Siki not to suspect that Lin Che was cheating. This made Chen Siki feel a little angry. It was just a game, so why would he cheat? The character of such a person was probably not that good. She was so moved by him just now. Seeing that Chen Siki didn't say anything, Lin Che didn't think much about it. After all, he couldn't see Chen Siki's expression or what was said in the barrage. However, Lin Che took a look at the small map and found that the opposite side's Yun Zhongjuan came again. This time, not only did he bring the support, but even the opposite side's mid laner Xiao Zhuge came together. Maybe the opponent thought Lin Che was stronger, so they had to target Lin Che and prevent him from continuing to develop. Otherwise, there would be no point in winning the game and he would be killed by Bailey directly. Chapter 40. Lin Che no longer had any second skill and had used up his flash. He had already crossed the river when he was about to kill Luban. Now the opposing jungler, support, and mid laner had all arrived, so he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. At this moment, Lin Che saw that Yao, controlled by Chen Siki, had reached level 4. So Lin Che hurriedly said, "Focus on me. With me shield, I should be able to escape. If I get a chance, I might even be able to counterattack." Lin Che said this while controlling Bailey to retreat, but Chen Siki just stood there without moving. "Why aren't you moving? Hurry up and use your ultimate skill." Lin Che urged again, but it was too late. Yun Zhongjuan and the other 2 had already arrived, and Chen Siki just moved a few times on the spot without using any skills to protect Lin Che, nor did she use her ultimate skill to add a shield to Lin Che. Seeing this, Lin Che had no choice but to retreat while attacking, trying to protect Chen Siki. Bailey and Yao were very close to each other, so they naturally wanted to kill the most threatening Bailey first. The 3 opponents all used their ultimates directly. Yun Zhongjuan flew over and chased Bailey with a basic attack, while the mid lane Xiao Zhuge used his ultimate directly, intending to take the head directly. Lin Che immediately used his big displacement to avoid the control skills of the opponent's auxiliary, and quickly walked towards Yao, speaking to Chen Siki as he walked. "First, help me block the opponent Zhuge's ultimate, then use the ultimate to ride on me, so that we can both escape." But even though Lin Che had said this, Chen Siki still didn't move at all. In the end, there was no doubt that Lin Che died under the ultimate move of Zhuge on the opposite side, and Yao also died under the siege of the 3 opponents. Lin Che frowned as he looked at the black and white interface on his phone screen. Thinking back to when Chen Siki had just asked him if he was cheating, he probably guessed why this happened. "Are you suspecting that I'm cheating?" Lin Che asked with some displeasure. "No. Even if you cheat, it has nothing to do with me." Chen Siki heard Lin Che's somewhat unhappy tone, and thought about how he could cheat so confidently, which made her even more unhappy and her tone became a little aggressive. Lin Che wanted to explain further, but Chen Siki's tone reminded her of Chen Chang's attitude towards her before, and she immediately didn't want to explain anymore. In the months before their breakup, Chen Chang became increasingly dissatisfied with Lin Che. He would fly into a rage at Lin Che over a trivial matter, and his tone of voice became increasingly impatient and perfunctory, exactly like Chen Siki at this moment. Lin Che was too lazy to explain or pay attention to her. He simply turned off the microphone and speaker. Without saying a word and without needing to hear the other party's voice, he typed out a paragraph. Go follow the jungler. After that, he was too lazy to pay attention to Shinseki and just fought on his own. I'm not cheating. You've clearly misunderstood me, yet you're still giving me a hard time? Did I give you face? Do you still want me to be humble and coax you? Give you an explanation? This was Lin Che's truest thought at the moment. If it were the old Lin Che, he wouldn't be so angry, but after experiencing what happened with Chen Shang, Lin Che couldn't stand this attitude. He felt that it was unnecessary for a man to lower himself so low and try to please a girl like a dog. So seeing Chenseki's attitude, Lin Che didn't bother to say anything. After all, the game was over, so they just said goodbye and there would be no more interactions in the future. When Chenseki heard Lin Che's words and couldn't hear her voice anymore, she suddenly felt like there was a void in her heart, as if she had lost something very important. Her expression became a little strange. However, the audience in the live broadcast room was even more dissatisfied with Lin Che's arrogant attitude. Holy crap! Is this cheating dog still getting excited? It doesn't matter who the jungler is. Even if I fight alone, it's better than fighting with a lazy dog like you. Brothers, assemble. Let's report this cheater and have the system ban him for 10 years. Isn't he good at scolding? I want to see if he can scold so many of us by himself. Just as much as this group of people like Lin Che just now they hate Lin Che as much. But Chenseki panicked when she saw these comments. If you want to report it, then report it, but don't add the person and scold him. What if he really isn't cheating? Mr. Anchor, you're too kind. This isn't cheating? Then what constitutes cheating? Oh, stop talking about it. The anchor is just a big-breasted, brainless, and love-brained person. Can you please stop trying to deceive me? This guy just has a nice voice. He might just be a big toe picker. Not only did Shinseki's explanation fail to have any effect, but it also caused the trolls to point their guns at her. Anyway, these keyboard warriors spoke without any scruples and had no manners at all, even though they were separated by a screen. They madly slandered Lin Che and also cursed Shinseki. There are even some people who have no idea what is going on and just join in the cursing. They are timid in real life but strike hard online. This sentence refers to keyboard warriors like them. However, Lin Che had no idea what the other party's comments were saying about him as he controlled the newly resurrected Bailey to go online. Chenseki controlled Yao and wandered around the fountain entrance for a while, then walked towards the wild area, hanging on Bailey Schwanze's body with a somewhat absent-minded look. Bailey Schwanze was also a little puzzled. Aren't the two in the bottom lane duo queuing? And Bailey Xiaoyao was also very powerful. Why did this support suddenly come to him? Lin Che didn't count on Chenseki and started playing the game seriously. He just wanted to finish the game quickly so he could leave. Now his economy is already more than 1,000 and almost 2,000 ahead of the opposite Luban, and his level is 2 levels higher than Luban, so he has been leaning against the wall and using the passive stealth effect to slowly approach Luban, and then directly enters the tower to hit Luban twice, and then uses the ultimate move to hit Luban and use the backward effect of the ultimate move to exit the attack range of the defense tower, and then squats down and uses the second skill to take away the opposite Luban. You cheating dog! Luban on the opposite side was so angry that he typed again to curse Lin Che. Lin Che ignored him, quickly cleared the troops, and went straight to the bushes in the middle lane. At this time, the second skill that he had used before had also recovered. The opposing mid-laner Xiao Zhuge saw that Bailey was not in the bottom lane, and guessed that he was likely to come and catch him, but he was not panicked at all because of the 3 displacement skills of his second skill. As long as he was not controlled by Zhang Liang's ultimate move, he would have no problem running away. At this moment, suddenly there was a bang and a bullet hit his body, and his blood volume dropped by half. Holy crap! What kind of damage is this? It hurts so much. The player controlling Zhuge Liang was a little surprised. He was so scared that he quickly used a displacement skill and started retreating. Chapter 41. Lin Che used his second skill twice again with an expressionless face, and without a doubt, both of them hit Zhuge accurately. You have slain an enemy. The system voice announced that Lin Che had killed the enemy mid-laner Zhuge Liang. The opponent's little Zhuge was also confused and directly typed 3 question marks. Zhuge Liang, I used 3 displacement skills to move, and you hit me with all 3 shots? Just now I thought you were looking for excuses because Luban couldn't beat you, but now it seems you're really a cheater. Lin Che remained silent as he read these words, but disdain gradually grew in his heart. If the little Zhuge Liang on the opposite side had really positioned himself carefully, he might not have been able to hit all 3 shots. After all, the game mastery was only at the basic version. But just now, the little Zhuge Liang was obviously very confident that he still had 3 stages of displacement. He simply moved backwards without any left or right movement. If he didn't hit the target, it would be a shame to this basic version of the game mastery. Lin Che simply ignored what the other party said and went back to the bottom lane to continue developing after the fight. However, Zhang Liang and the top laner Xiaoho, who already had a grudge against Lin Che, immediately found a reason to criticize Lin Che. Zhang Liang, so you're cheating. I was wondering why your win rate is so high. Cheating with girls? Have some shame? Xiaoho, so you're the king of big talk, really good at scolding people, but you rely on cheats to play games? These 2 people had been criticized by Lin Che when they were choosing heroes before. Now that they have found the opportunity, they will definitely mock Lin Che madly. Bailey Xuanzi, who was still jungling in the jungle, suddenly understood why the support did not follow Xiaoyao and suddenly followed him. It turned out that Bailey Xiaoyao was cheating. Zhang Liang didn't stop mocking Lin Che and typed directly on the public screen. We have a cheater in our family. It's meaningless even if we win. Just push it. We can still afford to lose this 1 star. Xiaoho immediately followed Zhang Liang's words. Yes, I'll give you one first. Doesn't this cheater want to win? I won't let you win. As soon as she finished speaking, Sister Ji rushed into the opposite tower and gave a kill to the opponent's top laner. Zhuge Liang, alright, I'll report this cheater for you guys after the fight. Lin Che frowned as he watched these people talking. He opened the battle record page, blocked everyone, and began to concentrate on the operation. Although this is just a game, no matter whether it is a game or not, since it has begun, you must take it seriously. As for whether you win or lose in the end, you can only do your best and leave the rest to fate. Anyway, you have done your best. Lin Che continued to control Bailey Xiaoyao's development and killing. However, his own mid and top laners had already started to give up. Although the support and jungler had not given up, they had been staying in the jungle and had not come out. It was obvious that they did not want to play this game anymore. Only Lin Che was playing the game seriously from beginning to end. In this situation, not to mention that Lin Che only had the basic level of the game, even if he was proficient in the advanced level, he might not be able to win the game in this situation. The most disgusting thing was that the mid laner Zhang Liang kept revealing Lin Che's position to the opponent, causing Lin Che to be caught by the 5 opponents. Chen Siki watched Bailey Xiaoyao, controlled by Lin Che, defending the tower alone and developing alone, looking for a chance to win, but was repeatedly killed by the 5 opponents who jumped over the tower together. For some reason, her nose began to feel sore and she felt an indescribable sadness in her heart. But wouldn't it be better if you stopped cheating? Is winning or losing a game that important? Chen Siki muttered to herself as she watched Bailey Xiaoyao die again and again on the screen, feeling very uncomfortable. The people in the live broadcast room saw Chen Siki's appearance and said, "Don't feel bad for him, streamer. This is how you deal with people like him. He deserves it. Yeah. This is so damn satisfying. This guy must be crazy about winning. Why is he still playing in this situation without even surrendering? Master, please don't vote. Let him die a few more times. People like him should be taught a lesson." After about a few minutes, the opponent finally had enough and rushed to the high ground to retreat from the crystal. Lin Che fell silent as he looked at the glaring word failure on the phone screen. It was impossible for Lin Che not to be angry. Winning or losing the game was secondary. But being misunderstood and scolded for no reason made Lin Che very unhappy. However, he couldn't just go through the network cable and hit people. In the end, he just left the room without saying a word. Lin Che, who had just exited the room, saw many people trying to add him as a game friend. He knew without a doubt that they were all here to curse him. Lin Che didn't even bother to look at them and directly set his account to a state that prohibited adding friends. Then it was almost time. Lin Che planned to turn off the game and make a big meal for Lin Qian. It was almost time for Lin Qian to wake up by the time he was done. On Chen Siki's side, seeing Lin Che exit the game room without saying a word, she sighed softly, clicked the report button on the results page, checked the reason of using plugins, and said after glancing at the barrage, "Everyone, please stop cursing. I've already reported it. We'll know soon if there's any cheating going on." Even though Chen Siki said this, she still felt a bit guilty. Lin Che had sung for her and taken her to play games, yet she had caused him to be scolded by so many people. And now, there must be many people in her livestream who would go to Lin Che's gaming friends and scold him. She didn't know what he would think if he saw this. After reporting, Chen Siki no longer had the heart to continue playing games. After receiving some rewards for daily tasks, she planned to find a reason to stop broadcasting, but at this moment the feedback result of the report email came out. Although Chen Siki felt that Lin Che must have been cheating, she still opened the email in front of everyone in order to give an explanation to the people in the live broadcast room. But when she saw the content of the email clearly, the entire live broadcast room suddenly became quiet. The content of the email was simple, just a few words: "There is nothing unusual about the player account you reported." This also proved that Lin Che was not cheating. Everyone knows Penguin. Although it likes to copy homework, its anti-cheating measures are still very strong, and its crackdown on cheating is particularly strong, so there will basically be no misjudgment. At this time, several barrages appeared on the screen. The results of my report also showed no abnormalities. My V9 report was unsuccessful, so he probably wasn't cheating. That means we all misunderstood my brother. At least 100 people in the livestream reported Lin Che, all saying there was nothing unusual, so there was no way this was a misjudgment. This meant Lin Che wasn't cheating, so... Chapter 42, Dejung Garden. Chen Siki's heart skipped a beat as she looked at the 4 words "no abnormalities" before her eyes, and then a wave of guilt welled up in her. He didn't cheat. No, cheating. Chen Siki couldn't even imagine how Lin Che felt when he was trying so hard to turn the tables in the previous game, while his 4 teammates were wandering around in the jungle and mocking him. Moreover, when his teammates scolded him, he was the one who protected him. When the opponent killed him, he was willing to trade 1 for 1 to avenge him. When he came, he smiled and sang for himself, but when he left without saying a word. The audience in the live broadcast room noticed that Chen Siki's eyes gradually turned red, and then she lay on the table, shaking and sobbing, suppressing her crying, which made people feel distressed. They felt very uncomfortable seeing Chen Siki like this, and they all started to persuade her. Don't cry, host. This isn't entirely your fault. We all misunderstood the little brother. Yes, host, don't be sad, we will give you a reward. Whoa, I'm sorry, little brother. We shouldn't have doubted you. Of course, in addition to those who felt sorry for Chen Siki, there were also many people who felt sorry for Lin Che. Weren't you talking so happily just now? Why are you quiet now? You rubbish streamer, I won't talk to you anymore, I'm unfollowing you and leaving. What's the point of crying now? Just think about how the little brother felt when you 9 of you collectively targeted him in the last game. Yeah. That little brother is so nice, he sang for you and helped you gain points. What about you? What did you do? If you don't find that little brother and apologize to him and ask him to forgive you, I will scold you as soon as you start broadcasting. Alright. Stop arguing. The most important thing now is to figure out how to apologize to my little brother. Many female audiences were already impressed by Lin Che's singing voice, and their hearts were further moved by his warm behavior of protecting Chen Siki in the game. Later, when Lin Che was accused of cheating, they didn't believe it at all. However, if they said it at that time, they would definitely be criticized, so they could only remain silent. But now the evidence proves that Lin Che did not cheat, which makes them even angrier. Chen Siki stopped reading the comments. All she could think about was Lin Che and his friend Bailey Xiaoyao falling before her time and time again, and she watched helplessly as he fell before her eyes without offering a helping hand. Lin Che had already prepared the tonic meal, and all that was left was the soup, which would be ready in a short while. Lin Che tiptoed to Lin Xian's bedside, slowly placed his mouth next to her ear, and spoke softly and gently. Xian, wake up. Well, let me sleep for a while. I'm so tired. If you don't wake up soon, I'll have to do some exercise to help you wake up. No. Don't. I'll get up right away. Lin Xian was so frightened by Lin Che's words that she immediately woke up. Lin Xian still has some difficulty walking now, and needs Lin Che's support to go downstairs to eat. Xiao Che, the food you cooked is so delicious. After Lin Xian took a bite of the food that Lin Che had prepared, she couldn't stop eating. In the end, Lin Xian was so full that she didn't want to move at all. Don't eat so much next time. I can cook it for you anytime you want. Okay, but it's really delicious. You take a rest first and I'll go take a shower. Okay. Lin Xian's heart was a little confused again. Taking a shower so early, wouldn't he still need it? Could his body withstand it? Lin Qian's face flushed again as she thought about it. Lin Che was a little confused when he saw Lin Qian's red face, but soon he guessed why Lin Qian was blushing. Ha ha ha, what are you thinking about? I'm just a little tired today and want to rest early, but if you still want to, it's not impossible. Ah. Then go wash up and rest. Lin Qian's face turned even redder. It turned out that she had misunderstood the situation. She was so embarrassed. After taking a shower, they watched TV together for a while and then went back to their room to rest. Lin Che fell asleep, but Lin Qian couldn't sleep, even though she had done everything she should and shouldn't have done yesterday. But Lin Qian was still not used to having a grown man next to her while she slept. It was not until very late that Lin Qian slowly fell asleep. When he woke up the next day, Lin Che found Lin Qian still sleeping and didn't want to wake her up. He got out of bed quietly, washed and dressed, and went to prepare breakfast for Lin Qian. Lin Che completed today's sign-in while eating breakfast. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Dijian Garden community. Dijian Garden? An entire neighborhood? Yes, host. Lin Che was completely stunned, with a strange look on his face. I thought they would give me company shares, luxury cars or villas, but I never expected they would give me an entire community. While Lin Che was still in a daze, a phone call came in. Hello, are you Mr. Lin Che-lin? Yes, it's me. Well, Mr. Lin, this is the sales office of Dijian Garden Community. The property certificate for the property you purchased from us has been issued. Please come and inspect it when you are free. Lin Che said immediately after hearing this. Okay, send me the address and I'll go over now. Okay, Mr. Lin. After saying that, he hung up the phone. A short while later, Lin Che received an address message from the sales office. Lin Che glanced at the message and sent a text message to Lin Qian, telling her that he had to go out for something and that breakfast was ready for her. She could eat it after heating it up a little. Soon Lin Che arrived at the sales office of Dijian Garden. After getting out of the car, Lin Che walked towards the sales office. As he walked, Lin Che also called the sales manager. When Lin Che reached the door, the manager also hurried over. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm the manager of the sales department. I'm the one you spoke to on the phone earlier. You can just call me Xiao Chun. After hearing what Manager Chen said, Lin Che also greeted him with a smile. Hello, Manager Chen. Manager Chen, who was there, was quite surprised. They didn't expect that the person who bought the entire Dijian Garden community was so young and polite. Unlike those other rich second generations, they are all arrogant. Ha, Mr. Lin is really young and promising. Please come in and let's talk in the office. Okay, let's go. The three of them walked to the manager's office together. As soon as you enter the office, you will see that the floor of the office is piled with red real estate certificates. It filled up half of the office. Chapter 43. Mr. Lin, all your property certificates are here. The property certificates for the entire Dijian Garden community, a total of 1,520 households, are all here. All the houses have been fully renovated to your specifications. Whether you are renting them out or giving them away for your own use, you can move in right away. It seems that the system has thought about it for me. After all, I already have Villa Manor No. 1. This house can only be rented out or given away as a favor in the future. As for selling it, that is not necessary. I don't need the money. As he spoke, the manager brought out another box and said to Lin Che, Mr. Lin, here are the keys to all the houses. Lin Che looked at the more than 1,000 property certificates without showing any expression, but just nodded lightly. Mr. Lin, when you first purchased our community, the overall value was approximately 5 billion. There's a slight increase in the value of the property now, around 13 to 14 billion yuan. Hearing this, Lin Che couldn't help but feel a little surprised. It had only been a short time and the price of 5 billion had already increased to 13 or 14 billion. This is more than doubled. At this moment, Manager Chen was also quite shocked. After all, this is an entire community. If it is scattered among many people, it won't feel like anything. But it is quite shocking that all of this is concentrated in one person. To be honest, this is the first time Manager Chen has seen such a bold operation in his more than 10 years of working in the real estate industry. Afterwards, after the two of them exchanged words, Lin Che suddenly asked, Manager Chen, do you offer rental services for property owners? Manager Chen was slightly stunned after hearing this, but then he thought about it and it made sense. How could he live in so many houses by himself? Even if he gave some of them away, most of the other houses would probably have to be rented out. After thinking it through, Manager Chen's eyes lit up and he spoke hurriedly. Mr. Lin, because there is a key high school near our community, this is a school district house, so this house is very popular right now. Our company does not have this business. But if you trust me, I happen to know an agent here who can take you to have a look. Is that okay with you? Lin Che nodded calmly and said, well, that's fine too. Just talk to my secretary about this matter. I'll give you her contact information when the time comes. When Manager Chen heard Lin Che's agreement, he smiled so hard that the corners of his mouth almost reached his ears. By the way, don't rent out all of them. Let's rent out 1,000 units first. I still have a use for the rest. Manager Chen was also very excited. Lin Che wanted 520 units, so he still had 1,000 property certificates available for rent. In this way, the share of the commission you can get from the agent will be much higher than your annual salary. Lin Che planned to find a time to bring his parents to live in Jiang province. If he sent them to Villa number 1 all at once, they might think too much. It would be better to get them a house in Dijiang Garden community first. Mr. Lin, our company has actually prepared a house specifically for you. We've opened up the top floor of Building 9, the king-sized building, into a large 600 square meter flat for you, with excellent lighting. And this set is decorated for you according to the highest standards. Hearing this, Lin Che nodded. Okay, then take me to see it. Lin Che drove the car to the door of the sales office and called 2 people from the sales office to move the property certificates and keys of the houses that were not rented out into the car. After finishing all this and giving a small tip to the 2 people in the sales office, Lin Che went alone to the 600 square meter flat that the sales office had prepared for him. This large flat on the top floor has direct access to the house by elevator. After entering the door, what catches your eye is a large flat that is luxurious to the point of being abnormal. All the home appliances and furniture are top brands, carefully designed and customized by designers. They are magnificent and valuable. The 600 square meter house includes 5 bedrooms, a study, an entertainment room, a movie room, a hall, a side hall, and a dining room. What's even more outrageous is that there are actually 2 kitchens, one closed one for cooking Chinese food, one open one for cooking Western food, and a bar for making cocktails. Each space is ridiculously large, and a living room of over 100 square meters is more than enough for holding a party. There is also a whole floor-to-ceiling window. There is no obstruction outside the window, and the scenery outside the window is unobstructed. This is simply the ceiling in the decoration industry. Although the whole community was decorated uniformly, it was obvious that this house was reserved for him, and everything was designed individually by a professional designer. Half an hour later, Lin Che lazily leaned on the sofa, a smile on his face. It seems that I have to find a time to bring my parents over as soon as possible so that they can enjoy themselves. They have worked hard for me and my sister for most of their lives, and I must let the 2 old people enjoy more in the future. Manager Chen from the sales department was asked to discuss the follow-up matters with Lin Qian, and Lin Che, the hands-off boss, had nothing to do again. Lin Che had nothing to do and planned to go to Qianyu building to take a look. Although I met the manager yesterday, I still haven't gotten to know him well after owning him for so long. Also, some unpleasant things happened that day, so I didn't feel like finding out and just went back. I have nothing to do now, so I can go and take a look. When Lin Che drove to Qianyu building, it was already rush hour. There are a lot of handsome men and beautiful women coming and going. Today, Lin Che was still wearing the same cheap clothes she had bought before, which seemed a bit out of place in this place. Although Lin Che bought a lot of clothes after he became rich, he still felt that these street stall goods were the most comfortable to wear. After all, the people coming and going were all wearing mid to high-end clothes costing 5 or 6,000 yuan, while Lin Che was wearing a set of street stall goods that cost less than 500 yuan in total. Many people looked at Lin Che with a mixture of contempt and superiority. Some of the girls' eyes lit up when they saw Lin Che's handsome face, but as they moved their gazes downwards, when they saw what Lin Che was wearing, the peach blossoms in their eyes instantly disappeared, and were filled with disappointment. Oh, what a pity! Such a handsome guy is actually a poor 13. When entering the door of Qianyu building, Lin Che found 2 tall and burly security guards standing on the left and right of the door, just like 2 door gods. Although they were only wearing security uniforms, their clothes were very clean and tidy. They looked very energetic with their heads held high and chests puffed out, just like 2 dedicated soldiers. Chapter 44. However, if you observe carefully, you will find that their eyes would occasionally pretend to casually sweep over the S-shaped figures of those beautiful girls, and they would secretly swallow their saliva. The guard posts during this peak period are still very popular, and all the security guards fight for these posts every day. Because the benefits are so good, these loser security guards can openly look at all kinds of beautiful young ladies every day. Most of the companies in this building are engaged in finance, e-commerce, and video live streaming. The girls in finance, e-commerce, and live streaming are famous throughout the province for their beauty. During the morning, noon, and evening rush hours, Shenyu Building has become a beautiful landscape famous far and wide in Jiangxi Province. Although Lin Che was met with many cold stares here, he didn't care. Because these vulgar people can only see the appearance, which is too superficial, and cannot see Lin Che's inner beauty. When they reached the main gate, the two security guards also saw Lin Che. His originally somewhat lazy body suddenly tensed up, and he held his head high and chest out like a dutiful soldier, shouting loudly, "Hello, boss." The voices of these two people attracted the attention of countless passers-by. The ridicule and contempt in these people's eyes turned into confusion and bewilderment. Why were these two security guards calling this scruffy young man boss? Who was he? Was he the son of a wealthy company in the building? Lin Che didn't say anything. She just nodded slightly and smiled faintly at the two security guards as she passed by them. The two security guards were so excited that they seemed to be injected with chicken blood. The two security guards' breathing became rapid due to excitement. "Did you see that? The boss just smiled at me." You farted, and the boss was obviously smiling at me. Now there is no one in the property management company who doesn't know Lin Che. In order to prevent the occurrence of such a situation where there would be no one so blind as that day who would offend Lin Che, Yui Wei printed out Lin Che's photo after she left. It was distributed to every employee of the property management company, requiring them to remember Lin Che's appearance. Anyone who failed to recognize her and offended the boss would be fired. That's why the two security guards at the door reacted so quickly after seeing Lin Che. After all, they don't want to lose a job with such good benefits just because of this. Lin Che didn't linger at the door for long, and followed the crowd into the lobby on the first floor of the office building. As soon as you enter, there are 8 elevators, and each elevator is full of people. At this time, no one cares about their manners, and they are all trying hard to squeeze in, for fear that they will not be able to squeeze in and be late for work. After all, you will be fined for being late and you will lose your attendance bonus. Who can resist money these days? And those pretty young ladies who are thin and wearing cool clothes are even more miserable. Not only will you not be able to squeeze in, but you will also be taken advantage of by perverts with ulterior motives. Everyone is crowding together, you push me, I push you, and it is inevitable that some parts of the body will be squeezed accidentally. Anyway, it won't hurt if you squeeze it. As soon as Lin Che walked in, she noticed a girl in professional attire, holding a pile of documents and standing at the back of the crowd, looking at the crowded elevator with a worried look on her face. Just as she was worrying, she saw Lin Che coming over. Suddenly my heart started beating rapidly, as if a deer was running around. This little brother is so handsome. Is he trying to chat me up? What should I do? Looking at Lin Che's sunny and handsome face, and that golden ratio figure, she felt an urge to fall in love. Seeing Lin Che coming over, the young lady didn't know what to say as she watched Lin Che getting closer and closer. Little brother, are you going up? Yes, but it looks like we won't be able to go up here for a while. Little brother, you'd better not push up. There are too many people and you can't squeeze in at all. Lin Che listened to the girl's reminder and smiled at her, thank you. Are you in a hurry? Do you want to go up? This smile as gentle as spring breeze almost made the girl faint, and her breathing became more rapid. Her face turned even redder, and she buried her head in the surging peaks like an ostrich and spoke shyly. No. You're welcome. Well, the manager asked me to bring some information up, but this. After saying these 2 sentences, the girl felt like she was going to die, she was so excited. After all, Lin Che's looks were now so good that even women would envy him. Lin Che said with a faint smile on her face. To thank you for your reminder, I'll take you upstairs. Come with me. Although Lin Che spoke lightly, the girl followed him closely without saying a word after hearing it, and she didn't doubt at all whether Lin Che could take her up. Lin Che led the young lady towards the exclusive elevator. The girl was a little confused. Isn't there an elevator over there? How can I get there? The girl never imagined that Lin Che would be the owner of this building. Lin Che brought the girl to the passage leading to the exclusive elevator, which was guarded by 2 security guards. Similarly, the 2 security guards here immediately raised their heads and chests, saluted, and shouted loudly when they saw Lin Che. "Hello, boss." Because he had experienced this once before at the gate, Lin Che was not too surprised and nodded calmly. But the girl behind Lin Che was frightened by the sudden sound. The girl thought there was someone behind her, but when she turned around, there was no one there. She would never have dreamed that this handsome guy she met would be the owner of this building. She was suddenly confused. "Let's go." Before the girl could react, Lin Che had already walked into the elevator. The girl walked into the elevator blankly with a pile of documents in her arms, and she still hasn't reacted. She always felt that something was wrong, but after thinking about it, she couldn't remember what it was. Lin Che asked after entering the elevator. "Which floor are you going to?" 27th floor. The girl didn't dare to meet Lin Che's eyes and spoke with her head lowered. Seeing the girl like this, Lin Che just smiled and said nothing. After pressing the button for the 27th floor, he pressed the button for the 59th floor. After that, the elevator suddenly became quiet. This is the only elevator in the entire building that can directly reach Lin Che's office floor. 2 people stood on either side of the elevator, no one spoke, and it was extremely quiet. Lin Che was too tired to talk, and the girl didn't know what to say. Her heart was still beating fast, and she felt that being able to ride in the same elevator with Lin Che was already a very happy thing. She was still thinking, if only it could go on like this forever. Although they didn't talk, she felt an inexplicable sense of happiness just being with him. It's a pity that dreams are full of hope, but reality is very skinny. Chapter 45. Soon we arrived at the 27th floor and the elevator doors slowly slid open to both sides. Lin Che was also somewhat curious about what the working conditions on this floor were like. As the elevator door opened, what appeared before Lin Che was a chaotic scene, just like the beginning of work. There were also people talking loudly in the corridor, and I couldn't tell what they were saying. When the elevator that Lin Che was riding in opened, all the noisy sounds disappeared instantly. Everyone's eyes were turned to the elevator. "Isn't this elevator broken and unusable? I heard that this elevator is only accessible to a few upper floors of this building. Is this true? I've been here for over half a year and I've never seen this elevator in use." Everyone was discussing it. "Thank you." After reaching the 27th floor, the girl felt it was no longer appropriate to stay in the elevator. She thanked Lin Che and walked out with a red face. "It's okay, you go ahead and do your work, I'll be leaving first." Lin Che waved at the girl and said. The girl watched the elevator door slowly close, and for some reason she felt a little lost. "It's like I've lost something important, and my heart feels empty." When she turned around, she found that everyone was staring at her, which made her feel a little overwhelmed and a little panicked. What's wrong with you? Why are you all staring at me?" she asked with some confusion. Suddenly a female colleague rushed to her, took her hand and asked. "How did you get up this elevator?" "Huh? I was just downstairs trying to get up, but the elevator was full. I was getting a little anxious, and then the young man saw me, so he took me up in this elevator." "What's wrong? Is there a problem? Really?" After hearing the girl's answer, the female colleague asked anxiously with her eyes wide open. The excited hands couldn't help but exert more force. It hurts, please let me go first," the girl said with some pain. Sorry, I got a little excited." "Is the boy you just met handsome? How old is he? What's his personality like?" "So handsome." When the girl heard what her female colleague said, she couldn't help but think of Lin Che again, and her face turned red involuntarily. Besides, the little brother is very young, probably in his early 20s. She has a very pretty smile, and her voice is very gentle when she talks to me. She must have a good personality. The girl was reminiscing incessantly, with a sweet smile on her face all the time, just like a girl in the midst of passionate love, which made everyone envious and a little surprised. "Wow, what kind of fairy brother is this? Did you add him as a friend or leave me your contact information?" Someone shouted in surprise and asked. "I'm telling you, you must seize this opportunity. Anyone who can ride this elevator must be extraordinary. Look at our boss. He's worth hundreds of millions. He's so awesome, but he's not even qualified to ride this elevator." It's easy to imagine that this little brother must be one of the rich second generations in our Jiang province. If you can seize this opportunity, then why are you squeezing into the elevator? You can enjoy life to the fullest for the rest of your life. Many girls said with a sour tone that they wished it was them in the elevator just now. How great that would be. They would definitely try their best to win the heart of the boy. But, I was too nervous just now and didn't ask for anything. When the girl heard what everyone said, she felt very sorry for not asking Lin Che for his contact information. Did you notice which floor the little brother went to? The girl recalled for a moment and said, I think I went to the 59th floor. What? 59 floors? Are you sure? The girl recalled carefully again and said with certainty, I'm sure it's the 59th floor. What's wrong? Oh shit. Everyone sighed in disbelief upon hearing the girl's answer. The 59th floor is the exclusive office of the boss of our building. It is said that this entire floor is the boss's office, and the decoration is extremely luxurious. Just think about it, our building has about 10,000 square meters per floor, and the annual rent for one floor is over 10 million yuan. But now it's used exclusively as an office for one person. How luxurious is that? If I had an office area like this, I would definitely build a huge swimming pool and find dozens of young models and beautiful women to have parties. Just thinking about it makes me excited. At this time, a male colleague with a lewd smile on his face was talking. Get out. The girls laughed and cursed when they heard what their male colleague said. Especially the girl who had just taken the same elevator with Lin Che said this angrily. You're talking nonsense. My brother is definitely not that kind of person. How could such a kind person be as filthy as you? Seeing that he had angered everyone, the male colleague smiled and ran away in shame. Although the girl felt that Lin Che would not be that kind of person, a picture emerged in her mind. Lin Che and I were in a large room of 10,000 square meters, with an extremely clear swimming pool. Together, we overlooked the entire Jiang province. After imagining it, the girl's face turned red again. She felt so shy just thinking about it and couldn't stand it. Lin Che took the elevator directly to the 59th floor, opened the door, went in, and sat down on the sofa, half leaning back, waiting quietly. Lin Che knew that there were some things that she didn't need to say, as someone would do it for her. Sure enough, just a few minutes after Lin Che sat down, the elevator door opened again. Yui Wei trotted out and came to Lin Che, bending over and speaking with a smile on his face. Boss, why are you here today? If you're coming, please let me know in advance so I can arrange for the senior management to go out and greet you. An hour later, Lin Che walked out of the gate of Qianyu building. Lin Che and Yui Wei signed a contract renewal with their property management company and left after learning about Qianyu building. However, just as Lin Che walked to the car and was about to get in and leave, a somewhat surprised voice sounded behind Lin Che. Lin Che, you are Lin Che, right? Hearing this, Lin Che turned around and took a look. It turned out to be He Feng, a friend who grew up with him in his hometown. He Feng was only a few years older than Lin Che. In the past, his relationship with Lin Che was just average. However, this person is a good person, except for one shortcoming: he likes to brag. He Feng? There was also some surprise in Lin Che's eyes. She looked at He Feng in front of her and asked with some confusion. Chapter 46. After all, they hadn't seen each other for so many years, so Lin Che was still a little unsure whether he had made a mistake. Yes. It's me, what a coincidence. I didn't expect you to recognize me. He Feng, who was there, also started to talk a lot. Do you work in Qianyu building? I saw you coming out from here. Oh, that's not the case. I just came to take a look. You know, I got married right after graduation, and the girl's family is pushing me too hard. He Feng's tone sounded a little helpless. Oh, then which community did you buy the house in? Hey, what other community could it be? I just graduated and I had no money. I had to ask my family for some money for the down payment and bought a house in Mingxin community, which was just over 100 square meters. He Feng waved his hands and said helplessly. But there was still a hint of arrogance in these words. After all, I was able to buy a house and get married in Jiang province shortly after graduation. In the eyes of many people, this is already considered a successful person. That's pretty good. He bought a house and got married right after graduation. You're still not satisfied with this. It just so happens that our two communities are close to each other. How about I give you a ride? He Feng, who was standing by, also looked a little surprised. After all, he was very clear about Lin Che's family situation. They were all from the village. Although Lin Che had graduated after all, he heard that he was now running a small company with his classmates. Did you buy a car? Yes, I just bought one for transportation. Lin Che did not deny it either. It was time to gradually let people know. Okay, that saves me from having to squeeze into the bus. Then, Hifeng took a look at the parking lot. There are not many cars in the parking lot now. After all, it is rush hour and some people don't drive for fear of traffic jams. At this time, Hifeng noticed the cheapest Mercedes-Benz worth about 300,000 yuan in the parking lot and said in surprise. Oh my god, Lin Che, you're doing pretty well now. You've only just graduated and you're already driving a Mercedes-Benz. As for the G-Class opposite the Benz, Hifeng subconsciously ignored it. After all, Lin Che's family didn't have much money, even if he and his friends opened a small company. But this G-Class is not something that a boss of a newly opened small company like Lin Che can afford. But at this moment, Lin Che took out his key and pressed it. Ding ding. The headlights of the G-Class lit up. Deathly silence. This car. Hifeng, who was standing aside, swallowed his saliva, pointed at the Mercedes-Benz G-Class in shock, and was speechless for a moment. What's wrong? Get in the car. Lin Che got into the car and closed the door. Hifeng, who was standing aside, had a dazed look on his face. Damn it, this Lin Che. Now I am doing so well. Isn't it just an ordinary family and an ordinary small company? Is this a car that an average family or small business owner can afford? Or was the ordinary family he was talking about the same as the one from Penguin Group? At this moment, Hifeng felt that his previous worldview had been completely overturned. Now, the look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Che gradually became a little strange. Then, he quietly got into Lin Yu's Mercedes-Benz G-Class. After a moment of silence, Hifeng couldn't help but ask. Brother, tell me honestly, is your family really an ordinary family? Nonsense, don't you know what my family situation is? We're just an ordinary rural family. Lin Che said helplessly as he also backed the car out. Go straight to Hifeng's community. As for Hifeng, he originally felt a little superior about being able to buy a house and get married in Jiang province right after graduation. But now, seeing Lin Che, who just graduated a few months ago, is already driving a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. And my sense of superiority has long since disappeared. After all, there is no comparison at all, so what sense of superiority is there? Lin Che quickly drove the car to the gate of Dijian Garden, and opposite was the gate of Mingxian community where Hifeng lived. We're here. Hifeng smiled and said, thank you very much, Lin Che. Well, let's get together often. Okay, we must get together often. Hifeng smiled awkwardly and prepared to get off the car and leave. At this moment, the sales manager of Dijian Garden came out of the gate of the community with a young man wearing a black suit and looking like a salesperson. When he saw Lin Che, his eyes lit up instantly. Then he hurried to Lin Che. Mr. Lin. Well, Manager Chen, what do you want to talk to me about? Lin Che glanced at Manager Chen, got out of the car and said. Mr. Lin, let me introduce you. This is Lei Ming, the manager of Qianlong Real Estate. After learning that you had 1,000 properties to rent, I came here myself. We just went to your apartment and found that you were not at home. We just happened to run into you this time. Lin Che nodded and said, Hello, Manager Lei. Hello, Mr. Lin. The two shook hands, and then Lei Ming spoke directly. Mr. Lin, I've already spoken with your secretary, and the final price we can offer is 320,000 yuan per house per year. As for Qianlong Real Estate, we charge an agency fee of 8,000 per order. If you have no objection, we can sign a contract to confirm it. Lei Ming took out the contract and handed it to Lin Che. Lin Che took the contract and took a quick look to make sure there were no problems. Then he took the pen from Lei Ming and quickly signed his name. Then I wish us a pleasant cooperation. It's a pleasure to work with you. After the signing was completed, Lei Ming turned and left. Manager Chen also said goodbye to Lin Che and left. Hifeng, who had been standing aside, was completely dumbfounded. He stood there with his mouth wide open for a long time, his face dazed. Lin Che, you. He swallowed, tried to calm himself down and stop stuttering, then shouted out in a broken voice. Lin Che, this entire Dijian Garden is yours? Lin Che scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Yeah, that's about right. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. As Lin Che finished speaking, he got into the car and drove away quickly. At this moment, Hefeng stood there, looking at Lin Che's departing figure with a confused look on his face. You're telling me this is an ordinary family? I just laughed. If this were an ordinary family, what would I call myself? Poor peasants? This ordinary family is just outrageous. For a moment, Hefeng felt very complicated. After all, at this moment, he had been severely hit by Lin Che. Chapter 47. Clock. 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 After Hefeng cursed, he put his thoughts aside and walked back home. After all, no matter what, you still have to live your life. Lin Che also returned to Villa number 1. After making lunch for himself and Lin Qian, he casually opened the Penguin app on his phone. However, Lin Che discovered that the university classmates group that he had long since blocked had exploded, with over 99 unread messages. Lin Che had already blocked this group of people. Before graduation, there might still be people in this group sending some notifications or something. After graduation, this group became a place for classmates to show off to each other. All kinds of bragging information are constantly filling it. What? Today, so-and-so bought a car, so-and-so bought a house. In short, he's always pretending to be cool. But today seems a little different. It is unusually lively and some people even add me. Did something happen? Lin Che opened the Penguin group with doubts in his heart. I don't have anything to do anyway, so I'll go and see what they have to say. As soon as she entered the group, Lin Che climbed directly to the top position. At first, everyone was chatting normally. Until Hefeng appeared. Fingzi, I heard you bought a house in Zheng province? Oh my god, Fingzi, you're so generous. You must treat us this time. That's right. You've only just graduated and you've already bought a house. It would be unreasonable for you not to treat us. The best student in our class right now is probably Fingzi, right? That's right. Not only did he get married right after graduation, but now he's bought a house in Zheng province. TSK, isn't this a winner in life? Hefeng smiled bitterly. Okay, stop insulting me. What do you mean I'm the best? Compared to Lin Che, I'm nothing. Lin Che? Speaking of Lin Che, it seems like I haven't heard anything about this guy recently, right? At Lin Che. No, Fingzi, did you just say that Lin Che is doing the best right now? If you're kidding, isn't this guy's family a farmer? And I heard that he was delivering food before, and now he's been fired. Hefeng, farming? Delivery? Fired? You actually believed it. I'll tell you the truth, I happened to meet him today, and this guy drives $1 million luxury car. As he spoke, he also sent a photo of Lin Che's car. As Hefeng's words and picture fell, the group suddenly became quiet. After a few minutes, the group suddenly exploded. Oh my god, is this real? Fingzi, you must have found this picture online. Oh my god, this Mercedes-Benz G-Class must be worth at least 3 million. Lin Che drives a G-Class? Ha, Hefeng, if you had just eaten a peanut, you wouldn't have gotten this drunk. Hefeng smiled bitterly when he heard these words. I also thought it was fake, but I saw these with my own eyes. And everyone knows about the recently opened Dijiang Garden, right? The entire complex belongs to Lin Che. I saw him sign a contract with a real estate company with my own eyes. The annual rent for a house is 320,000 yuan. As soon as these words came out, the group suddenly fell into a strange silence. However, the next moment, everything exploded. Fuck you. You're not kidding me. No, Fingzi, you're kidding, right? You used to brag about yourself, but now you're bragging about Lin Che too. That's right, Lin Che's family is just an ordinary one at best. How could they possibly have an entire neighborhood like you said? You're being ridiculous. The people there did not believe Hefeng's words at all. After all, during their 4 years in college, Lin Che had always seemed to be in financial difficulty. You're saying he owns an entire neighborhood? And one apartment rents out for 320,000 yuan a year? Who would believe you? Lin Che, who had just finished climbing the stairs, said with a faint smile. That's right, my family is just an ordinary family. After saying that, Lin Che took a photo of the property certificates for the 1,000 units and sent it over. The property certificates were spread out, and the name of the owner, Lin Che, was clearly written on them. Then Lin Che also took a selfie of herself, with 1,000 property certificates as the background. After Lin Che sent out these two messages, the entire group fell into silence once again. Everyone was afraid to speak at once, their hearts filled with immense shock and turmoil. Fuck you, this guy is really a hidden rich man? I remember that Lin Che was with Chen Chang back then, right? Doesn't that mean Chen Chang? At Chen Chang, please tell me this is fake. Well, it seems Chen Chang and Lin Che broke up a while ago. Chen Chang on the other side of the phone. At this moment, Chen Chang felt as if he had suffered a critical blow of billions of tons. Boundless regret surged in my heart, like the Yellow River flooding, out of control. After all, it was he who let a rich man run away with just one bowl of rice. Later, the blind date guy also abandoned her. And now we know that Lin Che owns $1 million luxury car and an entire residential complex. Chen Chang is really at the point of wanting to cry but has no tears left. Lin Che escaped from this group of classmates early on. After all, he didn't want to be besieged by this group of classmates. After closing the Penguin group, Lin Che turned on the TV to watch. After making dinner late at night, I ate it with Lin Xian, rested for a while, reviewed the liberal arts study materials with Lin Xian, and then went to bed together. The next morning, Lin Che woke up early. System, sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtained 9 consecutive Rolls-Royce Phantoms. The reward has been distributed to the garage of Villa Number 1. Lin Che was completely bewildered when he heard the system's voice. Why do I need these 9 Phantoms, with consecutive numbers? Although this Rolls-Royce Phantom costs about 10 million. But for me, I don't need so many, and they are consecutive numbers. How can I open a wedding company? This one is enough for transportation. This system directly gave me 9 consecutive numbers. I really want to open a wedding company. Lin Che rolled her eyes and shook her head. It would be more practical to just give him some company shares. Lin Che muttered something, then woke up Lin Xian, went to the bathroom to wash up, and then went downstairs. The chefs had already prepared breakfast for Lin Che and Lin Xian today. After finishing breakfast, Lin Che took a bottle of Happy Fatty water and sat on the sofa with Lin Xian, planning to play King of Glory. Lin Xian, are we playing King of Glory? I used to only be able to play Kaiwenji, but I've been practicing Zhuge Liang these past 2 days. I can trample anyone I see, and now my skills are much better. Lin Che, who was not a human being, said, "What a coincidence. I was practicing hard the past few days, and now I hug other people's wives when I see them." Chapter 48, A Clerk in a Leasing Company? As time passed, it was noon. Just at this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. When he saw the person calling him, it turned out to be his high school classmate Yi Liang. Lin Che and Yi Liang had a good relationship when they were in high school, and later she went to college. However, due to some reasons, Yi Liang was unable to go to university and started working early. But later on, thanks to my own efforts, I was able to pass the self-study exam and become a major in this field. I am doing pretty well now, working as a deputy manager in a company. Hey, Yi Z, what's the matter with you looking for me so suddenly? After answering the phone, Lin Che said with a smile. What are you doing now? It's the weekend. Are you secretly doing 5-finger exercises at home? Get lost. Hearing this carefree, rough, yet familiar voice, Lin Che's face suddenly darkened. I haven't used 5-finger girl in years. Besides, with my face, do I need to use 5-finger girl? Ha ha ha, alright, are you free to come over and eat something together? In response, Yi Liang on the other end of the phone laughed. Okay. Lin Che said with a smile. Send me the address and I'll be there right away. Okay, I'll send it to your Penguin account. After hanging up the phone, Lin Che received the address sent by Yi Liang. It was the same kebab restaurant where the two of them used to gather. It's not about how delicious the food is, it's mainly because it's cheap. After all, these two people had not had much money before, one was still studying and the other had just started working. After receiving this message, Lin Che picked up the key to a Phantom and headed straight to the kebab shop. I have to say that this Rolls-Royce Phantom is more comfortable to drive and sit in than the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Moreover, Lin Che was low-key and did not raise the little golden man. Driving on this street, not many people recognize it. And even if they recognized him, they would just smile and show surprise. Although this is a luxury car worth tens of millions, it is not uncommon to see such cars in Jiang Province. Lin Che soon arrived at the door of the barbecue restaurant. When he drove the car to the parking space of this store, Lin Che saw Yi Liang sitting inside, looking outside. However, when he saw Lin Che getting out of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, he was stunned at first. Then he was extremely shocked and completely confused. Hey, what are you looking at? Under his gaze, Lin Che first walked into the store and greeted the boss. Then he walked over, patted the confused Yi Liang, and sat opposite him. That's your car? Yi Liang pointed at the Rolls-Royce Phantom at the door and asked with a confused look on his face. Nonsense, I'll see if it's mine or whose it is. Yi Liang was her best friend, so Lin Che didn't intend to hide it from him. When Yi Liang heard Lin Che answer him so readily, he became even more confused. Then he asked, "How much is this car?" "About 10 million. Lin Che said after taking a sip of water. Puff. Yi Liang, who was sitting there, spit out a mouthful of water, almost spraying it on Lin Che. Then he asked while coughing rapidly. "Ahem, how much did you say?" "About 10 million, what's wrong?" Suddenly, Yi Liang there rolled his eyes and said, "Bullshit. Can you even afford this car?" Lin Che just smiled and didn't say anything more. After all, sometimes no one would believe you when you tell the truth. "Hey, I heard you were fired recently, so I asked you out for a drink. I was worried that you would feel bad, but now it seems that I was overthinking it." Yi Liang, who was there, said this lightly, then glanced at Lin Che and made an excuse for Lin Che. "But judging from your appearance, did you go to the car rental company? You even dared to secretly drive out the company car. Aren't you afraid of getting killed or stolen? If I really do get it, I'll have to pay you back." Soon, the two of them went to choose skewers. After getting the skewers, the two began to eat. "How come you were fired and ended up working for a rental company?" Hearing Yi Liang's words, Lin Che waved his hand and said, "Hey, don't mention it. It's over now. Let's not talk about me anymore. How are you and your girlfriend? I heard that you are engaged to her. Is that true?" Lin Che took a bite of the skewers, glanced at Yi Liang across from him, and couldn't help but ask. Lin Che still remembered that she had heard before that Yi Liang was engaged to his girlfriend. "Ha, that's right, the wedding will be held in a few days." When Lin Che heard this, she was immediately surprised. "Oh my god. You're really good, you didn't even tell me you were getting married?" But now, I have to change my tone and call her sister-in-law. Sorry, I've been so busy lately that I forgot. I only just realized how much is involved in planning a wedding these days, with all the venue preparations, booking banquets, and so on. It's really overwhelming for me. Besides, you and I are both in Jiang province, so I have to invite you in person." Yi Liang, who was there, said. TSK, that sounds nice." As he was speaking, Yi Liang's cell phone rang. Yi Liang took a look and said with a smile, "Ha, your sister-in-law called to check on you." As he spoke, Yi Liang also answered the phone. After listening to the voice on the other end of the phone, Yi Liang's face gradually became ugly. Finally, he hung up the phone and Yi Liang no longer had the happy and excited look he had before. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff. "What's wrong?" Lin Che looked at Yi Liang with a puzzled look on his face and asked. "MD. It's still that woman Wu Qian. Fuck." Yi Liang cursed angrily. Wu Qian is the cousin of Yi Liang's girlfriend Qin Yuan. Lin Che actually knew Wu Qian. What did she do again? Lin Che was a little curious and couldn't help but ask. Yi Liang on the side took a deep puff of cigarette and suppressed the anger in his heart. Didn't this little bitch get married a while ago? And her fleet of cars is 9 Bentleys. And now Qin Yuan is also jealous. I'm choosing 9 Audi A8s. We had already agreed on this, but that woman Wu Qian came out today to show off, demanding we change the fleet, and it had to be a Bentley. But I'm getting married in 2 days. Where am I supposed to find a fleet right now? Damn it. When Lin Che heard this, she was stunned for a moment, then she smiled and spoke. Yi Zi, have you forgotten what I do now? Hearing Lin Che's words, Yi Liang was stunned. Do you have a fleet of cars now? What kind of fleet is it? Lin Che smiled and pointed at the Rolls-Royce Phantom at the door. Chapter 49, Encounter. Rolls-Royce? That's right. Lin Che took a bite of the skewers and said lightly. Yi Liang hesitated for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile and said, Brother, I appreciate your kindness, but I really can't afford this car. Hey no, brother, who do you take me for? If I leased this to someone else, I'd definitely charge a lot of money, at least 7,000 yuan per car. But we're on the same page. If I rent it to you, I'll give you the lowest market price, 3,000 per vehicle, for a total of 9 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. After these words were spoken, Yi Liang, who was standing aside, was stunned. Chetzi, is this true? Don't lie to me. 3,000 for a Rolex? Why would I lie to you? What's the relationship between us? I can't lie to anyone else, but I can lie to you, right? Lin Che, who was sitting there, said the party discipline. Okay. Then brother believes you. Why don't you go call your sister-in-law first? Give her some comfort? Lin Che smiled and patted Yi Liang on the shoulder. Ha, yeah, I totally forgot about it. I'll go make a call right now. Yi Liang said with a smile, and then hurriedly called his wife. As the call was connected, Xin Yuan's voice rang out. Honey, I've figured it out. My cousin and I have different families, so we won't change fleets. The Audi A8 is good enough. When Yi Liang heard his wife's words, he was stunned for a moment, and then his heart felt warm. I've figured this out. Wife, getting married is a once-in-a-lifetime event. So I will do my best to give you the grandest wedding and treat you the best. I've already solved the team's problem. I can definitely defeat your cousin. Xin Yuan was also stunned when she heard Yi Liang's words, then she frowned slightly and said, No, Yi Liang, don't waste your money. Our family is not as good as my cousin's. It's not worth spending so much money just to get married and surpass her. And what kind of team are you looking for that can still outperform Bentley? Could it be Rolls-Royce? Yi Liang, who was there, heard this and laughed and spoke. Yes, it's a Rolls-Royce. This made Xin Yuan even more anxious, and she spoke immediately. Yi Liang. Do you know how much it would cost to rent a fleet of Rolls-Royces? If you don't have a car that costs 7 or 8,000, you can't rent it at all. Hey, don't worry. You've met my brother Lin Che. He works at a rental company now, and he gave me the lowest price in the market. Lowest price? How much is that? Xin Yuan on the opposite side asked with some confusion. Yi Liang chuckled and then continued to talk in suspense. Hey, take a guess first, feel free to guess boldly. Listening to her husband's words, Xin Yuan on the other end of the phone also spoke tentatively. 6,000? Hey, that's not right. Guess bolder. What about 4,000? Ha, wrong, but close. Only 3,000 a car. As Yi Liang finished speaking, Xin Yuan on the other end of the phone was stunned. Oh my god. Yi Liang, are you sure you didn't get scammed? 3,000 a car? That's ridiculously low. Xin Yuan was shocked when she heard Yi Liang's words. After all, the price of 3,000 per car is really too low. It's so low that it's hard to believe it's real. Can I rent a Rolls-Royce for 3,000? Don't worry, this is the internal price my brother gave me. There's no way my brother would cheat me. You? Xin Yuan on the other end of the phone was skeptical. What if this was true? If this is true, then I have gotten a great bargain, and I can even surpass my cousin who loves to show off. Thinking of this, Xin Yuan couldn't wait to see the dumbfounded looks of her cousin and her best friends. All right. Well, don't worry, nothing will go wrong. Yi Liang hung up the phone and said to Lin Che excitedly. Chetzi, you are doing fine now. This time it is really thanks to you. I'll figure out the first car myself, but I'll leave these 9 Rolls-Royces to you. Hearing Yi Liang's words, Lin Che smiled faintly. Just put your mind at ease. I will definitely take care of this matter for you. I mean what I say. Don't you believe me? Ha, why wouldn't you believe it? This is a once-in-a-lifetime thing, so I have to be careful. Ha, eat skewers, eat skewers. Yi Liang said this with a smile, his whole mouth wide open, looking like a 160-pound child. The skewers show ended quickly. After finishing the skewers, Lin Che called Lin Xian. Let Lin Xian find a few drivers, and I also have to prepare some formal clothes. Lin Che planned to personally be the lead driver for Yifeng the day after tomorrow. So Lin Che planned to buy a sports car to serve as Yifeng's lead car. Although Yifeng said that he would solve it, now that he knew about it, he had to make proper arrangements. After all, no matter what, I have to give my best brother a good show. Lin Che drove home in his Phantom. His phone ran out of battery after he finished making a call. Before Lin Che left the house, he didn't notice that his phone was running low on power. He usually plugged his phone in to charge before going to bed every day, but the charger wasn't plugged in properly yesterday and wasn't powered on, so the phone didn't charge at all. This resulted in my phone shutting down very quickly today. Fortunately, he was not the one paying today. Lin Che did not have the habit of carrying cash when going out. If he had paid today, it would have been embarrassing. After Lin Che returned home, he plugged in his phone to charge, took out a watch and put it on his wrist. Lin Che took a look at it. Although this watch is quite ugly when you first see it, after looking at it for a long time and getting used to it, it turns out to be quite good. The only bad thing is that you can't tell the time by yourself. This was the most uncomfortable part for Lin Che. Since he couldn't tell the time on this watch, it was better not to wear it. This is why Lin Che never wore the watch after getting it. This watch was given to Lin Che by Xiao Ma Ge from Penguin Group. Lin Che thought it was ugly and never wore it. But to be honest, this is the Chad Millman's Series RM056. I have never worn it since I got it, which is unfair to it. This is obviously a famous watch worth tens of millions, but I have left it in a corner gathering dust. After the phone was fully charged, Lin Che drove to a nearby shopping mall. While walking in this mall, I coincidentally ran into Chen Shuang sitting there resting. Brother Che? What a coincidence, you're here at the mall too. Chen Shuang smiled and asked Lin Che. Banned again. They always say that chapter 33 is erotic and vulgar, but I didn't notice it. I finally unblocked it, but it was blocked again. Chapter 50 Weekly Sign Critical Hit. Well, a friend of mine is getting married the day after tomorrow, and I'm coming over to buy a casual suit. Would you like to help me look? Chen Shuang's face flushed red when he heard Lin Che's words. Invite a girl to go clothes shopping together? Isn't this something you usually only do with your girlfriend or wife? Lin Che now asked me to accompany him to buy clothes. Could it be that Lin Che? Thinking of this, Chen Shuang's face suddenly turned even redder. Lin Che looked at Chen Shuang, who hadn't answered, and then he spoke. If you have anything else to do, then I won't bother you for now. I can go shopping on my own. Having said that, Lin Che decided to go buy it himself. Chen Shuang, who was standing by, finally came to his senses and spoke hurriedly. No, that's not what I meant, Brother Che. I'm happy to go shopping with you. As he spoke, Chen Shuang walked over to Lin Che and started shopping with her. Finally, in a Dior store, Lin Che successfully picked out 2 casual suits and some matching accessories. The total cost was about 100,000 yuan. After walking out of the store, Lin Che turned and said to Chen Shuang, It's almost time for dinner. What would you like to eat? It's my treat today. Hearing Lin Che's words, Chen Shuang couldn't help but blush slightly, but didn't say anything. Well then, if you don't tell me what to eat, I'll decide. Okay. Chen Shuang nodded with a slightly red face. Lin Che, who was standing by, checked out the nearby Western restaurants and found one that had good reviews online. After entering, Lin Che ordered 2 steaks and then a bottle of Lafite red wine worth more than 70,000 yuan. This series of actions also made Chen Shuang on the opposite side secretly surprised. After all, this is just a bottle of red wine, and it costs 70,000 yuan. Before meeting Lin Che, how long would it take for him to make so much money through live streaming? The dinner they had was quite good, but because they both drank a little, Lin Che simply called a designated driver. But when the designated driver came and saw that the car he was going to drive was a Rolls-Royce Phantom worth tens of millions, he was completely shocked. This was the first time in all his years as a designated driver that he had received an order for a car worth tens of millions. The designated driver started the car tremblingly, then took Chen Shuang back to school before driving to Lin Che's underground garage. The driver was extremely focused throughout the journey, fearing that he would accidentally scratch or bump the car. Because he had drunk some wine, Lin Che slept very comfortably that night and did not have the energy to fight with Lin Xian again. Lin Che didn't get up until 11 o'clock the next morning. After washing up, Lin Che went downstairs to eat. Lin Che was eating while signing in through the system. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning a Pagani Huayra. Congratulations to the host for signing in weekly. The reward for the critical hit was 9 limited edition sports cars. Oh my god, this critical hit increased my power 9-fold. I was planning to buy one today to serve as the lead vehicle. Now, not only did I get the lead vehicle, but a whole fleet of vehicles came directly. Lin Che asked Lin Xian to find a few more drivers, otherwise there wouldn't be enough for tomorrow. Today was another day for Lin Che to spend at home in despair. The next day, before 7 o'clock, Lin Che received a call from phone. Hey, Shetsi, where is the car you mentioned? I have to go pick up the bride in an hour. Lin Che looked at the time and said with a smile. Don't worry, this incident definitely won't delay your wedding. Just send me the address and I'll go there with the motorcade right away. With that, Lin Che asked Lin Xian to bring the drivers over and then changed into a suit and put on a watch. After Lin Che got dressed, he received a call from Lin Xian. These drivers also wore uniform and white gloves. They stand in a row in uniform. If they wear sunglasses, they will look like a group of professional bodyguards. Lin Che looked at them and didn't know what to say for a moment. Okay, get in the car. With a wave of his hand, Lin Che got on his Pagani Huayra and drove in front, turning on the hazard lights. Following behind were 9 limited edition sports cars, and behind those were the 9 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. These Phantoms all raised their little golden men and turned on their hazard lights as they followed behind. Along the way, no vehicle dared to approach wherever Lin Che's convoy passed, which created a vacuum zone around Lin Che's convoy. After all, whether it was Lin Che's Pagani Huayra and the 9 limited edition luxury cars following behind it, or the 9 consecutive Rolls-Royce Phantoms at the end, they all looked particularly dazzling. At this time, Feng and others were extremely anxious and looked very nervous. But when he saw this huge convoy, he was stunned. This convoy is so damn scary. Moreover, the leading car is a Pagani Huayra worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and behind it are 9 sports cars and 9 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. It wasn't until Lin Che got out of the car that Feng came to his senses. Chetsi, didn't you say there were only 9 Rolls-Royce Phantoms? Why are there also Pagani Huayra and these sports cars? Feng, who was standing there, opened his mouth wide and said to Lin Che in front of him. How about this car being your lead vehicle? Pretty impressive, isn't it? Lin Che patted the roof of the Pagani Huayra and said with a smile. Feng's heart trembled as he watched Lin Che take a few shots. He hurriedly said, "Oh my god, stop taking pictures. If you break something, you won't be able to afford the compensation." In response, Lin Che simply smiled calmly and said, "Okay, I'm not afraid, so why should you be afraid? Hurry up and have someone put up the flowers and stuff. You have to go pick up the bride soon." After hearing this, Feng became a little hesitant. Looking at the Pagani Huayra in front of him and the 9 limited edition sports cars behind it, he said, "This isn't good, is it? If I accidentally scratch it, you won't be able to pay for it even if you sell me." Lin Che rolled her eyes at Feng and said, "You coward. If you don't post it, I will." Then he turned to the drivers in the car and said, "All of you get out and put decals on your cars." "Okay, boss." Then, 18 men in black suits got out of the cars behind him. That momentum. Simply amazing. Feng was also shocked. Oh my god, Shetsi, these drivers. Feng originally thought that they were just some ordinary drivers, but he never expected that these drivers in black suits were so impressive. And he gives people the feeling that he is not just a driver but more like a well-trained bodyguard. This was also Lin Che's fault for not explaining it clearly to Lin Xian. Most of the drivers she hired were actually bodyguards responsible for security. "I found it, okay, hurry up and apply the flowers, and don't take my wife away." As he spoke, Lin Che began to stick the car decals on the body of the Pagani Huayra. Chapter 51 Reversal. After the car stickers were applied, Feng also gave each of the drivers a gift bag. After all this was done, with the sound of gongs and drums, the convoy officially set off. Feng was extremely excited as he sat in the Fengshan car. It was not only because he was going to marry his wife, but also because he was excited about riding in this luxury car worth hundreds of millions for the first time. In fact, deep down in Feng's heart, he had serious doubts about Lin Che's identity as a so-called clerk in a leasing company. After all, which small employee can borrow a top luxury car like Pagani Huayra? You can also bring 9 limited edition sports cars, and you don't have to pay, you only pay the price of Rolls-Royce. The price is also very low. Tell me honestly, what are you doing right now? Feng really couldn't figure it out, so he asked Lin Che. Lin Che just smiled calmly at this. Okay, don't worry about these things for now. Just focus on marrying your wife home today. If I tell Feng that these cars are mine, will Feng believe me? And even if Lin Che didn't say it, Feng actually had some guesses in his heart. And there were also huge waves in my heart. What kind of status has my best friend become now? Feng looked Lin Che up and down. The suit Lin Che was wearing looked unusual. Although there are no logos on this body, it gives people the feeling that it is not cheap. However, Hifeng didn't think much about it, but he couldn't help but feel happy for Lin Che in his heart. After all, his best friend is doing so well now and hasn't forgotten him yet. How can Hifeng not be happy about this? Wherever the convoy passed, all the vehicles avoided it and dared not approach. Make way for the convoy to pass. The car owners around were all shocked by the luxurious fleet lineup and their eyes widened. Only a very rich person could afford such a luxurious lineup. At the bride's home on the other side, Qin Yuan was sitting on the bed wearing a red dress. A group of aunts and uncles stood around her, among whom was her cousin Wu Qian's aunt, who spoke with a mean look on her face. Xiao Yuan, let me tell you, if this man wants to come in later, he must give him enough. Also, the wedding procession must be grand and impressive. Otherwise, it means they don't value you, and you won't have a good life after marrying into their family. Like my eldest daughter Wu Qian, when she got married, she had a fleet of Bentleys. And the man stuffed his stuff in there before I put it in. After hearing what her aunt said, Qin Yuan sat there without saying a word, with a look of worry on her face. Although Yifeng had told her before that he had rented a fleet of Rolls-Royces. She was very happy at the time, but after thinking about it carefully, she was still a little worried about whether she could rent it at that price. After all, this Rolls-Royce costs 3,000 yuan each. Can such a fleet be reliable? I hope the ones that come are not those old and broken cars. If that is the case, it would be better to have a fleet of Audi A8s. And if that happens, I will lose face this time. However, at this moment, a scream was heard from the door. Oh my God, look there. A young girl pointed at the convoy outside the window, her eyes full of astonishment. Ha? What's wrong? Why are you making such a fuss every day? The adults beside her said that the girl was making a fuss, but they were also a little curious. Then he looked in the direction the girl pointed. Oh my God! This convoy! Is this also a wedding procession? But I haven't heard of anyone else getting married in this neighborhood today. Yeah, do you think this convoy is here to pick up Xiao Yuan? For a moment, everyone started talking about the convoy. As these words fell, the faces of the people around him all showed some embarrassment. As for my aunt, who was just bragging, she looked even more unnatural. Then he began to speak. Ha, stop guessing. Didn't Xiao Yuan say her boyfriend prepared a fleet of 9 Audi A8s? How could it be this fleet? As my aunt finished speaking, everyone around her nodded. The little daughter standing next to her aunt also said at this time, I really envy the bride who came to pick her up with the motorcade. The aunt beside her spoke up. Isn't it just a few sports cars and a few Rolls-Royces? When you get married, Mom will prepare a Rolls-Royce sports car for you. The girl rolled her eyes when she heard her mother say this and said, Mom, this car is a Pagani Huayra. It's a top-notch supercar. After hearing this, the aunt looked at her little daughter and said, It's just a supercar, your uncle's family has one too. At worst, I can ask your uncle to give you that Lamborghini as your lead car. Don't you agree, Xiaoji? Hearing this, a young man on the side said somewhat embarrassedly. Well, aunt, although these are all sports cars, they are not in the same class at all. Hearing the boy's words, the aunt chuckled and said, Tisk, they're all sports cars, what's the difference? Aunt, my family's Lamborghini is only worth about 9 million at most. The lead car in this fleet is a Pagani Huayra, worth hundreds of millions, and the sports cars behind it are all limited edition supercars, each costing no less than tens of millions. As soon as the boy said this, the whole room fell silent. My aunt's face froze, and then she laughed awkwardly and said, Ha, is that so? I really don't understand these things, huh? But Xiao Yuan, what's going on with Hifeng in your family? It's almost time, why haven't we even seen any sign of my convoy? Let me tell you, the earlier this man arrives and the more luxurious his motorcade is, the more he values you. Like your cousin, when she got married, the groom had a row of Bentleys and was waiting downstairs an hour in advance. Look at your Hifeng. Before the aunt could finish her words, another exclamation interrupted her. No way. Oh my God, this convoy actually stopped right downstairs of our building. Hearing this, the worried Qin Yuan was stunned. Could it be that this is the fleet that Hifeng prepared for himself? But didn't Hifeng say that he was looking for a fleet of Rolls-Royces? So what about these sports cars and Pagani Huayra in front? Chapter 52, Just a Driver. This situation made Qin Yuan completely confused. The face of my aunt beside me was even uglier. Said stiffly. This should just be a coincidence that we live in the same building, right? Xin Yuan's mother shook her head and said after hearing this. But I haven't heard of any other families getting married today. As these words fell, everyone around them looked puzzled. At this moment, the door was knocked and Yifeng's voice came in. Yuaner, open the door, I'm here to take you home. At this moment, there was silence inside the door. Afterwards, everyone reacted and their eyes widened, and they were deeply shocked. Could it be that this luxury fleet of sports cars and Rolls Royces is really the fleet that Yifeng is preparing to pick up Qin Yuan? At this moment, everyone's mentality exploded. After all, this is a top-notch convoy, with a sports car worth hundreds of millions as the lead car, and the cars following behind are all luxury cars worth tens of millions. For a moment, the room was filled with the sound of people gasping for air, one after another. And Qin Yuan's eyes were extremely complicated at this moment. My aunt, who was standing next to me, also felt a burning pain on her face. Before, she kept mocking Yifeng, but the next second she was slapped in the face. The earlier you arrive, the more luxurious the fleet, the more attention you will receive. And a whole row of Bentleys? Ha ha. What happened to Yifeng? Forget about a row of Rolls Royces. The car on the other side is a top-of-the-line supercar worth hundreds of millions. And there is a row of limited edition sports cars behind. Xin Yuan, who was standing aside, also felt relieved of the depression that had been pent up in her heart. Xin Yuan's mother was also smiling from ear to ear at this time. As for Yifeng, who was outside the door, his face was full of nervousness at this time. Chetzi, do you think Yuaner's family will make things difficult for me? When Lin Che heard Yifeng's words, she just smiled faintly. Don't worry. Even if it makes things difficult for you, can I still stop you from marrying Qin Yuan? After hearing Lin Che's words, Yifeng finally felt a little more at ease. After quickly passing one level after another, Yifeng finally succeeded in carrying the bride out. The aunt in the crowd looked obviously unhappy. After all, she originally wanted to show off to Qin Yuan's family today. Who could have known that Yifeng's luxury fleet would instead show off to her? When I came downstairs, I saw the driver in a black suit standing in front of the car door, and I was shown off again. Then, in Lin Che's first car, the bride sat on the passenger seat. Although the back was a bit crowded, Yifeng could still barely sit in the back. It wasn't that Lin Che didn't want Yifeng to drive the bride himself, but Yifeng didn't dare to drive, fearing that he would accidentally get hit and not be able to pay the compensation, so Lin Che had to drive herself reluctantly. Fortunately, the wedding venue is not far from the community. The three of them walked all the way to the wedding hotel. After getting off the car, Lin Che watched Yifeng and Qin Yuan walk into the hotel. Lin Che smiled slightly and then followed him into the hotel. Lin Che found a seat and sat down. After a while, everyone arrived and the banquet officially began. The table where Lin Che sat was filled with a mixed crowd. Most of them were Qin Yuan's relatives in younger generations. Fortunately, we are all young people and have more common topics. One of the young men, dressed in trendy branded clothes, looked Lin Che up and down jokingly, then spoke. Hey, brother, are you here for the wedding today too? I wonder how much you gave as a gift this time. Before Lin Che could say anything, a young man beside her spoke. Brother, don't joke with this guy. I saw it all. This guy is just a driver. I really don't know what Yifeng was thinking. He actually arranged for us to sit at the same table with this guy. Everyone who heard this looked at Lin Che with disdain. Lin Che didn't want to explain any further and just sat there silently. The wedding soon began. As the process went on, Yifeng and Qin Yuan began to toast at each table. Soon, it was Lin Che's table. Yifeng walked over to Lin Che and said with a smile, you guys have to help me take good care of this brother of mine today. Brother? Everyone there was stunned when they heard Yifeng's words. Isn't he just a driver? You don't know, but this team and the Pagani Huayra in front of me were all obtained for me by my good brother. As Yifeng finished speaking, everyone on the side widened their eyes full of shock. At first, they thought that Yifeng must have met some wealthy man who was able to lend him this top-of-the-line supercar, the Pagani Huayra. They never imagined that this sports car was borrowed by a driver they looked down upon. It's not a big deal, just a few cars. Lin Che just smiled faintly at this, then waved his hand and said. Okay, go to the next table first. Well then you have to eat and drink well. Yifeng said with a smile. Well, go ahead. Lin Che nodded and said, with a smile on his face. As for the originally lively atmosphere at the table, it now fell into an awkward atmosphere. After all, they had previously mocked Lin Che for being just a driver. Who could have imagined that this luxury fleet and sports cars worth hundreds of millions were all obtained by Lin Che? The fact that he could acquire a top-tier supercar like the Pagani Huayra was enough to prove that Lin Che's identity was definitely not simple. Definitely not a so-called driver. A young man at the table glared viciously at the boy who had previously said that Lin Che was just a driver. Then he spoke to Lin Che with a reserved look on his face. Well, brother, I'm really sorry for what I did before. I'll toast you with this glass of wine as an apology. It's okay. Lin Che just smiled calmly at this. Lin Che had no interest in paying attention to these young people. But I couldn't help but feel a little worried about my good brother. After all, who are these relatives of the girl? How should I put it? This is really annoying. After finishing the banquet, Lin Che asked the drivers to take Yifeng and Qin Yuan home first, and then come to pick her up. But Yifeng had to leave with Lin Che no matter what. No matter what, he had to have a few more drinks with Lin Che and thank her properly. According to Yifeng, if Lin Che hadn't gotten him this Rolls Royce, a row of sports cars and a Pagani function, I'm afraid that my wedding today will be extremely uncomfortable. Chapter 53. Finally, Lin Che led the convoy back to his villa number 1. Looking at the luxury cars following closely behind him, Yifeng was a little confused. No, Chetzi, don't you have to return these cars to the company? Besides, did you take the wrong path or did you bring me here? Then, before Lin Che could say anything, the drivers parked their cars and walked over, speaking to Lin Che. Boss, here are your car keys. After Lin Che had the driver put the key in the frame beside the door, he locked the Pagani window and walked over to put the key away. Said to Yifeng, let's go upstairs. After hearing Lin Che's words, Yifeng became even more confused. The information revealed by Lin Che's words was really too much. According to this, all these cars belong to Lin Che, and this big villa also belongs to Lin Che? Chetzi, this car, this house. Ha, I told you, but you just don't believe it. What can I do? In the villa's internal elevator, Lin Che said with a smile. As the elevator door opened, Yifeng followed Lin Che in. Looking at the house in front of him, Yifeng was completely dumbfounded. To sum it up in 2 words, luxury. It's really luxurious. Yifeng swallowed his saliva and looked at Lin Che's back, stunned and unable to utter a word. This Lin Che is his old classmate and best friend. What kind of status has he achieved now? Chetzi, you are now. Lin Che knew exactly what Yifeng wanted to say. But Lin Che just waved his hand and said lightly. Okay, don't ask this question. I won't tell you even if you ask. It's too troublesome to explain. Now that you know about the wedding convoy, just think of it as my wedding gift to you and your sister-in-law. Hearing Lin Che's words, Yifeng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Chetzi, your gift is so great. I don't know how to thank you enough. Hey, what's our relationship? Why are you telling me this? Besides, is this gift considered expensive? Let's not talk about that. How's your work going now? I remember you said you studied on your own and got a bachelor's degree in programming. In response to Lin Che's words, Yifeng on the side could only smile helplessly. What else can I do? I'll just make do with it. You are feeling comfortable now, much more comfortable than me, a miserable guy. There's no need to worry about buying a car or a house. Yifeng couldn't help but reveal some envy in his eyes. Lin Che saw it all, but didn't say anything. She just smiled and said, okay, let's not talk about this. Do you want to have some more drinks on this happy day? Okay, have a drink. Lin Che took out 2 cans of beer from the refrigerator. The 2 of them drank for a while, and time passed by little by little. It was not until the afternoon that Lin Che had Yifeng sent back. Lin Che drank quite a bit of wine today and was a little tipsy. He fell into a deep sleep as soon as he returned to his room. The next day, after Lin Che woke up, she first completed the system sign-in. Congratulations to the host. I originally planned to visit Yuanlong Game Company to see if there was any position available for my cousin. I have owned this company for so long but I have never visited it. Just as Lin Che was driving on the road, his phone suddenly rang. I took a look at the incoming call and it was Yifeng. Lin Che couldn't help but feel a little strange. Shouldn't he be at home being affectionate with his wife after getting married? At the very least, he should be at work now, right? Just when Lin Che was confused, he answered the phone and spoke with a smile. How come you have time to call me? Shouldn't you be at home with your wife right now? Hey, don't mention it. Chetzi, are you free? Come out for a drink or two. I'm feeling really depressed. Lin Che was stunned when she heard this, wondering if they had a fight right after getting married. Aren't you afraid that your sister-in-law will scold you when you get home after drinking? He phone on the other end of the phone was silent for a while, then spoke. It's okay, let her curse as much as she wants. I just want to have a few drinks today. After hearing this, Lin Che felt that something was wrong with Hifeng today. After a brief silence, Lin Che spoke. Okay, let's meet at the usual place? No, let's go to the bar today. I'll send you the address later. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lin Che received the address and the time for drinking in the evening sent by Hifeng. Lin Che took a look at it and continued driving. Now Lin Che had no intention of going to Tianlong Game Company, so he simply drove to Quanhai to pick up his cousin and sister to play with them. I'll take Tang Xin with me tomorrow and take care of the work matters at the same time. What Lin Che didn't expect was that Wang Xin would also come along. Fortunately, Lin Che was driving a Rolls-Royce today, otherwise if she had driven a sports car, it wouldn't have been able to accommodate so many people. After Lin Che picked up the people, she took them to the mall and bought a few sets of clothes for each of them, including Wang Xin. Soon it was evening. After Lin Che prepared dinner for them, Lin Qian accompanied them to the appointment. Lin Che didn't drive. Instead, he walked to the roadside and called a Didi. Then he headed straight to the Heaven on Earth bar. As soon as Lin Che got out of the car, she saw Hifeng squatting on the side of the road smoking. Lin Che walked over and patted Hifeng on the shoulder, then took a cigarette out of the box. Hifeng saw Lin Che coming and took out his lighter to light up Lin Che's cigarette. Lin Che took a deep puff of cigarette, blew out a smoke ring, looked at Hifeng and asked, "What's wrong? You don't usually come to places like bars. Why do you suddenly want to drink here today?" Hearing Lin Che's words, Hifeng smiled bitterly helplessly. "Oh, don't mention it. Don't you know that I'm a programmer at Tianlong Game Company now? Our department manager is such a jerk. Just because I didn't give him a gift during the last holiday, this bastard has been giving me trouble every day. Damn. I've clearly had the heaviest workload every day for the past 6 months, yet this idiot puts my KPI at the bottom and even says my work quality isn't up to par. I'm really going to fuck you, then why were my KPIs in the top 3 in the department for the past few months? Just because I didn't give any gifts this time, my KPI is at the bottom?" After listening to Yifeng's words, Lin Che frowned and took a deep breath. "Has your department manager always been like this?" "Yeah, and I also heard that the production team that developed Legend of Sword Dao can no longer stand him and are planning to quit collectively." Hifeng, who was standing next to him, spoke, his tone full of helplessness. "Then, didn't you report this to your superiors?" Hifeng rolled his eyes when he heard this. Chapter 54. Oh, forget it. This manager is a relative of the previous CEO. It's useless even if I report it. And the boss of our company is a hands-off boss who is nowhere to be seen all year round. Hey, by the way, Chetzi, are you interested in starting a gaming company? How about I poach this team for you?" When Lin Che heard Hifeng's words, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. Not only did he complain about his boss, he also said he wanted to poach his boss's team. "Hifeng, you are really a talented person." For a moment, Lin Che really didn't know what to say. Lin Che took a deep breath, patted Hifeng on the shoulder and said, "Okay, don't be too anxious about this. Wait a few more days and maybe there will be a turnaround." Hifeng on the side also sighed and nodded. "I hope so. Okay, don't think too much, let's go drink first." As he said this, he put out the cigarette in his hand and threw it into the trash can next to him. Walking. Then the two of them entered the Paradise Bar behind them. Time passed by little, and soon it was past 11 o'clock in the evening. After Lin Che came out, she called a car to take Hifeng back first. Then he went home by himself. After Lin Che returned home, he was somewhat sober. I couldn't help muttering in my heart. It seems like I have no choice but to go to the Tianlong game tomorrow. Early the next morning, Lin Che was woken up by Shui Yi. After all, I drank so much last night. Get up, turn on the water, and wash up. After finishing all this, Lin Che went downstairs to have breakfast with the family of 4 and a stranger. Lin Che completed the system sign-in while eating breakfast. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning 1 million cash. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Che almost spit out a mouthful of porridge. 1 million in cash? System, are you kidding me? I'm like someone who's missing 1 million. What Lin Che lacks the least now is money. Instead of giving you money, you might as well give him some shares, skills, houses, cars, etc. After breakfast, Lin Che asked Lin Xian to take her sisters Lin Ting and Wang Xian out for some fun. He took his cousin Tang Xian to Tianlong Game Company. Brother, aren't you coming with us? Are you going to take my cousin out to play secretly without me? What are you thinking about, little girl? I'm taking your sister Xian to do some serious business. I'll be back to play with you guys after I'm done. Oh. After Lin Che arranged everything, he took the keys to the Pagani Wind God and set off with Tang Xian. After all, this trip to Tianlong Games is not just to inspect, but also to cause trouble, so we have to be high profile. Lin Che drove all the way to the technology park where Tianlong Games was located. After getting off the car, Lin Che stood in front of the Tianlong Games entrance, looking at the Tianlong Games office building with a calm expression. Tang Xian, who was standing by, looked at the Tianlong Game building in front of him and couldn't help but feel a little confused. Xiao Che, did you make an appointment with someone from this Tianlong Game? Why did you bring me here? No, sister. I brought you here this time so that you can quickly understand this company, from its main projects, personnel classification, and most importantly, the company's financial situation. I need you to grasp all of it as soon as possible. These words made Tang Xian even more confused. What was going on? Then he said hesitantly. But, will this company let me access this core information? Don't worry, sister. This time you are here as my secretary. They will let you check it out. After saying this, Lin Che glanced at the building in front of him, then turned to Tang Xian and said with a smile. Because this Tianlong Game Company is my property. After saying that, Lin Che walked towards the building. Tang Xian was stunned by Lin Che's words and stood there blankly, unable to recover for a long time. Although she had heard that the Tianlong Game was very mysterious and particularly young. But she would never think of it anyway. The mysterious behind-the-scenes boss of Tianlong Game Company turned out to be his own younger brother. This is really too scary. Although Lin Che had given him enough scares during this period, when he heard that the Tianlong Game was also played by Lin Che, Tang Xian was already trembling. Looking at Lin Che, who had already walked into the door, Tang Xian took a deep breath to calm herself down. So he followed him in. When he arrived at the front desk, Lin Che consulted the receptionist and then sat in the lounge area to wait. The front desk clerk directly called the office of Lu Xian, the president of Tianlong Games. The secretary who was working there suddenly changed his expression after answering the phone. Just today, when President Lu Xian left the company to attend a city-level meeting, he specifically reminded him of this. If someone named Lin Che comes to the company, we must treat him well and never neglect or offend him. After all, Lin Che is the big boss of Tianlong Game Company. Originally, the secretary thought it wouldn't be such a coincidence that the big boss would come right after the president left. Unexpectedly, it was such a coincidence that the big boss really came at this time and happened to meet him. The secretary quickly told the front desk not to neglect Lin Che, then hurried downstairs and sent a message to Lu Xian. The secretary quickly arrived in front of Lin Che. He nodded and bowed to Lin Che. Mr. Lin, you're here. I'm Su Li, Mr. Lu's secretary. Mr. Lu went to the city for a meeting today. I've sent a message to Mr. Lu. He should be back soon. Please go upstairs first. It's okay, I just came to the company today to take a look. This is my secretary Tang Xian. I've already instructed Tang Xian about today's work. You and Tang Xian will go and complete it together later. Secretary Su nodded immediately after hearing this. Okay, Mr. Lin, don't worry, I will definitely complete the task you assigned. Afterwards, Lin Che asked for an access card and inquired about the location of the game development department. So he asked Secretary Su not to make anything known and went to take a look alone. Lin Che wanted to see what kind of scumbag the manager he phoned told her about yesterday was. Lin Che quickly found the location of the game development department. Lin Che wandered around the department casually. This development department seems to have more than 300 people in total. Lin Che glanced at the development department briefly, nodded, and continued walking deeper. However, just as Lin Che reached this depth, he heard a quarrel. Manager Jia. You should know this very well. If this brand new game project of mine can be completed, it will definitely take up a large portion of the international game market. Chapter 55, Arrogant Manager Jia. Ha, Yi Lianyun, you've been a game planner for so many years. You should know better than me that the game you're planning now won't work. The international shooting game market is already saturated. Although your current Battle Royale style shooting game is indeed novel, can you guarantee that it will be a huge success? Your most important task now is to lead your team to continue updating the game Kendo Legend. As for the development of new games, I plan to let Bai Hao's team do it. The young man who heard Manager Jia's words was completely enraged. Then he shouted loudly. Manager Jia. Isn't it because I didn't give you a gift last holiday that you're targeting me and my team? We all know exactly how much of the funds allocated to our team's project were diverted by you into your own pocket. You're still targeting us in every way. Are you really not going to leave us any chance of survival? Lin Che, who was standing outside the house and heard this, narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that the problems within the Tianlong game are more serious than I thought. Then Lin Che pushed open the door of the office and walked in. It seems that the internal problems of this company are far more serious than I thought. Lin Che walked in and said slowly. Who are you? Get out of here and close the door. Looking at Lin Che who walked in, Manager Jia on the side immediately shouted angrily. Ha, it doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you, the department manager, accepted bribes privately and embezzled public funds. I think we should have a good talk about these two things. Lin Che walked over and picked up the plan on the desk. He took a quick look at the plan and his eyes gradually narrowed. From Lin Che's perspective, this business plan is very good. With just a few minor tweaks to the details, it has the potential to become a global hit. Manager Jia actually killed this promising project simply because people were unwilling to give him gifts. Bang! Lin Che suppressed her anger, slammed the plan on the table, and then shouted angrily. Manager Jia. This business plan can be considered a high-quality one. You are the manager, have you carefully studied this business plan? The company puts you in this position not to make money, but to create value for the company. A fellow like you who only cares about making money for yourself, what qualifications do you have to sit in this position and give orders? Humph. Arrogant. Manager Jia shouted angrily. Then he glanced at the access badge hanging on Lin Che's chest, which clearly read in turn. He immediately slammed the table and scolded. Who gave you the guts to let an intern like you boss me around? Get out of here right now. You're such a rebel. Yi Lianyun, who was standing aside, now had red eyes. He slammed the table hard and roared. Jia Zhongjing. How could there be a parasite like you in this company? Aren't you just relying on your brother-in-law being the company's vice president of operations? The game development department is really chilling everyone's spirit by having someone like you as a manager. Lin Che took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, then said with a sneer. Do you really think that with a vice president as your backer, you can really cover the sky with one hand? Hearing Lin Che's words, Manager Jia was immediately amused and said with a smile. That's right. I can cover up everything in this department. I'm telling you, you're fired now. Now you either get out of here yourself or I call security to get you out. You want me to get out? Ha ha. Lin Che laughed out loud when she heard this. Just as she was about to say something, the phone rang. Lin Che took a look and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Lin Che answered the phone and spoke in a somewhat cold tone. A respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Director Lin, I'm so sorry. I'm Lu Xian. I was in a meeting earlier, and when I heard you were here, I rushed back. I'm so sorry, Mr. Lin, I can't receive you in person. I'll come see you right now, Mr. Lin. Where are you now? Me, I'm in the office of your game development department manager right now. Your manager is pretty good. He's already fired me and even asked security to get me out. Lin Che glanced at Manager Jia and said with a smile. Hearing Lin Che's words, Lu Xian, who had just gotten on the elevator on the other end of the phone. I was so scared that my legs went weak and I almost fell to the ground. How dare someone fire the chairman? This is simply horrifying. Originally, he wanted to rush to Lin Che and leave a good impression on his chairman. Who would have thought that the manager of the game development department would actually sabotage himself at this time? You even want to fire the chairman? At this moment, the anger in Lu Xian's heart was rising. Don't worry, Director Lin, just give me 5 minutes and I'll be there. As he said that, Lu Xian pressed the button for the 5th floor. As the button was pressed, the elevator quickly rose. Manager Jia, who was standing by, was stunned at first when he saw Lin Che's actions, then he sneered and said, "Ha, you're quite good at pretending, kid. If you have someone above you, could you come in as an intern? If you are shameless, don't blame me." As he said this, Manager Jia pressed a button on the desktop and said, "Send 2 security guards to my office. Someone is causing trouble." Seeing what Manager Jia was doing, Yi Lianyun's face turned pale. He turned around and said to Lin Che with a wry smile, "Brother, you'd better leave quickly. Otherwise, if the security comes and really throws you out, you'll be so embarrassed." Hearing this, Lin Che just smiled faintly. "It's okay. I just want to see what this guy can do to me." As Lin Che finished speaking, Yi Lianyun beside him could only shake his head helplessly. Well, in the end, he could only sigh. There was nothing he could do if Lin Che didn't want to leave. The security guards quickly arrived at the office. At this time, the elevator that Lu Xian was riding in also opened, and he hurried towards the RD office. Chapter 56. What is going on? When Lu Xian rushed to the office, he saw the security guard who was about to carry Lin Che out, and he immediately roared, "Stop it right now!" Hearing this roar, the 2 security guards stopped immediately. As for Manager Jia, who was there, he was completely stunned when he saw Lu Xian. Mr. Lu, why are you here?" At this moment, Manager Jia was really panicked. Could it be that this intern is really a person with connections? Yi Lianyun on the side also showed some surprise. "Jia Zhengjing, what are you doing now?" Manager Jia smiled awkwardly and said, This is all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Misunderstand? At this moment, Lu Xian's mentality was about to explode. At this moment, Lu Xian wished he could tear Manager Jia to pieces. Then he took a deep breath, tried hard to suppress the impulsive thought, and said, "Jia Zhengjing, from now on, you are fired. Don't come tomorrow. Go to the finance department to settle your salary, then pack up and get out." Hearing this, Jia Zhengjing was stunned, and then shouted loudly, "No, Lu Xian. Are you mistaken? My brother-in-law is the vice president of the company. Aren't you afraid of offending my brother-in-law by firing me directly like this?" Before Lu Xian could say anything, Lin Che spoke. "If that's the case, then both of you should get out of here together." After Lin Che's calm voice fell, Jia Zhengjing's mentality exploded. He immediately pointed at Lin Che, who was there, and shouted angrily, "Who the hell do you think you are? Don't think you can act so recklessly just because you have Lu Xian as your backer." At this moment, Lu Xian really couldn't bear it anymore. He took a step forward and slapped Jia Zhengjing hard in the face. Bang! This slap stunned Jia Zhengjia. You dared to hit me? How dare you touch me? Jia Zhengjing. Do you really think that just because you have a brother-in-law who is the vice president backing you up, you can do whatever you want in this company? Do you know who you're firing? This is the chairman of our company. You better watch your fucking mouth. As soon as these words fell, Jia Zhengjing felt like he was struck by a bolt from the blue. The young man in front of him turned out to be the real boss behind the Tianlong Game Company. This is too hard to believe. For a moment, Jia Zhengjing was stunned and couldn't say a word. Yi Lianyun beside him was also stunned. The development of this matter is really too magical. Lu Xian, you really gave me a good show. Lin Che, who was sitting on the sofa in the office, said with a sneer. Lin. Director Lin, this time it was my fault for mismanagement. It's time to clean up some of the garbage in this company. We can't let these parasites stay here any longer. As for this Jia Zhengjing and her brother-in-law, tell me how you plan to deal with them. Lin Che, who was sitting there, said lightly. Boss Lin, this is my plan. I'll fire them all and keep a record of them. I'll put them on the industry blacklist and never hire them again. Oh? Lin Che glanced at Jia Zhengjing and then said calmly. I don't think that's enough. During his time in office, Jia Zhengjing embezzled and accepted bribes and misappropriated public funds. It even nearly drove away a key contributor to the company, nearly causing the loss of a potentially hit game and causing significant losses to the company. Based on these 2 points alone, we can't let him go. Appeal to me. I want him to spend the rest of his life in prison. And his vice president's brother-in-law, check him out thoroughly too. If there's any problem, send them all to jail for life. Lin Che's words sounded very calm, but within this calmness there was a chill that made people feel bone-chilling. After hearing Lin Che's words, Jia Zhengjing fell to the ground. It's over. He is completely finished this time. Not only is he doomed, but his brother-in-law is also doomed. What he did could not stand up to investigation. Bankruptcy was a small matter. The amount of money he embezzled was enough to keep him in jail for decades. At this moment, Jia Zhengjing completely collapsed. Yi Lianyun, who was standing aside, was completely stunned. He stared at what was happening in front of him with his mouth wide open. He would never have imagined that the young man in front of him would be the mysterious boss behind the Tianlong game. At this moment, Yi Lianyun looked at Lin Che with eyes filled with complicated emotions. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, I was so rude earlier. No problem. Lin Che waved her hand and said nonchalantly. Lu Xian, please ask all employees to stop what they are doing. I have something to announce. Okay, Director Lin, I'll arrange it right away. Lu Xian, who was standing by, quickly nodded in agreement after hearing Lin Che's words, then turned around and left to complete what Lin Che had instructed. Soon, Jia Zhengjing was thrown out by 2 security guards. As for his brother-in-law, the deputy general manager, he was naturally fired by the company. On the other side, in the game development department, everyone was a little nervous. These people are now extremely focused and their backs are straight. Everyone stood at their workstation, quietly waiting for their mysterious chairman of Tianlong Games who had never appeared before. No one knows what kind of person this chairman is or what his personality and temperament are like. It is precisely because of this that these people are now so alert and dare not be careless at all. And I heard that the chairman just came today and fired the department manager and the vice president of operations of the game development department. This means that those who gave gifts to Jia Zhengjing are now worried and unable to let go. After all, no one knows whether the chairman will continue to pursue the matter with them. As a member of the RD department, He Feng was still a little nervous and confused. He was still very curious about this mysterious chairman. Just when he was still wondering what kind of person his chairman would be, the atmosphere in front of him suddenly became serious. He Feng couldn't help but feel curious, and he glanced secretly towards the gate. But when he saw the person walking in from the gate, he was completely dumbfounded. Fuck me. What is going on? He never imagined that the mysterious chairman who walked in would be his good brother Lin Che. No wonder, no wonder. No wonder my good brother told me that things would turn around. It turns out that he himself was the one who turned the tide. It turns out that this company belongs to him. But then he thought about it and realized that he seemed to have complained to Lin Che yesterday. He complained that his boss was a hands-off boss and asked him to set up a gaming company and poach his team there. Chapter 57 Charity Gala. Suddenly, He Feng's face became very embarrassed. After all, he was the one complaining about his boss in front of his boss and even saying he wanted to poach his employees in front of his boss. I am such a talented person. At this time, Lin Che also noticed He Feng, smiled at him, and stood in front of the employees. He glanced at the employee in front of him and then spoke. Okay, why are you all standing here? Sit down. I'm not that particular. As he spoke, Lin Che sat on the chair that Lu Xian had prepared for him. The people below only dared to sit down after seeing Lin Che sit down. The reason I called everyone together today is mainly because I have a few things to announce to you. First of all, I don't like people doing anything tricky in the company. When I was away, I didn't care what you did, but now that I'm back, this kind of thing can't happen under my nose. In the company, everything is based on ability. As long as you have the ability, you can take any position. If you don't have the ability, just get out. Lin Che's few simple words instantly dissipated the murderous aura in his words. The second thing is that the company is currently preparing to fully develop the new Battle Royale game that Yi Lianyun's team is researching. I hope that the various groups can help each other and share what they have. As for the third thing, He Feng, Yi Lianyun. He Feng was stunned when he heard Lin Che calling his name, then he stood up hurriedly. Director Lin. He Feng was still completely confused and had no idea why Lin Che suddenly called him. Yi Lianyun on the side also stood up in a daze. Starting today, Hefeng will be transferred to Yi Lianyun's team as deputy team leader. Hefeng, I believe you are more than qualified to be a deputy team leader. Yi Lianyun, I hope you two can cooperate well and develop this game as soon as possible. Yes. Hefeng and Yi Lianyun shouted excitedly. At this time, everyone looked at Hefeng and Yi Lianyun. The look in his eyes as he looked at Hefeng was full of passion. Now they see it too. It seems that Hefeng and the chairman know each other, and their relationship seems to be quite unusual. Okay, let's adjourn the meeting. After saying that, Lin Che turned and left. As soon as he walked out, he saw Tang Xian waiting for him at the door. Xiao Che, I have already sorted out the information you asked me to organize. Lin Che was still a little surprised by this. Lin Che didn't expect her cousin to be so fast. Oh? Then Sister Xin, please give me a brief introduction. Good. Tang Xian began to narrate to Lin Che. Tang Xian quickly told Lin Che all the information she had. After listening, Lin Che nodded and said, Yeah, not bad. Also, Xiao Che, many bosses from large companies have sent you visiting cards. And the young master of Qianwanhao department store has sent you an invitation to attend a charity auction tonight. Okay, I understand. Sister Xin, please agree to this charity gala for me. Okay, Xiao Che. Tang Xian smiled and nodded, then turned and left. As for Lin Che, he went to his chairman's office. When I got off work at noon, I saw Hefeng. When Hefeng saw Lin Che, he was quite excited. Oh my god, Chetzi, what's going on? You're the boss of our company? You never told me about this? Lin Che just smiled at this. I didn't intend to tell you because I was afraid you would be scared to death, but after you told me that, I thought I had to come and take a look. But how are you doing? Are you used to being transferred to Yi Lianyun's team? Lin Che glanced at Hefeng and said, Hey, what's there to get used to? It's the same wherever you go. Aren't we all just continuing to do technical development? But honestly, after being transferred to this group, I realized that I still have a lot to learn. Hefeng spoke with a smile on his face. The two chatted for a while before separating. 7:30 p.m. Lin Che drove his Pagani Huayra to a hotel on the riverside. At this time, the parking lot of the hotel was filled with luxury cars. After all, this charity gala is quite big. Basically, half of the wealthy and famous people in Jian province are here tonight. After all, the organizer of this charity gala is Marriott Department Store. This Marriott Department Store has dozens of high-end department stores in Jiang province. The market value is as high as hundreds of billions. At this moment, Lin Che drove into the venue in the Pagani Huayra, attracting a lot of attention. After all, Lin Che's Fengshan is one of the most top-notch luxury cars here. After Lin Che parked the car, he and Tang Xian got out. Walking all the way into the hotel, as soon as he entered, Lin Che's appearance attracted a lot of people's attention. However, this was Lin Che's first time attending such a place, so not many people paid much attention. He just thought that Lin Che was some rich boy from some family, and then he stopped paying attention to Lin Che. Tang Ming, who was inside, also saw Lin Che coming in and walked towards Lin Che. Mr. Lin, you're here. Tang Ming said to Lin Che with a smile on his face. Hey, Mr. Tang. Lin Che glanced at Tang Ming and said with a smile. There was ease in his words. Lin Che had read Tang Ming's information before, so she could still recognize him. It really makes my humble home shine that Master Lin can come here today. And I really didn't expect that you, Master Lin, would still be like this. Before Tang Ming could finish, Lin Che waved her hand to stop him. Don't say that now. I don't want anyone to know my identity. There is no way. His identity as the chairman of Tianlong Games is simply too dazzling at this scene. If I reveal my identity now, I guess a lot of people at the scene will come over and flatter me. Such a scene was simply a torture for Lin Che. Compared to being in the spotlight, Lin Che preferred the quietness of being alone. Tang Ming was startled when he heard Lin Che's words, then he reacted and spoke. That's fine, Mr. Lin. Feel free to do whatever you want. We can have a good chat after the party is over. Lin Che smiled and nodded, then picked up a glass of juice from the tray in the waiter's hand and sat quietly on the sofa with Tang Xian. Chapter 58, Ink Bamboo Painting. However, at this moment, not far away from Lin Che and Tang Xian, a young man in a black suit stood there with a glass of wine. When he saw Tang Xin, a fiery look appeared in the young man's eyes. Then as his gaze moved, when he saw Lin Che beside Tang Xin, his eyes were filled with a cold look. MD is like a flower stuck in cow dung. The young man was mumbling something, and there was a gleam in his eyes as if he had thought of something. Afterwards, the young man walked towards Lin Che with a skinny man. My name is Shinsu, beautiful lady. Would you be so kind as to have a drink with me? The dark Shinsu asked with a wineglass in his hand, but his eyes were darting around Tang Xin, and his fiery gaze was not concealed at all. As for Lin Che, who was sitting next to Tang Xin, he simply ignored her. Being glanced at so openly by Shinsu, Tang Xin suddenly felt uncomfortable all over and said with a frown in disgust. Sorry, I just drank and now I don't feel like drinking. Shinsu's face instantly turned gloomy after being rejected so directly by Tang Xin. Before Shinsu could speak, the skinny young man behind him spoke in a cold voice. You stupid bitch. It's an honor for you that Mr. Shin invites you for a drink. Stop pretending to be innocent here. You're so shameless. The skinny young man immediately shouted at Tang Xin coldly, his words full of arrogance. After saying this, the young man immediately shouted coldly at Lin Che. And you, why are you still sitting here? Get out of here right now, our Master Shin wants this bitch. Lin Che frowned when she heard this. The next moment, they looked at Shinsu and shouted in a cold tone. Roll. The word get out caused many people around to look towards Lin Che. However, when they saw the young man who was told to get out, everyone was a little shocked. Isn't this the young master from Longting Real Estate, Shinsu? He's actually the eldest son of Longting Real Estate? I've heard for a long time that he's very wealthy and extravagant. And I heard that recently, he has been pursuing the eldest daughter of the Wang family. He is very popular. But who is this guy opposite Shinsu? He actually dared to tell the eldest young master of the Shin family to get out. I don't recognize him, but he actually dared to offend the eldest son of the Shin family. It seems that this evening will be boring. For a moment, everyone around looked over here. These people's faces showed an expression of watching the fun. Lin Che understood this. It turns out that Shinsu is from Longting Real Estate. No wonder he is so arrogant. Longting Real Estate is considered an above-average real estate company in Jiang Province, with a market value of 8 billion. Hey, kid, now you know who I am, right? Get out of here right now. Boy, if you can just get out of my way today, I will definitely give you a lot of benefits. Let me tell you this. If you just get out of my way today, I can let you deal with at least 3 companies with a market capitalization of over 1 billion. How about that? After hearing these words, Lin Che still looked indifferent. I have a bad temper. I advise you to get out of here right now. You. Suddenly, Shinsu's face turned pale and he was speechless. Then, he took a deep breath to calm himself down and said, All right. Boy, this young master will remember you. After saying this, the eldest son of the Shin family turned around and left. The skinny young man at the side saw Shinsu turn and leave, glared at Lin Che fiercely, and hurriedly caught up with Shinsu. Mr. Shin, are you just going to let that kid go like this? What else? What else do you want? The main reason I'm here today is because my father gave me 300 million. I came here to buy the last ink bamboo painting by Zhang Banqiao at today's auction. We can't cause trouble now. Shinsu said coldly. Let me take a picture of this ink bamboo painting first. When the time comes, I'll take it home. My father will surely be delighted. When the time comes, I'll let this guy know that he's offended someone he can't afford to offend. After hearing what Shinsu said, the skinny young man nodded frequently and said nothing more. On the other side, the charity gala will begin soon. Lin Che casually found a seat at the back and sat down, while Tang Xin next to him spoke. Xiao Che, the person sitting in the 5th seat from the right in the front row, is Lu Nang, the chairman of Northwest Mining. And the first one in front is the chairman of Tianmei Technology Group. And that woman is the chairman of Kale Beauty. After Tang Xin's explanation, Lin Che nodded. These people had all sent visiting cards to Lin Che before. Okay, I understand, Sister Xin. Lin Che nodded calmly and said. After this charity gala is over, let's find a time to meet them. After an opening speech, the charity dinner officially began. On the stage, the auctioneer standing in the middle immediately spoke. Welcome everyone to our charity auction today. This year, our country is facing a serious national situation. All proceeds from the items we are auctioning today will be donated to the disaster-stricken areas.
After he finished speaking, everyone applauded. After that, the auctioneer didn't say any more nonsense and started the auction directly.
Items were taken out one after another and auctioned. After a round of auction, the finale of the auction soon arrived.
Everyone, the next lot for auction is Zhang Banxiao's calligraphy work, ink bamboo painting. As the auctioneer finished speaking, everyone present began to discuss.
Oh my god, it's actually ink bamboo painting. This is truly top-notch. It looks like there's going to be a good show to watch next. Everyone present said this. And it was at this time that the auction of this ink bamboo painting officially began.
Everyone, this ink bamboo painting has a reserve price of 30 million. The auction is now officially open, and each bid must not be less than 1 million.
The auctioneer didn't dare to waste time and started the auction immediately. 35 million. 37 million. 40 million.
As everyone started to bid, the big guy in front slowly joined the bidding team.
Tang Xin on the side was also shocked. Oh my goodness, the price is going up so fast. It's only been a short while and it's already reached 70 million.
As he spoke, Shensu in front also raised his hand and shouted,
80 million.
When everyone heard the voice, they turned around to see who made the bid. When they saw it was Shensu, they stopped talking.
Chapter 59, Slap in the Face.
Shensu directly raised the price by 10 million, and it seemed that he was determined to get the ink bamboo painting. In addition, Shensu is the eldest son of Longting Real Estate. It is indeed not worthwhile to offend Longting Real Estate for this picture.
Seeing this scene, Shensu's expression became even more arrogant.
It seems that I can get this ink bamboo painting for 80 million now. It seems that this is not difficult. Shensu felt secretly happy for a moment. However, at this moment, Lin Che slowly raised his hand. At the same time, he said it calmly.
90 million.
As Lin Che finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Lin Che. When they saw that it was Lin Che, they were all stunned.
Oh my god, why is it this kid again? This guy is really not afraid of death. For a moment, everyone was talking about it. As for Shensu, who was secretly pleased with himself just now, his face is now ashen and he looks ugly. He turned to look at Lin Che, glared at her fiercely, and then spoke in a cold voice. You kid, are you planning to challenge me?
In response to this, Lin Che just smiled faintly and said,
Challenge? Are you worthy enough?
This ink bamboo painting by Zhang Banxiao can be said to be a rare treasure. Lin Che also remembered that his grandfather had always been fond of calligraphy and paintings, but his family was poor in the past and could not afford these things. The old man could only stare in envy. It's different now. Now I have money, and I happen to come across this ink bamboo painting which can be said to be a rare treasure. I must buy it and give it to my grandfather. You're looking for death. Shensu, who was there, almost wanted to kill Lin Che. Then he stopped talking and raised his sign to make the offer.
95 million. Just add 5 million? If you don't have the money, go home and ask for more before you come back to shoot.
Lin Che sneered, then raised his card and spoke.
120 million.
You. Shensu gritted his teeth and was speechless. After all, he only has 300 million yuan on hand now. Lin Che's way of raising the price was really too ruthless. But now he could only continue to bid. After all, this picture was what his grandfather had asked him to buy.
100 million, 30 million. 200 million.
As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent, leaving only the sound of people sucking in their breaths.
This directly added 70 million. What a grand and wealthy person this is.
As for Shensu, who was there, he was so angry that his whole body was shaking.
Are you fucking determined to fight me to the death? Fine. You're a ruthless guy. I want to see if you have what it takes to fight me to the death. I'll give you 300 million.
At this time, Shensu's eyes were already red, and this was his final limit.
300 million.
If Lin Che continued to add more, then he would have no other options. He would only have 300 million at most. However, he was now certain that Lin Che could not keep up. After all, in his opinion, someone of Lin Che's age must have been following his family's instructions to compete for Zhang Banxiao's ink bamboo painting just like him. Moreover, there must be people in Jiang province who bid more than 300 million to buy the ink bamboo painting, but they are not many and Shensu knows all of them. Among them, there is definitely no one like Lin Che. Because the circle of the second generation of these families is so small, and they all have some intersections with him. And among these people there is definitely no one named Lin Che. So he thought Lin Che was deliberately driving up the price and creating confusion. As this idea came to mind, Shinsu became more and more certain of his idea, and immediately put on an appearance of being confident of victory. However, just when he thought that the ink bamboo painting was already in his pocket, Lin Che's voice rang out again.
330 million.
After Lin Che said this, Shinsu was completely confused.
Everyone present was stunned by Lin Che. Who is this person? How could someone actually offer 330 million to buy this ink bamboo painting?
After all, Lin Che had never been heard of or seen in Jiang province before. As for Shinsu, his face was flushed and his breathing became heavy and rapid. He immediately stood up, pointed at Lin Che, and shouted loudly.
Impossible. There's absolutely no way you can afford that price. I demand proof of his assets. I absolutely don't believe he can afford 330 million to buy this ink bamboo painting.
Shinsu's intuition told him that Lin Che could definitely not afford this price.
This guy is definitely here to deliberately drive up the price.
Lin Che just glanced at Shinsu calmly and said nothing. Shinsu looked at Lin Che without saying anything, thinking that he had guessed it right.
Lin Che didn't dare to speak. Continue to shout loudly.
Humph, this guy is really just deliberately driving up the price and disrupting the auction, just to get me to keep bidding high. The money in his card definitely can't cover the price he's bidding. I demand that this troublemaker be thrown out immediately. Having someone like him sitting here is a complete disgrace to this charity gala. After hearing what Shinsu said, Tang Ming, the host, suddenly turned as dark as ink. Looking at Shinsu, who was like a mad dog, barking and biting people non-stop, he immediately stood up with a cold face. Before Tang Ming could speak, Shinsu saw Tang Ming stand up and shouted even more excitedly. Brother Tang, quickly have the security guards throw this troublemaker out.
That's enough.
Finally, Tang Ming couldn't stand Shinsu anymore and roared angrily.
This roar stunned Shinsu. He stood there looking at Tang Ming with a dazed look on his face, and asked in a daze. Tang, brother Tang, what's wrong? You still have the nerve to ask me what's wrong? Do you even know who this person is? He's the legendary Mr. Lin Chalin. Tang Ming shouted angrily.
After Tang Ming finished speaking, everyone present was shocked.
What? He is actually Mr. Lin. Oh my god, it could be him.
Ha, it seems Shinsu has hit a wall this time and is going to be in trouble.
Yeah. But I never thought this Lin Che was actually that Mr. Lin. He's too young. Hey, no, who is this Mr. Lin? Why are you all so surprised? Suddenly someone asked with a puzzled look on his face.
After hearing this, everyone looked at him with strange eyes, and then someone said quietly.
Young man, didn't your elders tell you? This Mr. Lin is no ordinary person. Chapter 60. This Mr. Lin is no simple man. He is the real top boss of Jiang province.
He is not only the boss of Qianyu Building, but also the big boss behind Tianlong Game Company. Moreover, he holds 15% of the shares of the Penguin Group and is the third largest natural person shareholder of the Penguin Group.
Oh my god, this Mr. Lin is so terrifying. And he looks so young, probably only in his early 20s.
For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Che sitting there and gasped. As for Shinsu, his face was extremely pale, and his eyes were filled with regret and fear as he looked at Lin Che.
Shinsu is panicking now. Really panicked.
He had heard of Lin Che's identity. He is truly a top boss, worth hundreds of billions. Such a big shot is not something that a small company like Longting Real Estate can shake.
No. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This must be fake. How could he be that Mr. Lin? How could he be the boss behind Tianlong Game Company? How could he be?
Shinsu spoke more and more quietly, and became less and less confident. Hearing Shinsu's words, Tang Ming, who was standing there, said with a cold face.
Shinsu, do you think what I said is false?
Upon hearing this, Shinsu's face suddenly froze.
I don't. Get out of here right now. Do you really want me to send security in to kick you out?
After hearing what Tang Ming said, Shinsu immediately crawled away from the charity dinner. After doing all this, Tang Ming walked up to Lin Che and said, Mr. Lin, tell me, if you had revealed your identity from the beginning, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. In response, Lin Che just smiled and said,
"Ha, it's nothing anyway."
As he spoke, Lin Che looked at everyone present.
"Everyone, I have received the visiting cards you sent me earlier. We can visit and chat with you one by one later."
Everyone present who had sent visiting cards to Lin Che nodded.
"Ah, okay then, Director Lin, we'll have a good chat later." "Ha, I didn't expect to meet Mr. Lin here. It's such an honor to chat with him."
For a moment, everyone smiled and nodded to Lin Che. The others who were watching this scene looked at Lin Che with eyes full of respect. After all, it was truly terrifying that Lin Che could get so many billionaires to come so close to currying favor with him. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have dared to imagine that such a thing would happen. And this was a normal thing for Lin Che. After all, Lin Che's net worth is terrifying. Not only is he the behind-the-scenes boss of Tianlong Games, he also owns 15% of the shares of Penguin Group. It would definitely be right to make friends with someone of such status. Not to mention that Lin Che is so young and yet he has such a high net worth, which also represents the extremely powerful background behind Lin Che.
After Lin Che took the photo of the ink bamboo painting, the charity gala ended quickly.
After Lin Che made some friends with these people, he was about to leave the hotel. "Xiao Che, that ink bamboo painting you just took a picture of is really good."
"This painting, ink bamboo painting by Zhang Banxiao, I think its value will definitely increase in the near future. If I sell it then, I'm sure I can make a lot of money."
Lin Che smiled when she heard what Tang Xin said.
"I don't plan to sell this painting. I originally planned to buy it back home to entertain my old man." Tang Xin on the side was a little stunned.
Spending 330 million to buy a picture just to make the old man happy.
After a pause, Tang Xin nodded and said, "Xiao Che, you are really filial. I remember that the old man also liked these calligraphy and paintings." Lin Che just smiled calmly and didn't answer.
Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching, and Lin Che planned to take his younger sister home to visit. At the same time, I also have to explain my current situation to my family.
It is not a good idea to keep it a secret.
And judging from the current situation, even if I want to hide it, I probably can't. After a while, Lin Che and Tang Xin returned home. After returning home, Lin Che took a shower and fell asleep. A night passed, and Lin Che got up early the next morning.
With today's successful sign-in, the system's voice also sounded.
"Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully.
Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100% equity in Pinarello Bicycle Company."
Hearing the system's words, Lin Che was a little stunned.
"A bicycle company? Are you kidding me? I've never heard of this. And it's a company that makes bicycles, how amazing can that be?"
Lin Che felt depressed, so he took out his phone while eating breakfast to check the company's information. When Lin Che saw the company's information, he was stunned and even forgot to eat breakfast. After checking, I realized that my Pinarello company is not an ordinary small company.
Pinarello Bicycle Company. This is the world's top bicycle company.
Moreover, the bicycles produced have participated in countless cycling competitions. And also won a lot of championship medals. It is precisely because of this that the bicycle company has continued to grow in popularity. Today it has become the Bugatti of the bicycle industry, and any bicycle of its can be sold for tens of thousands of yuan.
This is kind of scary.
On the other side, Lin Xian drove a Rolls-Royce back to Villa number 1. As soon as I arrived at the gate of Jiangshan Villa District, I was suddenly stopped by someone.
Lin Xian took a closer look. Aren't these his parents and his younger brother Lin Shan? But who are the other three people? How did they find themselves here? Lin Xian got out of the car in a hurry. "Mom and Dad, Lin Shan, why are you here?" "Humph.
If we hadn't come, how would we have known that you were driving a luxury car and living in a mansion in the big city, while we were working ourselves to death back home?"
Lin Xian's mother Wang Xiujuan said. "Mom, it's not what you think. This car belongs to my boss. It's not mine." Lin Xian explained. "Your boss? You drive your boss's car every day? Why doesn't he let anyone else drive it, just you?" "Mom, can we talk somewhere else? Do you have a place to stay now? I'll take you to get 2 rooms." "Humph. I'm telling you I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to live here. Don't think we don't know anything. Your brother has been observing you for days. You live in this villa area every day. Wang Xiujuan pointed to the Jiangshan Villa area and said, "Mom, this house belongs to my boss, not me. How can I take you in?" Chapter 61. Bullshit. What boss? I think it's your boyfriend. Otherwise, which boss would give you a car and a house? Now that you have a boyfriend, you really have forgotten your mother. Do you believe that I will punish you with family discipline right now?
Lin Xian's father Lin Taicheng said this and picked up the wooden stick in his hand and hit Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't expect her father to suddenly attack her. She was accidentally hit on the arm, and the pain made her tears well up in her eyes. Lin Xian felt particularly aggrieved. She had been frugal for her family over the years, and even paid for her younger brother's college living expenses herself. Now I transfer 20,000 yuan to my family every month. I have basically given all the money I earned after working for so many years to my family, and now I am beaten and scolded by my family. But she had no choice, these were her parents and younger brother. In the end, there was really no other choice but to take the 6 of them into the Jiangshan Villa district. Lin Xian just hoped that Lin Che and his family wouldn't quarrel, otherwise it would be difficult for her to deal with both sides. When they entered the room, they were all stunned by the scene before them. They had never seen such a luxurious house on TV before, but now it appeared in front of them. Lu Qing's family was so shocked that they were speechless. They thought they were in good condition and looked down on Lin Shan because he came from the countryside. But after arriving here, they found that they were just frogs in a well. He no longer felt disgusted when looking at Lin Shan. In fact, he liked her more and more. With a sister like her, how bad could his future be? Sister, this place you live in is so luxurious. The decoration and scenery are so luxurious that even the wealthy families on TV are not as luxurious as this. Lin Shan said with envy. He was still wondering what it would be like to live here every day in the future. This place was so big that it could easily accommodate both him and Lu Qing. A few people were a little reserved when they saw the luxury, but when they thought that this was their daughter Lin Xian's home, wasn't it their own home? At this time, Lin Xian said, "Mom and Dad, what do you want to talk to me about today? Just tell me." Lin Taicheng pointed at LV Cheng and her parents and said, "Her name is LV Cheng, she's your brother's girlfriend, and these two are LV Cheng's parents. Our two families have agreed to help your brother get married. You just need to give them 5 million to buy them a wedding car and house." After hearing this, Lin Xian was so angry that she almost laughed out loud. A father who had been a farmer his whole life was asking for 5 million right out of the blue? Did he even know how much 5 million was? This had to be that brat Lin Xian's idea. Lin Xian immediately said directly, "I don't have that much money." "Then how much are you willing to pay?" Lin Taicheng asked. To be honest, he himself felt that 5 million was too much. This was what Lin Shan asked him to say. "I won't pay a penny." Lin Xian said expressionlessly. "What did you say? Do you want to be beaten again?" Lin Taicheng shouted loudly after hearing Lin Xian's words. "Even if you beat me to death, I won't give you a penny. You want to piss me off to death, right? I'm telling you. You have to pay this money whether you want to or not." Lin Taicheng pointed at Lin Xian and cursed angrily. Lin Xian was so angry that she started crying and yelling, "You've always favored him since he was little. Isn't it just because he's your son? You gave him everything you could eat and drink. I earned the money for my college education by working part-time. Did you ever contribute a penny? He's going to college, and his family has no money. Fine. I'll borrow some. And then I'll pay it back slowly by living frugally. Do you know how I lived during that time? I even fainted at work due to malnutrition. Later, my work gradually improved and my salary increased. Every month, I only kept a little for living expenses and sent the rest back to you. What else do you want from me? And you idiot. What have you learned in college? It's fine you don't have a heart of gratitude, but now you're asking for 5 million right out of the blue? Who do you think I am? Your ATM? I'm telling you this clearly, from today on, I won't give you a penny." Lin Xian had been suppressed for too long, and now it all exploded at once. Just because she is a daughter, she has not been recognized by her family since she was a child. No matter how well she performs, it is useless because her parents' attention is all on her younger brother. "Even though I always get first place in every exam, I still don't get the attention and recognition from my parents." No matter how naughty his younger brother Lin Shan was, they would always side with him. As long as Lin Shan complained, he would be beaten no matter if it was his fault or not. Later, when I was about to go to college, I almost dropped out of school because my family refused to pay for it. Why would a girl study so much? She'll get married sooner or later, so she might as well go out and work to support the family. Fortunately, Lin Xian's teacher was willing to sponsor her first, and she worked part-time to earn money for her studies, so she was able to finish college. Now my family has the nerve to come directly to my house and ask for 5 million to buy a car and a house for my brother. Where did I get 5 million? Although Lin Che's salary is not bad now, it's not that much. Lin Xian's outburst of anger temporarily calmed the group of people. Especially Lin Taicheng and Wang Xiujuan. Their daughter, who had always been a very obedient child, actually dared to talk back to them like this today. This sudden turn made them unable to react for a moment. Anyway, no matter what. If you don't pay us today, we're not going to leave. Wang Xiujuan said this in a somewhat dishonest way. Since you're all like this, I'll tell you the truth. Our boss took pity on me and let me live here. Do you know how much this house is worth? This house is worth 20 billion. 200 million? OMG. This is the amount of money you can never earn even if you work for 10 lifetimes without eating or drinking. They really couldn't understand how much 200 billion yuan was. With these 200 billion yuan, they could buy out their entire village. Lin Shan said his sister's house cost at least 1 billion yuan, and they simply didn't believe it. How could such an expensive house cost 1 billion yuan? But they didn't expect that 1 billion yuan was an understatement. Do you know what these 200 million yuan means? Anything in here could buy me a house back home. You don't have to leave, but I will. Don't blame me if the security arrests you for burglary. Breaking into this upscale villa complex and stealing will get you a sentence of at least 10 to 8 years. After Lin Xian finished speaking, she turned around and prepared to leave. Stop, you damn girl, are you going to make a scene now? Lin Taicheng stood up and wanted to hit Lin Xian, but fortunately he was stopped by Wang Xiujuan. Chapter 62. Oh, Dad. You've been calling me a bitch since I was a kid. I'm your daughter. You've made me worse than the beggars out there. Lin Xian said with tears in her eyes. Lin Shan was also frightened by Lin Xian's appearance. He originally thought that as long as he called his parents over, Lin Xian would give him whatever he wanted, because it had always been like this before, but now the development of things was beyond his expectations. Sister, Shut up. I know what you're thinking. Don't think you can keep me fed and housed just by calling your parents over. You've got more this year. If you want to get married, can't you make money yourself? Lin Xian ignored these people and left. When the people in the room saw Lin Xian leave, they immediately stood up and followed her out. After all, they were all from small places. If they were really arrested and sentenced to 10 or 8 years, where could they go to seek justice? When Lin Xian reached the front door, Lin Che just happened to be walking down from upstairs. Lin Xian, where are you going? Who are these others? Lin Che asked doubtfully, looking at Lin Shan and the others. When Lin Xian saw Lin Che, her heart suddenly tightened. He thought Lin Che was not at home. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. They are all my family members. They came to see me from my hometown. I brought them here to rest for a while. I will take them away soon. Lin Xian said nervously. Lin Xian was a little afraid that Lin Che would be angry. After all, this was a manor worth 20 billion yuan, and she brought people here without permission. She was a little worried that Lin Che would feel uncomfortable. Since they are your family, they are family, so just let them stay. There is room for them anyway. In fact, Lin Xian was just overthinking it. In Lin Che's eyes, a house is a place for people to live. There are so many rooms here, more than enough for them to stay. Lin Che didn't think there was anything wrong with it, and Lin Che and Lin Xian also had that kind of relationship. No, I've already booked a room for them outside, Mr. Lin, I'll go first. Lin Xian was interrupted by Lin Taicheng before she could finish her words. You're that dead girl Lin Xian's boyfriend, right? Since you're already living together, why not hurry up and get married? You're a big boss, and we're just from a small family. Our requirements won't be too high. You can prepare a 10 million betrothal gift, and buy your brother a car and a house in Jiang province. It doesn't have to be too big, but since you can afford such a big house, this request isn't too much for you, right? Lin Che was stunned after hearing what Lin Xian's father said. Dead girl?
Is this talking about Lin Qian? How could a father call his daughter like that? Do you think I'm Lin Qian's boyfriend? Although this is the truth.
This requirement is not difficult for me, but rather quite simple.
But it seems that Lin Qian's family relationships are not very good.
And this is talking about a 10 million yuan betrothal gift and a house and car in Zhejiang province.
Is this selling my daughter?
Lin Che didn't say anything, but slowly walked down and looked at Lin Qian. Lin Qian's chest was heaving violently, her eyes were red and she stared at her father with some fear in her eyes, tears kept falling down, and she shouted loudly.
Dad! What the hell are you talking about? How could I be talking nonsense? You're already living together, isn't that clear enough? If he doesn't marry you, how will you get married in the future? How can we hold our heads up in front of the villagers when you let us go back to our hometown? Uncle, I'm just Lin Qian's boss, not her boyfriend.
Lin Che didn't want to make things too awkward. After all, this was Lin Qian's father.
Boss?
Is there a boss who lives with his subordinates?
Don't you just want to avoid responsibility?
Lin Che was speechless.
This TM.
No matter how he explained, the other party wouldn't listen, so Lin Che decided not to say anything.
Dad! Please stop talking nonsense. Do you really want to kill me?
Lin Qian cried and shouted to Lin Taichung.
Sister! Dad is helping you, why don't you know what's good for you? Lin Shan interrupted. Lin Shan is so happy now.
Since Dad asked my sister and brother-in-law to buy him a house and a car in Zhejiang province, this matter is definitely going to happen. And the 10 million yuan in betrothal gifts will definitely be in your hands in due time. In this case, he would be a person with a house, a car, and savings. Why would he need to go to work or work?
Wouldn't it be comfortable to drive around every day?
Lu Qing's family was also very excited at this time. If it really went according to Lin Tiecheng's wishes, they would definitely support their daughter's marriage with both hands. 10 million plus buying a house and a car in Zhejiang province will make me feel proud when I go back. Lin Qian looked at her parents and brother, and did not feel the slightest bit of guilt for her suffering, or even for threatening to commit suicide.
They came here just for money.
If Lin Che didn't have money, they would definitely find a way to force her to break up with Lin Che.
All they care about is money.
As long as they can be given money, they may not care whether they have a daughter or not. At this moment, Lin Qian suddenly understood. She was destined to be used as a tool by this family from the moment she was born. I can only blame myself for being so stupid in the past. I sent home any money I saved, naively thinking that it was my roots. Only at this moment did she realize that she was actually just a plankton, without roots or wings. Her heart has turned cold. It's also cold. Lin Qian looked at the family coldly, opened the door and walked out without saying anything. She wanted to escape from this place right now. Lin Che noticed that something was wrong with Lin Qian's condition and hurriedly chased after her. The remaining Lin Shan and his men looked at each other, not knowing what to do. In the end, they decided to leave first. After all, this was someone else's house. They were really scared by Lin Qian's words and were afraid that they would be caught as thieves. After leaving Jiangshan Villa District, Lin Qian and Lin Che arrived at a park.
Sitting on a bench by the river,
Lin Qian told Lin Che about her experiences over the past 20 years. Lin Che listened to Lin Qian's story quietly without saying a word.
Brother Che, I'm not stupid, am I? I'll give them whatever they want.
If they don't have anything, I'll just borrow it and pay them back slowly.
Shanqian, you're not stupid, you're just too sentimental. The more you give, the more they take it for granted. Well, maybe. But now I have decided. I lived for them for the past 20 years, but for the next few decades, I will live for myself. Chapter 63. Shanqian, please invite my uncle and aunt to the hotel for dinner tomorrow.
You've come all the way here, so I should at least show some appreciation.
If you need money, just ask me. I will support you no matter what decision you make. Lin Che said. Thank you, Brother Che.
Lin Qian cried while lying in Lin Che's arms. Lin Qian originally thought that Lin Che would look down on her because she had such a family, but she didn't expect that Lin Che didn't despise her at all.
Shanqian, if you want to cry, just cry as hard as you can. You'll feel better after crying. Lin Che said as he gently patted Lin Qian's back.
Lin Qian cried in Lin Che's arms for more than half an hour before she slowly woke up. Seeing that Lin Che's clothes on his chest were wet with his tears, he felt a little embarrassed.
Brother Che, I'm sorry. I got your clothes wet. It's okay, Chanxian, let's go, we're going back.
The two returned to Villa Number 1 and found that Lin Shan and the others had already left.
Brother Che, I'll go look for them,
Lin Xian said and was about to go out. But Lin Che held him back.
Chanxian, didn't you say you want to live for yourself in the future? Then you should learn to say no to them.
If you go to them now, it will only make them more unscrupulous.
Besides, they are all adults, nothing will happen to them. You must be exhausted after all this trouble. Go have some lunch and then take a rest. Well, okay then.
After the two finished lunch, Lin Xian went back to her room to rest while Lin Che half lay on the sofa, looking at the system panel in front of him.
Host, Lin Che. Age, 23. Height, 185 centimeters.
Charm, 8. Charm is a special attribute, capped at 10 points.
Strength, 39. Agility, 40. Spirit, 35.
Cars, Lamborghini Aventador, Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Pagani Huayra, 9 consecutive Rolls-Royce Phantoms, and 9 limited edition sports cars. Assets, Villa Number 1, Shenyu Building, 15% of Penguin Group, Shentao Mall, Dijiang Garden, Tianlong Gaming Company, Pinarello Bicycle Company.
After watching for a while, Lin Che stood up and walked to the swimming pool.
Thinking that Lin Xian should be asleep, I didn't care about anything else and just took off all my clothes and jumped into the swimming pool.
Cool. Swimming is so cool this summer.
Lin Che swam 2 laps, then got up, took a shower and took a nap. In the afternoon, Lin Che and Lin Xian were chatting in the living room. As Lin Che was talking, he suddenly said, "Shanxian, I'm planning to set up an investment company called Xiankuan International, but I don't have the time to run it, so I need someone I trust to help me build the team.
I hope you can help me." Brother Che, I'm afraid I won't be able to do this well,
Lin Xian said hesitantly. She wanted to go, but she was afraid that she was not capable enough and would delay Lin Che's important matter.
Shanxian, you are capable and should not be limited to being a small housekeeper. You should go out and see the world more. Well, then I'll give it a try. Go for it with confidence. The greatest support I can give you is unlimited financial resources. If you think someone is capable, we'll poach them.
If someone offers 1 million, we'll offer 5 million, or even 10 million.
As long as they're talented, we'll pay any price as long as we can poach them. Okay. So when do I start? Of course, the sooner the better. Then I'll leave tomorrow. Okay. But before we leave, let's call our uncle and aunt over so we can have a meal with them.
After this incident, Lin Che felt that Lin Xian had changed a little.
He used to be optimistic and cheerful. Now she is turning into a cold and strong woman.
To be honest, Lin Che preferred the old Lin Xian, who occasionally gave him some unintentional temptation. But there is no way, people will always change after experiencing some things.
The other side.
Lin Taichang and his group stayed in an ordinary hotel. In the afternoon, everyone gathered together, waiting for Lin Taichang to decide what to do.
"Dad, what should we do now?" Lin Shan asked. "What should I do? What else can I do? Just go find her. But what if my sister doesn't want to see us?" "Humph. Not seeing her?
I gave birth to her and raised her for so many years.
Now that she's living a good life, she wants to disown me as her father? Then I'll go and make a scene. I'll make her lose face here. Yes. Let's do it.
This damn girl wants to abandon us now that she has grown powerful."
"She's dreaming," Wang Xiujuan echoed from the side.
Lu Qing's family watched from the side without saying anything, but they still hoped that Lin Shan could get help from his sister Lin Xian. After all, this was related to their daughter's future happy life. The group was just about to go find Lin Xian when Lin Xian called and asked them to go to the hotel for dinner together tomorrow.
"Dad, it seems my sister has compromised. Now we have a house and a car,"
Lin Shan said excitedly.
Lu Qing was also very happy.
What belonged to Lin Shan was now hers. This way, she would have a luxury car and a mansion to live in the future. Lin Taicheng also smiled and said at this time,
"Look at how little you've achieved.
Your brother-in-law is a big boss, living in a manor worth hundreds of millions.
How could he possibly be shortchanged by you in the future? Even if he gives you a little bit of money, it'll be enough for you to live a life of luxury." "Ah, that's right. Then I'll ask my brother-in-law to arrange a job for me and let Qingqing go too.
Ask your sister to arrange a job of managing people for you, and a job of managing money for Qingqing.
This will prevent your brother-in-law from having affairs outside after he becomes rich. You too should help your sister more, Wang Xiujuan said.
The next day, the group happily went to the hotel arranged by Lin Qian.
After arriving at the hotel, we were led by the waiter to the number 1 box.
Lin Qian and Lin Che were already sitting inside, and the dishes had been served.
The group looked at the table full of delicacies from land and sea, and several of them couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Only the emperor on TV can eat such delicious food. I never thought that we would be able to eat it one day. Uncle and aunt, you have come from far away. Today I will do my best to be your host. Everyone, please eat as much as you want. If it is not enough, order more, Lin Che said. Thank you, brother-in-law.
Lin Shan sat down and started eating. Seeing that Lin Shan had already sat down and started eating, the others hurriedly sat down as well.
This lobster is delicious. Qingqing, you should try some too. Mom and Dad, you should have some of this lobster too. What kind of crab is this? Why is it so big?
Mom, this is a king crab, one costs thousands. While they were eating enthusiastically, Lin Che stood up and spoke.
Uncle and aunt, take your time eating. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first.
If the dishes are not enough, ask Lin Qian to order more.
Brother-in-law, you go and do your work first, Lin Shan replied while eating and continued eating. Chapter 64.
Lin Che left. He knew that Lin Qian had something to say to her family. He didn't want to interfere with her decision because of his presence.
No matter what she did, he would support her.
After Lin Che left for a while, Lin Qian spoke.
Go home after you finish eating. I will transfer money to you on time every month. Sister, I don't want to go back. Please arrange a job for me, Lin Shan said.
Lin Qian thought about it and thought it would be a good thing if Lin Shan could work well here, so she said, then bring me your university diploma so I can see which position is suitable for you. This time Lin Shan simply stopped talking, and the scene was very quiet for a while.
Lin Qian kept staring at Lin Shan.
Lin Shan felt a little scared when Lin Qian stared at him. Although he was afraid of Lin Qian before, it was not like today. Lin Qian's eyes made him feel a little scared. In the end, he had no choice but to speak because Lin Qian was staring at him.
Well, sister, actually I didn't go to college. Oh? You didn't go to college? Then where did the money I saved to pay for your college go?
Lin Qian took a deep breath and said slowly.
That.
I lost some money because of gambling at that time. In the end, I was forced into no other choice, so I had to lie to you and say that I was admitted to university, Lin Shan said tremblingly.
So, your whole family is working together to defraud me?
I lived frugally, even at the expense of my health, which led to me fainting at work, and you used the money I saved to pay off my gambling debts?
Sister, I really have no other choice.
Those debt collectors said that if I don't pay back the money, they will take one of my hands.
That's why my parents lied to you.
Sister, I really know I was wrong, I have changed, and I have never gambled again since then,
Lin Shan explained. I can testify for your brother. Shanshan has really changed, said Wang Xiujuan.
Lin Qian took a few deep breaths and tried hard to calm her inner anger.
Okay then. You can start from the bottom as a waiter. Sister, I don't want to be a waitress.
Please arrange a job for me to manage people, and arrange a job for Qingqing to manage money. This will prevent my brother-in-law from having affairs with other women outside after he becomes rich.
I promise to report his every move to you truthfully. This is what Mom said. Let us two help you more,
Lin Shan said boldly. Lin Qian was really pissed off by this family.
Do you manage people? Do you manage money? Help yourself? This is an attempt to undermine Lin Che. It's amazing that they could think of this. You want to manage money? Do you know how much Lin Che's company's monthly turnover is? Do you know how much your meal cost? I'm telling you, you spent over $1 million on that one meal. Lin Che's company's monthly turnover is at least several billion. Do you think you have the ability to manage it?
As soon as Lin Qian finished speaking, everyone stopped eating. He raised his head and looked at her with shocked eyes.
This meal cost more than $1 million? This is too exaggerated. Sister, you just said, How much did we eat for this meal?
Lin Shan swallowed a mouthful of food and asked in a low voice. You guys spent a total of 1.3 million on this meal. They were silent for a long time.
After a while, Wang Xiujuan said, Lin Che earns that much a month? It seems you have good taste. We're not going back then.
We've worked hard for most of our lives, so it's time to enjoy life. Since you are so rich, buy Shanchan a house and a car as soon as possible so that he can get married quickly and settle down.
Lin Taichang added.
Lin Shan looked at the family in front of her speechlessly. They all had the same character. She really felt sad that she was born in such a family. I originally thought that no matter what, they were still my family, so I would try my best to help if I could. But now, Lin Xian just wanted to leave quickly and didn't want to see this family in front of her for a moment.
You guys eat first. I'll be out for a while.
Lin Xian said and got up and left the box. She has become disillusioned with this family. The whole family actually teamed up to deceive him. The money I saved was actually used by them to pay off my gambling debts. Even if you can hide your conditions from them today, they will only ask for more tomorrow. They will never be satisfied, never know how to be grateful, and will only ask for more.
She really didn't want to see them again. The people in the box continued to eat.
It would be a waste if they didn't finish the dishes worth more than 1 million yuan. Lin Qian came to Lin Che's car. Lin Che was sitting in the car, playing with his phone boredly.
Hey, Shanqian, why did you come out so soon? Brother Che, I want to leave now. I don't want to see them anymore. Leave now? What about them? Do you want me to give them some money?
Lin Che felt that Lin Qian's family must have said something that hurt Lin Qian again, otherwise why would Lin Qian have such a big reaction? But since Lin Qian has made up her mind, I can only support her.
No. Don't give it to them. Once you give it to them, it will be endless. They will never be satisfied. So, just ignore them? Well, don't worry about them.
If they come to cause trouble, just call the police and have them locked up for a few days.
They will behave themselves. All right then. Shanqian, where are you going first?
I plan to go to Shanghai first. It's a world-class metropolis with a relatively high concentration of talent. I also have a college roommate in Shanghai, and I can ask her for help when I go there this time.
Okay, then I wish you a safe journey. When you come back, I'll give you a celebration party. Okay. Thank you, Brother Che. Lin Taicheng and his friends didn't know that Lin Xian had already left Jiang province and flew directly to the Magic City. They were already very full, but they just couldn't bear to give up the millions of delicacies on the table, so they took a full 3 hours to finish the meal. After they finished eating and rested for a while, they walked out of the private room and were taken to another private room by the waiter. Lin Che sat in the private room waiting for these people. Brother-in-law. Where is my sister?
Lin Shan asked with some confusion when he didn't see Lin Xian.
No. Don't call me brother-in-law.
I've already told you that Lin Xian and I are just superiors and subordinates.
It's definitely not the kind of relationship you think. How could I be your brother-in-law?
A few of them looked at each other and felt that something was wrong. They had no problem calling for help when they were eating just now, so why was it not working now?
Then Mr. Lin, where is my sister? Lin Shan asked fearfully. Your sister has already left. You should go back quickly after you finish eating.
Lin Che said coldly.
Chapter 65. Left? Then let's go find her.
When I say leaving, I don't mean leaving the hotel, I mean leaving Jiang province.
This is Lin Xian's resignation letter, you can read it for yourself.
After saying that, Lin Che took out a piece of paper and handed it to Lin Shan.
Resigned?
When these people heard this, they felt a chill in their hearts and felt that something was wrong. Lin Shan took a look at the paper Lin Che handed over and found that it was indeed Lin Xian's resignation letter.
Boss Lin, why did my sister resign? How can I put it?
Lin Xian feels that if she continues to work here, you will definitely continue to pester her, and she has no way to meet your demands, so she can only choose to leave.
Then where did my sister go? I'm not sure.
I think she said she went to live with her college roommate. At this time, Wang Xiujuan hurriedly picked up her mobile phone, found Lin Xian's number and called her.
Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. Sorry. It's over. These are completely finished. Wang Xiujuan sat down directly on the ground. Humph. You and that damn girl are colluding to deceive us.
I'm telling you, if she doesn't come out today, I'm not going to leave here. Lin Taichung shouted at Lin Che angrily.
Old man. Please don't get angry here. Your daughter wanted to leave on her own. I didn't force her to leave. She was forced to leave by you. What does this have to do with me?
If you continue to make a scene here, you will be kicked out of the hotel and it will be ugly.
I don't care about that.
If she doesn't show up today, I will stay here with you.
I will have good food and drink every day anyway.
Lin Taichung remained unmoved. Lin Che said slowly after hearing this. Grandpa, when Lin Xian was still here, I treated you to the best hotel and the best food for her sake. This table cost over $1 million. But now that Lin Xian is gone, there's no need for me to be so polite to you any longer. If you continue to act like a spoiled child, I'll have no choice but to call the police.
If I give you a prison sentence of a year or two, don't blame me.
As expected, when Lin Che said this, several people were frightened by her words.
After all, Lin Che was a big shot in their eyes. I'm telling you, don't try to scare me. I'm old enough to be scared.
Lin Taichung said stubbornly. Although Lin Taichung said this, his trembling tone revealed his inner anxiety.
Grandpa, how could I be trying to scare you? I know a little bit about Lin Xian's situation.
You said they are both your own children, so why is there such a big difference? If you two had cared a little more about Lin Xian, she wouldn't have left like this today. I saw Lin Xian cry so hard when she left. She also said that she had repaid you for your kindness in raising her over the years and she didn't want to see you again.
I guess it would be difficult for you to find her again in this lifetime.
When Lin Taichung heard Lin Che's words, he almost couldn't breathe and almost fainted on the ground. Seeing this, Wang Xiujuan hurried forward to support Lin Taichung. Lin Shan's head also buzzed. All the beautiful future he had imagined was now completely shattered.
Lu Qing's parents took Lu Qing and prepared to leave. They don't want to accompany Lin Taichung in his madness. What if they are really caught? Xingqing! Lin Shan shouted.
Lu Qing turned around and looked at Lin Shan pitifully. Why are you still looking at this useless thing? It was a good opportunity, but he had to force it away.
Now, he got nothing. With his own ability, when will he be able to buy a house and a car? Come on. Come back with me quickly.
Don't have any contact with him in the future.
Mom will introduce you to a better one later. Lu's mother pulled Lu Qing and said viciously to Lin Shan.
At this moment, Lin Shan felt like he had fallen from heaven to hell. At this time, Lin Taichung and Wang Xiujuan were also filled with anger and rage.
If Lin Xian really changed her contact information, where could they find her?
Moreover, Lin Xian has been sending money home every month over the years, and they have developed a habit of it and have not worked for a long time. In the village, their family is the envy of everyone. They raised a good daughter and had money to spend without having to work.
What would they do if their source of income was suddenly cut off? Are we going to go back to the old days of going out early and coming back late and working hard? In that case, how would the villagers view their family? Thinking of this, the old couple felt a little regretful. It would be so nice to just stay at home.
I play cards, make tea, and stroll around every day, and the day goes by.
It's all that brat Lin Shan's fault.
If it weren't for him, they would still be living a carefree life at home.
Now, I have gained nothing and all I had is gone.
The old couple never reflected on their harshness towards Lin Xian since childhood. They just regretted that they should not have listened to Lin Shan and ran here from their hometown to find Lin Xian. Of course, what they thought was right. If they stayed in their hometown obediently, Lin Xian would still give them the full amount of money every month. Lin Che sat quietly in a chair, watching the family's performance. In fact, Lin Che could give them some money to send them away.
Even if they asked for an exorbitant price, Lin Che could afford it. But Lin Che didn't want to give this money.
Lin Xian was born in such a family, but she did not fall into depravity. Lin Che thought it was simply a miracle. He also admired Lin Xian for growing up in such a family and being able to grow up to be like this.
People like Lin Xian have a good figure and a pretty face. They are definitely not inferior to the campus beauties of Zheng University. They even have a more mature beauty than them, which makes them more attractive to men. He is well aware of this. She works in the Jiangshan Villa district and meets and interacts with some big bosses. If she really wants to make money at all costs, it would be too easy for her.
Old man, if you still don't believe me, then you can come to the gate of Jiangshan Villa District every day and wait to see if Lin Qian will come to work.
Of course, the premise is that you can't affect my normal life. Otherwise, don't blame me for not even giving Lin Qian face. That's all I have to say. If you have nothing to say, you can leave. After hearing this, several people left in despair.
Lin Che didn't know whether they would leave or continue to guard here. But these have nothing to do with him anymore.
People are like this. Some things we only learn to cherish after we lose them.
After they lose Lin Qian's support and have been down and out for a while, they will remember Lin Qian's kindness.
Chapter 66.
After Lin Taicheng and his family passed away, Lin Che registered a new company called Qiankuan International Investment Company, Limited, with Lin Qian as the general manager. However, the company is still just an empty shell, and Lin Qian needs to recruit various talents before it can start operating.
System sign in.
Congratulations to the host for winning a cash reward of 1 million yuan.
Never mind. It's better to have it than not to have it.
The next day, Lin Che received a call. After answering the call, he found that an international express delivery had arrived for him. Lin Che went to the door to receive them, and then he found out that they were 2 customized bicycles sent to him by Pinarello. Moreover, they thought that all the cycling equipment was available, and even insurance was thoughtfully arranged for Lin Che. Lin Che was a little confused by this. Only foreigners know how to play this.
Are you taking the boss's money to please him?
However, Lin Che was free anyway. So, he pushed the bike and planned to go out for a walk or two to try it out. He wanted to see how terrifying this bike, known as the Bugatti of the bicycle world, was. While strolling around outside, Lin Che rode this bicycle and finally understood that this bike was not called the Bugatti of the bicycle world for nothing.
This bike is really comfortable to ride.
After riding the bicycle for a while, Lin Che decided to go back. But just as Lin Che was halfway back, at a corner, a flashy pink BMW suddenly rushed out.
Fuck you. Lin Che was startled by the BMW and quickly jumped out of the car. The horse-drawn carriage collided with Lin Che's bicycle with a clang.
Lin Che's bicycle was immediately smashed to pieces, and the wheels were bent. Lin Che was a little confused. How the hell did he drive? If his body hadn't been strengthened and he hadn't possessed martial arts skills, and his body hadn't reacted quickly enough, there wouldn't be just a bicycle lying on the ground.
Just as Lin Che's anger was rising, the door of the small carriage opened.
A gangster came down from above. His shirt was bare and had 2 green dragons tattooed on it.
Fuck, are you looking for death? What the hell are you doing riding around on a broken bike? Do you know how much this car cost me?
Hearing this, Lin Che's anger grew even greater. Lin Che said coldly as he looked at the bicycle scattered on the ground.
You'd better look carefully before you speak. It was your car that hit my car. You smashed my car into pieces, and I haven't even come to settle the score with you yet, and you're the first to complain? You're looking for trouble, aren't you? Who's the bad guy?
The gangster immediately pointed at Lin Che and said with a cold face.
Hubby, what are you talking to this poor bastard about? Just make him pay the money and be done with it.
At this moment, a charming woman with messy hair and disheveled clothes got out of the car. It was obvious that these 2 people were having a great time in the car just now.
Haha, that's right, hurry up and pay me.
I spent 800,000 yuan on this car, and now there's a huge scratch on the hood of my car.
If you don't pay me 80,000 yuan today, you can't leave today.
The gangster stretched his muscles and sneered at Lin Che. However, when Lin Che heard this, she just sneered at the gangster and said,
Are you sure I'm the one paying? What's the matter? There's no surveillance here anyway, so just pay the money obediently. The gangster looked at Lin Che with an arrogant expression.
The passers-by nearby also slowly gathered around to watch the fun, looking at the gangster, and immediately said,
Young man, you'd better pay the money and let this go. This guy is not easy to deal with. Besides, there are no cameras here. Even if you are right, you have nowhere to complain. Yeah, if you meet someone like that, you can only consider yourself unlucky. It's just a pity for this young man. He probably just started working. Even if I call the police, I'm sure I'll be retaliated against afterwards.
However, when Lin Che heard these words, he sneered.
Ha, looking at you like this, do you think you can defeat me? Okay then, I'll tell you straight away, there are no cameras here. But my car is equipped with a dashcam.
As he spoke, Lin Che walked over to the bicycle and squatted down, finding the handlebars among the spare parts on the ground.
Then take out a miniature driving recorder from the handlebar. Me? I'm confused. Are all bicycles equipped with dashcams now? What a magical operation, 666.
At this moment, everyone present was stunned by Lin Che's action.
After all, your dashcam is more expensive than the car itself. Besides, why would you install a dashcam on a bicycle? Grass.
The gangster was also confused.
He really didn't expect Lin Che to install a dashcam on his bicycle. Moreover, he knew clearly in his heart that what happened today was indeed his responsibility.
Before, he and his lover were playing that exciting little game while driving, but he didn't pay attention and directly crashed into Lin Che's bicycle. I originally wanted to extort some money, but I didn't expect Lin Che to do such a brilliant job.
You're so cruel. Here's $1,000, take it and get out.
The gangster casually took a wallet from the car, pulled out a few red banknotes from it, and threw them directly in front of Lin Che. After throwing it away, he turned around and prepared to get in the car and leave.
However, at this moment, Lin Che said with a sneer. Ha, 1,000 yuan? Are you giving alms to beggars?
Hearing Lin Che's words, everyone present was stunned.
Oh my god. Does this kid think $1,000 is not enough? Yes, young man, you should be content. This 1,000 yuan is enough for you to buy 2 bicycles, right?
That's right, don't be too greedy, young man.
Everyone present began to persuade Lin Che to be content.
Tell Lin Che not to push his luck too far. And now the gangster brother also walked in front of Lin Che. He stared at Lin Che and said in a cold voice.
Kid. What the hell do you mean? Are you trying to cause trouble?
I'm giving you $1,000 because I think highly of you.
Get out of here.
Hearing this, Lin Che remained silent.
Just silently took out his cell phone. Forget it. It doesn't make sense to explain it to you. You should call your insurance company. Amidst everyone's bewildered looks, Lin Che called the insurance company. Hello, is this the insurance company? The people around and the social brother all had question marks on their faces. What the hell? Chapter 67. This world is crazy, even bicycles can be insured now? Oh my god. What's going on? This is the first time I've seen bicycle insurance. This annual insurance premium is more expensive than the bicycle, right? For a moment, everyone was talking about it.
The gangster sneered and then shook his head at Lin Che. Then he called the insurance company, and soon both insurance companies arrived at the scene. When the insurance company of this gangster heard that the car was hit by a bicycle, they thought it was completely crazy.
After all, you hit a bicycle, so what insurance are you using?
Ew. But when he arrived at the scene, he was stunned to see that there was also someone from the insurance company on the other bicycle.
Brother, what's going on? Does your company still provide insurance for bicycles?
The insurance company staff on the gangster's side asked in confusion.
Hearing this, the person from Lin Che's insurance company spoke up.
We're all in the same business, so I'll just be frank.
This bicycle is a valuable item. When the people around heard this, they burst out laughing. Isn't this guy an idiot? It's just a bicycle. How valuable can it be? Ha ha ha, yeah, how can a bicycle be considered a valuable item? I'm afraid I've traveled back in time, haven't I? This is absolutely hilarious. This is the first time I've heard of a bicycle being a valuable item. The insurance agent from the gang leader's side also smiled and shook his head. Brother, you are kidding me. How valuable can a bicycle be?
The insurance agent on Lin Che's side said with a stern face as he took out a document from his briefcase.
We did a value appraisal when we insured this bicycle. The final appraisal result was that the bicycle was worth 3 million yuan. This is the appraisal report at the time.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone who was still laughing was stunned.
3 million? A bicycle? Are you kidding me? Is this bike made of gold?
You know, this money is enough to buy a house in those second and third tier small cities.
No, brother, are you kidding me?
At this time, the insurance staff from the gangster's side asked with a stiff expression.
Then I took a look at the appraisal report.
This bicycle is a special custom-made model by Pinarello, and the materials used are the best in the world.
We even hired the top design master from Country C to design it specially.
Furthermore, this bike is signed by past world-class cycling champions.
It is truly one of a kind in the world. As he spoke, the person from the insurance company took out documents one by one from his briefcase.
It continues to prove that the value of this car is indeed great.
At this moment, everyone present was stunned. Such a simple bicycle actually has such a history?
The next moment, everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Lin Che.
It turns out that this young man is the real rich man. And the thoughts of this rich man are simply beyond the reach of ordinary people. If I had a bicycle like this, I would have put it at home as a decoration. If you leave it at home, you're afraid it will get dusty if you ride it out, you're afraid it will be targeted by thieves. I even want to pass it down as a family heirloom, so why would I want to ride it out and wander around?
The gangster brother standing by was completely dumbfounded.
I was completely confused by the figures of 3 million. I felt extremely regretful in my heart. Why did I do that kind of thing while driving just for the thrill? Okay, I'll leave things here to you.
Lin Che patted the insurance company employee on the shoulder and said,
One should be more low-key and keep one's eyes open.
Don't do something irreversible just for the sake of momentary desire.
The compensation this time probably isn't that much.
If you had spoken to me nicely, I might have waived it for you.
But now, you can't lose a single cent. Just think of this as a lesson for yourself.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present felt as if they had suffered a critical blow.
3 million worth of bicycles. Not expensive yet? This is fucking awesome. At this moment, I wonder how many people want to vomit blood.
Lin Che was gone, and the only things left were the compensation.
Just leave this matter to the insurance company to deal with. This kind of thing still needs to be done by professionals. But Lin Che didn't know that when he left.
A small blogger with more than 100,000 followers recorded everything with his mobile phone.
Lin Che strolled all the way home.
Lin Che treated this journey as a stroll.
When Lin Che arrived at the gate of Jiangshan Villa District, he found that Lin Shan and his family of 3 were hiding in a corner.
It seems that they still don't give up.
Lin Che ignored them and went straight into the villa area.
Just when Lin Che sat down and wanted to rest for a while, he received an unexpected call. The call was from Chun Chang's best friend Lin Jin. She told Lin Che that Chun Chang had suddenly fainted and was now in the hospital. Lin Che was stunned for a moment when she received the call.
What does Chun Chang's fainting have to do with me? I've been dumped by her. No, should I call the guy he's dating? Lin Che didn't want to pay any attention to it. But as I thought about it, I still couldn't get over the hurdle in my heart. Let us go and have a look.
After all, he is the one who carries my 3 years of memories.
Just consider it as an explanation to yourself.
He drove to the hospital Lin Jin told him about and bought some fruit on the way. Driving a Pagani Huayra to buy fruit naturally caused a little excitement. The fruit stall was surrounded by people, and the owner was naturally very happy to see this situation. He sold the usual daily amount in a short time. Therefore, the fruits Lin Che bought today were particularly generous.
Walking down the hospital corridor,
Lin Che suddenly heard 2 voices coming from a room.
Doctor, please save my mom, please? I beg you. Alas.
Sir, our hospital is not a charity.
You have no money, how can you ask us to treat you? You guys go ahead and treat it first, I'll definitely find a way to raise the money. Sir, let me be honest with you. Your mother's condition is very serious right now. Even if we perform surgery in our hospital, the success rate is not high. You should find a hospital with more advanced medical equipment to perform the surgery.
That way, the success rate will be much higher.
Then doctor, how long can my mother live?
If I don't have surgery, I'll have about 3 months left.
If it's successful, I'll have about 10 years to live. But if it's unsuccessful, I might not even have 3 months left. Chapter 68. Lin Che ignored it. Things like this happened every day.
After working hard all your life, a serious illness leaves you with nothing. Enter the ward that Lin Jin mentioned. Lin Jin was sitting beside the bed.
Chen Chang was lying on the bed with a pale face.
Lin Jin was examining Chen Chang one by one. Lin Che walked in and placed the fruit on the chair. Seeing Lin Che walk in, a hint of joy flashed across Chen Chang's pale face. She knew it must have been Lin Jin who informed Lin Che. Lin Che stood there without moving or speaking. After the doctor finished the examination, he turned around and saw Lin Che standing behind him.
You're the patient's boyfriend, right? You youngsters are really something.
The patient is already pregnant, but she's still so weak. If she continues like this, it won't be good for the fetus's development. If you don't want this child, you have to wait until she's well enough to have the surgery.
Pregnant?
When Lin Che heard the doctor's words, his head buzzed and he felt a tearing pain in his heart.
3 years.
3 whole years. For many days and nights, he brought food to Chen Chang regardless of rain or shine.
How many times have I felt happy after receiving my salary from part-time work because I could buy gifts for Chen Chang?
They cried together and laughed together. We also once fantasized about getting married and having a pair of lovely children.
But I never expected it to end like this today.
During the 3 years that he had been with Chen Chang, he had never touched her against her will. I didn't expect that she got pregnant shortly after being with someone else.
This is such a great irony. Is 3 years of love really so cheap? Not even worth a new bag?
Lin Che took a deep breath and said, I understand.
Thank you, doctor.
When Chen Chang heard the doctor tell Lin Che that she was pregnant, the little hope she had left in her heart was shattered.
Chen Chang's already pale face became even paler.
I opened my mouth to say something, but found that I couldn't make any sound. Lin Chen didn't expect things to turn out like this. Seeing her best friend crying every day, she wanted to help Chen Chang get Lin Che back. She knew that Lin Che loved Chen Chang. She witnessed all the sweetness they had together. But this scene was something she had not expected.
The doctor left the ward.
But the ward was now eerily quiet.
Finally, Chen Chang broke the silence and said, Lin Che, I'm sorry.
There's nothing to be sorry for. Everyone has the right to choose their own path.
Since you've chosen this path, I can only wish you happiness.
Lin Che, I'm so sorry. If I weren't so vain, I wouldn't have accepted all those gifts from that man, I wouldn't have been unable to refuse his invitation to attend his banquet, and he wouldn't have taken advantage of me because I was drunk.
By the time I woke up the next day, it was already too late.
Chen Chang sobbed. Lin Che felt very strange. After hearing Chen Chang's explanation, her heart did not stir at all. Lin Che originally thought that he would be very angry and then seek revenge on the blind date guy, but he did not feel angry at all.
Was he really just drunk? There are other reasons as well.
If Chen Chang's heart is discerning enough, how can the blind date guy have a chance?
Ultimately, their relationship over the past 3 years was not strong enough.
Chen Chang already had this idea in mind.
Even if this blind date guy didn't come, there would be other people who would come. Okay. Since you have nothing to do, I'll leave first. Lin Che didn't want to stay here any longer and wanted to leave. Chen Chang was stunned.
Lin Che's performance was somewhat beyond her expectations. Lin Che was neither angry at the blind date guy nor distressed towards her.
There is only peace.
Based on her understanding of Lin Che over the past 3 years, Lin Che shouldn't be like this. At this moment, Chen Chang found that he seemed to not understand the person he once thought he knew best. After Lin Che walked out of the ward, she silently said this to herself.
Chen Chang, goodbye. This brings a perfect end to my 3-year relationship.
From now on, Chen Chang is a thing of the past for him. From the ward came the sound of Chen Chang crying, unable to suppress it any longer. But all this has nothing to do with Lin Che anymore.
After coming out of the hospital, Lin Che stood at the door and took a few deep breaths. The past is over. When I let go of it all. Lin Che immediately felt extremely relaxed.
Lin Che had just driven out of the hospital gate. Then I heard a voice shouting,
Thief! Catch the thief!
Upon hearing this, Lin Che quickly parked the car on the side of the road. As soon as I got off the car, I saw a young man not far away running towards me with a women's bag in his hand. A sister in her 30s was following behind from a distance.
Go away! Get away now! Do you want to die? The young man shouted while running and gesturing with the hand holding the dagger.
Just as Lin Che was about to catch the thief, he suddenly saw a black figure rushing past him at an incredible speed. When Lin Che looked at the thief, he found that he had been pinned to the ground by a hand. The thief lay on the ground and struggled constantly, but still could not escape the big hand that was like an iron clamp.
Master!
This is definitely a master. This was Lin Che's first impression of the Black Shadow. Lin Che's 6 senses were now exceptionally sharp. Just when this person passed by Lin Che felt the strong aura emanating from him. Lin Che took a closer look and realized that this was the man who had just begged for help to save his mother in the hospital.
Li Pujuan had just left the hospital full of anxiety.
His mother's condition is very serious and it will cost a lot of money to have a chance of being cured. But he had no money. He used to work as a mercenary abroad. He had made a lot of money and was about to return home to live a good life with his family. But just as they were about to complete this last business, protecting a high-ranking official of a small country on his travels, they were attacked by unknown individuals, resulting in only 3 of their 12 people surviving. After returning home, the 3 of them decided to leave all the money they had earned over the years to the families of their brothers who were buried forever in a foreign country. Because at least they can come back alive, but those good brothers who have lived and died with them for many years can never return to their hometown. He just didn't expect that his mother's illness would worsen so quickly this time. If she didn't undergo surgery, she would miss the best time for treatment. But where could he get so much money at this time? As the ancients said, a penny can make a hero fall, not to mention that the money needed now is not a small amount. What should I do? Chapter 69. After so many years abroad, in the end, only I and my 2 best brothers came back. But they were all children from poor families like himself, otherwise who would go abroad to exchange their lives for money? When they came back, no one kept a penny for themselves, and gave it all to the families of those brothers who were buried in a foreign land. Now they must also be struggling for life. If I ask them for help now, it will definitely be just a drop in the bucket. As soon as he walked out of the hospital, he heard someone shouting to catch a thief. He instinctively rushed forward and caught the thief. With one hand, he pinned the thief to the ground, and no matter how he struggled, he could not escape Li Pujuan's big hand. Soon the woman whose bag was stolen caught up and took the stolen bag from Li Pujuan. "Thank you, brother." The woman took the bag and thanked him hurriedly. "It's okay, call the police right away," Li Pujuan said. Yes, I'm calling the police now." The woman immediately took out her cell phone and called the police. After a few minutes, the police came and took the thief away. The woman kept thanking Li Pujuan and took out some money from her wallet to thank him. But Li Pujuan refused them all. He didn't catch the thief for the money, and he couldn't take the money even though he was short of money now. Just as Li Pujuan was about to leave, a figure blocked his way. He turned left, and the figure blocked him to the left. He moved to the right, and the figure moved to the right to block him. This happened several times before he realized that the figure was trying to stop him on purpose. "Little brother, what do you mean by this?" Li Pujuan asked Lin Che in front of him. "Big brother, how about we find a quiet place to chat?" Lin Che said with a smile. "Who are you? We don't know each other, do we? I can pay to save your mother. But don't get me wrong, I just went to the hospital to visit a friend and happened to see you begging for help from a doctor." Li Pujuan observed Lin Che carefully. Having been walking on the edge of life and death these years, he could feel a sense of threat from Lin Che. He was very curious about how this young man did it. You have to know that in the mercenary world abroad, there are very few people who can pose a threat to him. Good. The two found a park near the hospital. At this time of year, there are not many people in the park. "Big brother, what's your name?" Lin Che asked. "My name is Li Pujuan." "Brotherly, I know you're in urgent need of money to save your mother. I can arrange for the best hospital, the best equipment, and the best medicine for your aunt's treatment. But no matter what the final outcome is, you must serve me for 10 years. How about that?" Li Pujuan stared straight into Lin Che's eyes. Lin Che looked at Li Pujuan, unwilling to be outdone. The two looked at each other for a while, and Li Pujuan said, "Okay. I can serve you for 10 years, but I am only responsible for protecting your safety and will not help you do anything illegal." "Ha, deal." Lin Che extended her hand. Li Pujuan also stretched out his hand. The two held hands together. "Brotherly, my name is Lin Che. You can just call me by my name from now on." "No, I'd better call you boss." "Don't call me brotherly, just call me Pujuan." "All right. Pujuan. I want to spar with you." Lin Che had long wanted to verify his current strength. "It's just that I couldn't find an opponent before." "Okay. Boss, please." Li Pujuan agreed readily. Li Pujuan also wanted to test the strength of this young man who posed a threat to him. The two stood more than 10 meters apart. Lin Che took a stance and tried hard to mobilize the strength in his body, filling it with energy. At this moment, the aura Lin Che exuded was like that of an ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex. At this moment, Li Pujuan also felt extremely strong pressure. Besides being shocked in his heart, he also exuded the bloody aura that he had cultivated from years of walking on the edge of life and death. Lin Che pushed the ground with both legs, instantly rushed towards Li Pujuan, and punched him straight in the face. Because it was just a sparring match, Lin Che didn't have a clear understanding of his own strength, so he only used 50% of his strength in this punch. When Lin Che rushed towards him, Li Pujuan felt a strong pressure coming towards him. He was momentarily distracted when Lin Che's fist had already hit him. He quickly crossed his hands in front of his chest to block Lin Che's fist. Bang! Li Pujuan was knocked back 3 steps by Lin Che's punch before he could steady himself. Lin Che stopped at the spot where Li Pujuan had just stood, gritted his teeth, and shook his right hand, which was a little sore. Li Pujuan looked at his arm, which was slightly red and swollen from Lin Che's punch, with a look of shock on his face. Lin Che's strength was beyond his imagination. Although he felt a little threatened by Lin Che at first, he didn't take it too seriously. After all, Lin Che was too young, looking to be only in his early 20s. At this age, even if he has been learning martial arts since childhood, how can he compare with someone like him who has been walking between life and death for years? Therefore, he couldn't help but look down on Lin Che in his heart, but Lin Che's punch just now actually knocked him back 3 steps before he could steady himself, and his arm was a little red and swollen from being hit. He really underestimated Lin Che. It is true that there is always someone better than you. He didn't know that Lin Che had only used 50% of her strength. If he knew this, I wonder what Li Pujuan would feel. Pujuan, how about my punch? Lin Che said, shaking his right hand, which was still a little painful. Boss, you are the most powerful person I have ever seen at your age. You are so powerful at such a young age. I really admire you. The best at my age? In other words, the people Pujuan has seen who are stronger than me are all older than me? Lin Che said without giving it any further thought. Pujuan, let's go. Let's help Auntie find another hospital and have the surgery done sooner so you can stay by my side with peace of mind. Thank you, boss. Li Pujuan said excitedly. He originally thought it would take some time before Lin Che would change the hospital for his mother's treatment, but he didn't expect happiness to come so quickly. Lin Che found Tang Ming's contact information on his phone and asked him if he knew any of the top executives at the first hospital. Tang Ming quickly sent the phone number of the director of the first hospital to Lin Che and asked Lin Che to contact him directly. Lin Che called directly and explained his purpose. The other party was very polite and enthusiastic, telling Lin Che that he could be transferred to another hospital at any time and they would arrange a consultation with an expert as soon as possible. Lin Che went directly to the hospital to pick up Li Pujuan's mother. When she arrived at the first hospital, a team of more than 10 experts was already waiting at the door. Chapter 70. You must be Mr. Lin Shailin. Hello, I'm Mr. Du, the director of the first hospital. Welcome to our hospital. We will do our best to help the patients. Then I would like to thank you first, Dean Du. Mr. Lin, you are too polite. It is our duty as doctors to help patients. Next, the team of more than 10 experts conducted a series of examinations on Li Pujuan's mother. The final conclusion is that surgery must be performed as soon as possible and the condition cannot be allowed to continue to deteriorate. The risk of surgery will increase slightly with every day of delay. So the hospital arranged to perform surgery on Li Pujuan's mother the next day. In the VIP ward of the first hospital. Pujuan, does such a good hospital cost a lot of money? Mom, don't worry. I've already taken care of the money issue. Now you just need to focus on your treatment. Hey Pujuan, Mom doesn't want to treat you anymore. Just keep this money and marry yourself. You're already in your 30s and you don't even have a wife. Look at the kid next door who grew up with you, his son is almost in junior high school. Mom, please get well soon. I'll find a wife and give you a big, fat grandson, okay? Ha ha ha, okay. You said it, and you must do it. Mom has been looking forward to hugging her grandson all her life. Li Pujuan walked out of the ward and wiped the corners of his eyes, which were already a little wet. The people he feels most sorry for in his life are his parents. I must not let my mother leave this world with regrets. The next day, Li Pujuan's mother's operation went very smoothly. The surgeons who performed the operation on her were all the top medical professors in Jiang province. The hospital also specially sent 2 senior nurses to take care of her after the operation. Lin Che gave the bunmaji to Li Pujuan, and Li Pujuan also started his work, hiding in the dark to protect Lin Che. Lin Shan and his family were still guarding near the gate of Jiangshan Villa district. It seems that they are still unwilling to leave in such disgrace.
Without Lin Qian's financial support, they were confused about their future.
Lin Che ignored them and waited to see how many days they could hold out here. No matter what, they must be taught a profound lesson this time.
Good news also came from Lin Qian.
Under the temptation of huge sums of money, some people have expressed interest in Xiankuan International and are now in contact. As an investment company, Xiankuan International must first recruit a strong team of lawyers, negotiation experts, and evaluation teams. After chatting with Lin Qian for a while, Lin Qian had to go out for work, so I had to hang up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Che lay on the sofa and sat around, browsing Tmart and buying a bunch of random things. At this moment, Lin Che's phone rang. Lin Che took a look and saw that it was a call from her class monitor from college. The class monitor in college was a girl named Xiao Shengnan. But because she has an airport, and she has a carefree personality, she likes playing basketball, and her usual dressing style is more neutral. So I have a pretty good relationship with these boys in the class.
Oh my god, Lin Che. I haven't seen you for a while and you've become an internet celebrity. What?
Lin Che was completely bewildered.
Have you become an internet celebrity? What the hell? Haha, you didn't know yet? Go check out Weibo right now, you're trending. But you're really rich now. A bicycle costs 3 million.
Hearing this, Lin Che was a little confused and quickly opened the vlog.
I looked at the hot search list. Headline 1. 3 million bicycles destroyed in Jiangxi province, 8 million views. 2. Wang released a new song, 5 million hits.
Looking at the trending search list, Lin Che fell silent.
So, not only did he become a trending topic, he also stole the headlines from Wang Mumu? Wang from next door has fainted in the toilet from crying.
Lin Che then clicked on it and saw that it was about her bicycle being hit. This was leaked by a small blogger. This blogger still has more than 100,000 fans, and after he posted this matter, it quickly went viral.
With some promotion, this video instantly became an internet sensation.
As for the comments below this video, they are all 666. For a moment, Lin Che really didn't know what to say.
Lin Che, you're probably the best performer among the 50 or so people in our class right now, right? By the way, there's something I want to tell you. Lao Wang asked me to invite you to attend a symposium at school tomorrow. Attending the symposium?
Lin Che was stunned when she heard this.
Lao Wang was their counselor in college, his name was Wang Hao.
Old Wang is actually not very old, so he had a very good relationship with them during college.
Yes, it's a symposium. To put it bluntly, it's just to give the younger students some toxic chicken soup.
Lin Che felt depressed after hearing this.
No, why did you invite me? In recent years, our school has invited some big names from Jiang province, right?
Lin Che was a little puzzled for a moment. Although I can be considered a big shot, the only person who knows me is definitely not my counselor Lao Wang.
Xiao Xingnan's voice rang out from the other end of the line. Who knows? Maybe they see that you're rich now and we're alumni, so they think it's cheaper to ask you to go? Lin Che. MMPD.
What you said is too hurtful.
What do you mean by asking me to be cheaper?
Okay, since it's Lao Wang who invited me, I'll go over there when the time comes. Lin Che said helplessly. To be honest, if it wasn't Lao Wang who invited me this time, I wouldn't bother to attend any symposium.
Afterwards, the two chatted for a while. They chatted for half an hour.
After Lin Che hung up the phone, he lay there and played King of Glory for a while. Suddenly Tang Ming called him again. After answering the phone, Lin Che asked with a puzzled look on his face.
Mr. Tang, what's the matter with you suddenly looking for me? Mr. Lin, this is the case. Xin Xian and Xin Su, the chairman of Longting Real Estate, are looking for you. They said they want to apologize to you, but they can't find you, so they asked me to contact you.
Hearing this, Lin Che's expression suddenly turned cold. Then Mr. Tang, just turn on the speakerphone and let them say whatever they want.
Well, that's fine.
As Tang Ming spoke, he turned on the hands-free function. Lin Che's voice was also heard at this time.
Xin Xian, right? Hearing Lin Che's cold tone, Xin Xian and Xin Su were suddenly startled. Chapter 72.
Xin Xian hurriedly said with a smile, Mr. Lin, I've heard a lot about you.
My family.
Before Xin Xian could finish his words, Lin Che interrupted.
Okay, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. If you have anything to say, please tell me now. If not, I will hang up.
Hearing Lin Che's words, Shin Xian's face froze on the other end of the phone. After all, when he heard Lin Che's tone, he knew that it would not be so easy to turn the page on the matter of his son Shinsu. Then he said with a flattering smile on his face, "Mr. Lin, it's like this. This time, it was indeed my son who was at fault. I have prepared 50 million for you. Consider it my apology to Mr. Lin. In addition, I am willing to give you 30% of our Longting real estate shares, Mr. Lin." As he said this, Shin Xian glared at Shinsu and then slapped him hard. "Unfilial son. Why don't you apologize to Mr. Lin right now?" Shinsu, who was standing next to him, showed some reluctance on his face, but still bowed helplessly. "Director Lin, I was ignorant and offended you before. Please, sir, please be magnanimous and let me go this time." Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Lin Che sneered in his heart. How could he not see through Shin Xian's methods? To put it nicely, 30% of the shares are used to apologize, but to put it bluntly, it means tying oneself to the Shin family's boat. After all, his current status makes him a top figure in Jiang province. If I become a shareholder of Longting Real Estate, it will bring considerable benefits to Longting Real Estate. For a moment, Lin Che sneered in his heart. I'll take the 15 million. As for the 30% stake in Longting Real Estate, forget it. Young Master Tang is like this, I'm hanging up first. Okay. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Tang Ming said with his signature smile on his face, "Alright, Mr. Shin, I've helped you as much as I can. Please don't make it difficult for me. Please." Shin Xian, who was standing by, obviously looked unhappy. Lin Che's actions clearly showed that he had seen through his true intentions. Lin Che's meaning was also very clear: the matter could be put behind us or not pursued. But he has no control over what will happen to your Longting Real Estate. For a moment, Shin Xian's face showed a bit of bitterness. He knew that his Longting Real Estate was half finished. After all, if he offended Lin Che, even if Lin Che did not pursue the matter any further, other business groups would still devour his Longting Real Estate bit by bit in order to please Lin Che. This is the horror of offending a big shot. You don't even have to do anything yourself, a group of lickspittles who want to please you will come and kill you. After leaving Tang Ming's company, Shinsu said angrily, "Dad. Who the hell is this Lin Che? Even if his identity is not simple, he can't just ignore you like this. No matter what, we are here to apologize to him. But this guy won't even meet you in person and will only talk to you on the phone. This is too much of a disregard for Longting Real Estate, isn't it?" Hearing what his son said, Shin Xian almost fainted from anger. He immediately slapped him in the face. "How dare you say that? If it weren't for you, a rebellious son, would we have offended him? I'm telling you. It's because of you. Even though Mr. Lin doesn't pursue us anymore, Longting Real Estate won't have an easy time in the future. If we're not careful, Longting Real Estate will be finished." Hearing these words, Shinsu, who was covering his swollen face, looked a little confused. After a pause, he pulled the corner of his mouth and said, "It's not that scary, is it?" Shin Xian, who was standing by, took a deep breath and said, "Not that scary? You still don't know what Mr. Lin represents in Jiang province." Lin Che on the other side was lying there like a salted fish. He looked bored and relaxed as he lay there. The day passed quickly. The next morning, Lin Che got up and started signing in. He hadn't signed in anything good in the past few days. "System, I want to sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Award, McLaren P1. Hearing this, Lin Che was also stunned. Another top-level supercar. Just when Lin Che was still in a daze, the phone rang. The call was from an unfamiliar number. "Hello." The call was connected and a familiar voice came from the other end. "Hello, Lin Che, I'm Wang Hao. It's the counselor." Lin Che was stunned. Wang Hao's voice continued on the other end of the phone. "You're such a good kid. You didn't even tell me before you changed your phone number. I got your number from Shangnan. How are you preparing now? Today's symposium will start around 9:30 in the morning. Don't worry, Lao Wang, I will definitely be there on time." After hearing Lin Che's words, Wang Hao smiled and chatted with Lin Che for a few words before hanging up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Che looked at the time and saw that it was already past 8 o'clock. It takes about an hour to drive to school, and if there is a traffic jam, I might not be able to make it in time. Not long after, Lin Che quickly got out of bed, washed up, took the car keys and headed straight for the parking garage. All the way to the parking garage of his own manor. After getting in the car, Lin Che headed straight to school. Lin Che soon arrived at the school gate. As the car entered the campus, Lin Che parked it in the parking lot opposite the auditorium. He got off the bus amidst the surprised and envious gazes of all the students. At the same time, I was still fantasizing about when I could drive a luxury car of this level and drive around the school. Lin Che hurried into the auditorium.
There are only about 10 minutes left before the symposium begins. Now many students are led into the auditorium and taken their seats by their counselors.
Just as Lin Che was about to enter the auditorium, he was stopped by the security guard at the door. "Excuse me, classmate, please show me your student ID." Lin Che looked at the security guard in front of her and was stunned for a moment. Lin Che shook her head and said, "Sorry, I don't have a student ID."
"No student ID? Then why are you coming in?"
The security guard's expression immediately turned cold, and the students beside him began pointing at Lin Che. They all saw Lin Che get off the McLaren P1.
Chapter 73. Do you really think that just because you're a rich second generation you can run wild in our school? Hee, it's still our school's security guard Xiang. For a moment, everyone started talking.
Lin Che stood there, looking a little embarrassed. But the next moment, Lin Che said, "I'm here to attend this symposium."
"Where's your invitation?"
The security guard frowned when he heard Lin Che's words.
"If you say you're here to attend a symposium, then you should at least have an invitation, right?"
Lin Che felt a little embarrassed about this. After all, he didn't really have the invitation. Seeing that Lin Che didn't say anything, the security guard spoke up.
"How can I let you in without an invitation or a student ID?"
At this moment, Lin Che was also a little anxious. Just when Lin Che was about to call Wang Hao finally appeared. When Wang Hao saw Lin Che again, his eyes lit up and he quickly went over to grab Lin Che and said,
"Lin Che, why don't you go in? Why are you standing here at the door? Hurry up. This meeting is about to start."
In response to this, Lin Che could only smile bitterly and say helplessly, "I would like to go in, but you didn't give me an invitation, so I can't get in." As soon as these words came out, Lao Wang's face froze, as if, indeed, he had forgotten.
"Oh, sorry, I was so busy yesterday that I forgot about it."
As they spoke, the two of them walked into the auditorium with embarrassed expressions on their faces.
"Okay, today's symposium is more like a symposium. But to put it bluntly, the school hopes you can donate some money."
But this donation is also used to support college students in starting their own businesses. And in the subsequent support projects, you will have a certain say based on the amount of support you provide. When Lin Che heard this, her eyes flickered a few times. In other words, today's symposium is simply an investment similar to angel investment. Lin Che and other invited guests paid the money, and the school provided the projects. Then these guests will gain income and the school will gain reputation. It is a win-win project.
I see. Soon, everyone was seated.
At this time, the first 3 rows of the auditorium were filled with invited guests, about 10 people in total.
Lin Che's seat was relatively far back.
As Lin Che took her seat, everyone nearby glanced at her. However, because Lin Che usually does not attend gatherings of wealthy businessmen, basically no one knows Lin Che.
However, someone present recognized Lin Che.
A hint of surprise flashed across that person's eyes, but he didn't say anything, let alone come over to greet Lin Che. As Lin Che took her seat, a little fat man suddenly came over. Looking at Lin Che, he smiled and said, "Friend, I'm Wang Yu."
"I don't know what your name is."
"Lin Che." Hearing Lin Che's words, Wang Yu was stunned for a moment. I felt like I had heard the name Lin Che somewhere before, but I couldn't remember where it was for the moment. Then he asked Lin Che,
"So, what business does your family have?" "Me? My family doesn't have much property, so I'm just living a life of idleness and waiting to die." There was nothing wrong with what Lin Che said.
All the businesses under his name were basically handed over to others to manage, and he was the type who just lived a life of idleness and waiting to die. After hearing Lin Che's words, the little fat man immediately revealed a look of disdain. As for Lin Che, he just smiled faintly and didn't say anything.
Soon, the symposium began.
The school leader above, after a lot of nonsense, announced the start of the symposium. After a period of silence, some companies began to invest and donate. First, an executive came up to the stage, said a few simple words, and then invested 500,000 yuan. Then came a wave of small businesses investing, and soon the real big guys also started to come on board. This move is quite generous, an investment of tens of millions at once, 30 million in total. However, after that, the atmosphere gradually grew cold, which made the school leaders feel a little embarrassed. As for the ones behind, they were all rich second generations. A group of second generations headed by Wang Yu all invested 1 million each. At this moment, the conversation began to quiet down a bit. Some of the senior academics sitting above were also beginning to feel restless. After all, actions like this are simply a slap in the face of their school. After all, if 7 or 8 rich second generations in a row all contribute 1 million yuan each, what does that mean? At this time, many school leaders looked unhappy. Some leaders even glanced at the counselors below with dissatisfaction. After all, doing so would really make these school leaders angry and annoyed. The counselors' faces suddenly turned pale. As for old Wang standing aside, his expression wasn't looking too good either. As for the students at the back, they were starting to get agitated. They now realized that something is wrong. At this time, it was Lin Che's turn to go on stage. Lin Che sighed. If these people don't want to donate, then don't do it. Why do they have to come to the school to slap the school in the face? Although it is an investment and Yuan TC returns in the short term, at least in the long run, it is still an investment that will pay off in the future. Lin Che adjusted his attire and went up to the stage. The school leaders looked at Lin Che with even uglier expressions. Another rich second generation. Damn it! Here comes another one, trying to slap our school in the face. Put this rich second generation on my mind. After the symposium is over, find out who invited him. After hearing what the principal said, the school leaders beside him nodded in agreement. Lin Che walked to the microphone. Well, let me say a few words here first. Seeing Lin Che's action, the students below became even more agitated. As for the school leaders behind Lin Che, their faces became even darker. After all, Lin Che's actions were no longer just a slap in their faces. Their faces were thrown directly to the ground and ravaged back and forth madly. Still have something to say about donating money? Isn't this the privilege of the big guys? He is just a rich second generation, what is he doing? At this moment, everyone was confused by Lin Che's actions. Wang Yu, who was standing behind him, looked at Lin Che and sneered. This guy is just a lazy guy, who is obviously not valued by the family. How dare he come out and show off? Chapter 74. However, old Wang below was actually feeling a bit of anticipation. After all, he still had some understanding of Lin Che now. That's right. The amount I donate from now on must be used entirely to support college students' entrepreneurship. And I will also find a third-party organization to supervise it, so if anyone wants to profit from it, then forget it. After finishing speaking, Lin Che paused for a moment before continuing. How about this? I'll set aside 300 million yuan every year as a fund to support university students' entrepreneurship. The moment Lin Che finished speaking, the entire auditorium fell silent and plunged into a complete silence. For a moment, it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. After the silence, the entire venue exploded. Boom! Everyone was dumbfounded. 300 million. This amount of money is not a small sum. When donating before, the most was only tens of millions. And now, Lin Che directly asked for 300 million. And it's 300 million per year. This. For a moment, the students below were talking about it. Oh my god. 300 million. That's too much. Yeah. That's still 300 million per year. Don't be kidding. And those rich second generations and school leaders were even more confused. Isn't this just a rich kid? Are you sure he's not here to cause trouble? Even old Wang looked at Lin Che with a dazed expression. Although he guessed that Lin Che would give a good amount. But no one would have thought that Lin Che would take out 300 million every year. What has this student of yours done during this period of time since graduation? Even if you're the boss of a large company, you can't possibly spend 300 million every year, right? Doesn't the company need to have working capital? The supporter beside him asked Lin Che with trembling voice. Mr. Lin, are you sure you are talking about 300 million? Are you really planning to spend 300 million yuan every year to support college students' entrepreneurship? Haha, that's natural. Lin Che said with a smile.
After I return, I will find someone to sign an investment agreement with the school.
But as I said before, I will find someone to oversee the specific use of this money. After hearing Lin Che's words, the school leader beside him nodded in confusion and still hadn't recovered from his shock.
Good. A business tycoon below stood up and led the applause.
After all, 300 million yuan is allocated every year to support college students' entrepreneurship.
Such courage is simply beyond their ability. I don't know what this young man's name is.
I'm Xue Haojing, the chairman of Haojing Electronics.
The leading business tycoon looked at Lin Che and asked.
In his opinion, someone as capable and courageous as Lin Che was definitely worth making friends with.
Lin Che nodded at Xue Haojing and said, Lin Che.
These two simple words made Xue Haojing's eyes widen immediately when he heard them. Then he exclaimed in surprise.
Are you Lin Che? Mr. Lin? The chairman of Tianlong Games, Mr. Lin Che? What? Is he the mysterious behind-the-scenes boss of Tianlong Games? Fuck you.
For a moment, everyone exclaimed in surprise. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Che was filled with shock.
Yes, it's me.
Lin Che smiled and nodded. During this time, everyone gasped in shock. After all, Lin Che was really too young, only in his early 20s. No one would have thought that such a young man in his early 20s would be the chairman of Tianlong Game Company worth tens of billions. The eyes of these business tycoons and wealthy second generations were filled with fear and terror when they looked at Lin Che. After all, they knew a little about Lin Che's other identities.
I didn't expect to meet you, Director Lin, here.
Xue Haojing said with a smile on his face. As for the little fat guy Wang Yu in the back, his head was buzzing even more. His family also makes games, but they are all those pay-to-win web games. Lin Che, yes, Lin Che, no wonder the name sounded so familiar just now. At this moment, he finally remembered who Lin Che was.
My own father just reminded me of this 2 days ago.
If I meet Lin Che, even if I can't please her, I must never offend her. He didn't take it seriously at the time, and when he met Lin Che today, Lin Che looked so young that he didn't think about it that much. Fuck, I was sitting so close to him just now, but I didn't recognize him. At this moment, Wang Yu was truly filled with regret. After all, I missed such a good opportunity this time. If I want such an opportunity again in the future, I don't know when I will encounter it again. And now, he had actually ruined the best chance to make friends with Lin Che with just one blow. Afterwards, Lin Che started to talk for a while, and then began to share his entrepreneurial experience. After a group of bigwigs shared their entrepreneurial experiences, it was Lin Che's turn to share his own experience.
Well, I'm really not very good at sharing entrepreneurial experiences,
Lin Che said as he looked at everyone with a smile. However, I'm sure everyone has heard a lot of valuable information from the previous sharings by the business leaders, so I'll just share a few words.
But what I'm going to say next, you just have to listen to it. It's meaningless if you take it seriously.
After all, starting a business is about so many difficulties and setbacks along the way, and there are so many failed predecessors. It's hard to explain it all in just a few words. Those who truly want to succeed in entrepreneurship are necessarily the ones who work the hardest and put in the most effort. Of course, this also requires some luck. I still hope you can believe in one thing: hard work and sweat are the things that will never betray you. When Lin Che said this, everything seemed normal, and everyone nodded as they listened. But the next moment, Lin Che smiled wickedly and said, "But what you don't know is that true success is often largely due to luck, more important than anything else. For example, I just lie there and wait for the money to come into my pocket. The company can be managed directly by the secretary and the president.
You don't know how boring I am normally? How indifferent I am. So, when I look at you guys, I feel really relieved and happy." Chapter 75.
After all, you haven't experienced the harsh beatings of society yet, so you can still work hard and fight. Unlike me, who can only eat and drink every day, and occasionally go to the company to check and collect money, looking at the pile of numbers that can never be spent, it is extremely boring.
The students below? The school leaders on the side?
At this moment, they finally understood what Lin Che meant when he said at the beginning, "Just listen to what he said, it's meaningless if you take it seriously."
Listen to what he is saying now. Is this human language? MD, if you don't want this money, just give it to us. We want it. We also want to experience this extremely boring life you mentioned.
At this moment, everyone present looked at Lin Che with gnashed teeth. everyone wanted to take off their shoes and throw them at Lin Che's face. As for the host next to Lin Che, he didn't know what to say at this time. After all, Lin Che had just invested 300 million yuan to support college students' entrepreneurship. But just when everyone was about to rush up and beat Lin Che up, Lin Che suddenly changed his tone. However, I still strongly encourage you to start a business or do something meaningful. After all, you are all still young and don't have much money. Even if you really fail, the most you will suffer is a while. And through your own efforts, you can truly see what society is like and gain more rules for survival in today's society.
And is there anyone among you who is as lucky as me and actually succeeds?
After Lin Che finished speaking, she turned around and walked off the stage. Although listening to Lin Che's words, there were many words that seemed to be showing off.
But the last sentence is full of profound meaning. Besides, how many fools could there be among the young people nowadays?
They quickly understood the meaning of Lin Che's words. Lin Che's words meant that since you are all still young and motivated, you can give it a try.
Even if you fail, what can you do?
It was nothing more than starting over again, and the fact that Lin Che could now enjoy himself and be a salted fish was entirely because he had tried his best and succeeded. For a moment, everyone below lowered their heads in shame. Lin Che is sincerely teaching everyone some practical skills and life lessons. But they initially thought that Lin Che was on the first level, and they were on the second level, one level higher than Lin Che, but what was the reality? People have been watching them from a higher place for a long time. For a moment, everyone was so ashamed that they couldn't raise their heads. However, if Lin Che knew what they were thinking, she would probably spit out a mouthful of water.
What the hell, is this what I meant?
Then the group began to discuss donations. After discussing the donation, Lin Che had dinner with the school's top executives and some business tycoons.
Although those rich second generations wanted to get in, unfortunately none of them could.
After all, that is the circle of business tycoons, which is completely different from the circle of rich second generations like them. Unless these second generations can achieve some results on their own, or they are those top rich second generations.
Otherwise, you will only be the second generation in this life.
After exchanging WeChat numbers with the business tycoons at the banquet, Lin Che left. However, when Lin Che first arrived at the parking lot, she was a little dumbfounded. At this time, in front of his McLaren P1, there was a fat woman holding a golden teddy dog, and the teddy dog sniffed the wheels of his McLaren P1. Then he lifted his hind legs and urinated on the wheels of his McLaren P1. The fat woman next to him not only did not stop it but also spoke up.
"Oh, son, why are you peeing again? I told you to pee in the grass but you didn't."
As he spoke, Lin Che became even more confused.
"You don't care about this? You just let him pee like this? You know, my car is a McLaren P1.
If it were any other ordinary car, it would be fine, but this McLaren P1 is very expensive. This car costs tens of millions. If I peed and broke the tire, I would have no place to cry. Although I don't mind the cost of repairs, it still requires customized materials and takes time." For a moment, anger rose in Lin Che's heart. The skin on his face was twitching constantly. The fat woman obviously didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. She was still touching the little teddy in her arms and talking.
"Hey, son, you have to be a good boy. When your dad comes, we will take you to the pet store to give you a bath."
Watching this scene, Lin Che walked up to the fat woman with a cold face and said,
"Did you notice where your dog peed?"
Lin Che said in a cold tone.
"Isn't this just peeing on the ground? What's wrong with that? Besides, my son is not a dog, don't talk nonsense here."
The fat woman naturally noticed that her son had urinated on the wheel, but no matter what, she would not admit it.
"Just laughing there."
Lin Che took a deep breath to calm himself down and spoke in a cold voice.
"Then I'll let you see it clearly.
I don't care if this dog is your son or your grandson.
I'm telling you, you're in trouble now. Your dog peed on the wheels of my McLaren. Ah! What are you doing?"
The fat woman beside her was obviously frightened by Lin Che, and then she looked at Lin Che with a coquettish look and said,
"How can you talk nonsense like that? There's a little water stain here, and you say it's my son's pee? That's totally unreasonable. My son has received professional training. No matter how much he wants to pee, he will never pee on other people's cars."
As she spoke, the fat woman was still caressing the little teddy in her arms, her tone full of doting. Lin Che was even more annoyed by this, but seeing that she was a woman, he could only take a deep breath, try to calm down, and then spoke in a cold voice.
"Fine. You don't admit it, right? Then I don't mind sending the car in for an inspection. If this wheel is really corroded by your dog's urine, then I'm sorry, I can only ask you to pay the price.
When I bought this car, it cost me nearly 30 million. In other words, if this wheel is really corroded, you'll have to pay at least over $1 million in compensation.
Think it over carefully. Chapter 76. What? Over $1 million?
The fat woman was completely frightened by Lin Che's words. If she really has to pay more than $1 million, then even if she were to empty her pockets, she wouldn't have that much money. And just at this moment, a gangster came over. When the fat woman saw the gangster, her eyes lit up and she immediately shouted loudly,
"Husband! Come quickly! Someone is slandering me!" "Huh? What? I have such a bad temper. I want to see who dares to slander my wife."
Lin Che heard the familiar voice and turned around.
"Well, isn't this the gangster who crashed his bicycle that day?"
Lin Che's expression at this moment was extremely strange.
"This is a bit confusing. It seems that the gangster's target that day was not this fat woman? TSK, it seems like he's keeping a mistress."
Lin Che chuckled inwardly, and when the gangster saw Lin Che, he was so frightened that he fell to the ground with a thud.
Why is it you?"
He still remembered the day he crashed someone's bicycle worth millions.
"Unexpectedly, we met again after such a short time. Is it possible that his car was hit again this time?
I hope this isn't another car worth millions.
If that's the case, I'll really be bankrupt." What a coincidence. Looks like this is your person? TSK, it really is true that family members are alike,"
Lin Che said as he sneered at the gangster. The gangster was trembling, his heart full of fear. He looked at Lin Che in horror and said tremblingly,
Mr. Lin, I wonder how this bitch offended you."
As soon as these words were spoken, the fat woman next to him exploded. He walked straight up, grabbed the gangster with his fat hand, and started cursing at him.
"Woo duh. Explain yourself to me. Who are you calling a bitch? Aren't you always so arrogant? How come now, in front of this brat, you are as obedient as a grandson? And you even dare to call me a bitch? Are you rebelling against the heavens?"
These words made the gangster feel very upset. He immediately slapped him in the face.
Bang! "You bitch, shut up right now."
After hearing this roar, the fat woman covered her face in confusion and didn't dare to speak anymore. The gangster kept nodding and bowing to Lin Che. He was truly scared now, and he was also very clear that Lin Che's identity must be extraordinary. After all, he is a person who can ride a bicycle worth millions and own a top-of-the-line sports car worth tens of millions. He is definitely not someone that someone like him can afford to offend. He was still praying in his heart that this bitch didn't cause any big trouble. Look for yourself, your son has done something great, he peed on the wheel of my car."
"What?" After hearing Lin Che's words, this gangster's mentality exploded.
He also recognized the car in front of him. It could be a McLaren P1 worth tens of millions.
And this damn dog actually dared to pee on the wheels of a sports car of this level? This is really... For a moment, the gangster's body kept shaking and he couldn't speak.
After a moment of silence, he suddenly turned around, grabbed the little golden teddy and threw it out angrily.
"My son!"
When the fat woman saw the scene, she let out a scream, her eyes full of despair. The teddy was thrown out by the gangster and hit the wall with a bang, then whimpered a few times and died.
Lin Che didn't have the slightest sympathy for this. After all, once you buy this dog, you have to teach it well. Raising a pet is like raising a son. Although it is indeed a dog's nature to urinate anywhere.
But as a human being, as the owner of this dog, you should have your own judgment on where the dog should not be allowed to urinate.
Fuck you, I told you not to buy a dog, don't buy a dog, but you bitch just wouldn't listen. I'm warning you one last time now.
Hurry and apologize to Mr. Lin. I beg him to forgive you. If you can't be forgiven, just wait and see how I'll teach you a lesson when I get back.
This gangster is really going crazy now.
He really couldn't understand how he was so blind to marry such a person with no sense of vision.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, please forgive me this time. Now the fat woman also remembered the fear she once felt when she was dominated by this big brother in society. At the same time, I also understood.
The young man in front of her must have a very terrifying identity. He is a big shot that her husband, a big brother in society, cannot afford to offend.
I'll clean your car right now. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me just this once. I won't do it again."
As she spoke, the fat woman rolled and crawled to the side of Lin Che's car. He didn't care about anything else and immediately wiped the wheel with his sleeve. Lin Che just watched the scene in front of him coldly, unmoved. As the saying goes, a dog relies on the power of its master.
I now feel that this is absolutely true. If you had apologized earlier, why would it have become like this? Get up and get out of here. Yes, I'll leave right now. I'll leave right now.
When the fat woman heard Lin Che's words, she felt relieved and quickly stood up. She ran away with the gangster, not even caring about taking care of her son. Lin Che just looked on indifferently. After getting in the car, Lin Che first went to a nearby car wash to give the car a quick wash, and then went home.
I returned home and everything was settled with the school. Lin Che and the school also decided to start discussing the details of the donation and signing the investment agreement the day after tomorrow.
Along the way, Lin Che began to think. He had more and more things to deal with, and it was time to find a law firm. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to take care of all these industries and various issues by yourself. After a moment of deep thought, Lin Che half lay on the sofa, took out his cell phone and called Lin Qian.
After the phone rang twice, it was connected. "Brother Che, are you looking for me? Well, if I arrange for you to acquire a top law firm in Jian Province, how long will it take you?"
Lin Che asked directly. Lin Che felt that it would be inappropriate for her to entrust a law firm to handle these matters every time.
In that case, why not just buy a law firm yourself? Chapter 77.
Hearing Lin Che's words, Lin Qian on the other end of the phone was a little stunned.
Wait a moment, Brother Che.
Having said that, Lin Qian on the other end of the phone was silent for a while, and then spoke. If you want to acquire 100% of the shares, it will take about 3 days if you have sufficient funds. But if we just want to achieve absolute control, a 51% stake, then it can be done by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Hearing Lin Qian's words, Lin Che nodded and said,
"Okay, I get it.
In that case, you should start by acquiring a law firm." Hearing Lin Che's words, Lin Qian on the other end of the phone said immediately,
"Okay, Brother Che, I'll do it now."
After doing all this, Lin Che took out his phone and started playing games.
Once everything here is settled, let's go back to our hometown and take a look. I had wanted to go home and take a look before, but there were too many things to do. I had planned to take Lin Qian back with me, but what a pity. The festival is coming in a few days.
Around 7 in the evening, Lin Che pushed his other bicycle out for a stroll.
So I didn't get home until 9 o'clock in the evening.
After taking a shower and drinking a glass of warm milk, I lay on the bed, played with my mobile phone for a while, and then fell asleep.
Sleep until you wake up naturally without any fatigue or stress.
As soon as she woke up, Lin Che started signing in for today.
System, sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Acquired 80% of Haotian Aerospace Company's shares. Oh my! Haotian Aerospace Company. This is the world's top aerospace company and the world's top manufacturer of luxury large business jets. This can be said to be a true top-level behemoth. But now it is in my hands?
Just when Lin Che was still in a daze, her cell phone rang.
A text message came.
Dear Mr. Lin Che, your private jet, Haotian X, has arrived at the private parking bay at Hangzhou Airport in Jian Province and is being stored there. Lin Che looked at the text message and was a little confused.
It's these foreigners who really know how to play MD.
Lin Che really didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, the previous bicycle company did the same thing and gave me 2 top-notch bicycles.
Each one is worth millions.
Now there was another private jet.
Lin Che searched online and found out about it.
The Haotian X that was given to me is one of the best performing private jets in the world, capable of flying at a speed close to the speed of sound.
Price, 100 million NI gold. That is equivalent to 700 million. This price is really too scary. What else can I say about this?
Lin Che could only shake her head helplessly.
It seemed like she would have to make another expense. After all, since I already have a private jet, I have to recruit flight attendants and pilots myself, and they have to be on call at all times. In addition, there are regular maintenance costs. Oh my god, these people are really finding ways to make me spend money.
After sighing inwardly for a while, Lin Che was about to call Lin Qian.
Ask Lin Qian to help him recruit a group of private jet pilots and flight attendants.
While I was declaring the takeoff matters for myself, my cell phone rang. The person who called was Lin Qian.
Oh, what a coincidence.
Lin Che's eyelids twitched slightly, and the corners of his mouth also rose slightly.
Hello, Qian. Lin Che answered the phone.
Lin Qian's voice also rang out on the other end of the phone. Brother Che, I have already acquired the law firm you asked me to acquire. Lin Che's eyes lit up when he heard this.
Oh? Tell me, which law firm is it? It's the Genie Law Firm.
You've invested 130 million yuan and hold 54% of the firm's shares, giving you absolute control. After listening to Lin Qian's words, Lin Che nodded.
Genie Law Firm is one of the most famous law firms in Jiangxi province and even in the whole country.
The winning rate of this law firm has reached a terrifying 95%. It can be said that this law firm has basically never lost a case since its establishment, and has not lost a single case since it became famous. Among these lawyers, several have repeatedly won victories and made remarkable achievements in their legal commissions in recent years.
Okay, I knew our Qian is still great.
Tell those big lawyers my address and ask them to come over to my place.
Okay, Brother Che.
Lin Che continued speaking. By the way, please help me find 2 more pilots and a crew for the aircraft. There was silence on the other end of the phone after hearing Lin Che's words. Brother Che, the driver you just mentioned is.
What's wrong?
The pilot of the private jet. As Lin Che finished speaking, Lin Qian on the other end of the phone fell silent again. Although, he thought he knew Lin Che a little bit. But now, she suddenly realized that she might not understand Lin Che as well as she thought.
Oh, by the way, can you also help me declare the flight route?
I'm going back to my hometown, Hashi, from Hongqiao Airport the day after tomorrow.
Okay, Brother Che, what's the model of your private jet? Haotian X.
As Lin Che finished speaking, silence fell on the other end of the phone again.
Haotian X.
This is a top-tier luxury private jet worth hundreds of millions. At this moment, Lin Qian's head was buzzing. This really made Lin Qian feel a little scared. After all, Lin Che's financial resources were truly terrifying. You know, being able to afford a private jet is one thing, but whether your plane can fly into the sky is another. Otherwise, why do people in China who are rich enough to afford private jets not buy them? Because whether you can afford to buy this private jet and whether you can take off are 2 completely different things. Lin Che pinched his chin at this moment, and after pondering for a while, he continued speaking.
By the way, can you help me rent a transport plane or a cargo plane? When I go back in a couple of days, I'm going to take a car with me.
Just now, Lin Che suddenly realized that even if she went back this time, she didn't seem to have a car to drive in her hometown. And there is no way for my private jet to bring back a car.
Then we can only rent a transport plane. Lin Qian.
At this moment, Lin Qian almost knelt down before Lin Che.
This is so damn arrogant. You know, this trip will cost at least 1 million. Moreover, most people rent this kind of plane to transport valuable items. But now, Lin Che chartered an entire plane just to send you in a car?
This.
Chapter 78.
For a moment, Lin Qian just stood there in a daze. But when I thought about it, Lin Che could even afford this kind of top-notch private jet. And it is the most top-of-the-line luxurious Haotian X. Look, he was asked to rent a transport plane just to bring a car back with him.
Lin Qian's heart calmed down.
Afterwards, after hanging up the phone, Lin Che got up, washed up, and went downstairs to eat. After finishing breakfast, Lin Che leaned on the sofa like a salted fish and played games.
As for the Genie law firm on the other side,
Galen hung up his phone, and his expression gradually became serious. Just now, he received a call from his new boss's secretary, asking him to take Arthur to the new boss's home.
Galen took a deep breath and pushed open the door of Arthur's office. Arthur, it's time to go.
At this time, Arthur was lying comfortably in the boss chair, with his eyes closed and resting. Arthur opened his eyes and said as he listened to Galen's words.
Why? Is there another customer you want to see?
No, it was the new boss's secretary who called and asked us to go to the new boss's house. Arthur's eyes flashed when he heard Galen's words.
Oh? In that case, let's go and see who our new boss is.
For a moment, Arthur became interested.
After all, his new boss could acquire the Genie law firm overnight.
Moreover, he holds 54% of the shares, which gives him absolute control.
This really makes Arthur very interested in the new boss.
He was also very curious about what kind of person this new boss Lin Che would be.
If this new boss is not good enough and has no identity, he doesn't mind and will find a way to buy back the shares bit by bit. The two left the Genie law firm together, heading all the way to Lin Che's home. Soon the two arrived at the gate of Jiangshan Villa District. After obtaining Lin Che's consent, the security guard let the two in. Lin Che also straightened her clothes a little. Then he sat on the sofa and waited for the two men to arrive. Soon there was a knock on the door, and Lin Che went to open it. Garen and Arthur outside the door were also filled with nervousness at this moment. After all, they still didn't know what kind of person Lin Che was. However, the moment they saw Lin Che, both of them were surprised. Because Lin Che is really too young. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if you beat them to death. The person who could acquire their Genie law firm overnight would be such a young man in his early 20s. This is really too scary. The two looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. Originally, the two of them thought that they could acquire the person from their Genie law firm overnight. At least he has to be a man in his 40s or 50s and have some skills. I never thought it would be such a young person. For a moment, the two of them were completely shocked. After letting the two men into the house, Lin Che sat casually on the sofa. Garen and Arthur squinted their eyes and looked at the two people in front of them. They were sitting upright on the sofa. Lin Che crossed her fingers and placed her arms on her legs. Don't be too nervous, you two. I only asked you to come here to do me a small favor. Boss, just tell me what you want. Galen said somewhat stiffly. Lin Che didn't want to waste time, so she spoke directly. Well, a few days ago I decided to set aside some money every year to support my alma mater's undergraduate entrepreneurship fund. But I hope I can know exactly where the money went and what benefits she generated. This involves professional knowledge, so Arthur needs to come on the scene. Mr. Lin, how much is the amount of your payment and how will it be paid? Lin Che nodded in satisfaction. Arthur was indeed a professional. He got to the point right away. Well, I plan to spend about 300 million yuan every year on this fund. As soon as these words were spoken, Arthur and Galen on the side were shocked again. Originally they thought it was only tens of millions of funds, but they couldn't imagine that the amount could be as high as 300 million, and they invested about 300 million every year. This amount of money is really terrifying. Most wealthy businessmen dare not spend so much money every year to support college students' entrepreneurship. So what kind of terrifying identity and background does this young man in front of me have? After all, he was the one who could acquire their Genie law firm overnight. It's so easy to set aside 300 million yuan every year to fund college students' entrepreneurial plans. Just how terrifying is this identity and background? Okay, Mr. Lin, we still need to continue discussing this issue of college students' entrepreneurial plans with you. The three of them quickly began to discuss the specific details. Half an hour passed quickly. Lin Che looked at the plan that had been tentatively finalized and nodded with satisfaction. Lin Che thought for a moment and said that he was quite satisfied with the professionalism and performance of Galen and Arthur. How about this? I have some shares in other companies, and I just happen to be in need of a legal advisor, so I'll hand them over to you. For a moment, Garen and Arthur looked at each other and smiled bitterly. This new boss of ours is really not an ordinary person. He just opens his mouth and asks for shares of several companies. Boss, I don't know which companies you hold shares in, and how much each share is. We need to be prepared. Galen asked from the side. Oh, wait a minute, let me think about it. Lin Che summoned the system panel in his mind. Because he himself couldn't remember exactly how much shares he held in each company. Meanwhile, Garen had already taken out his computer and was ready to record. Yes, 100% equity of Qianyu Building. This shocked the two men deeply. Qianyu Building. This is the top office building in Quanhai. This place actually belongs to this new boss. Then Lin Che continued. 15% of Penguin Group's shares. Garen's hands began to tremble as he typed. Penguin Group, that could be the world's top super group. One of the two super giants in the domestic internet industry. 51% of Tianlong Games shares. The muscles on Garen's face twitched. Tianlong Games is one of the top game companies in the world. Not only does his boss own these shares, he also owns 51% of the shares. This is a company with absolute control. Chapter 79. 100% ownership of the Pinarello Bicycle Company.
This time even Arthur beside him began to get restless, because this is the world's largest bicycle brand company.
The two of them looked at each other again.
This was the nth time they had looked at each other today. It was obvious how much they had been stimulated by Lin Che.
What's wrong? Is there a problem?
Lin Che asked in confusion after seeing the two's actions.
Oh, it's okay, please continue. 80% of the shares of Haotian Aerospace Company.
At this moment, Garen and Arthur's heads were buzzing.
Haotian Aerospace Company.
This is one of the top 3 aircraft manufacturing companies in the world.
This is one of the prides of the United States.
But what they never expected was that this company would be controlled by a person from country H.
Still the boss of your own house.
If this were to be made public, it would surely cause a sensation.
The two of them gasped in shock.
Lin Che's lips curled up slightly at this.
This is exactly the effect he wants. Otherwise, how can we make them work for us diligently?
The rest is up to you, 54% of the shares of Genie Law Firm.
The two men looked at each other for a moment.
It seemed like his own law firm, with a market capitalization of nearly 1 billion yuan, was the least valuable of all the companies Lin Che owned.
Well, for now, there are only these companies.
I'll tell you if there are any new companies in the future. I will leave all the company's legal issues to you.
I hope you will do your best.
Lin Che nodded in satisfaction. After hearing Lin Che's words, the two people beside him had already become numb. After all, the amount of information revealed by Lin Che's words was too much.
My boss might have set his eyes on another company.
After Lin Che finished speaking, the two people beside him spoke with serious expressions.
Boss, just leave it to us.
Lin Che nodded and spoke in a cold tone. But I want you to remember that I don't want anyone to know that I own so many companies at the same time.
I understand.
When the two men saw Lin Che's serious expression, they immediately became reserved.
Then he asked. Then boss, do you have any other instructions? There is none left. Okay, then let's go back and do some preparations.
After saying this, Galen and Arthur quickly stood up and said goodbye. Lin Che sat on the sofa and waited for the two people to leave. Lin Che then stood up and stretched.
Now the investment issue has finally been resolved. What should we do next?
Lin Che asked himself as if he was talking to himself.
I casually scrolled through the messages on my phone.
I found out that Tang Xin had sent me a document about Tianlong Game's arrangements for the Dragon Boat Festival holiday. Lin Che clicked on it and saw that the holiday was only 3 days long. Lin Che frowned slightly.
How can you arrange your vacation like this? He immediately sent a message to Tang Xin.
Let's adjust the holiday period to 5 days. Sister Xin, you should also take 5 days off and go back to your hometown together. Whether you or any other employee of the company, everyone will be on paid leave. Also, have someone go buy some Dragon Boat Festival treats.
Remember, price is not important if you want to buy something, buy the best.
After all, 3 days of vacation is definitely not enough.
It would be better to give everyone a few more days so that they can have fun and come back to work well. When Tang Xin saw the message from Lin Che, she was completely stunned.
After all, this is a 5-day paid vacation, and all the best Dragon Boat Festival benefits are purchased.
This benefit is really so scary. Do I need to make up for the holiday later? Make up for the leave? No need.
Lin Che was stunned for a moment, then replied.
Okay, Xiao Che.
Not long after that, Lin Che received a call from Yifeng.
Hey, Chetzi, you're awesome. Just 5 days of paid leave.
After the call was connected, Yifeng immediately said to Lin Che. In response, Lin Che just smiled faintly and then spoke.
It's nothing, but how are you going to spend the Dragon Boat Festival? Are you going back?
In Lin Che's impression, Yifeng rarely went back home after he started working. And I still remember that Yifeng seemed to have a bad relationship with his family.
Even this time I got married, I didn't inform my family.
Yifeng hesitated for a moment, then spoke.
Okay. Let's go back. Let's visit the teacher while we're back.
Lin Che nodded and said.
Okay, I understand. Will you bring your sister-in-law with you this time?
Hearing Lin Che's words, Yifeng grinned and said.
Of course you have to bring it. Okay, then I'll pick you and sister-in-law up and we'll go back together.
Hey, okay. With that, the two of them hung up the phone. After doing all this, Lin Che continued to play games. Soon, the whole day passed. The next morning, Lin Che, who was still sleeping, heard his cell phone ring. Lin Che saw that it was a call from Garen. Lin Che answered the phone angrily and spoke. "I'll give you 3 minutes to explain why you're calling me at this time." Lin Che was furious about Galen's call. After all, he stayed up late last night to play games and finally finished Nioh.
"I didn't fall asleep until midnight.
I had only slept for 4 or 5 hours, but my sweet dream was disturbed by Garen's call."
Boss, we have already drafted a preliminary contract for your donation plan.
And you also need to attend the donation ceremony today, so we called you to ask when you plan to go.
After listening to Galen's explanation, Lin Che's anger subsided a lot, and then he said to Galen on the other end of the phone, "Does it really matter if I show up in person?" "Galen." "Boss, this is your money." "Lin Che." For a moment, Lin Che didn't know what to say. Indeed, this money belongs to you." But Lin Che thought about what would happen if she went there. "I will be blocked there by that group of guys and won't be able to get out. All kinds of courtesy to me."
Lin Che seemed to be at a loss for words.
"Oh, I shouldn't have donated this money in the first place. It's such a hassle."
Lin Che sighed inwardly and said, "After all, if I had refused at the beginning, I probably wouldn't have so many things to do now."
I sighed silently in my heart.
Then Lin Che spoke.
"Okay, go to school first and tell them I told you to go. I'll be there soon." Chapter 80. Galen's voice rang out from the other end of the line. "Okay, boss."
After hanging up the phone, Lin Che sighed and got up from the bed.
"What a hassle."
Lin Che shook his head helplessly and sighed. "I got up, washed up, went downstairs to have breakfast and then went out."
Lin Che ate breakfast and started signing in for today.
Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully.
Received, a Patek Philippe Platinum 5002p watch. Watch?
Then Lin Che took out the watch from the system warehouse and started playing with it. This watch has a more traditional appearance and looks much more comfortable than the Richard Miller.
The only thing that is the same as that watch is that you can't tell the time either.
After all, the timing method of this watch is really too complicated. Lin Che shook her head helplessly, then picked up her phone to check the price of the watch. It was found very quickly.
Patek Philippe Platinum Series 5002p price, 18 million. Lin Che.
Why would he charge such a high price for a watch that can't even tell the time? The corners of Lin Che's mouth twitched. Then he picked up the keys to his Pagani Huayra and headed straight for his alma mater. Soon, Lin Che arrived at the school. Lin Che's car stopped in the parking lot again. Lin Che got out of the car and was not recognized by anyone. Because Lin Che was wearing a mask at this time, just to avoid being recognized. Lin Che took out her phone and saw the address Galen had sent her, then walked towards the administration building.
Now Galen and the school's top management are already in the conference room of the administrative building. Lin Che walked all the way to the front of the administrative building. At this time, 2 students from the student union were blocking the entrance to the administrative building. There were still quite a few students standing outside. These students were either wearing suits or dressed casually. But these people were all standing there waiting, holding a pile of thick A4 papers. When Lin Che saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched. This is undoubtedly what is waiting for me. Fuck. Are these guys crazy? They have to let the news out.
At this moment, Lin Che gritted his teeth. Then Lin Che could only sigh helplessly.
Do these guys really think I will invest? Besides, I only invest 300 million yuan every year, so why should I block it all here? Lin Che shook her head and walked towards the administration building.
However, just as Lin Che arrived at the door of the administration building, he was stopped by several students from the student union.
Student, I've already told you that today is the day Senior Lin signed a contract with our school. You can't go in. Submit your investment plan to the school, and someone will review it. Senior Lin doesn't have the time to meet with you one by one.
Lin Che was stunned when he heard this.
Just when I was about to say something, a student who looked like a student union cadre came out.
Looking at the group of people in front of him, he immediately shouted coldly.
I'll give you 10 minutes, all of you go.
If Senior Lin comes later and sees you all stuck here, it will be disgraceful.
After finishing speaking, the student union cadre looked at Lin Che and sneered. And you, look at yourself. Even if you're here to discuss investment with Senior Lin, you should at least prepare your own plan. Even if you don't have a plan, at least you should dress formally. Look at you, you don't have a plan, and you're dressed so casually, and you dare to come talk about investment? Are you here to make fun of me? Hearing these words, Lin Che's face suddenly darkened. What NMD? Lin Che took a deep breath, glanced at the student union cadre, and left. Then he picked up his phone and made a call. The students standing by burst into laughter when they saw Lin Che leave in disgrace. And in the conference room of this administrative building. After receiving Lin Che's call, Garen's expression suddenly changed. The principal standing by looked at Garen's sudden change in expression and asked in confusion. Mr. Guy, may I ask if Mr. Lin has arrived? Galen said with a slightly cold expression. Mr. Lin has arrived, but he's been stopped by people from your school's student union. What? In an instant, the principal's expression changed drastically. The look in his eyes when he looked at Garen was full of fear. As Galen's voice fell, all the school leaders present changed their expressions drastically. What? Especially the principal Jiang Tian, his face suddenly turned blue and black. After all, if Lin Che's investment could really be implemented, this will definitely leave a strong mark in one's career and political achievements. But now someone actually dares to block his own political achievement that is about to be achieved? Is he looking for death? At this moment, Jiang Tian's face turned ashen. These bastards, are they trying to kill me? At this time, Garen began to tidy up the documents on his desk and spoke. Principal Jiang, leaders, our boss said that if you have no intention of signing a contract, please don't waste our time. When Jiang Tian saw the scene, his face suddenly changed and he looked a little panicked. No. Lawyer guy, this is our mistake. I will go down and greet Mr. Lin in person. Please ask Mr. Lin to wait for me for a moment. Okay, our boss also said that you have 1 minute to see him. Now 15 seconds have passed. Hearing these words, Jiang Tian's face suddenly turned pale. Then he hurriedly opened the conference room door and ran downstairs. Lin Che, standing at the entrance of the administrative building, waited with a cold expression. The student union cadres above frowned when they saw Lin Che still not leaving. Then he snorted coldly, walked in front of Lin Che, raised his head and pointed at Lin Che's nose with a bit of arrogance. You! Why aren't you leaving yet? Didn't I tell you that Senior Lin doesn't have time to see you? And don't you see how you look now? You're ruining our school's image by staying here. Hearing this, Lin Che frowned tightly, and then spoke in a cold voice. Then tell me, how does my standing here affect the school's image? Besides, what's it to you if I stand here? Besides, how do you know Senior Lin won't see me? Stop using chicken feathers as your authority all day long. Lin Che was really angry now. When the student union cadre heard that Lin Che dared to refute him, his expression suddenly changed. Then, with a cold face, he pointed at Lin Che and spoke loudly. Humph. Classmate, where's your student ID? Which department are you from? When Lin Che heard this, he spoke calmly. Student ID? I don't have that. Chapter 81. The moment Lin Che finished speaking, the student union cadre was stunned. No student ID? How dare you come to our school? I seriously suspect you're involved in the thefts that have occurred in our school over the past 2 days. Call the police immediately. After hearing what the student union cadre said, the people nearby looked at Lin Che as if they were watching a show. Now in their opinion, Lin Che was simply trying to take advantage of the situation. For a moment, everyone stood there watching the show. Lin Che, on the other hand, had a calm expression, without a trace of panic on his face. He just glanced at his watch and said, 10 seconds left. What? After hearing Lin Che's words, the student union cadre was confused for 10 seconds. Then he frowned slightly, looking a little confused. What do you mean? Lin Che didn't answer. Just when he was about to continue scolding Lin Che, a burst of hurried footsteps sounded behind the student union cadre. Hearing the voice, the student union cadre looked behind him curiously. I saw it immediately, Jiang Tian running towards here with a nervous look on his face. The student union cadre's expression changed instantly. As for Jiang Tian, when he saw Lin Che, his expression immediately changed to an apologetic smile. Before he even reached Lin Che, he stretched out his hand and spoke. Ha, alumnus Lin, I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person.
As these words fell, everyone was stunned. Just when everyone was confused, they found that Jiang Tian had already walked in front of Lin Che. Lin Che also extended his hand and shook hands with Jiang Tian, his expression somewhat cold. For a moment, the faces of everyone at the door of the administrative building changed drastically.
What? This person. Could it be Senior Lin Che-lin?
After all, this allowed Principal Jiang Tianzhang to come down personally to greet him, shake hands with him and call him Alumni Lin. The only person who can do this is Lin Che, who is coming to sign the contract today.
For a moment, everyone seemed a little distraught.
Senior Lin, whom they had been thinking about for so long, was so close to them just now, but they didn't even recognize him. As for the student union cadres who had been so arrogant just now, they were so scared that they took 2 steps back, their faces dazed.
Lin Che glanced at the student union cadre and sneered twice.
This cold voice made the student union cadre's face turn even paler. Principal Jiang Tian gave him a cold look, then snorted at him. Without saying anything, he led Lin Che upstairs.
But at this moment, the student union cadre already knew it very clearly. Oh, it's over. Oh my god, I actually let Senior Lin go like that. My project, my AI project.
At this moment, a student who reacted suddenly shouted loudly. His words seemed to have triggered a chain reaction, and everyone here reacted one after another. After all, this opportunity was right in front of me, but I just let it go. Even Lin Che, who had already reached the 2nd floor, could clearly hear the students wailing. Lin Che raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a smile. Lin Che looked at Principal Jiang Tian beside him and said slowly,
"It seems that the entrepreneurial enthusiasm of our junior students is really high right now."
Don't worry, Alumnus Lin, we will carefully review these entrepreneurial projects, and some of them are quite good. Principal Jiang Tian, who was standing by, spoke cautiously.
Lin Che did not reply.
Seeing Lin Che's silence, Jiang Tian's originally cheerful mood suddenly darkened.
I don't know what Lin Che means. The two of them walked in silence all the way to the meeting room.
When I entered the conference room, there were quite a few people inside. However, Lin Che didn't recognize any of these people. After seeing Lin Che coming in, these people stood up one after another, smiled at Lin Che with flattering expressions, and nodded to him. Lin Che also nodded slightly in response. Then everyone took their seats again, and the school representative explained what the funds would be used for. There are a series of questions and detailed information about how the college student entrepreneurial projects are reviewed, how the financial support is provided after the review is passed, etc. When the school representative was recounting these events, Lin Che remained silent, which made Principal Jiang Tian's already heavy heart even heavier. Garen, who was standing by, was holding a laptop and recording something from time to time. Soon, after the school finished narrating everything, Garen stood up and began to state some relevant information on his side.
However, Lin Che just listened and remained silent.
Finally, Arthur spoke to Lin Che. Today, Arthur is representing Genie Law Firm to supervise the handover of this fund. And how the school supervises and uses this fund, and whether it can ensure that the funds are complete. And we must be able to keep every penny and use it all in projects that need support. After everyone finished their statements, they all looked at Lin Che, waiting for Lin Che's opinion. Arthur also placed the document that needed Lin Che's signature in front of Lin Che. Lin Che picked up the pen. However, at the moment of writing, Lin Che paused. When Jiang Tian saw Lin Che pause, his heart skipped a beat.
I thought Lin Che was still dissatisfied with something.
As for Lin Che breaking the contract, he had not expected that. At this moment, Lin Che put down his pen. Looking at the people present, Lin Che spoke slowly with a playful smile on his face. By the way, before we sign the contract, I have something else I want to tell you all in advance. I believe that all the teachers and professors present here have their own moral bottom lines to uphold and can set a good example for students. So, I hope this amount of funding can be implemented in the hands of every student who needs financial support for starting a business. Having said this, Lin Che paused. Principal Jiang Tian, who was standing by, nodded repeatedly and said,
Alumni Lin, you can rest assured about this.
Our school will strictly monitor the expenditure of every penny. Lin Che just smiled and said, I just want to remind everyone in advance not to try to enrich yourself through a law firm or any individual lawyer. Because Genie Law Firm is my company, I own 54% of the shares of Genie Law Firm, which means I am the real owner of this law firm. As Lin Che finished speaking, the pupils of Principal Jiang Tian and the students present all contracted, their eyes filled with horror.
Chapter 82.
All the school leaders present looked at Galen and Arthur. You know, lawyer Genie can be said to be one of the top lawyers in the country. However, Lin Che said that this law firm was his.
How could they not be shocked?
Garen and Arthur saw that everyone was looking at them, so they smiled and nodded. This was a response to everyone's puzzled looks and confirmed Lin Che's words. At this moment, everyone's heart was in turmoil. Lin Che also clearly saw that the originally fiery eyes of several school leaders gradually dimmed. After all, if Lin Che did this, it would directly cut off their thoughts of enriching themselves. Therefore, they no longer have much expectations for this signing.
Soon, the signing ceremony was over.
After signing the contract, Lin Che chatted with the school leaders for a while.
After talking about some unimportant topics, Lin Che left the school first.
Lin Che got into the car, supported by a group of school leaders. Lin Che drove to the mall, ready to buy some things for her family. In this mall, Lin Che first picked out a gold bracelet and a gold necklace for her mother. Compared with other jewelry, the older generation still believes that gold is more valuable. After the purchase, Lin Che went straight to move 2 boxes of Feitian Mutai. Then I bought 2 boxes of Nanjing Juwuzizan. After loading them into the car, I had lunch and drove directly home. Lin Che wasn't worried at all about buying fakes. After all, the entire mall belonged to her. If anyone dared to sell fake cigarettes and alcohol here, Lin Che wouldn't mind sending him to jail for 10 days or half a month. Moreover, I was going back on my own private plane, so I could bring these things back directly. After returning home, Lin Che packed some clothes.
After that, I started my idle gaming life again.
After dinner in the evening, Lin Che played games for a while and then went to bed. The night passed quickly, and Lin Che got up early the next morning because he had to prepare to go back home that day. After washing up, Lin Che began to sign in for today.
System, sign in.
Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Knight 15. Lin Che was stunned when she saw this. Lin Che had some understanding of the 15th Knight.
This is a tough off-road vehicle.
The selling price in China is as high as more than 10 million. Moreover, this off-road vehicle is handmade, and the production of Knight 15 is limited to 100 units.
Moreover, it takes about 4,000 hours to build this Knight 15. Not only that, this off-road vehicle is also fully bulletproof armored. This Knight 15 is more of an armored vehicle than an off-road vehicle.
Gurgle. Lin Che swallowed, her eyes filled with surprise.
Isn't this too much?
Lin Che couldn't help but sigh, took a deep breath, and tried hard to calm his excitement.
MD, go and take a look.
Lin Che rubbed his hands, picked up the car keys of the Knight 15 and headed straight for the underground garage. As soon as Lin Che entered the underground garage, he saw the steel beast parked there.
This Knight 15 is dressed in pure black, and the first impression he gives is one of heaviness and ferocity.
Moreover, the car body is 6.1 meters long, 2.5 meters wide and 2.5 meters high. It looks square overall, and the lines of the car body are almost all ridges instead of the curves of traditional vehicles.
Is this Knight 15?
Lin Che gently stroked the car body, and a few ripples appeared in Lin Che's heart. Lin Che then loaded the gifts she had prepared for her parents into the trunk of the steel beast. After moving, Lin Che couldn't wait to get in the car. The interior decoration of this Knight 15 is more luxurious than those of Lin Che's cars. The car is covered with a luxurious Wilton wool carpet and is also equipped with an in-car voice control system, game console, LCD screen, and other luxurious items.
This car is so luxurious.
Lin Che sat in the driver's seat, touched the steering wheel, took a deep breath, and calmed down his excitement. Then he took out his cell phone and called Yifeng. He told Yifeng that he would come to pick him up right away, and after hanging up the phone, he started the car. Then Lin Che drove the steel beast straight to the neighborhood where Yifeng lived. At this time, Yifeng was already prepared. After packing up his things, he took Qin Yuan and stood at the intersection waiting for Lin Che to arrive.
The two of them kept staring at the intersection, wondering when Lin Che's stylish Rolls-Royce would appear.
After all, Lin Che's Rolls-Royce was so damn cool. As a result, the two of them just stood there waiting for the Rolls-Royce to appear. They completely ignored the fact that a more stylish, more cool, and more awesome Knight 15 had unknowingly stopped beside them. Looking at the two people staring at the intersection, Lin Che honked the horn. The two of them were immediately frightened. When they turned around, they found that there was a car parked next to them, and Lin Che was in the car, waiting for them to get in. It was only then that Feng noticed the car Lin Che was driving.
This is night 15. Damn it. Fuck me. At this moment, Feng said in bewilderment, fuck, Chetzi, it's only been a few days since we last met, and you've already bought a new car?
Lin Che looked at the two of them and said with a smile,
Get in the car.
However, after the two got in the car, they were shocked when they saw the interior.
What a luxurious interior. This is a top-notch accessory. At this moment, Feng and Qin Yuan were swallowing their saliva frantically. Oh my god, brother, your car. This is the top of the line night 15.
Hearing Lin Che's words, the two people in the car gasped. Then, touching the seat of the car, the shock in his eyes became even more intense.
You're just going to drive this car back?
Feng swallowed and looked at Lin Che and asked. Lin Che smiled and said, You'll know later. After saying that, Lin Che drove straight to Hongqiao Airport.
After Lin Che got on the airport highway,
the two men looked at the direction Lin Che was driving in confusion, and Feng asked with some doubt.
No, brother, are you going to the airport? We haven't had time to buy plane tickets yet.
Feng's mind started to feel a little confused. At first he thought that Lin Che was planning to drive back. Unexpectedly, as soon as Lin Che got in the car, he headed straight for the airport.
Chapter 83. Don't worry, it's okay if you don't have the plane ticket,
Lin Che said to the two people with a faint smile.
After hearing Lin Che's words, the two people beside him became even more confused, with confusion and puzzlement written all over their faces. Ah, that's enough. You two can just rest in the back and leave the rest to me.
As he spoke, Lin Che increased the speed of the car a bit more. The two people watching this scene were filled with doubts and confusion. Soon Lin Che arrived at the highway exit near the airport. After getting off the highway, Lin Che began to slow down. Then he drove around the airport and headed straight to the private jet parking area at the back.
Oh, no, brother Lin, isn't the entrance to this airport in front? Where are you going, bringing us back here?
At this time, Lin Che drove slowly to the back of the airport, where there was also an airport gate. Although the gate here is not as conspicuous as the airport hall in front, it is still an airport gate after all. A young man hurried over to the security booth at the door.
Hello, may I ask who you are?
Lin Che. As Lin Che finished speaking, the security guard in front of the car window's expression suddenly changed. He was very familiar with the name Lin Che. After all, my captain had specifically reminded me before I went to work today. If someone named Lin Che came today, I would definitely treat him well.
Never neglect and offend the other party.
The security guard quickly opened the door and said to Lin Che.
Mr. Lin, please come in.
Your private plane is already parked on the tarmac.
As for your transport plane, we have already parked it aside.
The young security guard was really nervous and frightened at this time. After all, the person he is facing now is a big shot who can afford to buy and use a private jet. Not to mention that this big guy rented a transport plane just to transport a car home.
This kind of boss is truly terrifying. He absolutely cannot afford to offend him.
After hearing what the security guard said, Feng and Qin Yuan were so frightened that they opened their mouths wide and couldn't close them for a long time.
What did they hear? Private jet?
At this moment, the two men looked at each other.
No wonder.
No wonder Lin Che came to the airport. No wonder Lin Che said it was okay that she didn't have a plane ticket. It turns out that this is not the kind of plane I thought it was. Instead, he wanted to take Lin Che's private plane back. At this time, Lin Che was standing outside the airport, and Lin Che's private jet support team was standing there.
The team consisted of a co-pilot and 3 flight attendants standing in a row.
In front of them was their captain Zhang Hong, who was giving the 4 of them a lecture.
Everyone, cheer up. The gentleman we're serving today is a real big shot, a financial sponsor.
According to the information I've obtained, the man is only in his early 20s, and already owns his own private jet. I'm going back to my hometown this time, and I rented a transport plane just to bring a car with me.
He's a truly wealthy man. We must be vigilant against people like him and absolutely cannot disobey him.
Hearing the captain's words, all the flight attendants and co-pilots present suddenly looked serious and shouted loudly.
Yes.
At this time, Lin Che also came behind them. Lin Che gently honked the horn, and Captain Zhang Hong turned around and looked at Lin Che. When he saw it was Lin Che, a look of joy appeared on his face. He trotted to Lin Che's car window and said to Lin Che with a smile, "Mr. Lin, you are here. Mr. Lin, your private jet is ready and can take off at any time." Hearing what the captain said, Lin Che nodded and said, "Then let's go." After saying that, Lin Che got out of the car with Yifeng and Qin Yuan, who looked confused. After getting off the car, Lin Che said to the captain Zhang Heng,
"Help me get the car onto the transport plane. I want to take it back with me." "Okay, Mr. Lin."
Zhang Heng nodded at Lin Che and said with a smile on his face. Then Zhang Heng said to the co-pilot beside him,
"Move Mr. Lin's car onto the transport plane first." At this time, Tang Xian also brought Lin Ting to the airport.
Lin Che was so excited in the morning that he wanted to try out the Night 15, and he forgot about Tang Xian and Lin Ting.
Tang Xian and Lin Ting looked at Lin Che with resentment on their faces. "Xiao Che brother, you actually left us at home and ran over here by yourself." "Ah ha ha ha." Lin Che was a little embarrassed and didn't know what to say.
After saying that, Lin Che led Yifeng, Qin Yuan, who were still confused, as well as Tang Xian and Lin Ting, and continued walking inside. Captain Zhang Heng trotted over to Lin Che and said,
"Mr. Lin, please."
As he said this, he brought Lin Che and his group of 5 to the airport.
"No, bro, did you really buy a private jet? What does it look like?"
Yifeng was a little excited and asked Lin Che a lot of questions. Lin Che simply smiled indifferently and began to speak.
"You'll know soon." The 5 of them all had some anticipation in their hearts, and soon they arrived in front of Haotian X.
When Yifeng saw the plane, his eyes widened, almost popping out.
"Mr. Lin, this is your private jet, Haotian X."
Zhang Heng introduced Lin Che to the side. As Zhang Heng's words fell, Yifeng and Qin Yuan, who were standing aside, were completely stunned at this moment. After all, buying a private jet.
This really shocked the 2 of them.
Although they knew that Lin Che was very rich now, they never thought that Lin Che was rich enough to afford a private jet. After all, buying a private jet would cost at least tens of millions.
Not to mention, the Haotian X in front of us is known as the most luxurious private jet among all private jets. This private jet would cost at least hundreds of millions of yuan. This price is really too scary. Amidst the shocked looks of Yifeng and Qin Yuan, Lin Che led them into the Haotian X aircraft. When they entered the cabin, Yifeng and Qin Yuan were shocked again. Inside the plane, there was a sense of luxury and grandeur that overwhelmed them. Is this the cabin of an airplane? This is simply an extremely luxurious reception room. Wooden structures can be seen everywhere. Marble tabletops and high-end wool carpets. Each seat is a high-end custom-made sofa chair. There is also a small reception room with the most advanced projection equipment and folding sofa chairs that can be used for sleeping. Trench. So extravagant. Chapter 84. Except for Lin Che, the other 4 people were like Granny Lu who had never seen the world. He looked around curiously for a while. As for Lin Che, he looked calm as he walked into the cabin and sat on the sofa. At this time, the chief flight attendant who had been on standby in the plane also came over at the right time. "Mr. Lin, please allow me to introduce this plane to you. This Haotian X is a large, twin-turbine, ultra-long-range business jet produced by Haotian Aerospace. The aircraft can reach a speed of Mach 0.9, a ceiling of 16,000 meters, and an effective range of 12,000 kilometers. The aircraft can carry a maximum of 5 crew members and 15 passengers. And all the supporting facilities on your aircraft are handmade. For example, the sofa chair you are sitting on now is made of Dutch calfskin. And this sofa chair is also equipped with a massage function. Each sofa chair costs more than 1 million yuan. Hearing this, Lin Che didn't react much. On the other hand, a few people on the side swallowed hard, their eyes full of horror. After all, this sofa chair costs more than 1 million. This terrifying number really scared several people. At this time, they felt that this sofa chair was no longer a sofa chair, but a small gold mountain. You know, the interior of this plane is filled with the smell of money. Looking at the 4 people who looked a little dazed, Lin Che smiled faintly and pointed to other seats. "Sit down first, why are you standing there like an idiot?" After hearing this, the 4 of them nodded dully, then sat woodenly on the sofa chairs. Lin Che said to the flight attendant, "Okay, go open 2 bottles of drinks first." "Okay, Mr. Lin." The flight attendant nodded and said. Then he walked into a small room at the side, prepared some drinks and came out. Then he said to Lin Che with a smile, "Mr. Lin,
the captain asked me to tell you that the plane is expected to take off in 10 minutes.
The voyage time is about 2.5 hours.
Lin Che nodded and asked everyone to turn on airplane mode on their phones.
During the takeoff of the aircraft, there must be no interference from other electronic equipment signals.
After Lin Che turned on the airplane mode, she poured herself a glass of ice wine. This so-called ice wine is not just wine with ice cubes added. It is a type of wine made from grapes that are naturally frozen on the vine when the natural temperature is relatively low. I have to say, this ice wine tastes really good.
Good.
Lin Che took a sip of ice wine and nodded in satisfaction. Then Lin Che pulled down the small TV in front of him, turned on a TV series, and half lay on the sofa, turning on the massage function of the sofa chair. Soon, the plane began to take off smoothly. During the entire journey, Lin Che just lay there watching TV series, occasionally chatting with the 4 people around him.
The 2-hour flight passed quickly. After getting off the plane, the 5 people first had a meal near the airport.
Then Lin Che drove the car towards his hometown.
Lin Che's hometown is not in Hershey City.
Instead, it is located in a nearby small county town called Qingxiang Town.
This small county town has developed quite well in the past 2 years. I heard that a subway line will be built into the town.
After Lin Che turned on the navigation, she drove straight to her hometown.
After driving for about 40 minutes, we finally arrived at the small county town of Hershey, my hometown.
After dropping Hifeng off near his home, Lin Che took Tang Xian and Lin Ting and drove back to his own home. But at this time, downstairs in his own building, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class worth about 1 million yuan was parked at the door. At home, Lin's father sat there with a dark look on his face. Opposite Mr. Lin, an old friend of his was sitting there, holding a purple clay teapot in his hand, and constantly bragging.
Hey, Lao Lin, tell me about my child, why is he like this?
It's only been 3 years, and he's already been promoted to vice president of the company. He also bought a Mercedes-Benz.
I think he spent about 3 million.
And this time when he came back, he brought me a bottle of good wine.
What was the name of that wine? Maybe it was called XO or something? I don't understand.
Wu Wei pretended to be helpless and said that, then he looked at the thin young man next to him, who was wearing a suit and black-framed glasses and asked.
Yes, just call me XO.
The young man said with a smile. Hearing this, Wu Wei waved his hand and said.
Well, I can't remember it anyway, and I don't care if I drink it. The taste of foreign liquor is so strange that I can't describe it. Listening to Wu Wei's boasting, Lin Feng's face became even more gloomy.
But I still had to say it with a smile.
Tea. And at this moment, Wu Wei continued to speak. By the way, Lao Lin, is your child coming back this year?
I heard from Lao Wei that Xiao Che made quite a bit of money in Zhejiang province.
Didn't he transfer quite a bit of money home last time? Hearing this, Father Lin just smiled and said nothing.
If you ask me, making money is good, but not having time to rest and go home to visit your parents is really not good. If you ask me, it would be better for you to just let Xiao Che quit his job and go work at our Xiaolong's company. This time, the boss of our Xiaolong company gave them 5 days off, paid leave.
Besides, Xiaolong is now the vice president of the company.
If Xiao Che goes there, he can help out a little more.
By the way, Xiaolong, you told me last time, what was the name of your company? Tianlong Game.
Wu Zhilong said with a smile on his face.
Listening to Wu Wei's bragging, Lin's father's fingers holding the water cup began to turn white. The whole person's complexion was extremely ugly, almost blue and purple.
I don't quite understand this either. It depends on what Xiao Che wants to say. Wu Wei curled his lips when he heard this. Then he spoke. All right, when Xiao Che comes back, I'll go talk to him in person. At this moment, Wu Zhilong suddenly covered his stomach and said. Uncle Lin, excuse me, I need to go to the bathroom first.
Go ahead.
Father Lin waved his hand and said, after hearing this, Wu Zhilong immediately covered his stomach and ran to the bathroom. Just when Wu Wei was about to continue bragging, someone knocked on the door.
Who is it? Father Lin stood up and walked to the gate and asked. Chapter 85.
Dad, it's me, Lin Che.
Hearing Lin Che's voice, Father Lin was immediately delighted. Then he quickly opened the door.
As soon as we opened the door, we saw 4 large boxes at the door. In order to carry these 4 boxes up, it really took Lin Che a lot of effort. He also couldn't let Lin Ting and Tang Xian, 2 women, help him carry such heavy things. Son, Xiaoting, Xiaoxin, why did you suddenly come back together this time? After Father Lin finished speaking, he saw the 4 boxes and looked at them in confusion.
Son, this is.
Father Lin pointed at the 4 boxes and asked.
Oh, isn't it the holidays? I've been thinking about not buying any gifts for you two in these years.
Also, this year, I started a business with a friend and made a small profit, so I decided to buy some.
You kid. You just waste money.
Although Father Lin was scolding him, he was actually very happy in his heart. As she spoke, Lin Che moved all her things in. After moving in, Lin Che and the others also saw Wu Wei and immediately greeted him with a smile.
Uncle Wu, you're here. Ha, Xiao Che, I haven't seen you for a while.
You've lost a lot of weight.
It must be hard working outside, right? Wu Wei, who was sitting there, immediately spoke with a smile.
Hearing this, Lin Che's eyes flickered.
There is something else behind this statement. It's like he's here to show off or something.
Lin Che smiled slightly, then glanced at her father, whose expression looked a little unhappy.
Then Lin Che smiled and said, Ha, work is hard, isn't it?
By the way, Uncle Wu, I heard that Brother Long is doing well in Jiang Province.
What gift did he bring you this time?
To be honest, he hasn't seen the Wu Wei family for 5 or 6 years.
It is obvious this time that the person came with bad intentions.
After hearing Lin Che's words, Wu Wei raised his head and spoke.
Hey, my kid, he's not very sensible, he brought me a bottle of foreign liquor called XO. But Xiao Che, isn't your gift a bit?
It's only in a tattered cardboard box.
What are you putting in here?
Lin Che didn't get angry after hearing this, and said with a smile. Oh, they are just some worthless little things. After all, the thought behind a small gift is great. Hearing Lin Che's words, Wu Wei beside him became even more excited.
He immediately walked to the front of the cardboard box and said, Lao Lin, this is a gift from your child. Why don't you open it and show it to everyone? Lin Ting and Tang Xin on the side looked at Wu Wei with strange expressions, but said nothing. Just standing by and watching the show. However, Father Lin was in a dilemma.
After all, if his son said so, he would only make a little money.
Actually, he didn't have too many expectations for this gift. It was obvious that Wu Wei was planning to use the gift to show off. Let's not tear it down for now. Lin Ting on the side suddenly interrupted. Dad, just open it and take a look.
After all, this is also a token of my brother's love.
You kid.
Wu Wei, who was standing by, heard what Lin Ting said and continued to speak.
Yes, look how right your daughter is. After all, it was given to you by your son. How can you just look at it and waste Xiao Che's kindness? Why should I be embarrassed about this? If you're embarrassed to take it down, I'll help you.
As he said this, Wu Wei stretched out his hand and tried to open the box. When Lin's father saw this scene, he became a little anxious and was about to stop it. Then he saw his son and daughter winking at him.
Father Lin was a little confused when he saw the scene. But after a moment of hesitation, he seemed to understand something. Could it be? In an instant, Father Lin withdrew his outstretched hand.
Just watching silently, Wu Wei, with an excited look on his face, opened the box. As for Wu Wei, his heart was filled with excitement. In his opinion, the thing Lin Che brought back was definitely not a good thing. Otherwise, why would they use this broken cardboard box to pack it? As for the bottle of XO that his child brought back for him, he said it was a good wine worth more than 3,000 yuan. Wu Wei was so excited that he opened the first box. When Wu Wei saw what was in the box, the whole person was stunned the moment he saw it. All of them are the Nanjing Supreme. This whole box is neatly filled with Nanjing Zhouwu Supreme.
He knew the price of these cigarettes. A pack of these cigarettes cost 100 yuan. The price of this whole piece is 1,000 yuan. However, the whole box in front of me is 250,000 for a box. Gurgle. Wu Wei swallowed and was dumbfounded. 250,000 for a box of cigarettes. The price is simply terrifying. Now even if he is asked to continue demolishing it, he would not dare to do so. Lin's father, who was looking at Wu Wei with a dumbfounded expression, raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Hey, old Wu, why don't you continue to demolish it? Father Lin patted Wu Wei on the shoulder, then glanced at the opened box. When he saw that the box was filled with Nanjing Zhouwu, he was stunned like Wu Wei. This kid. He actually bought a box of Nanjing Zhouwu?
Wu Wei on the side said with an awkward smile. Ha ha, I suddenly remembered that this was bought by your son, so it would be more appropriate for you to open it.
He really didn't dare to open it now.
The first box was so scary, and the ones after that.
Anyway, he didn't dare to continue opening the box. Hearing what Wu Wei said, Lin's father smiled. Then he opened the second box casually. There is a whole box of Nanjing Juwuzisen.
Wu Wei's heartbeat slowed down by half a beat.
Then Father Lin continued to open the third box.
The moment they were opened, 6 bottles of 14-year-old Feitian Mutai appeared directly in front of Lin's father and Wu Wei.
Not only Wu Wei's heartbeat slowed down, but also Lin's father's. 2014 Feitian Mutai. The price of this bottle is at least 3 or 4,000. Even if we calculate it based on the lowest price of 3,000, this box would only cost 18,000. Moreover, the 2014 Feitian Mutai is not that easy to buy. Judging from the previous situation, this last box is definitely Feitian Mutai. Sure enough, when Lin's father opened the box, there was another box of 6 bottles of Feitian Mutai. To be honest, Wu Wei now looks a little jealous.
Che, look at you, spending money recklessly again.
Father Lin, who was there, said to Lin Che with a grin. But his words were full of arrogance. Then he took out a bottle of Feitian Mutai and said to Wu Wei, "Old Wu, how about we have a drink tonight?" Chapter 86. Wu Wei's eyes almost popped out when he looked at the Feitian Mutai. To be honest, he has never tasted a wine as good as Feitian Mutai. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded and said, "Okay. Drink." With that, the two of them sat down. Lin Che looked at it and smiled as he went to get 2 glasses. He opened a bottle of Feitian Mutai and poured each of them a full glass. Wu Wei, who was sitting there, asked Lin Che with a smile, "Xiao Che, what are you doing in Jiang province now? Where do you get so much money to buy all those nice things for your father?" Wu Wei asked curiously. Lin Che smiled and said, "I didn't do anything, just tinkered around in Jiang province. Some time ago, a product of mine happened to sell quite well, so I made a little money." After hearing this, Wu Wei became excited. He immediately spoke as someone who had experienced it. "Xiao Che, you can't do this. You always need to have some plans and not spend money carelessly. You can make a little money speculating like this, but you won't be able to do it for long. Your Uncle Wu, also did this kind of thing when I was young and made a small fortune back then. But later I also found that this small profit can indeed make money, but it won't last long. Young people, you still have to work hard and down to earth, so that you can live a stable life. In my opinion, it would be better to let Xiaolong introduce you to their company and work honestly." As he said this, Wu Wei shouted loudly, "Xiaolong! Are you ready?" Wu Zhilong in the bathroom turned off his cell phone, flushed the toilet, washed his hands, and walked out and said, "Dad, you called me? Well, Xiao Che is back. Aren't you the vice president of Tianlong Gaming Company now? Please help Xiao Che find a job." Okay, Dad." Wu Zhilong smiled and nodded. But when he saw Lin Che, he was completely stunned. His mouth is so big that he can't close it for a long time. Wu Zhilong was completely stunned. Familiar. This face felt familiar to Wu Zhilong, yet a little unbelievable. The next moment, Wu Zhilong's breathing began to become rapid. Then he hurriedly took out his cell phone and started looking through the chat history. Soon, he found the photo sent by President Lu Xian in the Tianlong Game Senior Leadership Group. When Wu Zhilong saw the photo, he immediately compared it with Lin Che in front of him. Soon, Wu Zhilong came to a conclusion. Exactly the same. No wonder. No wonder I felt so familiar when I first saw this photo. To be honest, Wu Zhilong and Lin Che were not very familiar with each other. We met more often when we were young. The last time we met was 5 or 6 years ago. Growing up is somewhat different from being a child, so when Wu Zhilong saw Lin Che's photo, he just felt that she looked familiar and didn't think it was the Lin Che he knew. Because Lin Che's family conditions were average, and he hadn't seen Lin Che for many years, he naturally wouldn't think about it in this way. But who would have thought? This Lin Che was actually the chairman behind Tianlong Games. And his father just asked him to find him a job? This. Introducing a job to your boss? What an international joke. Immediately, Wu Zhilong said with a wry smile, "I guess there's nothing I can do about this." Hearing what his son said, Wu Wei was stunned and said with a frown, "Didn't you say you're the vice president of the company now? How come you can't even handle such a small task? Is it so difficult for you to assign a job to Xiao Che? Wu Wei immediately started to scold.
I felt even more ashamed of what my son said. After all, he had just vowed to ask his son to find him a job, but he refused as soon as he was called upon? At this moment, Wu Wei felt a little angry. Wu Zhilong, who was standing by, could only say with a helpless smile, "Dad, if you let me arrange for other people to work in the company, maybe I can help arrange it for them based on their education and abilities. But you asked me to arrange for Director Lin to join the company. Are you kidding me? Director Lin doesn't even need me to arrange for him to join the company." As Wu Zhilong finished speaking, Wu Wei on the side was stunned and then asked with some confusion,
"What were you talking about? Director Lin? What's going on? The person in front of you is Mr. Lin, the chairman of our Tianlong Game Company."
Wu Zhilong said to Lin Che. "Hello, Mr. Lin, I am the Deputy General Manager of Tianlong Games."
As these words fell, everyone present except Tang Xian and Lin Ting was stunned.
Wu Wei was so frightened that the wine glass in his hand fell onto the table. He looked dazed and dumbfounded. Then, the face gradually turned red and hot.
"Are you still saying that speculation and profiteering are not allowed and that working honestly is the right way to go? My son is the vice president of Tianlong Games, so I ask him to help find a job? What a joke! He is your son's boss. The boss of a big company or enterprise. Are you still pretending to be smart and bragging in front of others?"
At this moment, Wu Wei suddenly felt that the Feitian Mutai in his hand was no longer fragrant. The whole person felt as if someone had slapped him in the face dozens of times.
It hurts.
And the most important thing is that he was the one who stretched his face forward and let others hit him.
And Lin's father was sitting opposite Wu Wei.
Although he still maintained a calm smile on his face, his trembling hands had already exposed his uneasy heart.
When did my son become the chairman of a big company? Didn't they just start a small company together and make a little money? How come I don't know anything about all this? At this moment, Father Lin's heart was filled with curiosity and confusion.
As for Wu Wei, he smiled awkwardly and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. He stood up and said, "Ha, Lao Lin, I won't disturb your father-son reunion any further.
If I don't go back, my old lady will start nagging me endlessly. So I'll leave now."
Having said that, Wu Wei and Wu Zhilong ran away quickly. As for Mr. Lin, his previous unhappiness was gone, and he was humming a little tune happily. When Wu Wei was leaving, he happened to meet Lin's mother returning home. The two chatted for a while at the door, and after a round of politeness, they went back into the house.
He was still muttering, "Lao Lin, whose car is that downstairs? It looks so luxurious." Chapter 87.
Before Lin's mother could finish her words, she saw 4 cardboard boxes lying there. He frowned immediately and was about to scold Lin's father. But when he saw Lin Che and the other two, he was stunned for a moment.
"Mom, we're back. Mom, I look like you. Aunt. Xiao Che, Xiao Ting, Xiao Xian, why didn't you tell me you were coming back? I haven't prepared any food yet. I'll go buy some now."
Lin's mother was a little flustered and trembling all over, then she turned around and went out to buy groceries. Lin Che held on to her mother and spoke with a smile.
"No thanks, Mom. Just some home-cooked food."
Then Lin Che took out 2 jewelry boxes from her bag.
"Mom, this is the gift we picked out for you when we got back. Open it and see if you like it."
My mother had a smile on her face and wiped her hands on her body.
Then he took the 2 jewelry boxes from Lin Che's hands and couldn't help but speak. "You guys are just wasting money. Just come back. Why bring any gifts?"
As he said that, he opened the jewelry box. When I looked inside, I saw a gold necklace inlaid with emeralds. And the other one was holding a solid gold bracelet, and the whole person was stunned.
A solid gold necklace inlaid with emeralds. One is a solid gold bracelet.
These were just 2 little things, but they surprised Lin's mother so much that she couldn't close her mouth. After recovering from the shock, he spoke to Lin Che.
"You kid, even if you make money, you can't spend it like this. You have to save the money to buy a house and get married."
Although Lin's mother said this, there was still a smile on her face and a look of relief and satisfaction. Lin Ting said with a smile,
Don't worry about it, Mom. This is nothing to my brother."
Lin Che also said with a smile,
"It's okay, Mom, I'll put this necklace on you."
As she spoke, Lin Che picked up the necklace and planned to put it on her mother. At this moment, he was suddenly pushed away by Lin's father.
Go away. What are you putting on your mother? I'll do it.
As he spoke, Father Lin snatched the necklace from Lin Che's hand. After putting it on, the emerald and the gold chain looked particularly dazzling under the sunlight.
The father standing by also nodded with satisfaction and then said,
Tisk, she's worthy of being the daughter-in-law of our Lin family. She's really beautiful. Wearing this necklace, she's like a fairy from heaven.
Hearing what Lin's father said, Lin's mother blushed immediately and said, You bastard. You're the only one who talks too much.
Although she said this, Lin Che could still clearly see the happiness on her mother's face.
Lin Che on the side. Lin Ting. Tang Xin. Ah. Why do I feel like I've been fed a mouthful of dog food? For a moment, the three of them didn't know what to say.
Lin Che looked at this scene, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, but only for a moment.
Alas, I just don't know who this child takes after. His father is obviously very good at making people happy, but yeah, he's already grown up.
Jiangnan, the grandson of the Jiang family, can even go out naked to play with soy sauce, but why doesn't he even have a girlfriend yet?
It's really frustrating. Lin Ting and Tang Xin, ha 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 ha. Lin Che? Can this be linked to me? I don't have a girlfriend? No, Mom, Okay, since it's rare for you to come back together this time, I won't say anything to you. I'll arrange a meeting with a girl for you tomorrow. The girl from old Lu's family is pretty good.
Besides, the girl from the Lu family is also working in Jiang province now. If it really happens, you can take care of each other in Jiang province. Before Lin Che could finish her words, her mother walked into the kitchen carrying a basket of vegetables. Lin Che opened her mouth and was about to say something when Father Lin beside her spoke again. By the way, old Wu was embarrassed to ask you just now, so tell me the truth now.
What on earth are you doing in Jiang province now? How did you become the boss of a big company?
Hearing this, Lin Che was stunned. However, Lin Che had already thought of a solution for this matter.
I've been thinking about how to tell you this.
Actually, when I was about to graduate from college, I bought a lottery ticket and won $500,000.
Because it was a windfall, I didn't tell you.
I opened a securities account, bought a random stock, and invested the 500,000 yuan. At first I thought if I lost the money, it was a windfall, but I didn't expect the stock to skyrocket. By the time I remembered I still had this stock, when I checked, it had already risen to 1 million. Then I took this 1 million and acquired Tianlong Games, which had just started.
That's how it happened.
Lin Che shrugged and said, looking somewhat helpless.
Of course, this kind of talk can only fool parents who don't know much about the matter.
If I were to replace someone who knows the business, they wouldn't believe a word of my words that are full of loopholes. Not to mention stocks, you can make 500,000 in such a short period of time.
Just say that buying Tianlong Games for 1 million is enough?
This 1 million can't even buy a single game.
This is simply impossible. Soon, Lin's mother prepared dinner.
Lin Che hurried into the kitchen and helped Mother Lin bring out the food. Then he served a bowl of rice to everyone and asked them to pick up their chopsticks and start eating. Most of the dishes on the table are Lin Che, Lin Ting, and Tang Xin's favorites. While his parents were talking to him about work and his future wife, Lin Che quickly finished 2 large bowls of rice. After all, no matter how great a chef is, the food he cooks can never be as delicious as the food cooked by your own mother. The meal was quite harmonious. It would have been even better if they hadn't talked about their future wives.
After eating and drinking, the family of 5 sat together on the sofa watching TV. However, it seemed that only Lin Che was watching the TV. His mother was looking at the gold necklace and bracelet she had given him. As for Lin Ting and Tang Xin, no one knew what secrets they were secretly chatting about in the boudoir. My father was happily touching the cigarette box in his hand. He was reluctant to smoke these cigarettes anymore.
Although Lin Che bought him 2 boxes, each box of cigarettes cost 100 yuan. If you calculate it, 1 stick costs $5. Lin Che hadn't expected this.
These 2 boxes of Nanjing Jawuzisan can also help my father quit smoking. It's really amazing.
After looking at the jewelry, my mother started talking to me again. Tell yourself how great the girl from old Lu's family is.
Chapter 88.
My mother also said that she would arrange a blind date for me tomorrow, and that I must leave a good impression on the girl tomorrow. Lin Che's ears were almost calloused from hearing these words. After a helpless smile, Lin Che finally ran to his room as if escaping, saying that he still had work to do. After hiding in the room, Lin Che felt relieved. After arriving in the room, Lin Che half lay on the bed and picked up his phone to look at it. At this time, He Feng also sent a message to Lin Che. "Chetzi, have you checked the class group?"
I didn't see it, what's wrong?
Lin Che asked with some confusion. Everyone in the group said they're going to see Teacher Luo together tomorrow.
Do you want to go? Teacher Luo was their homeroom teacher in high school.
When Lin Che was in high school, he actually didn't like studying very much and was rather naughty and playful. If it weren't for Teacher Luo, who went to various internet cafes to catch me every day, I would have probably failed in my studies and would not have been able to go to university. At the end of the second year of high school, this Teacher Luo grabbed him and gave him a lecture. It was this lecture that woke Lin Che up. By the time he reached his third year of high school, Lin Che had been completely transformed. It was also because of this that Lin Che was able to be admitted to university. If it weren't for what Teacher Luo said, Lin Che probably wouldn't even be able to go to college and would have to work part-time. Thinking about it now, Lin Che was still very grateful to Teacher Luo. Lin Che said after a moment of hesitation.
Okay, let's go together tomorrow.
Okay, then tell the monitor in the class group.
Good.
After Lin Che finished sending the message, she opened the high school class group.
This group is still very lively now.
The high school group that had been quiet for a long time now has many active people.
Everyone is going to see Teacher Luo together tomorrow. Remember to report to me first so that we can go together. Okay, I'm back from vacation this time, let's go together tomorrow. I'm going too.
At this time, many people who were originally lurking in the class group began to emerge. It was at this time that an unexpected message was released.
Luo Chi, I'll go over there too. When the visit is over, I'll invite everyone to have dinner at Juxianlu. Oh my god, am I seeing this right? Juxian Building? Luo Chi, you've made a fortune. Yeah, we're actually going to Juxianlu? With so many of us, this meal won't cost tens of thousands, right?
And squad leader Su Yingying said.
No, we can just get together when the time comes. There's no need to go to Juxian Building. If Luo Chi really wants to go to Juxian Building, it won't be worth it, right? At once, many people in the class spoke up. Oh, it's nothing. I can still afford this little money. I just got a promotion recently.
At Lin Che, Teacher Luo was very kind to you back then.
Why don't you come back and see Teacher Luo?
Lin Che narrowed her eyes slightly at Luo Chi's words. This roach had conflicts with himself during high school. I didn't expect that it has been so long and you are still targeting me. Lin Che shook her head helplessly, then typed.
Just as I was about to say that, Luo Chi had ed me. I'm going back to the city this time. He Feng and I will go there together tomorrow.
When Roche saw the words on the phone screen, a smile suddenly appeared on his face.
I sneered in my heart. You stole all the limelight in school back then. This time I want to see how you, Lin Che, are going to fight me. Oh, by the way, Lin Che, how are you doing now?
I heard that you stayed in Jiang province after graduation.
Roach said. Everyone is a little curious about this.
Lin Che was considered a dark horse in the class back then. Lin Che smiled faintly and typed.
I didn't do anything.
I just hung out in Jiang province, barely making ends meet. Lin Che said perfunctorily. After all, there is nothing much to talk about between me and Roche. However, when Luo Chi saw what Lin Che said, he immediately smiled and continued.
Hey, Lin Che, you can't do this. I'm just a sales manager now.
But at least I can earn more than 30,000 this month.
You are really.
As Roach finished speaking, many people in the group began to flatter Roach crazily. After all, in this small town, earning more than 30,000 yuan a month is already a lot.
Oh my god, brother Luo, you've made a fortune. Your annual salary must be 360,000. Screw it, this month is more than 30,000. Where did you make your fortune, Luo Gu?
Take care of me.
Oh my god, this is Luo Gu, probably the best student in our class right now, right? That's right.
I only make a little over 3,000 yuan a month from my job, and half of that goes to rent, utilities, etc.
How am I supposed to make a living?
Seeing this scene, Lin Che also smiled and did not continue to say anything in the group. However, He Feng was almost furious when he saw these words. Just send a private message to Lin Che. No, Chetzi, these guys are a bit too snobbish. Lin Che just smiled and replied. There's no need to bother with these guys about these things. Lin Che was relatively open-minded about these things. Since Roche wants to show off, let him do it. But, Chetzi, this guy is really going too far. Yifeng was still a little indignant about this. Lin Che just smiled indifferently and typed. Okay, I know you're thinking about me, but as human beings, there's no need for us to argue with a dog. If this dog bites you, are you going to bite it back? That's unnecessary. Yifeng was stunned when he heard these words. Okay, don't think about it. I'll pick you up from your house tomorrow, and then we'll go see Teacher Luo together. Okay. When Yifeng thought of Lin Che's night 15, he began to get excited. At the same time, he secretly said in his heart, Humph. I'll let you, Luo Qi, jump around for a while. Tomorrow I'll show you what true heroism is. As for Lin Che on the other side, he was still half lying on the bed, browsing his phone. After turning on Quyin and watching Shuangshuang's live broadcast for a while, Lin Che lay there and fell asleep. After all, once he got home, Lin Che completely relaxed and wanted to have a good rest. The night passed quickly. Early the next morning, Lin Che was woken up by the sound of his mother cleaning. The sound insulation in this old house is really poor. When Lin Che woke up, he rubbed his eyes helplessly, opened the door and walked out. You slept so late right after you got back. It's already so late. Why don't you hurry up and wash up and have breakfast? Chapter 89. I know, Mom. Lin Che shook his head helplessly, then walked into the bathroom and began to wash up, while also signing into the system. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100% equity of Junlin Capital. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Che was stunned and stopped brushing his teeth. Junlin Capital? ISNT, this the top investment company in the country. I really didn't expect it to be Junlin Capital. I just set up one myself, and now the system sends me another one. Lin Che shook his head helplessly. After washing up and having breakfast, Lin Che planned to go out to buy groceries with his mother. All the way out of the house. Not far from Lin Che's doorstep, there is a vegetable market. As soon as I walked in, a strong smell of poultry hit me in the face, and the ground was a little damp. This is the case with the vegetable market in a small county town. Because there is no hygiene and cleaning management, it appears rather dirty and messy. Lin Che followed her mother around the vegetable market, helping to carry the vegetables. Lin Che was speechless as his mother was constantly bargaining with the stall owner. To be honest, nowadays, things like these that cost a few dollars or a few cents can obviously be completely ignored. But my mother likes to do this kind of thing. She seems to enjoy it. What she kills for is not the price but the happiness. Lin Che had no way of saying anything about this. After walking around the vegetable market, Lin Che had a lot more things in his hands. Look, this pile of food should cost about 150 or 60 yuan. But after I bargained down the price, I saved $30 or $40. How much money will that save in the long run? You young people just don't have this awareness. Lin Che just smiled at this. Even if you save $30 or $40 a day for a lifetime, it still won't cost as much as buying your own car. Yes, that's right. Shall we go back? Okay, you have to meet your high school homeroom teacher at noon today and eat outside with your classmates. Then I'll make you some chicken soup with this chicken tonight. Wait for you to come back and nourish yourself. Mother Lin held the chicken in her hand and spoke to Lin Che. Lin Che said hurriedly. No, you can stew this chicken at noon to nourish my dad and Shouting Sheen. Just leave a bite for me. Soon, the two of them returned home with a full bag of food. Lin Che helped her mother clean up the dish, then she glanced at the time. It's already past 10 o'clock. I looked in the class group and saw that many people have already set off. Some have even arrived downstairs of Teacher Luo's residential complex. Lin Che said something to her parents and drove to Yifeng's residential complex to pick him up. We came all the way to Yifeng's residential area, and after picking up Yifeng, we went directly to Teacher Luo's residential area. The community where Teacher Luo lives is a relatively old one. When we got near the residential area, the road started to become a little narrow. There are also many vehicles parked on both sides of the road. Lin Che looked at the situation and said, There are too many cars parked here. I guess there are no more parking spaces in this community. Why don't we just park here and walk inside? Hearing Lin Che's words, Hifeng nodded. Okay. Having said that, Lin Che parked the car, then bought some fruit, milk, and other things at a roadside supermarket, and walked towards the residential area. At this time, downstairs of teacher Luo's house, there were quite a few people gathered there. Oh my god, why haven't Lin Che and Hifeng arrived yet? Are they so slow? Yeah, isn't this wasting everyone's time? Many students looked at the time on their phones and started talking. Roche on the side said with a sneer. Ha, please be understanding. Our Lin University hunk isn't having a good life right now. I didn't have money for a taxi, so I had to take the bus, so naturally my arrival was a little slower. Everyone should understand. As Luo Qi finished speaking, Lin Che slowly walked over. Everyone looked at Lin Che and Hifeng, who were walking over with fruit baskets and milk. There was a hint of contempt in their eyes. In their opinion, Roche was right, and they probably came here by bus. Luo Qi suddenly smiled faintly and said to Lin Che. TSK, the campus hunk from Lin University really walked here. You're no match for me. You've been working for so long and still can't afford a car? I just paid full price for a Mercedes-Benz 3 Series last month. It feels really good. Lin Che had no interest in defending this, and there was no need to explain it to him. After all, explaining to such a person is just a waste of time. And when Luo Qi saw Lin Che's appearance, he became even more excited. Now he was even more certain of his previous guess, Lin Che was definitely not doing as well as he was. He immediately continued speaking. What's the point of this guy being handsome? He's nothing but an embroidered pillow. I tell you, in today's society in this world, only ability and money are real. My current monthly salary is 30,000 yuan, and our boss said so. As long as I can get an order from Tianlong Games next time, my commission alone will be 100,000 yuan that month. After Roche finished speaking, his face was full of arrogance. Luo Qi looked at Lin Che with eyes full of contempt. In his opinion, this 100,000 yuan commission was enough to crush Lin Che into ashes. Oh my god. Brother Luo, you're so awesome. You're getting a full 100,000 yuan commission. Yes, Brother Luo, your commission is really high, but your order? Roche, who was standing by, raised his eyebrows and said when he heard this. Then this order is definitely secured. I've already contacted the operations department of Tianlong Games. Besides, the vice president of Tianlong Games invited me to dinner at the Golden Ju Hotel a while ago. You know the Jinju Hotel in Zhejiang Province, right? A meal for these two would cost thousands of yuan. Roche was showing off like crazy, but he didn't know that the boss of Tianlong Games he was talking about was right in front of him. He was still looking at Lin Che and spoke. Ha, Lin Che, aren't you also in Zhejiang Province? Have you ever had a lunch like this that costs thousands of yuan? And this 100,000 yuan, this figure is probably something you wouldn't even dare to imagine, right? Lin Che just smiled faintly at this, but Hifeng beside him couldn't help it. He immediately shouted loudly. Rocky! Don't go too far. We are all classmates. Chapter 90. Don't think you can show off here just because you have some dirty money. Do you know that Lin Che is now? Hearing this, Lin Che waved her hand to interrupt Hifeng, then spoke. Alright, stop talking, Luo Qi. I'm here to see Teacher Luo today, not to compete with you. Now that everyone is here, let's go up together. As Lin Che finished speaking, the squad leader beside him immediately reacted and spoke hurriedly. Yes, we are here to see Teacher Luo today, so let's go up first. As for you, Luo Qi, if you are not here to visit Teacher Luo, then you can leave first. In fact, this squad leader has been unhappy with Luo Qi for a long time. When Roche heard this, he snorted coldly, with a gloomy look in his eyes. MD, you're lucky this time. As he spoke, everyone else had already started going upstairs. Everyone chatted with Teacher Luo downstairs for a while before leaving together. After going downstairs, Luo Qi called everyone to go to Juxinla for dinner. Soon, everyone arrived at the Juxian building, and Luo Qi was also bragging there at this time. Let me tell you, this Juxinla is a top-notch Cantonese restaurant, and it's considered pretty good in the city. This time I specially booked a private room for everyone, and ordered a portion of every possible dish. Although this Juxinla may not be as good as the Jinjue Hotel in Zhejiang Province, it is already quite good in a small town like Arqingxiang. Let's go together later when all the dishes are served. As he spoke, Luo Qi turned around and looked at Lin Che. By the way, Lin Che, I see you've lost a lot of weight compared to before.
I guess you've been through a lot recently. Even if you want to make money, you can't exhaust yourself, right? The food will be served soon, you have to eat more. Although what Luo Qi said seemed to be out of concern for Lin Che. But when these words came out of his mouth, they were full of sarcasm. As a result, many people looked at Lin Che with eyes full of excitement. I don't need to. It's just like that anyway. But you, Roche, don't seem to be sleeping well lately. You have such heavy dark circles under your eyes. I remember there's a famous Cantonese dish called Buddha jumps over the wall. It contains a lot of ingredients that nourish and tonify the kidneys. You'll have to eat more later. You're not in good health, so you need to replenish your body. Lin Che said with a caring look on his face. As Lin Che finished speaking, Luo Qi's face darkened. What does this mean? Am I in poor health? The people on the side were all trying to hold back their laughter. After all, this meal was treated by Roche, and it would be embarrassing if they laughed. Roche didn't say anything else and let everyone into the box. However, at this moment, a young man wearing trendy brand clothes not far behind the crowd noticed Lin Che. When he saw Lin Che, a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Oh my god, isn't this brother Lin? Suddenly, Hua Hao's eyes widened. Then he walked directly to the front desk and asked, the group of people who just came in, is that the private room? The receptionist looked at the newcomer and did not dare to neglect him. He hurriedly said, young master, the people who just entered are from room number 5. I see. Show me the menu they ordered. Hua Hao took a look at the menu, pondered for a while, and then said, I'm going to the wine cellar. Also, this table has a free meal. One of the people there is my friend. Okay, master. No one knew what was happening outside. At this moment, Lin Che followed everyone into the private room. As soon as they entered, everyone started chatting for a while. The squad leader was looking at his cell phone and suddenly spoke in surprise. Ha! Suing is back this year too. Hearing what the squad leader said, everyone's eyes suddenly showed some surprise. Suing? I think she transferred to another school in her second year of high school. Yeah, I didn't expect her to come back this year. Roche, who was standing aside, said to the squad leader. Class monitor, since we are all classmates, you can ask Suing to come along. Okay. After hearing this, the squad leader nodded and said, then after communicating with Suing, he said. Okay, Suing said she's chatting with teacher Luo right now, so we can eat first and don't have to wait for her. After listening to this, Roche nodded and asked someone to serve the food. This is our signature dish, free-range chicken. It's made with Hujian sea salt and free-range chickens fed all natural feed, steamed for 8 hours. And this is the peanut, lotus root, and dragon bone soup. It's limited in supply each day. The soup is refreshing, not heavy, and has a long aftertaste, which is enough to show the exquisite skills of this soup making. The more Roche spoke, the more proud and superior he became. And this dessert, mango sago, is a classic among classics in the dessert world. Roche prepared these words for a long time and came up with them effortlessly, winning the favor of many girls. This chicken is really delicious. This traditional soup is also good. It's expensive, but the taste is amazing. Many classmates praised Roche's professional pretense in unison. This is a real boss. You can tell at a glance that he's someone who frequents high-end restaurants. No. Roche appears humble on the surface, but is actually very proud on the inside. Moreover, Roche noticed from time to time that many female classmates were throwing flirtatious glances at him. Regarding this, Roche's mind suddenly became full of thoughts. Who knows, maybe something might happen between me and you here. For a moment, Roche was full of vigor and vitality. But at this time, the door of the box was opened. Hua Hao walked in with a bottle of red wine and a somewhat flattering smile on his face. Roche was a little confused when he saw the scene. What is going on? No, what's going on, brother? We didn't order any drinks? Looking at the Lafite 2011 in Hua Hao's hand, he was a little panicked. He had seen this Lafite 2011 on the menu before. This bottle costs 15,000. He couldn't bear to order this thing. This wine is for you, and your table is free. Hua Hao looked at Luo Qi and said lightly. At once, the others started talking. Oh my god, brother Luo, you are so awesome. That's right, someone even gave us free wine during our meal, and even gave us a free bill. Brother Luo, you're still the best.
As for the person involved, Roche, he was completely confused. He knew very well in his heart that he didn't have that much face.
Have someone deliver the wine and the bill is free. This is not a joke. Chapter 91.
Guahao, who was standing by, rolled his eyes and said, I heard these words.
What brother Luo? Who is this brother Luo?
I gave you a free meal and a bottle of wine because brother Lin is here.
Huh? What? Brother Lin? Is there anyone here who is brother Lin? For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded and started talking about it.
Amidst everyone's surprised and puzzled gazes, Guahao walked up to Lin Che and spoke with a flattering smile.
No, brother Lin, you're coming to my restaurant for dinner. Why don't you let me know in advance so I can make some preparations for you? Look at you, what are you eating?
If you had told me earlier, I could have asked the kitchen to prepare some delicious dishes for you. Besides, I can't find any good wine in my shop, so I can only make do with this Lafite 2011 for now. As Guahao finished speaking, the whole place fell silent. At this moment, everyone present was dumbfounded. Everyone turned to look at Lin Che, their eyes filled with dullness and fear.
This? Are you kidding me? This bottle of wine and the free meal were actually all thanks to Lin Che?
Moreover, listening to what the person in front of him said, it seemed that this bottle of wine and the free meal were not enough.
At this moment, the box fell into an eerie silence. Fake. This is absolutely fake.
You must be Lin Che's shill. Lin Che, I didn't expect you to be so good at having fun now.
You can even ask for favors.
Roche on the side seemed to have caught something and suddenly shouted loudly. His words were full of confidence, as if he had grasped the truth of the matter. However, when Guahao heard what Luoqi said, he immediately sneered and said,
I'm a shill? Do you think brother Lin needs someone to be his shill? Brother Lin is in Jiang province.
He has an entire community just for houses.
The annual rent is at least several billion.
Not to mention the #1 villa estate that brother Lin built himself, which is worth 20 billion. As Guahao finished speaking, everyone present gasped. The look he gave Lin Che also gradually began to change.
Roche was completely dumbfounded.
Looking at Lin Che, who was sitting there, he said with a look of disbelief.
No. I don't believe it. This is absolutely impossible. It's fake. This must be fake.
However, at this moment, the door of the box was opened again.
Then, Suing walked in.
As Suing came in, many people greeted her. Suing nodded to everyone and then walked directly in front of Lin Che. Then he said, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry I'm late.
Also, Mr. Ma asked me to say hello to you on his behalf.
Originally, Mr. Ma was planning to fly back and visit you in person, but now there's an urgent matter in Country M that needs Mr. Ma's personal attention.
It's okay.
Please tell Brother Xiao Ma that when he comes back, I will visit him in person.
After a brief conversation between Lin Che and Suing, everyone fell into silence again.
It turned out that Suing was the secretary who met Xiao Ma Gu at the beginning. No wonder Lin Che felt that the secretary looked familiar at that time, but just couldn't remember who she was. It turned out to be his high school classmate Suing.
Brother Xiao Ma? Visit in person? What is Lin Che's current identity?
For a moment, everyone was swallowing their saliva silently, their hearts filled with horror.
He phone glanced at everyone, then touched his nose and said, Well. Actually, it's always Brother Lin who told me not to say it, but now it seems like it doesn't matter whether I say it or not. Didn't you say before, Luo Qi, that if you could get an order from Tianlong Games, you would get a commission of 100,000?
When Yifeng said this, many people turned to look at Yifeng and Lin Che, their faces full of curiosity.
Could it be that this Tianlong game has some connection with Lin Che?
Roche, who had a dazed look on his face, also looked over when he heard this. Actually, what I want to say is that whether or not your order will be successful depends on Lin Che's mood.
After all, the boss behind this Tianlong game is actually Chetzi.
After Yifeng finished speaking, the whole place fell silent. The girls looked at Lin Che with stars in their eyes.
Oh my god.
Lin Che is actually the boss behind this Tianlong game.
Doesn't that mean Lin Che is a billionaire? No. If you add in the entire community and the 20 billion yuan in majesty. So if I'm wrong, then he's a multi-billionaire?
As for Roki, he could no longer believe what he heard. The funny thing was that he was still showing off, but Lin Che remained silent.
It turns out that his silence doesn't mean he has no money. But it's because he and I are not in the same league. In the eyes of others, my behavior probably makes me look like a clown. No. This is impossible, it's fake, it must be fake. Roche shook his head and muttered to himself. His eyes were full of disbelief. Suing, who was watching this scene, sneered and said, "Ha, then I can only say that you are ignorant. When you mocked Mr. Lin so much last night, I thought you were ridiculous. Do you all have the memory of a fish? That $3 million bicycle from a few days ago actually belongs to Director Lin." The video at that time was not very clear, only the side profile of the figure was captured. But if you look closely, you can still tell it belongs to Director Lin. Hearing this, many people looked confused. What 3 million bicycle? After all, the popularity of this Weibo post is limited to a small extent. But at this time, a girl quickly took out her cell phone. After searching for a while, a burst of screams were heard. Ah! It's Lin Che indeed. This silhouette from the side looks exactly the same. Oh my god. I just did a search, and the watch on Lin Che's wrist is actually a Patek Philippe 5002P Platinum model. It's worth over 10 million. Soon, the prices of the things on Lin Che's body were constantly being discovered. Lin Che could only sit there and smile bitterly. Then he could only nod to everyone. After Lin Che admitted it, everyone was extremely shocked. Oh my god. It turns out Lin Che is the real boss. Today I have finally opened my eyes. Lin Che, you're truly a hidden talent. I can't even recognize a gold inlaid jade. Lin Che said as he looked at everyone with a smile. Dear students, please don't be polite to me today. Eat and drink as much as you want. Brother Lin, you are so generous. Everyone praised. Only Narochi now looked as pale as death. He was so embarrassed that he wished there was a hole in the ground for him to crawl into. Chapter 92. Soon, after eating and drinking, Lin Che had drunk a little, so he wasn't in a hurry to leave. Just then, someone suggested going singing together, and Lin Che agreed because he didn't want to spoil everyone's fun. They found a KTV near the Juxian building and booked a large private room. Then they ordered a few dozen beers and started singing and drinking. Time passed quickly as we sang with everyone. Soon it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Everyone was tired at this point, so they urged Lin Che to sing Youth and then it ended. He took Feng back to the car. Just as Lin Che returned to the car, the designated driver arrived. The designated driver put the folding electric car away, got in the car, started the car, and drove directly towards Feng's house. When everyone saw Lin Che's car, they were all dumbfounded. What kind of car is this? Why have I never seen it before? Looks like it should be an off-road vehicle, right? That's not right. Whose off-road vehicle has such thick steel plates? The more I look at it, the more it looks like an armored vehicle. Wait, I found out. This is Night 15. Oh my god. Night 15? Holy shit. This is an armored off-road vehicle, and it costs over 10 million. At this moment, everyone was almost suffocated by fear. The price is over 10 million. And the oppressive feeling of Night 15, who is almost like an ancient beast. This is enough to make people feel nervous and scared. Soon, the ancient beast was out of their sight. As the Night 15 left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Lin Che's car was speeding towards Feng's house. This road was originally quite smooth. But when the car reached the city center, it suddenly got stuck for some unknown reason. And the traffic jam lasted for nearly an hour. The journey, which originally took only 10 minutes, was stretched 6 times longer due to the traffic jam. In front, a small Cayenne and a Mercedes-Benz collided with each other. The most coincidental thing is that both of these drivers happened to be female drivers. And this road happened to be a one-way street with only 2 cars, so these 2 cars directly blocked the road. At this moment, Lin Che's mood began to become irritable. And there are more and more cars behind us. There was even a 119 fire truck moving forward there. The other drivers saw that it was a fire truck and made way, but when they reached Lin Che, they were stuck there. Therefore, the other car owners behind were pointing and talking about Lin Che. Lin Che was also somewhat helpless about this. The designated driver was also honking his horn continuously. But it would have been fine if the horn hadn't been honked. Once it was honked, the 2 female drivers who had crashed into the car pointed at Lin Che's car and started cursing. Why are you rushing me? Are you rushing me? Can't you see there's a car crash? If you have the ability, just fly over it. You're just driving a lousy off-road vehicle, why are you rushing around like that? Lin Che was so angry about this that he laughed, and the anger in his heart also rose. He was already in a bad mood, and now he was provoked by this, so he immediately sneered. He spoke directly to the designated driver in the driver's seat. Just run into it. Ha! The designated driver was a little confused. Just crash into it. I'll be responsible if anything goes wrong. He phone beside him was still confused. I saw that the driver immediately released the handbrake and stepped on the accelerator. As the vehicle roared, it suddenly rushed out like an angry bull. Bang! After all, this Knight 15 is an armored off-road vehicle, and its shell is extremely hard. With such a collision, the BMW and the Cayenne were immediately knocked apart. The front of the car was even directly hit by Lin Che's Knight 15 and was dented. As for Lin Che, she simply let the designated driver drive away. At this moment, everyone who was blocked fell into silence. Even the firefighters behind were stunned, but then they pretended they saw nothing. Start the car and drive towards the fire. After all, they knew that these two women were really good for nothings. At this moment, the owner of the small Cayenne suddenly let out a wail. My car! Then he exchanged a glance with the owner of the galloping horse, and the two seemed to have a common goal. As for the owner of the Mercedes-Benz, he directly took out his phone and started accusing Lin Che. Passers-by took out their mobile phones to take pictures and then posted them on WeChat moments and in groups. After the call was made, the owner of the Mercedes-Benz car spoke angrily into the phone. Husband! The galloping horse you just bought for someone was hit by someone. At this moment, an arrogant voice came from the other end of the phone. What? Explain to me clearly what's going on. Husband, I just had a minor scrape with a car on the road. Then, while I was still negotiating with that bitch, a broken off-road vehicle from behind hit us directly. After hearing what the woman said, the voice on the other end of the phone rang again. What the hell is that car? I don't know either. I've never seen that logo before. I guess it's a small, unknown brand. Fuck, okay, you remember what the other car looks like, right? I recognize you, husband, you must help me get revenge. The horse-running girl spoke in a delicate voice. Alright, as long as he's in the city, I can make him kneel down in front of you and apologize. Fuck, you even dared to crash into my woman's car, you must be tired of living, right? But I have something else to do. I need to get this old guy to sell the house quickly, idiot. Yeah, I love you, Bobo. On the other side, Lin Che had just returned home after sending he phone back. But as soon as Lin Che entered the house, she was stunned. Second uncle? Lin Che couldn't help but be a little surprised. He didn't expect that his second uncle would come today. My second uncle is a fisherman, and he basically makes a living by fishing by Chaohu Lake. A few years ago, my second uncle did marry a wife. She also gave birth to a child for my second uncle, but in the end, she couldn't stand the hardship of fishing and ran away overnight. All along, the second uncle and his son have depended on each other. During the demolition 2 years ago, because my hometown was demolished, I was allocated a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room house in this county town. Xiao Che is back. Second uncle looked at Lin Che, who opened the door and came in, showing his 2 rows of yellow teeth and smiling. Hello, second uncle. Hey, Xiao Che, did he go out for a drink? Yes, today we high school classmates went to visit our former teacher and had a small gathering together. Chapter 94. When Dong Lin heard this, he burst into laughter and said, that I'll tell you today, I really can cover the sky with one hand in this city. I'm not afraid to tell you lowly people today. Guo Qiming, the owner of Juxinlu in the county, is my uncle. In this small county town, no matter whether they are black or white, they are all connected to the world. Dong Lin is an extremely arrogant person. But Lin Che really wasn't afraid of him, so she said immediately. Oh, your uncle really has a good nephew. But it's a pity, if you want to use this to gain benefits from me? You're still a little naive. Even if your uncle comes in person, it won't work. I'll give you 3 more minutes. Get out of here. There was a hint of contempt on Lin Che's lips, and his words were full of disdain. Juxian Building? If I remember correctly, this should be Guahao's family property. After hearing Lin Che's words, Dong Lin's face suddenly turned cold. At the same time, he stared at Lin Che with a ferocious look and shouted coldly. You're looking for death.
Following this angry shout, Dong Lin punched Lin Che directly.
The power contained in Dong Lin's punch is not small.
This was, after all, a punch delivered in anger. However, Lin Che responded to the punch calmly by raising his hand and directly clenching his fist. Apply slight force on your palm. At this moment, Dong Lin let out a scream.
Ah! Let me go!
Dong Lin screamed violently and hit Lin Che with his other hand.
Snort! Lin Che snorted coldly, then kicked out fiercely. Bang! The kick landed directly on Dong Lin's stomach.
In an instant, the force directly brought Dong Lin to the ground. The whole person fell in such a miserable state. Afterwards, Lin Che started punching and kicking Dong Lin.
During this time, Lin Che had to use less force to avoid accidentally killing Dong Lin.
After fighting for a while, Lin Che finally stopped. If he had continued, he would have been killed.
Dong Lin's face is now extremely swollen. He would never have thought of it. He was usually so arrogant and domineering, but one day he was beaten up like this. He wanted to get up from the ground. Bang!
Seeing that Dong Lin still wanted to remember, Lin Che kicked him hard and said,
Don't move around,
just stay still and squat on the ground.
If you dare to move again, I'll let you do it.
Dong Lin, who was lying on the ground, gnashed his teeth when he heard Lin Che's words.
Kid, do you know who I am?
My uncle is Guo Qiming from Jushin Building. I'm telling you, you're all doomed. If I don't avenge this, I'll cease to be a human being.
Don't think you can run away. If you dare to run, I will kill your whole family. I can do anything.
Hearing Dong Lin's words, Lin Che said with some disdain.
Ha, Guo Qiming? Ha, do you really think I'm afraid of him?
As he spoke, Lin Che turned to look at the horse-riding girl beside him and said in a cold voice.
His uncle is Guo Qiming. You should have his phone number. Tell him to get over here right now. After Lin Che said this, everyone present was stunned. As for Dong Lin, who was squatting on the ground, he was completely dumbfounded. What is going on? Ask someone to call your uncle to come over? Is this guy crazy?
The horse-running girl beside her was also confused. The look he gave Lin Che was as if he was looking at a fool.
After all,
once Dong Lin's uncle Guo Qiming arrives, this guy will definitely be doomed.
So, what exactly does this guy want to do? Are you looking for death? What? Do you want me to say it again? I don't like trouble.
Seeing that the galloping girl was still not calling, Lin Che spoke up. There was calmness in the words.
Following Lin Che's words, the horse-riding woman's body trembled. Then he quickly said, I'll hit you. I'll hit you. I'll hit you right now. The horse-running woman didn't dare to think too much.
She quickly took out her cell phone and dialed the number with trembling hands.
Then Lin Che looked at Dong Lin and said, Just lie there and don't move. If you dare to move, I'll punish you again.
Lin Che said in a cold tone.
You. Dong Lin's face turned pale when he heard this.
After all, Lin Che's action was not only disrespectful to him, but also threw his face to the ground and stomped on it. But even so, he didn't dare to move at all. After all, the beating Lin Che had given him previously had left a deep impression on him. Lin Che turned and went into the kitchen, made herself a bowl of noodles, and then sat on the sofa to eat.
As for Lin's father, mother and second uncle, they sat there nervously.
Soon, there was a burst of hurried footsteps. Then a middle-aged man appeared at the door of Lin Che's house. Looking at Dong Lin lying on the ground, not daring to move, and his face bruised and swollen, Guo Qiming's face suddenly turned ashen.
What's going on? Uncle! Why are you talking nonsense to him? Take him down right away. Make him kowtow and admit his mistake.
Dong Lin saw his uncle coming and roared wildly.
This face is full of anger.
As for Guo Qiming, he was a businessman with many years of experience after all, so he quickly suppressed his anger. Looking at Lin Che sitting on the sofa, although his expression was not good, he calmed down. After all, he knew very well what kind of person his nephew was.
He definitely used his name to intimidate the other party beforehand.
And Lin Che dared to directly ignore his own reputation and even attacked his nephew. This also means that the other party will definitely not be afraid of you. This made Guo Qiming somewhat unsure of the other party's identity. After thinking for a while, he immediately said to Lin Che,
I'm Guo Qiming from Juxinlu. I don't know who you are. Why would you do such a cruel thing to my nephew?
After hearing Guo Qiming's words, Lin Che took another mouthful of noodles with a calm expression and simply ignored Guo Qiming's words.
Your mightiness,
Guo Qiming said angrily when he saw Lin Che directly ignored him. I never talk about serious matters while I'm eating.
Lin Che calmly met Guo Qiming's glare, which was almost spitting fire, and said, Guo Qiming, are they going to leave him, the owner of Juxianlu and a well-known wealthy businessman in the city, out in the cold? Then, wait until he finishes his meal before talking? This is the first time I've seen a young man like you. You're not just arrogant, you're totally insolent and conceited. Chapter 95. Lin Che continued eating noodles with a calm expression. These noodles are still the best way to satisfy my hunger. Guo Qiming. Everyone.
Mother Lin looked a little worried and said to Lin Che,
It's not good for my son to leave her alone like this, right?
After all, Guo Qiming still has some status in the city. Although she now knows that her son is not a simple person.
But she still didn't know how complicated it was. The second uncle standing by was also a little worried and scared, and his face looked timid.
Lin Che just smiled indifferently at this.
Fine.
Seeing Lin Che like this, Guo Qiming became even more unsure.
What kind of identity is this young man in front of me?
At this time, Guo Qiming had already gone through in his mind all the wealthy businessmen he knew who were more powerful than himself.
I didn't expect that there was any wealthy businessman in this small town. This made Guo Qiming even more uneasy.
Lin Che quickly devoured most of the noodles that were still emitting the aroma. Still unsatisfied, he began to slow down his eating pace. Still, Guo Qiming, the top wealthy businessman who plays an important role in the city and has influence in both the black and white worlds, is left aside. Soon, Lin Che finished the bowl of fragrant noodles. Lin Che put down her chopsticks and picked up a napkin to wipe her mouth. And now Guo Qiming can hardly suppress his anger.
Now, you should have time to discuss business with Guo, right?
Hearing this, Lin Che simply glanced at Dong Lin, who had already stood up. As for Guo Qiming, he ignored him.
I remember I just told you who allowed you to stand up. Get down right now.
After saying that, Lin Che immediately kicked Dong Lin hard in the stomach.
This kick directly knocked Dong Lin to his knees.
Then Lin Che kicked Dong Lin hard again, knocking him to the ground. Dong Lin lay on the ground, screaming in pain, his face horrible.
Uncle! You! Suddenly, Guo Qiming became angry.
Veins on his forehead popped out. The look in his eyes as he looked at Lin Che was filled with anger.
My name is Lin Che.
After these four simple words fell, Guo Qiming just stood there in a daze.
Lin Che? What's the meaning? But, I seem to have heard this name somewhere.
If you don't know who I am, you can call your son Guo Hao and ask him who I am. Guo Qiming frowned when he heard this, but still took out his cell phone and called his son Guo Hao.
Hello?
As soon as the call was connected, Guo Qiming asked directly.
Let me ask you, do you know someone named Lin Che?
I know him, Dad.
What's wrong? Guo Hao asked with some confusion.
Don't worry about it for now, just tell me where this person came from. After hearing what his father said, Guo Hao fell silent for a moment, then spoke slowly.
Dad, has something happened? This brother Lin's identity is not simple.
If you offend Brother Lin, I suggest you apologize obediently.
Brother Lin is not someone our humble family can afford to offend. At this moment, Guo Qiming was shocked. Guo Hao knows his own son well. He has always been very arrogant and domineering.
In this city, there has always been a lawless mentality, where everyone comes first and everyone else comes second. But now that he said such words, it was enough to show that the Lin Che in front of him was really not simple.
Guo Qiming took a deep breath and then said, Tell me quickly, who is this Lin Che? He's the chairman of Tianlong Games, and he seems to have a special relationship with Xiao Ma Gu.
As Guo Hao finished speaking, Guo Qiming was so frightened that he took 2 steps back, gasped, and his eye sockets constricted.
I understand.
After hanging up the phone, Guo Qiming swallowed his saliva, and his back was already wet with cold sweat. At this time, the back of his shirt was wet and stuck tightly to his back.
Lin Che's identity was truly terrifying.
This was not something a small wealthy businessman like him could afford to offend. Looking at Guo Qiming like this, Lin Che snorted coldly.
Guo Qiming, you really have a good nephew. This simple sentence scared Guo Qiming a lot.
He immediately turned around and spoke to Lin Che with a series of nods and bows.
Mr. Lin, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. I've lived for decades and never had any nephews. You must be mistaken.
This guy lying on the ground has nothing to do with me.
You can do whatever you want with him. After hearing these words, Dong Lin was stunned. That horse-running girl was also dumbfounded. I thought everything would be fine once I brought in a savior, but who could have imagined it would be like this? Everyone present was dumbfounded.
In their hearts, Guo Qiming has always been an extremely powerful person.
Even if it is to meet the senior leaders of the county. He always looks confident and calm. In this small city, with only 1 acre and 3 mu of land, it seems like he has the power to cover the sky with one hand. But now, there is such a person. It was just a phone call. There have been such earth-shaking changes. He became like a dog, nodding and bowing in front of Lin Che, begging for mercy. What is going on? Is Lin Che's identity really that terrifying? At this moment, Dong Lin was completely panicked. The reason why he was able to act lawless in this city was because he had such an all-powerful uncle. If Guo Qiming broke off relations with him, he would be in trouble. These people relied on their uncle's power to bully others. If people knew about this, Guo Qiming would cut off all ties with him. Then your fate will be. Dong Lin thought of this and immediately shouted loudly. Uncle! You can't just leave me to die like this. I'm your nephew, uncle.
Hearing this, Guo Qiming's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, and then he roared.
Shut up! You idiot! As he said that, he walked forward and kicked Dong Lin hard twice. Suddenly Dong Lin let out a scream.
Lin Che watched this scene and thought to herself, Guo Qiming is truly a ruthless person.
He even treated his own nephew so cruelly. Uncle! What are you doing? Ah!
However, Dong Lin still didn't understand what was going on, and he kept screaming while speaking.
You said that this guy will never get out of the city. Why should we be afraid of him? This made Guo Qiming even more angry, and he kicked even harder. Chapter 96. As soon as Dong Lin said this, Guo Qiming became even more annoyed and kicked harder. You bastard, do you know who Director Lin is? How dare you talk to Director Lin here? You're such a loser. You never do anything good, but you always cause trouble. You're the only one who can cause me trouble. You dare to mess with someone like Director Lin? I don't have a nephew like you.
Under Guo Qiming's beating and kicking, Dong Lin could only scream in pain.
Do you know that Director Lin is the chairman of Tianlong Games, a company with a market capitalization of over 10 billion?
And he has a pretty good relationship with brother Xiao Ma.
How dare you provoke such a person? How can you be so bold? You've done everything I dare not do.
Lin Che looked at the scene in front of her, and her heart was calm. However, the face of the horse-running girl beside her suddenly turned pale. As for Lin Che's father, mother, and second uncle behind him, they were all dumbfounded by this scene.
The CEO of a large company with a market value of over 10 billion. I have a good relationship with brother Xiao Ma. Although they don't know what a market value of 10 billion means, Xiao Ma Go and the others still know. Lin Che can have a close relationship with a big shot of this level, so Lin Che should also be a person of the same level as Xiao Ma Go, right? At this time, Lin's mother was full of doubts and wanted to ask Lin Che what was going on, but the current situation seemed inappropriate. Is this really still my somewhat introverted son?
Lin Che watched Guo Qiming beat his nephew for a while, then said calmly.
Okay, stop acting like this in front of me. I remember you wanted me to kneel down in front of you and apologize to you just now?
Lin sat there and looked at Dong Lin with a smile on his face and said. When Dong Lin heard this, his body trembled.
Well, since you're so used to having people kneel, then just kneel for the rest of your life.
After saying that, Lin Che turned to look at Guo Qiming beside her and spoke.
Mr. Guo, I think you should be able to handle this little thing, right? No problem. No problem. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. Guo Qiming nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Very good, get out of here.
Lin Che waved his hand and said, Guo Qiming, Dong Lin and the horse-riding girl just ran away.
Lin's father and the other two were still in a daze. Lin Che also knew that she was bound to be interrogated. The other side. In a small villa in the suburbs of the city. In this villa. Uncle, you kicked me too hard just now. Isn't Lin Che just a lousy chairman? What's so great about him? This powerful dragon still suppresses the local snake. Even if he's the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar company, so what? Are you still afraid of him in this small part of town?
Don Lin was drinking and shouting loudly. The words were full of arrogance. Guo Qiming, who was standing by, was sending messages on his cell phone. Then he picked up a cigarette, lit it, and said,
Okay, just stop causing trouble for me. Hearing what his uncle said, Don Lin chuckled and said, Hee, uncle, I understand.
I'll be hiding in this villa for the time being and won't go anywhere. When this storm is past, I'll come back and settle the score with those guys. When Guo Qiming, who was standing by, heard his nephew's words, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Then he stopped talking, stood up and walked out.
Uncle, are you leaving? Be careful on the road, uncle. Guo Qiming left without even looking back, leaving the door ajar.
When Guo Qiming went downstairs and lit a cigarette, a man in a black suit came over.
Big brother. Remember, take off both legs and throw them into the street. Then spread the word that I don't have this nephew.
As he spoke, Guo Qiming narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes.
Alas, I am doing this to protect our family.
After Guo Qiming finished speaking, he got into the car and left.
Yes. The man in black nodded and walked upstairs. In just a few minutes, in this villa area. Following a scream, a burst of heart-wrenching cries echoed there.
Lin Che gave a helpless smile and made up a story.
There's no way unless I make up an excuse to get away with it. Then my parents will definitely not be at ease. But to be honest, this credibility is really low.
Oh my goodness, Xiao Che, you really hit the jackpot this time.
Oh my, this is really the blessing of the Bodhisattva. God bless you.
Mother Lin on the side clasped her hands together and then started muttering for a while. Second uncle, who was standing by, was also looking at Lin Che in surprise, his mouth wide open for a long time. He was stunned for a while, then spoke.
My goodness, this thing called the stock market, is it really that profitable? Your money has been multiplied many times over and you have made a lot of money. Second uncle said in surprise.
Lin Che's words completely overturned his worldview that he had held for decades.
Well, you can make money in the stock market, but it basically depends on luck. Unless they are some particularly proficient people, otherwise. Making money from stock trading is harder than winning the lottery jackpot. I was able to make money in the stock market because I was lucky. Lin Che said there.
Lin Che knew that his second uncle might be tempted by how much he earned. It was precisely because of this that Lin Che wanted to dissuade her second uncle from thinking this way.
Oh, is that so?
The second uncle nodded for a while and said, the light of expectation that had originally ignited in his eyes has now faded. As for Lin's mother, who was standing aside, a gleam flashed in her eyes, and then she spoke.
Xiao Che, what you just said means that you will be very busy at work now. Since you're so busy with work, you definitely don't have time for a relationship.
Mom has already made an appointment for you with old Lu's daughter today. Meet at a cafe in the city center at noon tomorrow, but bring a red rose as a signal.
No, Mom,
Lin Che became anxious when she heard this. Just as she was about to say something, she was interrupted by her mother.
Okay, I know you don't want to talk about it yet. But I've already gotten along well with the girl from the Lu family. I can't go back on my word now, can I?
Hearing this, Lin Che could only smile helplessly.
Okay, I understand. Chapter 97.
Lin Che reluctantly agreed to her mother's request, thinking that she would just deal with it casually when she got there tomorrow.
Then I went back to the room and picked up my phone to check it.
I sent a message to Lin Xian, and then we chatted for a while, asking about her recent situation. Then he went out of the room to help his mother cook.
As for my father, he was playing chess and chatting with my second uncle. The dinner was ready soon. Then the family sat together for dinner. Father Lin opened a bottle of Fei Tian Mutai and drank it with his second uncle. It took me more than an hour to finish this dinner.
After dinner, Lin Che went out for a walk, came back, took a shower, and lay down to sleep.
The night passed quickly.
The next morning, Lin Che opened his eyes and stretched. Then I got up and went into the bathroom to wash up, while also signing in for today.
Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining
Shenlong number 1 yacht. Sign-in rewards are being distributed. The Shenlong number 1 yacht is expected to arrive the day after tomorrow.
Listening to the system's prompt tone, Lin Che couldn't help but feel a little confused.
What use is this thing? A yacht swimsuit party? Shenlong number 1 yacht? What is this system intended to do?
Looking at this system prompt, Lin Che was really confused.
This Shenlong number 1 yacht is a super yacht.
The yacht is 130 meters in total length and uses the special lines that the Italian privileged shipyard uses on large yachts. Moreover, there are all kinds of entertainment facilities on the yacht, and it can be said to be extremely luxurious. The yacht is equipped with 6 cars, 8 speedboats, 6 jet skis, 2 helicopters, and even more outrageously, a submarine. The next moment, Lin Che sighed and murmured, "This thing is good, but where should I put this yacht? After all, this yacht is not small and can even be said to be a sea beast.
There is absolutely no place to park it.
It seems that I need to buy a place to park the yacht.
Damn it. This system is really finding ways to make me spend money."
Lin Che sighed helplessly, his brows furrowed involuntarily. After washing up, Lin Che walked out. Lin's mother prepared a table full of breakfast early.
The breakfast time ended quickly in a warm atmosphere.
After breakfast, Lin Che stayed at home with his family until around 11 o'clock. Then his mother urged him to go out for a blind date. Lin Che had no choice but to tidy himself up a little and then go out for the blind date. On the way, Lin Che stopped by a roadside flower shop and bought a bunch of red roses to use as a secret signal. Then we headed towards the coffee shop where we had agreed to meet. Arriving at the coffee shop, seeing that her blind date didn't seem to have arrived yet, Lin Che found a seat in a corner and sat down. After asking the waiter to bring me an iced American coffee and a latte, I sat there playing with my phone while waiting for my blind date to arrive. On the other side, Lu Cece was on her way to the coffee shop and was texting with her best friend. "Lily, my dad introduced me to another blind date.
It's really troublesome." "Oh my god, Cece?
I still remember the blind date your dad introduced you to last time.
That was a nightmare, okay?"
"Yeah. I told you I don't want to go, but my dad said the blind date is the son of an old friend of his, and he works in Zhejiang province like me. I heard he's handsome, so he insisted on asking me to go on a blind date."
Sigh, I really don't know what my dad is thinking.
Hearing this, Lu Cece's best friend immediately said,
"How about this, you video call me? I want to see what kind of person your blind date is. Then you put on your headphones and start the blind date. I'll teach you how to speak and what to do."
"Good."
Lu Cece listened to her best friend without any hesitation and opened the video call.
While they were talking, Lu Cece arrived at the coffee shop where they had agreed to meet. After searching for a while, Lu Cece saw the red roses on the table and Lin Che sitting there.
He immediately walked towards Lin Che.
Lin Che also noticed Lu Cece walking towards her at this time. Lin Che stood up with a faint smile on his face and spoke,
"Hello."
However, Lu Cece was instigated by her best friend.
With such a cold face, he didn't even have the most basic courtesy and just sat down on the sofa.
Then he glanced at Lin Che and spoke directly.
"Are you my blind date today?"
"Yes, my name is Lin." Before Lin Che could finish her words, Lu Cece interrupted her.
"You don't have to introduce yourself. I'm not interested in your name. My time is very valuable, so I just asked directly."
Lin Che frowned slightly when she heard the cold tone.
Why did my mother arrange such a weird blind date for me?
But this is just right, I was still thinking about what excuse to use to reject the other party.
But now it seems that I don't have to think about it.
You say.
My requirements for a partner aren't high.
First of all, your appearance is barely acceptable.
Do you have a Mercedes-Benz or Audi worth more than 500,000 yuan?
When Lin Che heard this, she was speechless, then shook her head and said,
"No.
Yes, that is true.
The worst car I own is a Rolls-Royce.
I do have a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, but it has been given to Hifeng to drive."
In that case, I really don't have it. Okay, then do you have a house in the central area of Zhejiang province?
This. Lin Che was silent for a long time, not knowing how to answer Lu Cece's question, but in the end Lin Che shook his head and said,
"No.
Indeed, my community is in the inner ring, not the middle ring." Lu Cece frowned when she heard Lin Che's words, and then spoke casually.
"Okay, my monthly salary is about 10,000. What about your monthly salary? It should at least be higher than mine."
That. Lin Che wanted to say something, but Lu Cece interrupted her again. "Okay, seeing how broke you are, I guess your monthly salary isn't even as high as mine."
"If that's the case, then we're not a good match." Lu Cece waved her hand and said,
I'm really not saying anything harsh about you, but you're a grown man, you don't have a car, you don't have a house, and your salary is so low, and you still have the nerve to go on a blind date?
Lu Cece mocked Lin Che.
However, Lin Che remained very calm about this. Then he stood up and said,
"Sorry to bother you." Chapter 98.
After saying that, Lin Che stood up and walked towards the door. At this moment, quite a few people looked towards Lin Che, and their gazes towards Lin Che were very strange. After all, Lu Cece's voice was a little loud during the blind date just now. Furthermore, quite a few people were pointing and talking at Lin Che. As for Lu Cece, she was still sitting there, thanking her best friend with a smile on her face. It was at this time that Lin Che walked to the door and opened the door of his Night 15. Just then, a cry of surprise was heard from the side.
"Oh my god, this isn't Night 15, it's actually his."
As these words fell, many people nearby turned their eyes over.
"Night 15? What is that? What kind of car is this? I've never heard of it. Is it expensive? Yeah, isn't this just a crappy SUV? How expensive can a car like this be? Yeah, that's not surprising. You're talking as if no one has a car." Everyone looked at the man who exclaimed and spoke.
Lu Cece in the coffee shop also looked out the window, and then the voice of Lu Cece's best friend was heard.
"Oh my god, Cece, what kind of people are you guys over there?
They're so surprised by a car they've never heard of before.
Besides, this is just a shabby SUV. Even if the price is high, can it be higher than that of a Mercedes-Benz?" After listening to her best friend's words, Lu Cece nodded and said, "Yes."
At this moment, the young man who exclaimed continued to speak.
"Ha, what do you know? This is the Night 15. This is not just any ordinary off-road vehicle. This Night 15, currently priced domestically, is a whopping 15 million yuan for a bulletproof SUV. The interior is incredibly luxurious." As soon as these words fell, the whole audience suddenly fell silent.
And when the young man saw that no one spoke, he continued to speak.
"Not only that, this car is not something you can buy just because you have money.
The only people who can afford this car are either extremely wealthy or have real power. As for this galloping horse, it's nothing compared to Night 15.
Everyone was stunned. A super luxury car worth 15 million. And you can't buy it just because you want to.
Those who can buy this car are really important people. At this moment, everyone's expression was somewhat complicated and strange. The look they gave Lu Cece who was there was very strange.
Lu Cece's face also turned pale.
At this moment, Lu Cece could be said to be regretting it so much that her intestines turned green. If I had just gone on a blind date normally and then taken advantage of the opportunity to flirt with someone, maybe I could have become the wealthy wife that everyone envies. But now, all the illusions have been shattered.
Ah. You little bitch. It was all your stupid idea. Do you deserve it or not?
Lu Cece immediately broke up with her best friend. He started to feel helpless and furious at the other end of the phone. It was this roar that attracted many people to look at Lu Cece.
"What are you yelling about? You're already a grown-up, and you don't have any subjective judgment at all?"
The two of them started fighting right in the coffee shop. If there wasn't a screen between them, the two of them would have started fighting.
But even so, it still amazed many onlookers. Women's watch, awesome.
This skill of tearing things apart is so great that even 8 horses can't catch up with it. All kinds of insults without using any dirty words, that's really a string of witty remarks. At this time, many people were happily drinking coffee and watching the two people quarreling through their mobile phone screens. Lin Che naturally had no idea that Lu Cece had actually started a quarrel with her best friend in the coffee shop. At this time, Lin Che reported the blind date to his mother. After hearing what happened, his mother couldn't say anything to Lin Che. After finishing the report, Lin Che drove and strolled along the road. At this moment, Lin Che saw Su Ying carrying a bag on the side of the road. Lin Che immediately drove the car to Su Ying's side and rolled down the window. Then he honked the car horn.
Director Lin?
Su Ying was slightly startled when she saw Lin Che's car, then spoke.
"Get in the car."
Lin Che waved at Su Ying and then spoke.
Seeing Lin Che's actions, Su Ying got into Lin Che's car without any hesitation. "Why, are you planning to go back to Jian province now?" "Well, the main reason I came back this time was to see the teacher. I never expected that after just a few years of not being back, the city has changed so much,"
Su Ying said slowly. Lin Che just smiled and said nothing. By the way, Mr. Lin, do you have any plans recently? No, I've been completely busy doing nothing during this period. Lin Che shrugged and said. Indeed, Lin Che was indeed busy doing nothing right now.
Lin Che didn't care about the company at all and just acted as a hands-off boss.
Unless it was something particularly important, Lin Che had nothing to do. Listening to Lin Che's words, Su Ying's eyes gleamed. The next moment, he spoke to Lin Che. In that case, Director Lin has a project going on with Brother Xiao Ma recently.
I wonder if you're interested.
After hearing Su Ying's words, Lin Che was immediately attracted by her curiosity.
Oh?
Then tell me what the project is. Investing in Dosha, planning a big entertainment venture. Su Ying, who was standing aside, spoke up.
Shake the Shark. Everyone is watching the Shark live. This is a place where young people from all over the country gather. Although in terms of size, Dosha is not as big as Nyaya Live next door.
But the advantage is that most of the people there are young people, and there are also many wealthy people, so their spending power is also great.
Invest in Dosha Live.
Lin Che's eyes flickered. The move that Pony Ma is making now is obviously an attempt to dominate the short video live streaming industry. But this is normal, after all, this is what Brother Ma has been doing. Whether it is the two major chat software under his name or other things. Basically, it can be roughly divided into two categories: film and television entertainment and game entertainment.
Investing in a Dosha live streaming platform is now a normal operation.
The reason why this little brother Ma wants to win me over is actually very simple. I just want to test myself. After all, this little brother Ma is not sure of himself now. However, in a sense, investing in Dosha Live is indeed a good move. After all, although the Tianlong games under his name occupy a large market share abroad, they have always been lukewarm in China.
Chapter 99.
If I invest in Shark,
then there is no doubt that you can promote your Tianlong game to the greatest extent.
At this moment, Lin Che's mouth curled up slightly, and then he checked his bank account. The companies owned by these two people all transferred dividend money to their cards. Lin Che took a look and was stunned for a moment. Before he knew it, he had an additional 30 billion in liquid funds. Then Lin Che spoke. Okay, when you go back, tell Xiaomago that I will invest 5 billion through Junlin Capital to acquire shares in Dosha Live. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Ying on the side was stunned.
Invest 5 billion. You know, Brother Ma only plans to invest 4 billion this time.
And Lin Che was going to invest 5 billion directly. And it's through Junlin Capital. At this moment, Su Ying was really confused. Of course she knew about Junlin Capital, the largest investment company in the country. But now Lin Che said that through Junlin Capital.
What does this mean?
Mr. Lin, you mean through Junlin Capital? In response to this, Lin Che said calmly. Oh, Junlin Capital, this is an investment company under my name.
What's wrong? I have quite a few companies under my name now. How can I possibly manage them all if I manage them all myself?
Lin Che spoke calmly. Indeed, Lin Che now has too many companies under his name.
Hearing Lin Che's words, Su Ying couldn't help but swallow. Is this even human language? Too many companies? Then give me a few. And this Junlin investment actually belongs to Lin Che?
At this moment, Su Ying suddenly felt that Lin Che was now truly unfathomable.
By the way, when will the financing negotiations for Shaking Shark begin? I'll give instructions to my subordinates.
Lin Che took out his cell phone, found Lin Xian's number, and spoke.
The day after tomorrow.
Su Ying said this while swallowing her saliva.
Okay, I understand.
Lin Che nodded calmly, then dialed Lin Xian's number.
Brother Che, what's wrong? Lin Xian's pleasant voice rang out from the other end of the phone. I'll transfer 5 billion to the company's account later.
When Dosha goes to raise funds the day after tomorrow, you go and take down Dosha.
Okay, Brother Che.
Lin Xian's voice sounded from the other end of the phone. Lin Che chatted with Lin Xian for a few more words before hanging up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xian arranged what Lin Che had asked her to do.
This is the first order from the new chairman. We must get it done right and not leave any bad impression on the new chairman.
Lin Xian gave the order with a serious face, looking extremely solemn.
Come on, shall we go get something to eat?
Okay. Lin Che nodded and started the car again. Lin Che drove the car to a nearby shopping mall, and the two of them went upstairs to find a Western restaurant.
Lin Che casually ordered 2 steaks, some appetizers, and desserts.
After ordering the dishes, Lin Che looked at Suing in front of him and asked,
"How is it? How do you feel about being in Penguin Group?"
Suing smiled helplessly when she heard Lin Che's words, then shook her head and said,
"What else can I do? I was transferred to the president's office first.
The salary hasn't increased much, but the workload has doubled and doubled.
This is all because of someone."
Suddenly, it was the boss of the group who caused this. At the end of her speech, Su Ying's tone gradually became somewhat resentful.
Forehead.
Lin Che smiled awkwardly, touched his nose awkwardly, and said with a smile,
"Ah, then I'm really too embarrassed."
Soon, the appetizers and steaks were served.
The two of them stopped talking and started eating lunch.
This lunch was finished very quickly.
Lunch is over. The two of them sat in the store to rest for a while, then had a cup of coffee before leaving. Suing planned to leave this afternoon.
After Lin Che sent Suing to the station, she left. Lin Che returned home and resumed his idle life, lying on the sofa and playing with his phone.
Regarding Lin Che's action, Lin's mother kept muttering to herself, "Look at you, all you do is play with your phone all day.
Your eyes are almost covered with it.
You don't do any housework at all."
Hearing what Lin's mother said, Lin Che quickly stood up and spoke.
"Then I'll do my chores now." Just as Lin Che was about to reach for the broom, Father Lin beside him spoke. "Just stand there. Are you really sweeping the floor? Are you mixing the mud?
The dishes you washed are not really dishes, they are covered in grease. If you cause me any more trouble here, I'll break your legs." My mother beside me also said this.
Look at Xiao Jiang next door.
He's good at housework and has a girlfriend.
My son Jiangbei can even go out to play with his bare bottom. Look at yourself. You're just holding your phone all day and night, and you don't even have a partner. Lin Che. Fuck. It's because of this object again. No, Mom, I have a girlfriend. Lin Che said immediately in a hurry.
Oh, you're just talking nonsense to me.
If you have a girlfriend, why don't you bring her back to show me and your dad? Mother Lin was mopping the floor and speaking loudly.
As for Lin Che, when he heard what his mother said, he opened his mouth, his face full of helplessness and unable to speak. No, then I'll show you the photos. As he spoke, Lin Che took out his phone and tried to find a photo of himself and Lin Xian. However, the mother beside her continued to speak.
All right, just try to fool me and your dad. We don't know anything about phones anyway, so how would we know if your picture is real?
For a moment, it seemed as if Lin Che had suffered 1,000,000 points of critical damage.
This is me. What else can I say?
Lin Che immediately and decisively chose to shut up. After all these years, Lin Che knew very well that if she continued to talk, the consequences would only be more painful.
Instead of saying this, I might as well just shut up. Besides, I will go back to Zhejiang province tomorrow.
As for Yifeng, since his wife Qin Yuan had to go back to work tomorrow, he went back a day early. Just like that, another day of Lin Che's idleness passed. When he woke up early the next morning, Lin Che started his habitual sign-in again. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a private island in the West Sea. Coordinates. The island has been successfully launched.
All facilities on the island are complete and the security is extremely high.
Lin Che looked at the system message with his mouth wide open, completely stunned.
Chapter 100. Private island? Fuck me. This is a bit scary. Brother. Now even private islands can be signed in. And my yacht will arrive tomorrow.
There just happens to be a private island where I can park my yacht.
For a moment, Lin Che's expression was extremely complicated.
I was also thinking in my heart whether I should stay on this island for a few days. If this island is suitable for living, I can bring my parents to the island to play for a while. Then Lin Che went downstairs, said something to her parents, and left. After going downstairs, Lin Che got in the car and headed straight for the airport. Lin Che had already informed her crew yesterday, and the route had been arranged. After getting on the plane, Lin Che closed his eyes and rested. His own Knife 15 was still transported back by another transport plane. This time, because Lin Che was flying alone, the journey was relatively quiet.
Lin Ting and Tang Xian will have to stay in the city for a few more days.
After flying all the way back to Zhejiang province, Lin Che had nothing to do when he first arrived in Zhejiang province.
I plan to ask Chen Shuang to come out for a meeting. It has been a while since I last saw Chen Shuang.
Then Lin Che directly called Chen Shuang.
Hey, Shuang, where are you now?
Then Chen Shuang's choked voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother Che, my mom is in trouble.
She's in the emergency room right now.
When Lin Che heard this, her brows furrowed slightly.
Then he spoke. Don't cry, don't worry, tell me which hospital you are in and I'll go over to accompany you.
After that, Chen Shuang told Lin Che the address of the hospital where he worked. Then, Lin Che went straight to the affiliated hospital of Jiang Province Medical College. Soon, Lin Che arrived at the hospital. At this time, 4 people were standing outside the emergency room. Chen Shuang, on the other hand, was squatting on the side crying when she saw Lin Che rushing over. He immediately stood up and said to Lin Che,
Brother Che.
As he said that, Chen Shuang pounced over. Chen Shuang threw himself on Lin Che, and Lin Che touched Chen Shuang's hair and spoke comfortingly.
It's okay, I'm here.
However, at this moment, a middle-aged man walked over and said to Lin Che, You must be Shuang's boyfriend. Lin Che looked at the middle-aged man in front of her and asked with some confusion.
Excuse me, who are you? Oh, I'm Chen Shuang's uncle, my name is Chen Jinfa.
Then Lin Che nodded and said to the middle-aged man in front of him.
Hello, uncle.
Then Lin Che continued speaking.
Uncle, I'd like to ask, what exactly happened?
The uncle beside him had a strange look on his face when he heard Lin Che's words.
After a while, he sighed and said,
It was a car accident. Lin Che was startled when he heard this, then spoke.
Car accident? Where's the person who caused it?
Lin Che felt that something was wrong. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes.
Chen Shuang sobbed twice, then spoke. Home.
At this moment, Lin Che's face instantly turned cold.
Then he spoke. He hit someone, and then he just walked home like that? What's his background?
The uncle beside him smiled bitterly and then spoke.
Well, we would like to keep him, but he is a rich second generation. We are just ordinary people. How can we have the ability to keep him here?
When Lin Che heard this, she couldn't help but feel it was a little ridiculous. Then he shook his head and said,
Isn't he just a little rich second generation kid? Can a rich second generation kid just bump into someone and then walk home in a swagger?
Chen Shuang, who was standing by, could only feel that Lin Che was emitting a murderous aura, causing her to be afraid to look into his eyes. Chen Shuang hesitated for a while, but decided to tell the truth.
Brother Che, it's like this. My mother was planning to go shopping.
Then when I was crossing the road, I was hit by this car that rushed out.
And the car owner, because there are no surveillance cameras nearby.
I just insisted that it was my mom who ran a red light and that's what caused this. Besides, my mother is still in critical condition, so no one can prove that he is lying. Hearing Chen Shuang's words, Lin Che's brows furrowed.
Then he spoke. But even if that's the case, it's no reason why he shouldn't be here now.
Chen Shuang on the side shook his head and said. He's rich, and he's already entrusted this matter to a lawyer. He said if we wanted to negotiate, we should go directly to his lawyer. Hearing what Chen Shuang said, a young man with a crew cut standing nearby spoke angrily.
Is this the end of the matter?
There's no justice in this world.
Just because you have money, you can do whatever you want.
A woman nearby immediately shouted at the young man.
Enough. The adults are talking, why are you, a child, butting in?
But, Mom, this matter.
Shut up.
The woman glared at the young man, and the young man didn't dare to say anything more.
He could only shut up. But there was still anger on his face.
Lin Che glanced at the people in front of him and then spoke.
You didn't find a lawyer?
After hearing this, the uncle smiled bitterly and shook his head.
It's no use. We've already hired several lawyers.
But the other side's lawyer is so famous, and his success rate is so high. This led to the lawyers we hired rejecting our cases as soon as they heard the other party's name. Having said that, the uncle sighed again and continued. I also consulted a few lawyers I have good connections with, but they all said that even if Shuang's mother woke up, it would be useless.
If both sides stick to their own opinions, it will be a long-lasting tug of war. When the time comes, they won't be afraid, but we really can't afford to delay.
As the uncle finished speaking, a man in a black suit came over and said,
That's right, even if you sue this matter, it will be useless. Let me tell you this, even if you want to sue me, your chances of winning won't exceed 5% as long as I'm there. Besides, even if you want to fight, there won't be more than 10 lawyers in the entire Jiang province willing to take your case. After hearing what the man in the suit said, the people on the side looked at the lawyer in front of them with gritted teeth. I really hate this lawyer. So, let me explain my employer's conditions to you again. As long as you're willing to settle this matter out of court, my employer is willing to provide 200,000 yuan as humanitarian aid. I hope this matter is now cleared up. Chapter 101. Shen Shuang, who had already cried red-eyed, shouted hysterically when he heard the lawyer's words. Don't even think about it. Who cares about your little money? The young man, who had originally kept silent, could no longer hold back after hearing what the lawyer said, and immediately shouted angrily. That's right. 200,000 is enough to end this? Don't even think about it. Come here, I'll give you 1 million. Pull that rich second-generation kid over here and let me bump into him. The young man's mother glared at him when she heard what he said. As for the uncle standing beside him, he immediately said in a cold voice. We will never agree to this condition no matter what, so don't waste your energy. In this matter, you were the ones who hit someone first. Do you think you can figure it out now? If your employer is unwilling to apologize, then we should just go to court. When the lawyer on the side heard this, he sneered and said. Ha, see you in court? Okay, then I'd like to see what kind of lawyer you can hire. My last piece of advice to you all is to not push things too far. My employer is willing to give you 200,000 yuan in humanitarian aid. That's already a favor. Don't be so greedy. Otherwise, in the end, you won't get a penny. Lin Che narrowed her eyes as she listened to the lawyer's words. He looked at the lawyer in front of him with an indifferent expression. The people around were all a little angry after hearing what the lawyer said. You. Just when Shen Shuang was about to say something, Lin Che stopped him. Then Lin Che looked at the lawyer in front of him and said. In that case, let's meet in court. When the lawyer heard Lin Che's words, he was stunned for a moment and then turned to look at Lin Che and said. Who are you? I. Lin Che smiled and said. I'm Shuang's boyfriend, and. As for the lawyer, you don't need to worry about it. There is definitely a lawyer. Lin Che took out her cell phone as she spoke. I called Galen directly. Boss, do you have any instructions? After the call was connected, Galen's respectful words came from the other end of the phone. Well, send me a team of lawyers and have them come to the emergency room of the affiliated hospital of Jiang Province Medical College immediately. Okay, boss. After saying that, Lin Che hung up the phone. The lawyer standing by was a little confused when he saw Lin Che's actions. Legal team? But then the lawyer just laughed and shook his head. Just make it up. And you want someone to send a team of lawyers over with just one phone call? You think you're in a movie, right? How can a poor jerk like you afford a team of lawyers? Lin Che's expression turned indifferent after hearing these words. Then he said in a cold voice. Really? Then you'd better stay a while. My legal team will be here soon. Just kidding. The lawyer sneered and shook his head. He was extremely disdainful of Lin Che's words. This legal team requires more than 5 lawyers to form a legal team. In Jiang Province, anyone who can afford a team of lawyers is either rich or noble. There is definitely no such person as Lin Che among them. After all, the price of each of these legal teams is extremely high. Most wealthy people can't afford this. Time passed little by little, and after about 10 minutes, suddenly footsteps were heard near the emergency room. Hearing the footsteps, everyone turned to look in the direction where the footsteps came from. I saw 5 men wearing black suits, with a gold badge on their collars and carrying a briefcase, walking towards the emergency room. And the person in charge is Arthur. When Lin Che saw Arthur coming in person, he was a little surprised. Originally, Lin Che thought that only a few people were sent, but she didn't expect Arthur to come in person. The lawyer next to Lin Che was dumbfounded when he saw Arthur. He stood there in a daze, muttering to himself. Yeah, Arthur? He couldn't believe it. This Lin Che actually hired a team of lawyers. Moreover, the leading lawyer is Arthur, a legendary lawyer with the title of legendary lawyer. Didn't they say that Arthur rarely takes on cases anymore? Why now? Why is it like this? The rich second-generation lawyer was completely confused.
The uncle standing by was also dumbfounded.
It's actually lawyer Arthur? Who is Xuan's boyfriend? The uncle murmured this. He actually knew Arthur and was well aware of his famous name.
Now seeing that it was lawyer Arthur who came, I was extremely shocked. Chen Shuang, who was standing aside, was even more shocked. Although she knew that Lin Che was rich, she never expected that Lin Che would directly call a team of lawyers with just one phone call. This was something Chen Shuang had never expected. The 5-member legal team walked up to Lin Che.
The 5 people bowed to Lin Che and said, "Boss." Lin Che nodded to the 5 people, then turned to look at the rich second-generation lawyer and said,
"Next, we will fully entrust the case of this car accident to this legal team to handle."
Xuan, what do you think?" Chen Shuang nodded in confusion. "Good."
Whether it was her uncle, or the lawyer on the opposite side, they were all dumbfounded.
"Them? What did you just hear? This Arthur actually called Lin Che boss? If that's the case, then isn't Lin Che the boss of the Genie law firm where Arthur works?" After getting Chen Shuang's authorization, Arthur nodded and said, "Don't worry, boss.
Now that this case has been taken over by our law firm, then I'll be confident that I can make the other party's lawyer regret taking this case."
As he spoke, Arthur turned to look at the rich second-generation's lawyer and said,
"Now, this car accident case will be fully handled by our legal team."
The rich second-generation lawyer opposite is now so nervous that his forehead is covered with sweat.
Although he said that his side has a high chance of winning,
but he faced. It's a whole team of lawyers.
It's not about how scary a team of lawyers is. Rather, this entire team of lawyers is really a troublesome thing.
It means facing several lawyers alone. Not to mention
the opposing legal team, led by a renowned lawyer,
Arthur. At this moment, the rich second-generation lawyer was completely panicked.
His entire back was covered in cold sweat from fear, even the back of his shirt was wet.
Chapter 102.
The lawyer gave Arthur an awkward smile, then quickly hid aside to make a phone call.
Listening to the ringing of the phone, this rich second-generation lawyer was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan.
After waiting for about 30 seconds, the call was finally connected.
"Hello?"
The voice coming from the other end of the phone was a little panting and contained a hint of anger.
The lawyer didn't dare to say anything and spoke quickly.
"Xian Xiao, something has happened here. You'd better come here in person and solve this matter." As the lawyer finished speaking, Xian Xiao, who was on the other end of the phone, immediately became angry. He couldn't help but speak coldly.
"What do you mean? I gave you so much money, and now you tell me you can't solve it? You want me to go by myself? Is your brain made of cement?" The lawyer didn't dare to refute and could only smile bitterly. "It's like this.
The money is small, and the other party hired a team of lawyers."
"Lawyers?"
When Xian Xiao heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then said,
"So what if it's a team of lawyers? Didn't you say you're awesome? Didn't they say that with you here, their chances of winning wouldn't exceed 5%?
But the lead lawyer of this legal team is lawyer Arthur." At this moment, young Master Qian was suddenly speechless. In an instant, the back was also wet with cold sweat. He had also heard of Arthur's reputation.
Damn it! Aren't these people just ordinary people?
How could they possibly afford to hire Arthur? At this moment, Xian Xiao was extremely terrified. He also knew that this time it was indeed his own problem. Because I was drunk at the time, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to stop the car, which led to the current consequences. Otherwise, I wouldn't have hired a lawyer to resolve the matter out of court. If the trial really goes to court and I lose the case, I will not only face high compensation, but also go to jail. At this moment, young Master Qian was really panicked. So he quickly said, "Hold them steady for me."
"I have to hold them steady. I'll be right there."
After saying that the money was too little, he climbed out of bed holding up his pants. Then he said to the 2 people beside him, "I have things to take care of, you guys can have fun by yourselves." After saying that, he put on his clothes and fled away. The 2 people on the bed were stunned for a moment when they saw the scene. But he didn't care too much and continued to have fun in this house every night. On the other side of the hospital, the lawyer was smiling and speaking to Arthur in front of him.
"Hey, lawyer, yeah, my employer will be here soon. Please wait a moment." Arthur nodded to the lawyer, then turned around and continued to instruct other lawyers.
At this time, no one knew what these lawyers were discussing. Lin Che sat on a chair beside him, comforting Chen Shuang.
The uncle standing by watched silently.
On the other hand, the young man's mother flattered Lin Che and showed her goodwill to him. This also caused Lin Che to roll her eyes repeatedly.
Soon, half an hour passed. Within half an hour, Chen Shuang's mother's operation was also completed. Chen Shuang's mother is temporarily out of danger. He was transferred to the ICU intensive care unit. Lin Che went to help pay for the hospitalization expenses.
In this way, time passed by little. Finally, just when Lin Che was about to run out of patience, a young man walked quickly towards Lin Che. When the lawyer saw the young man, his eyes suddenly lit up. Then he hurriedly went up to her, pulled her aside and whispered to her. As for Chen Shuang, he immediately became excited when he saw the young man. Lin Che looked at Chen Shuang and calmly patted his hands. He sat there with Chen Shuang, his expression calm. A few minutes later, the lawyer told the young man all the details he had learned. A gleam of light flashed in Qian Xiao's eyes, and he walked towards Lin Che. He just glanced at Lin Che, then turned to look at Chen Shuang and said,
"You are Ms. Zhao Ying's daughter, right?" Chen Shuang nodded after listening, then looked at Lin Che with a hesitant expression, obviously considering Lin Che as her backbone.
At this moment, a smile suddenly appeared on Qian Xiao's face. Then he turned to look at Lin Che and spoke. "Tell me how this matter can be resolved. Have you discussed it? How much money are you going to give my girlfriend so that she won't pursue this matter?
And then you're going to ask about my identity and want to establish a friendship?"
Lin Che said with a sneer. Chen Shuang, who was standing by, blushed when he heard Lin Che's words. As for young Master Qian, his expression froze. He indeed thought as Lin Che said. But he didn't expect that Lin Che would expose it so directly. The next moment, young Master Qian put away his smile.
Then said, "Mr. Lin, you look like a social elite, a successful person. My family is in the real estate business, and Costco land is my family's. Let's just treat this as a chance meeting. I'm offering 5 million in humanitarian aid. What do you think?"
As Chen Xiao finished speaking, the young man's mother's expression changed. From his original disdainful attitude, his eyes widened, and his breathing began to become heavy. On the other hand, Chen Shuang, who was standing aside, stood up with red eyes and shouted loudly.
"Don't even think about it. You hit someone and you didn't even say an apology. Do you think money can solve everything?"
As Chen Shuang finished speaking, the young man's mother became anxious. He hurried to Chen Shuang's side with an anxious look on his face, and then said to Qian Xiao with a smile on his face. Sorry, we need to discuss this further." After the woman finished speaking, she quickly turned around and looked at Chen Shuo.
Xuan, are you crazy? I'm not saying this to you, but this is 5 million. 5 million. How could you just refuse like that?" When Qian Xiao heard this, a scornful smile immediately appeared on his face.
5 million can solve the problem of these people.
They are indeed just petty citizens.
For a moment, the corners of Qian Xiao's mouth rose slightly. However, Chen Shuang became anxious when he heard this.
"But aunt..."
Before Chen Shuang could finish speaking, the aunt interrupted him and said,
Xuan, you have to think it through. This thing has already happened." Chapter 103.
Even if you really sue him, your chances of winning aren't very high, not to mention that it's time-consuming and expensive.
Don't forget that your mother's treatment still costs a lot of money.
And even if you win this lawsuit, the most you'll get is an apology and a few $100,000, which might not even be enough for your mother's medical treatment.
So, why do you need this apology?
You might as well take the 5 million now.
After your mother's illness is cured, you can have enough money to live a good life.
Of course, this aunt thinks more about. As long as the 5 million is in Chen Shuang's hands, I will find a way to borrow a part of it from Chen Shuang. This time, Chen Shuang was so angry that he almost laughed. It was really hard for her to understand why she had such a relative. At this moment, my uncle standing by yelled at my aunt.
"That's enough."
When my aunt heard my uncle's voice, she was about to say something else, but she suddenly shrank her neck and dared not say a word. This matter can't just end like this.
What we need is an apology, not 5 million. This guy hasn't even apologized yet. So he's buying off your conscience with 5 million, right?
The uncle angrily scolded the aunt, and Qian Xiao, who was standing next to him, also had a gradually cold expression on his face.
"MD, you're looking for death."
It seems you really don't know the strength of our Costco real estate. Xian Xiao immediately spoke in a cold voice. Lin Che, who was listening to these words, remained calm. Then when I was about to say something, the phone rang. After Lin Che took out the phone and took a look at it, the corners of his mouth suddenly rose slightly. The next moment, he stood up. He said calmly while looking at the phone in his hand. Costco Real Estate, this company has quite a lot of dark history. In May 2017, through illegal channels, 15 old houses in the old city of Jiang province were forcibly acquired. In October 2017, they used violent means to forcibly demolish over 300 properties in the old city to build a residential complex, profiting 3.84 billion yuan. 18 years. Lin Che read out the dark history of Costco Real Estate one by one. Xian Xiao, who was standing beside him, felt beads of sweat on his forehead and a cold sweat running down his face. You. As Lin Che read out the last sentence, Xian Xiao, who was standing beside him, looked horrified. As for Lin Che, she looked at Xian Xiao and smiled faintly.
Sitting there and talking. Why? Do you want to know how I know so much? Do you really think that I have waited for you for so long and did nothing?
I've now thoroughly uncovered all the little shit you Costco Real Estate has done over the years.
After a while, my lawyers will come to your door one by one. When that time comes, then you can consider whether you have the time to deal with us.
As he spoke, Lin Che stood up and looked at Xian Xiao in front of him with indifference. Xian Xiao, who was standing there, had an increasingly ferocious expression on his face.
Kid. Just wait for me. Don't walk alone at night in the future.
Young Master Qian knew that he was completely finished this time. After all, he was responsible for many shady things in the forced acquisition of houses over the years.
If all these things were exposed, then the consequences are unimaginable.
Lin Che turned to look at Chen Shuang and said with a smile. Okay, now that the matter is basically resolved, the next thing can be handed over to the legal team. Chen Shuang blushed slightly and nodded in response.
My aunt standing by had a look of dismay on her face.
The young man standing by looked at his mother and shook his head.
And the uncle couldn't help but look at Lin Che twice more.
Later, because Chen Shuang's mother needed more rest, Lin Che did not disturb her any further.
He left the hospital alone. On the way home,
Lin Che was thinking.
Indeed, what Xian Xiao said was true. One's own safety seems to be a real problem.
Until now, I haven't assigned myself any bodyguards or anything like that. It seems that I still need to get myself a few bodyguards, otherwise I will have to deal with all this garbage myself. Lin Che pinched his chin and pondered. Let's ask Li Pujuan to come over tomorrow and ask him to help arrange security personnel. Although, my current fighting power is still quite high. He has a body that has been strengthened by the system and is also proficient in traditional Chinese martial arts.
But what can we do about it?
No matter how strong your fighting ability is, you can't withstand hundreds of people attacking you together. What's more, there is an old saying that goes, it's easy to dodge a spear but hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. Thinking of this, Lin Che fell silent. It seems we need to hire some security and put this matter on the agenda as soon as possible. Lin Che pondered in his heart, his expression gradually becoming heavy. Soon, Lin Che returned home. Although I haven't been back for several days. But this room is still spotless. It seems that the maids I hired are very dedicated. Then, Lin Che walked to the refrigerator, took out a bottle of drink, and drank it like a buffalo.
Burp. Lin Che burped. His whole face showed an intoxicated smile.
Then he casually turned on the TV, and Lin Che lay on the sofa like a salted fish again.
A day passed quickly.
The next morning, Lin Che woke up early.
The first sentence when you wake up every day. System, sign in.
Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 15 android bodyguards female. Lin Che? What the hell? Android bodyguard?
Just when Lin Che was still confused, the doorbell rang. Lin Che went downstairs with a confused look on his face and opened the door. Outside the door, there were 15 beautiful women wearing black tight leather jackets.
As Lin Che opened the door, the 15 women walked directly in. As soon as these 15 people entered the room, they looked around the house. Safety confirmed.
The leading woman knelt on one knee in front of Lin Che, and then the remaining 14 women followed suit.
Master. The android bodyguard is reporting in.
Lin Che was stunned by the scene before her.
Who can tell me what is going on? Oh my god, system, get out here. What kind of artificial bodyguard is this? What the hell is this?
At this moment, Lin Che roared at the system in his heart.
Master, don't panic. We are all artificial bodyguards produced by the Universal Federation. We pose no threat to you.
And we all have control chips installed in our heads. As long as you wish, our life and death are under your control at any time.
And our primary goal is to protect your safety. Chapter 104. Before the system could respond, the leading android bodyguard spoke. Master, don't panic. We are all artificial bodyguards produced by the Universal Federation. We pose no threat to you.
And we all have control chips installed in our heads. As long as you wish, our life and death are under your control at any time.
And our primary goal is to keep you safe.
Hearing the android's words, Lin Che nodded. His heart gradually began to relax, and then he looked up and down at the 15 android bodyguards and asked,
So you're going to provide me with 24-hour personal protection? That would interfere with my normal life. Please rest assured about this. We will only protect you in secret on weekdays. And we will secretly eliminate anything that threatens you. Hearing what the leading android said, Lin Che immediately nodded and said, Okay, I get it. What should I call you then? Master, you can just call me number 1, this is number 2. These 15 people are numbered from 1 to 15. Then Lin Che got to know these 15 artificial humans in depth and understood their abilities.
After a fight, Lin Che had a rough idea of the strength of these 15 androids. It can be said that as long as your home is not bombed by heavy weapons, your safety will basically be guaranteed.
Okay, good.
Send 4 to protect my parents, and the rest will stay with me for now. Lin Che pondered for a moment, then arranged the personnel. Indeed, although my parents live in a small county town, their safety should not be a problem.
But it is better to be safe than sorry.
And as his wealth grows, he is bound to offend some people, and some people may want to take action against his parents. Therefore, it is very necessary to arrange a few artificial humans to protect the safety of parents.
Yes, Master.
Number 1 said to Lin Che, and then began to arrange manpower. Then at this moment Lin Che's phone rang.
After answering the phone, Lin Che spoke. Hello. Hello, are you Mr. Lin Che-lin?
A sweet voice came from the other end of the phone.
Yes, I am. Mr. Lin, we are from the Shunlong Yacht 4S store. The yacht you purchased has arrived at our store. Do you have time to come to our 4S store?
Hearing this, Lin Che was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered that this should be his Shunlong number 1 yacht that had arrived.
Oh, sure. I'll pick it up later. Okay, Mr. Lin, you can contact me when you arrive.
After saying that, Lin Che hung up the phone. And just after the sweet-voiced young lady hung up the phone, a burly man standing by looked at the huge yacht, which was over 100 meters long, parked in the backyard, and felt overwhelmed. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart.
MD, I shouldn't have taken this order in the first place. Shunlong number 1 yacht, it's so big, where should I put it?
If Lin Che wanted, he could launch the yacht directly.
But now, not yet. What a hassle.
The strong man sighed in his heart.
But how can you actually afford this Shunlong number 1 yacht? It seems that the wealthy businessman who bought this yacht must be someone extraordinary. After all, the Shunlong number 1 yacht is the most advanced yacht in the world. And the Shunlong number 1 in front of us is the top of the line version. There are helicopters, jet skis, and other things parked here.
After the burly man and the sweet-voiced girl stood at the door waiting for Lin Che for more than 10 minutes, a Pagani wind god drove over and stopped at the door of the 4S store. When the owner of the 4S shop saw this Pagani Huayra, his eyes widened.
Oh my god! Isn't this the Pagani wind god? The owner of this 4S store is so stupid. Is this some big shot coming to buy a yacht?
The owner of the 4S shop was swallowing his saliva frantically, his heart filled with shock. The next moment, Lin Che got out of the car, along with android bodyguard number 1. The one driving is number 1, who also has a domestic driver's license.
This system is quite fully equipped. Basically, number 1 can drive all these vehicles. These are also some of the basic abilities of this artificial bodyguard. Welcome, little brother, are you here to buy a yacht?
The owner of the 4S store rubbed his hands together and walked up to Lin Che and asked curiously. Oh, someone from your store just called me and told me that my yacht, Shenlong Number 1, has arrived. After hearing these words, the owner of the 4S store was completely confused. The owner of Shenlong Number 1 is so young. Although I just heard Lin Che's voice on the phone, I can tell that Lin Che should still be quite young. But now, after seeing Lin Che, he was even more shocked. Although I knew that Lin Che would listen to young people, I didn't expect that Lin Che was so young, looking only in his early 20s. Could this be the second generation of some family? But I've never heard of any second generation family in Jiang province buying such a top-notch yacht. The owner of the 4S store was already in turmoil at this moment. You are Mr. Lin Che Lin? Yes, it's me. Lin Che nodded and said. Then he asked again. Do you need to see my ID? No. Please come in. The boss waved his hand quickly, then led Lin Che into the store. What a joke. If someone can afford a Pagani Huayra, can he not buy the Shenlong Number 1 yacht? How could anyone dare to pretend to be such a top tycoon? Moreover, even if someone really wants to pretend, that also requires someone to be able to afford this Pagani Huayra worth 100 million. Rather than offending people by looking at the ID now, it is better to verify the authenticity later when going through the process. The two men quickly walked into the backyard. In the backyard at this time, an extra heavy truck was parked there, loaded with Lin Che's Shenlong Number 1 yacht. This Shenlong Number 1 yacht is all colorful white. And there are 5 floors on this deck. And there is also a huge hall. This Shenlong 1 is equipped with a jet ski and a helicopter, and it also has a huge loading space. And there's a small submarine underneath. We can go up and take a look now. Chapter 105. The owner of the 4S shop nearby introduced the shop to Lin Che. Hearing the boss's words, Lin Che nodded. Although Lin Che's face was calm, in reality, his heart was already filled with turbulent waves. Although I have seen this information on the internet before. But now that I've seen it with my own eyes, my heart still can't calm down for a long time. After all, this is not a yacht. This is clearly a small cruise ship. After taking a tour around, Lin Che was truly astonished by the Shenlong Number 1 yacht. This yacht is fully equipped with all kinds of luxurious facilities. Whether it is a KTV, a chess and card room, or a small bar, all these things are available. There is also a swimming pool, a separate helipad and a basketball court on this deck. This giant yacht of over 100 meters in length can be said to be the ultimate in luxury. After Lin Che inspected the place, he nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, quite good. After a while, Lin Che said 3 good ones. The owner of the 4S shop nearby said with a smile. Haha, I'm glad you like it. Although he said this, he had already started complaining in his heart. This kind of yacht is just good? So what kind would be better? This is already a top-of-the-line yacht, okay? Is it possible to take a cruise? By the way, can you go in the water here? Lin Che looked at the 4S shop owner beside him and couldn't help but ask. Well, there's no way I can get into the water here. If you want to go in the water, you can go to the nearby Royal Power Pier. If you want to go into the water, I can help you transport the yacht over. Okay, then help me transport it over. Lin Che nodded calmly and went through the handover process. The owner of the 4S store said to Lin Che. Mr. Lin, this is my business card. As he spoke, he handed over a business card with both hands. Yeah, okay. Lin Che took the boss's business card and casually put it in his pocket. In this way, it would be more convenient to maintain the yacht in the future. Moreover, just this one action of Lin Che made the shop owner feel excited. The only problem is where should the yacht be placed? Parking such a giant luxury yacht that is 100 meters long is a headache. We can't just let him drift on the sea forever. And this also requires regular maintenance and refueling. Lin Che pondered in his heart for a while, and he was really worried now. That's not right. Don't I have a private island? You can stop by and take a look. It's inconvenient to park there. Thinking about this in my heart, I walked to the door of the 4S store and got into the car directly. Led by number 1, Lin Che headed straight for the Imperial Power Wharf. Huangquan Wharf is the only wharf near Lin Che and is also an estuary. The car arrived at the Royal Power Wharf very quickly. Behind this car was the one carrying Lin Che's Shenlong Number 1 yacht. Because it had to transport this giant yacht, its speed was naturally a bit slower. At this time, Tang Ming was also in the Imperial Power Wharf.
Moreover, next to Tang Ming, there were many second-generation people dressed in colorful clothes gathered there.
Congratulations to Mr. Gu for getting a luxury yacht.
Congratulations, Master Gu, your yacht really doesn't look cheap.
That's right, congratulations to Master Gu. The young men bowed to Gu Han in front of them and said,
Hey, my yacht is nothing, it's not even a luxury yacht. Let me tell you something.
When I just came out of that 4S shop today, I saw a Shunlong No. 1 yacht in the backyard.
That's a really big one, over 100 meters long. That's what you call a real luxury yacht.
My little yacht is nothing compared to that Shunlong No. 1 yacht.
Gu Han spoke loudly. Oh my god. This Shunlong No. 1 yacht is over 100 meters long? I'm afraid few people in our Jiang province are willing to spend this much money to buy this, right? Yeah, this Shunlong No. 1 yacht must cost at least hundreds of millions of dollars, right? Among those present here, I guess only young Master Gu and young Master Tang's families can afford this, right? The people on the side started to speak.
Tang Ming on the side just stood there with a faint smile, and then tried to refuse for a while. However, at this moment, Lin Che's Pagani Wind God also stopped at the Royal Power Wharf.
This moment instantly attracted the attention of many people. Is there another rich kid coming over? Is this a Pagani Wind God? Has anyone in Jiang province bought a car like this? My god, this is a world-class limited edition sports car. What kind of second-generation rich kid can afford it? I don't know. Did Master Gu invite anyone else?
Everyone looked at Lin Che's Pagani and started talking. When Tang Ming heard this, he was stunned.
Pagani Huayra? Could it be that?
Just when Tang Ming was having some guesses in his heart, Gu Han, who was standing beside him, frowned and looked a little unhappy. After all, this is his home game today.
Now someone actually dares to drive a Pagani Huayra here? Are you here to cause trouble?
Moreover, precisely because this Pagani Huayra is the world's top limited edition sports car, everyone's attention has been turned to this car.
This guy is here to ruin things and steal my limelight. At this moment, Gu Han felt extremely unhappy.
I made up my mind secretly in my heart.
No matter who gets off the car later, he will humiliate the other person severely.
Let him know whose home court this is today. At this moment, Lin Che got out of the car. Number 1 got out of the car and walked to Lin Che's side.
Oh my god. Who is this girl? She's so beautiful. But who is this guy? I don't think there's such a person in Jiang province. Does anyone know him? I don't know this guy at all. I don't know him either. Does any one of you know him?
At this time, this group of second-generation people were discussing. As for Tang Ming, he walked directly towards Lin Che.
Brother Lin? Tang Ming asked Lin Che with some doubt. The second generation behind them asked. Mr. Tang, do you know this guy?
The rest of the second generation were also full of doubts at this time. After all, there are not many second-generation people in the entire Jiang province who can afford such a luxury car. Everyone knows those who can afford it.
Chapter 106.
But no one knew this Lin Che.
Then this Lin Che. Who is he exactly?
For a moment, everyone was particularly curious about who Lin Che was.
Well, this is my friend, Lin Che. Tang Ming gave a brief introduction.
Then he spoke to Lin Che.
Brother Lin, why are you here?
Oh, I just bought a yacht and I'm planning to come over and take a look at it. Lin Che spoke calmly. When these words came out, Tang Ming was stunned, and the second generation behind him were also stunned.
Yacht launching? This. For a moment, Gu Han's face changed immediately. The look he gave Lin Che was filled with coldness.
Today his yacht was also launched, and now Lin Che was also launched.
Are they here on purpose to cause trouble and go against me? Gu Han's heart was filled with anger and coldness at this moment. Then Gu Han walked towards Lin Che. At the same time, he said to Lin Che. It seems like you're here to launch the yacht, brother. I wonder where your yacht is, brother? My yacht is launching today too, why not join us? As he spoke, Gu Han pointed to a 40-meter-long yacht not far away. I wonder how big your yacht is, brother?
This Jiaolong ship of mine cost me 100 million to acquire.
Brother, your yacht should not be too small. Otherwise, if I accidentally hit your yacht, that would be terrible.
There was an obvious hint of sarcasm in Gu Han's tone. As Gu Han finished speaking, Tang Ming frowned. As for Lin Che, she looked at Gu Han in front of her with a strange expression. Then he nodded and said,
"Well, actually, mine is about the same as yours." "Ah, is that so?" When Gu Han heard Lin Che's words, a sneer appeared on his face. Then he spoke. "I wonder what business this brother's family is in." Gu Han stared at Lin Che and asked. "As for me, I just collect rent."
Lin Che pondered for a moment, then spoke.
"There is something to be said about this.
After all, he owns so many properties and office buildings, so it's not a problem for him to say that he is a rent collector. It's just that he casually serves as the chairman of some large companies." As Lin Che finished speaking, Tang Ming's expression became increasingly strange.
"I don't want to hear your bullshit. Are you collecting rent? I've never seen you collect rent so outrageously."
As for the other second generation standing by, they immediately lost interest in Lin Che.
Collecting rent? It seems like he is another nouveau riche.
And that Gu Han smiled contemptuously. In his heart, he had a rough guess about the yacht that Lin Che mentioned.
What kind of money can a nouveau riche who collects rent have?
Even if you can afford this Pagani Huayra, you probably only have 2 or 3 residential buildings at home. The net assets in hand will not exceed 1 billion at most.
I guess this car has already drained the family's cash flow. Then, Gu Han spoke.
"Tisk, Tang Ming, your friends are really getting lower and lower.
You even make friends with this nouveau riche? You are simply lowering the level of our circle." Hearing Gu Han's words, Tang Ming immediately spoke. "Gu Han, don't go too far. Brother Lin is not just an ordinary rent collector, he is..."
Before Tang Ming could finish his words, he noticed that everyone around him had a dumbfounded expression.
Staring blankly behind himself. "Huh? What happened?"
Seeing this, Tang Ming was stunned for a moment. Immediately, he turned around and saw what was behind him.
Tang Ming was completely dumbfounded. "Fuck you."
I saw it not far away. A large freight truck was slowly approaching. On this truck was Lin Che's huge Shenlong No. 1, which looked particularly dazzling under the sunlight. The Shenlong No. 1 is like a giant steel mobile castle, which makes people shocked when they look at it.
This is Shenlong No. 1. Is this the guy's yacht? What the hell? Is this a joke? This is the Shenlong No. 1 yacht. Everyone present was swallowing their saliva, their eyes full of shock. Even Gu Han, who had been shouting before, suddenly fell silent. How can you still shout like this? This is a giant super luxury yacht that is over 100 meters long. Even before entering the water, it already gives people a feeling of extreme luxury. Compared with the Shenlong No. 1 yacht in front of him, his so-called Jiaolong is nothing. Before, I even said that his yacht was too small and if I wasn't careful, it would get hit. This is fucking awesome. What the hell is this collision? If a collision really happens, let alone whether I can afford the compensation. I guess the one who will be thrown to the ground by then will not be someone else but myself. Besides, you call this about the same size?
At this moment, there were billions of alpaca horses galloping in Gu Han's heart. But when I think about how my limelight has been completely stolen. Gu Han's heart suddenly revealed a bit of bitterness and helplessness. As for Tang Ming, although he was still shocked in his heart, he felt more envious. The transport truck slowly stopped beside Lin Che, and the owner of the forest store got out of the car and spoke to Lin Che. "Mr. Lin, I will launch your Shenlong No. 1 now."
"Yeah, okay."
Lin Che nodded and said. Then, Lin Che's Shenlong No. 1 entered the water little by little. Then it docked at the side of the Royal Power Pier. The moment Lin Che's Shenlong No. 1 entered the water, the yachts nearby were instantly killed. In an instant, this huge Shenlong No. 1 yacht became the focus of everyone. Lin Che also boarded the Shenlong No. 1. Then he stood on the deck, looked at Tang Ming and said, "Would you like to come up and play together?" Hearing Lin Che's words, Tang Ming instantly became excited. Of course. As he spoke, Tang Ming trotted towards Lin Che's Shenlong No. 1 yacht. But when he passed by Gu Han, he suddenly stopped. Said to Gu Han, who had a ferocious expression on his face. "Hey, brother, I didn't have time to tell you before, but Brother Lin is not just some ordinary second-generation rent collector. To be precise, Brother Lin isn't a second-generation entrepreneur at all. He's the chairman of Tianlong Games. In the commercial center of Jiang Province, there is also an entire residential complex.
How can such a person be a second generation? As Tang Ming finished speaking, everyone present was shocked. Chairman of Tianlong Games. It's actually him? Chapter 107. At this moment, the second generation present were almost stunned. This identity alone is enough for Lin Che to walk around Jiang province with all his might. Then, these second generation people shouted loudly. I'm going. Boss, please take me with you. I want to get on the boat, too. At that moment, the dozen or so second generation people present immediately began to walk towards Lin Che's boat. Lin Che also called out the 11 android bodyguards hiding in the dark. Let number 1 be the helmsman, number 2 be the deputy, and the remaining 9 people be scattered in various positions. These artificial bodyguards are not only extremely powerful, but also proficient in various life skills. Each one is comparable to the world's top existence. So, there is absolutely no problem in driving a yacht. After Lin Che finished giving instructions to number 1, Shenlong number 1 also began to slowly start up. Then they headed straight for Lin Che's private island. Lin Che planned to go and take a look at this private island. Plus, there are quite a few people on the boat today, so it won't be too deserted if we go there. And that group of second generation people are still wandering around in Shenlong number 1. The second generation were like Granny Lu, who had never seen the world, constantly exclaiming in surprise. Looking at the various facilities on Shenlong number 1, everyone's face was filled with shock. Holy crap, this place even has a 20-meter-long swimming pool? Hiss. There's a helipad and helicopter here? Oh my god, come and look, there's a submarine on this ship? Is this really a yacht? This group of second-generation people were all shocked. When they saw the submarine, they were dumbfounded. Everyone was swallowing their saliva like crazy. This is simply terrible. Lin Che, holding a cocktail, walked onto the deck, leaned on the railing, and looked into the distance. The Shenlong number 1 was moving slowly along the way. Many passers-by on the shore saw the Shenlong number 1 and stopped in their tracks. He looked at the Shenlong number 1 with a shocked and dazed look on his face. Then they started talking about it. Some even took out their cell phones and frantically took pictures of Lin Che's Shenlong number 1. Soon, the privileged number 1 sailed into the sea. After entering the sea, the Shenlong number 1 yacht truly demonstrated its true speed. The Shenlong number 1 ran at full speed, accelerating all the way. The yacht broke through the waves and headed straight for the distant island. Above the sea in the distance. At this time, there was also a medium-sized yacht about 40 meters long, speeding there. On this yacht, there are more than a dozen girls in bikinis walking around. And on the deck, there was an extremely fat young man lying on a beach chair. In his arms lay a beautiful woman with a very hot body and towering breasts. Brother Zhuang, you promised me before that you would buy me a new bag. The beautiful woman said this with a charming and coquettish look on her face. At the same time, the palm gently slid across the young man's beer belly. The fat and big-eared brother Zhuang smiled and spoke. Ha ha ha, I will definitely buy you this LV bag. But before that, he. Brother Zhuang said this while looking at the beauty with a wicked smile, and then his hands started to move naughtily. Ah, Brother Zhuang, you are so bad. The beauty said this coquettishly, then stood up. Just when the beauty was about to leave, she seemed to see something terrible and froze in place. The whole person looks dazed. Brother Zhuang, who was standing by, said this with a lewd smile. Hey, why don't you run away? Brother Zhuang hugged her with a lewd smile. As long as you serve me well this time, I will not only buy you an LV bag, but I will also give you a diamond ring the size of a pigeon egg. Brother Zhuang was even happier when he saw that the beautiful woman had no reaction. When I was planning to do something. But he noticed that this beautiful woman was not looking at him at this moment. Instead, he stared ahead with a dull expression. His face was dull and his eyes were blank. This made Brother Zhuang a little angry. He wanted to see what this thing was. It can actually make this gold digger even more attracted to LV bags and diamond rings the size of pigeon eggs. While Brother Zhuang was angry, he also raised his head and looked where the gold digger was looking. However, when he saw the giant Shenlong number 1 yacht heading towards the king's direction, the whole person was stunned immediately. Holy shit! Isn't this the Shenlong number 1 yacht? The next moment, he saw the Shenlong number 1 yacht slowly passing by his small yacht. On the deck of the Shenlong number 1 yacht, an extremely handsome man is leaning on the railing. Next to him stood a tall woman. Brother Zhuang suddenly felt jealous.
Then I suddenly felt that the girl in my arms was a little boring. Lin Che didn't realize that her yacht had only passed by and ruined someone else's elegance. And now, the Shenlong No. 1 yacht has begun to approach its own private island. It will only take another 10 minutes at most to reach your own private island. Then, Lin Che walked directly back into the cabin.
Everyone, have a great time today.
I'll open a bottle of Conti later and we can taste it together. As he spoke, Lin Che raised his glass.
Hurrah! Young Master Lin is so generous. Brother Lin is awesome.
As soon as Lin Che finished speaking, everyone became excited instantly. However, at this moment, a voice rang out.
Brother Lin, the direction you're heading seems to be a private island, right?
At this point, many people became a little nervous. Then they all turned to look at the island in the distance.
Indeed, there is a sign on it.
It says on it that this is a private island and no one is allowed to enter.
Private island? It's not, Mr. Lin, please tell the captain to get out of the way. If you accidentally enter someone else's private island, it's not easy to talk to that island.
Then we can't afford the island owner's wrath.
Yes, Mr. Lin. Let's get out of the way quickly. These second-generation people spoke anxiously one after another.
Indeed, those who can afford a private island are not ordinary wealthy people. Generally speaking, those who can afford to buy a private island are either rich, powerful, or influential. And if ordinary people break into the territory of this private island, it would be fine if the island is easy to talk to, but if it is not easy to talk to,
the consequences are really serious. Chapter 108. After all, if you break into this private property, it's no different from breaking into someone else's home without their consent. Not to mention, they have already put up a sign saying it is private territory. But you guys just pretended not to see anything and just barged in. How could the island owner not be angry if we did this? However, at this moment, two small yachts approached. There are security personnel on both yachts. Everyone who saw the scene felt their hearts sink. This time, it's completely over.
Many people were now regretting in their hearts why they had boarded Lin Che's boat. Lin Che, on the other hand, still looked very calm at this moment. But he was still a little surprised in his heart. Lin Che didn't expect that even security personnel had been arranged on this island. Although the system had said at the beginning that all the facilities on this island were complete.
At first, Lin Che thought there were only some villas and entertainment facilities.
But Lin Che really didn't expect that even the security personnel had already prepared for her.
No. Brother Lin, why are you still so calm? I told you to turn around but you didn't listen. That's great. The owner of the private island has discovered us. Alas, I shouldn't have boarded this pirate ship in the first place. At this moment, everyone was sighing.
Lin Che, on the other hand, remained calm as always. He glanced at everyone here, then spoke calmly to number 1 beside him. Go, notify the other side and tell them that I'm here, and ask them to let me pass. After hearing Lin Che's words, everyone present was stunned.
What's going on? Just let people go directly? At this moment, these second-generation people looked at each other in confusion. Lin, Brother Lin, could it be that the owner of this island is your friend? Tang Ming, who was standing by, couldn't help but ask Lin Che. Friend?
Lin Che was stunned for a moment, then shook her head.
That's not the case.
After Lin Che finished speaking, everyone present felt a little depressed.
Since the island owner is not your friend, what are you talking about here and why are you asking others to let him go? This sounds like the truth. At this moment, everyone present was depressed to death. Then everyone just sighed.
But at this moment, Lin Che's voice rang out again. Because this private island originally belonged to me. As soon as Lin Che finished speaking, the entire place fell silent.
This island. It was originally his?
At this moment, in the cabin, there were sounds of people gasping for air one after another. A second-generation man there pointed at the two small yachts and spoke loudly.
Oh my God! Those security boats really retreated. Is this actually true? Oh my God, the mysterious owner of this island is actually young Master Lin? For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Che with shock in their eyes. Horrible. It's so scary. I originally thought that this could afford a Pagani Huayra and a Privilege 1 yacht.
This is already Lin Che's full strength. But no one expected that this was just the tip of the iceberg of Lin Che's strength. The more he tried to spy on the other party, the more he would find that Lin Che was truly unfathomable. At this time, the Shunlong #1 had slowly docked at the edge of the island. At this moment, everyone began to get off the boat quickly. When they saw this huge seaside villa, these second-generation people were also shocked by Lin Che. Although their family has some assets in this area of Jiang province. But this is the first time they have seen such a luxurious seaside villa and such a private island. This huge seaside villa looks full of technology from the outside. Everyone walked into the villa out of curiosity. The interior of the villa is also exceptionally luxurious, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows that provide excellent lighting. All the facilities here are full of technology. The furniture in this villa is top-notch, and there are dozens of servants working in it. And behind this villa, there is a huge golf course. After seeing the situation inside the villa, Lin Che was still a little surprised. If it weren't for the fact that this villa is located on my own private island, I would only come here occasionally for leisure and vacation. I guess Lin Che is now thinking of moving here and living here permanently for a while. Oh my goodness, this villa is simply invincible. Tang Ming, who was standing by, was amazed at this moment. After all, this villa has a very strong sense of technology. If it weren't for the fact that it was built on Lin Che's private island. It is estimated that this villa can be sold for at least 300 to 400 million. Ah, that's okay, that's all. Everyone, have fun and eat and drink today. If you want something, just tell me. If we don't have it, I'll have someone fly a helicopter to a nearby city to buy it. Tang Ming. Other second-generation people. This is fucking terrible. So heroic. It's really awesome. Just tell us what you want. If you don't have it, send someone by helicopter to buy it. If only he didn't know that there was a helicopter on Lin Che's yacht. They would probably think that Lin Che was just being pretentious. But in reality, Lin Che was not pretending. And if anyone were to do this kind of thing, it would probably be impossible. At this moment, these second-generation people suddenly felt a little melancholy. In the past, they thought their lives were pretty good and their assets were worth tens of billions. This can be considered the pinnacle of life. But now compared with Lin Che. The peak of life? Maybe in Lin Che's eyes, this means, how are you going to live with just these 10 billion? At this moment, everyone present seemed to have received 1 million critical hits. Alas, why is the gap between the rich so huge? Time passed quickly and night gradually fell. Lin Che simply set up a large barbecue grill on the beach, and then asked people to prepare the ingredients and started grilling them. He even opened a bottle of Romane Conti, which he used to marinate barbecued meat skewers instead of drinking it. This private island has everything you need. There are king crabs, wagyu beef, deep-sea blue dragon, etc., everything is available. There is nothing that they don't have, except what you can't think of. And according to the words of the steward on this island, these things are directly from their place of origin, and are flown in directly from the spot where they are caught. Chapter 109. So all the ingredients on this island are absolutely fresh. Moreover, this island also has its own breeding area. These things are also available on the island, and the number of breeding animals is controlled all year round. Once there is a shortage, they will be directly airlifted from the place of origin to replenish the stocks. Just like that, the night passed quickly. A night of silence. Waited until the next morning. As soon as Lin Che woke up, she signed in as usual. I didn't get anything good from signing in today, just a cash reward of 1 million. Cash is fine, but isn't it a bit disrespectful to give 1 million to someone like you? Lin Che shook her head helplessly and climbed out of bed. Standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the sea outside, Lin Che couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Looking back, just a few days ago, I broke up with my girlfriend because of money. But now, even if I get a few million, even hundreds of millions, it can no longer stir up any waves in my heart. Alas, having too much money is also a kind of trouble. At this moment, Lin Che felt that everything in this world was boring and dull. After washing up, Lin Che went downstairs. At this time, many second-generation people have already gotten up. When these second-generation people saw Lin Che coming downstairs, they all nodded to Lin Che to show their goodwill. After seeing Lin Che coming down, Tang Ming immediately said to Lin Che, "Brother Lin, I have an auction here and I would like to invite you to go." Auction, or something? Lin Che glanced at Tang Ming beside her and said, "Oh, it's like this, Brother Lin.
Kai Shukuan's family is holding a real estate auction tonight. They're mainly some high-end villas. I thought if you're free, we could go and have some fun together.
After hearing this, Lin Che pondered for a moment, then nodded.
A villa?
Yes, today's auction is to auction off the large-scale real estate that has been accumulated over the past 3 years. For example, the Hentaying No. 1 villa in the Hentaying community has never been sold because it is too large.
Then there are also villas like the Tinglong Villa in the Crown residential area.
These villas have never been sold because they are too big and too expensive. Hearing these words, Lin Che's mind became a little more active.
Hentaying No. 1 Villa. This is considered a large villa, covering an area of 950 square meters. And this also includes a huge courtyard and a huge underground parking lot.
After hearing Tang Ming's words, Lin Che immediately said,
Okay, I'm planning to buy another villa for fun.
Everyone present felt a little depressed when they heard Lin Che's words.
What are you talking about? What does it mean to buy a villa for fun?
You know, among the villas auctioned at this auction, the cheapest one will cost tens of millions. But they can also spend so much money at one time to buy a villa. But it's definitely not as easy as Lin Che.
Lin Che's talk of buying a villa is as if he's just buying a villa model for fun. Then they really can't do that. Only someone like Lin Che could talk about buying a villa so nonchalantly. Everyone finished breakfast quickly.
Then, after playing golf together for a while on this private island, everyone returned to the Royal Power Pier at noon. At this dock, Lin Che rented a space to Park Shenlong No. 1. Then he separated from the crowd and went home. After returning home, Lin Che took a shower and changed her clothes. Then he called Lin Xian. After asking about the recent situation, I just sat on the sofa watching TV and playing with my phone like a lazy fish.
Around 7 o'clock in the evening, I received a call from Tang Ming.
Lin Che drove his Lamborghini Veneno straight to the Tianhai Hotel. This Tianhai Hotel is a 5-star hotel and is also owned by the Kai Shukuan family. When Lin Che's car arrived, Kai Shukuan and Tang Ming were already waiting for Lin Che at the door. When they saw Lin Che in the car, the corners of their eyes twitched again.
This is another limited edition sports car.
However, because of yesterday's bombing of the Pagani Huayra and Shenlong No. 1 yachts, as well as the private island, this is just a Lamborghini Veneno worth tens of millions, but in the eyes of these two people, there is no such sense of horror. Instead, the others all looked towards Lin Che.
Lamborghini Veneno? Whose young master is this? This is a Lamborghini Veneno hardtop, limited to just 5 units worldwide. I wonder which young man this will be.
For a moment, many people stopped and waited to see which family the young man came from. And just then, Lin Che got off the car.
Ha! Whose young master is this? I don't know. I haven't seen it. Could he be a wealthy man from Arjun province? For a moment, everyone was talking about it.
At this moment, Tang Ming and Kai Shukuan walked towards Lin Che. When everyone saw these two people walking forward to greet Lin Che, they were all surprised again. After all, if this could make 2 of Jiang province's top young masters personally waiting here to greet them, then Lin Che's identity.
Then who exactly is this Lin Che? For a moment, all these people looked terrified. This means that a Lamborghini Veneno only attracts the attention of some people.
Now, Tang Ming and Kai Shukuan came together to greet Lin Che.
It will directly cause an uproar.
After all, what level of boss must he be to be able to make these two people come to meet him in person? At this moment, Kai Shukuan suddenly took out a black invitation letter from his arms. He held it in both hands and handed it to Lin Che, saying, "Brother Lin, this is your invitation.
You can't enter without it." Lin Che nodded calmly, then took the invitation. When everyone present saw the black invitation, their eyes suddenly shrank. This is a black invitation. Who on earth is this person? What exactly is his identity? The invitation letter was actually black. You should know that the invitations issued for this auction are divided into 5 levels. They are white, cyan, red, purple, and black. Among them, the white level is the lowest and is also the most widely distributed. The number of these black invitations distributed can be said to be very small. I heard that there were only 10 black invitations distributed for this first auction. And each of them is a CEO worth hundreds of billions. Chapter 110.
And this young man in front of me can actually get this black invitation.
So what kind of identity is he? At this time, everyone present was constantly guessing. At this moment, several people had already entered the hotel.
Kaishukuan, who was standing aside, said directly, "Brother Lin, let me remind you first that the young master of Gumi technology, Guhan, is also here at this auction today. Guhan is the type with a small mind, and his family's company is also a large company with a market value of over 10 billion. I think he'll be sitting at the same table with you this time, and he'll probably give you a hard time." Hearing this, Lin Che smiled calmly.
Then he said, "Making it difficult for me? Ha ha."
Lin Che laughed contemptuously, and then the elevator door opened, and Lin Che and number 1 walked in together. Kaishukuan and Tang Ming, who were standing there, listened to Lin Che's words.
Suddenly, their bodies trembled. Suddenly, they both felt that this Guhan, I guess it won't end well.
Soon, the elevator reached the 59th floor.
The 59th floor is the top floor of the Tianhai Hotel. After stepping out of the elevator, Lin Che saw the lobby at the end of the corridor. After holding the black invitation, Lin Che and number 1 walked into the hall.
When he saw the luxuriously decorated hall, Lin Che's eyes suddenly showed a hint of surprise. Lin Che had never expected it to be a restaurant like this. The banquet hall on this floor is the highest level banquet hall in Tianhai Hotel and also the most luxurious. This height is just right for overlooking the night view of half of Jiang province, and the entire banquet hall is designed with floor-to-ceiling windows on all sides, providing an extremely wide view.
But correspondingly,
the rental of this banquet hall is also quite high. Just renting it for one day would cost millions.
It's just rent.
This does not include the cost of any dishes and drinks. Lin Che simply estimated the number of guests here.
There are about 100 people.
And most of them came with their families. Based on the standard of 8 people per table, there are about 13 tables. For a banquet of this level, this table of food would probably cost at least 100,000 yuan. In addition, there are high-end foreign liquors, high-end liquors, various high-end desserts, etc. This table has to be calculated based on the specifications of 200,000, and then multiplied by 13. That is 2.6 million, plus 1 million in rent, so the minimum is 3.6 million.
Lin Che's calculations were based on the lowest standards. The guests to be invited to the banquet today are all the top celebrities in Jiang province.
Therefore, the final amount will only be higher than Lin Che's guess, not lower. As Lin Che sat down, many wealthy businessmen at the same table looked at her. When they looked at Lin Che, there was a hint of surprise in their eyes. After all, most of the people at this table are top celebrities who can get black invitations. Most of the people looked to be in their 30s or 40s. But now a young man in his early 20s came in, which was really out of place. But at this moment, some people also set their eyes on Lin Che's wrist. When he saw Lin Che's Richard 10th anniversary watch, suddenly, there was a look of surprise in his eyes. Being able to wear this watch proves that Lin Che's identity and status are definitely not low. At this moment, everyone at the table put away their contempt for Lin Che. It also elevates Lin Che to the same status as himself. At this time, many people at other tables saw Lin Che sitting down. They all looked at him in surprise, and then started talking in low voices.
"Oh my God, who is this guy? He can actually sit at that table. I don't know. He looks so young. He must be the second generation of some family.
But he actually dared to sit at which table?
Didn't the elders in this family tell him? That's right, there's absolutely no manners at all."
Everyone there pointed at Lin Che. At the same time, he also used Lin Che to educate his younger generation.
And it was at this time.
An old boss at the table looked at Lin Che and pondered for a moment. The next moment, he seemed to remember something.
Could it be?
The old boss was stunned for a moment, then he held up his wine glass and walked over to Lin Che.
"Look, that's Jay Cho from Thor Games, right? Well, he seemed to be walking towards that young man. Ha, it seems that Mr. Joe can't stand it anymore. TSK, looks like there will be some good shows to watch later." Everyone present started talking. Everyone's face showed an expression of watching a show. But the next moment, everyone here was suddenly stunned. Zhou Dong, who was there, walked directly to Lin Che's side.
Then he bent down and spoke to Lin Che.
"Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Cheilin?" Everyone watching this scene was stunned. Oh my God, what's going on here? What is the identity of this young man? Is this actually enough to make Jay Cho from Thor Games toast him? This Raytheon company is not a small company.
It is a large conglomerate with a market value of over 30 billion. And I heard that this Thor game is backed by the Penguin Group. What is this guy's identity and background? At this moment, everyone present looked shocked. Looking at Mr. Zhou, Lin Che took a look and then spoke lightly. Yes, I am. So, who are you? Oh, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Zhou Luan from Raytheon. When Zhou Luan heard Lin Che's admission, he immediately spoke with a bit of excitement on his face. He happened to see the share changes of Penguin Group some time ago. He also noticed that the new shareholder was Lin Che, so he made a note of it. After all, it is impossible not to be impressed that he can become a shareholder of Penguin Group at such a young age. Oh, hello. Lin Che stood up, picked up his glass, and raised it to Zhou Luan. However, Zhou Luan was shocked when he saw Lin Che's actions. Then he said hurriedly, No, this should be me toasting you. I almost didn't recognize you just now. It's my fault. As he spoke, Zhou Luan raised his glass and clinked it with Lin Che's. Of course, when they clinked glasses, Zhou Luan's glass was slightly lower than Lin Che's by half a head. Chapter 111. When everyone present saw this scene, they were even more horrified. In the drinking culture, this kind of situation usually only occurs when a person of lower status toasts a person of higher status. But now, Zhou Luan actually treated Lin Che like this. So, who exactly is Lin Che? This made everyone a little confused. As for the wealthy businessmen sitting at the same table, how many of them are not shrewd? Although he was not very clear about Lin Che's identity, he was able to make Zhou Luan treat him with such respect. That was enough to show that Lin Che's identity and background must be extremely terrifying. At this moment, these old bosses came over to toast Lin Che. No matter what Lin Che's identity and background are, since we already know that the other party's identity and background are not simple, of course we have to make ourselves familiar with him. At this moment, everyone at the table toasted Lin Che. After this round, Lin Che drank a whole glass of wine. As for the people in the distance, after seeing this scene, they all looked a little strange. Just when they were still considering whether to go over and toast, I saw a young man sitting down at Lin Che's table with a carefree attitude. There was also a middle-aged man beside him. And the person who came was Gu Han. Ha, I didn't expect you to be here too. Gu Han looked at Lin Che and said with a sneer. Boy, I'll have someone check your background when I get back. It's just owning a Qianyu building and a Tianlong game. Just these two things, what the hell are you so arrogant about? Gu Han, who was sitting there, spoke loudly. When Lin Che heard this, she just frowned and said, Noisy. These two simple words immediately angered Gu Han. He immediately stood up and pointed at Lin Che and shouted coldly. What the hell did you say? At this time, the big guys at the table all frowned at Gu Han. If it was because Gu Han was the young master of Gumi technology, these big guys would have been furious a long time ago. Not to mention that when he toasted Lin Che just now, Lin Che behaved very politely. Just the moment Gu Han sat down, he started to mock Lin Che. This was enough to make them give Gu Han a negative score in their hearts. Gu Jinshan, who was standing by, looked at his nephew like this and the reactions of the bigwigs present. He immediately shouted coldly. Gu Han, sit down. When Gu Han heard that his uncle had spoken, he could only sit down angrily. But when he sat down, he glared at Lin Che fiercely. In his opinion, if it weren't for Lin Che, he wouldn't have been scolded by his uncle. Gu Han immediately said to Lin Che in a cold voice. Boy, if you dare to bid today, I'll fight you to the end. Boring. Lin Che just glanced at Gu Han and said lightly. There was calmness in his words. You. Hearing Lin Che's words, the rage in Gu Han's eyes was almost about to burst into flames. However, at this moment, Kai Jingshu also slowly walked up to the platform. This is the chairman of Dakuan Real Estate, and also Kai Shukuan's father. Kai Jingshu had already walked to the microphone and said, Well, welcome everyone, you are able to come to our auction dinner in your busy schedule. Everyone at this auction dinner. After Kai Jingshu talked a lot of nonsense, all the dishes were served. And each of these dishes is extremely luxurious. Of course, the wines are not bad either. The white wine is Feitian Mutai and the red wine is Lafite. At this time, Kai Jingshu, who was standing on the stage, picked up a glass of red wine, raised it high, and spoke loudly. Before the auction begins, let me offer a toast to everyone. Come. Everyone, please. In front of all the guests below, the waiter had already poured a glass of wine.
I wish Mr. Kai a prosperous business. Business is booming. Done.
Someone took the lead in making a toast, and the others, who were happy to relax, immediately echoed him.
After a sip of wine and some polite words,
Kai Jingshu also put down his wine glass and took a remote control from the waiter.
Everyone, I now declare that the auction officially begins. Of course, you are welcome to eat as you please during the auction. If you see a house you like, you can just press the button in front of you. Whoever presses the button calls out their bid. Good.
Kai Jingshu rattled off a lot of words, and Lin Che definitely saw the button. In fact, Lin Che had already seen it, but she was still wondering what this button was used for. Now it seems that this thing was originally used for auctioning.
So advanced. High technology. Never mind, let us eat first. Lin Che didn't care about anything else and just started eating.
As for what Kai Jingshu said, he just ignored it. Of course, Lin Che still heard the key point. But Lin Che was really hungry, and couldn't stop eating. In response to this, many wealthy people looked at this scene with strange expressions. This would have been impossible if Lin Che hadn't demonstrated his strength before. I guess these people would simply think that Lin Che is a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. On the contrary, Gu Han, who was sitting there, showed a look of disdain towards Lin Che. Soon the auction officially began. The first house to be auctioned was in a residential area near Lin Che's number 1 manor.
This is a small duplex with a starting price of 50 million. Soon this small duplex was sold for 80 million yuan.
However, Lin Che didn't think there was anything wrong with this. After all, in the end, it will all be designed and decorated by exclusive top designers.
There are also 3 different decoration styles for you to choose from.
As for why so many people bought it, Lin Che figured it out after thinking about it.
This is probably because this type of housing has become a scarce type and there are only a few left. There just so happens to be a few houses left, and someone just so happens to need it.
As time passed, the auction was already more than halfway through. The 7 houses that were auctioned one after another have all been bought at different prices. However, the prices of these 7 houses do not seem to be cheap. The transaction price of the most expensive unit has reached 250 million. There are only 10 houses prepared for this auction, so there are only 3 houses left now. At this time, Lin Che also sat up straight. Lin Che wiped her mouth and looked forward. According to the information revealed by Kai Shukuan to himself, the remaining 3 houses are all villas. And they are all top-notch large villas. It just so happened that what Lin Che wanted to buy was a villa. Chapter 112. Gu Han, who was standing by, suddenly brightened up when he saw Lin Che's appearance. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes.
Humph. I want to let you know the consequences of offending me.
Gu Han snorted in his heart, planning to discuss Lin Che later.
And just after Kai Jingshu on the stage boasted, the auction of this first large-sized villa has officially begun. The starting price for this villa is 500 million. Each bid must be no less than 5 million. At this price, many wealthy people who are not so wealthy gasped. Lin Che, on the other hand, appeared completely calm. After all, the square footage of the house is there, and the location of the house is also good. Not to mention that this villa has an independent courtyard and has 5 floors. This kind of villa has a starting price of 500 million, which is actually not expensive. I'll give you 550 million. 560 million. 600 million. At this time, many people began to bid. Lin Che sat there drinking calmly. Lin Che knew very well in his heart that this was just a minor incident, and it would be useless even if he made an offer now. Soon, as the price was raised to 800 million, the frequency of bidding gradually decreased. Only then did Lin Che slowly regain his spirits. I'll give you 850 million. The previous bid had already been increasing by 5 million, but unexpectedly, Lin Che actually increased it by 50 million. This really shocked many people. Many of the people at the same table also looked at Lin Che. There was also a hint of surprise in his eyes. They originally thought that Lin Che would not bid this time. But I didn't expect that Lin Che would not say anything, but would make a big splash once he spoke. As for Lin Che, he didn't feel proud at all. He didn't think that he could buy the villa with his current bid. Just at this moment, Gu Han on the side suddenly rang the bell. Then shouted loudly, "I'll give you 900 million. After hearing this voice, Lin Che narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Gu Han beside him.
At this time, Gu Han, looking very arrogant, sat there with his head held high.
What? What are you looking at? I also like this villa, isn't it?
In response, Lin Che just smiled calmly and said nothing.
You want to play, right? Okay, then I'll have fun with you.
As for the other people present, they all had strange expressions on their faces. After all, the price of 900 million is basically a premium. The 850 million that Lin Che offered previously was already the upper limit of the price of this house.
Lin Che looked at the arrogant Gu Han and spoke immediately. 910 million.
When Gu Han heard Lin Che's words, he sneered.
Ha, wasn't your bid quite aggressive just now? Why are you so weak now? As he spoke, Gu Han pressed the button in front of him again.
Then he shouted loudly.
950 million.
Lin Che sneered inwardly at this, then said lightly.
Ha, you only have so much guts to raise the price? How come I never saw how awesome you are? 950 million, right?
In that case, I'll just give a small amount, 1 billion. The moment Gu Han finished speaking, everyone gasped.
Oh my god, it's already reached 1 billion? Oh my god, am I crazy, or is this world crazy? Yeah, this price is really a bit too high, isn't it?
I just don't know if these two guys will continue to fight.
At this time, everyone present was talking about it. After all, the bid has reached 1 billion. This price is really too abnormal and too scary. This is just an ordinary villa.
According to the market price, it is worth at most 850 million yuan.
But now it has been forcibly raised to 1 billion? This is really too scary.
Gu Han, who was standing aside, was now a little hesitant.
1 billion, to be honest, this price is a bit outrageous. If I continue to add to the price, it is still a question whether I can afford it.
Lin Che looked at Gu Han in this state, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly.
The next moment, he said immediately. Oh, that's boring. I thought I had met a good opponent.
I didn't expect him to be such a wimp.
How can this price be so high? Some people, if you can't afford this price, then don't try to act like a big shot.
He makes himself look like a villain, and then he acts like he's very rich.
Since you don't have any money, then go home and ask your dad for more.
Although Lin Che didn't say it explicitly, it was filled with implicit sarcasm. As soon as Lin Che finished speaking, Gu Han's eyes suddenly turned red. The anger in my heart was also rising.
He immediately snorted coldly and said, Who are you saying has no money?
As he said this, Gu Han slammed the button in front of him. Then he shouted loudly.
I bid 1.1 billion.
As soon as these words were spoken, they caused an uproar in the entire audience.
This actually directly added 100 million. This is so terrifying.
At this time, many people looked towards Gu Han. When Gu Han saw everyone looking at him, he immediately raised his head and spoke loudly.
This little money is nothing. I like this villa, so I will buy it.
Then he looked at Lin Che, who was sitting there. There was a hint of provocation in his eyes. However, Lin Che, who was sitting there, picked up the red wine glass and shook it for a while. There was always that peaceful smile on his face. Then he got up and had a drink. Seeing Lin Che like this, Gu Han couldn't help but feel a little confused. Then he said to Lin Che,
No, it's your turn.
Lin Che said with a puzzled look on his face.
What happened to me? It's your turn to bid. Gu Han had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Oh, you are talking about this villa. I see, Master Gu, you like it very much.
Then I will just bear the pain and give this villa to you, Master Gu.
Well, to be honest, Master Gu, you can actually raise the price of this villa, which is only worth 850 million yuan at most, to 1.1 billion yuan. That's enough to show how much you like this villa. I will make it a beautiful place for you. After all, I, Lin Che, have always liked to help others achieve their goals.
Lin Che's words were truly high-sounding. But as Lin Che finished speaking, all the wealthy businessmen present were trying to suppress their laughter.
Looking at Lin Che, his expression was full of weirdness. Chapter 113. God damn, what a beautiful thing for everyone. God likes it very much. It's obvious that you are the one who cheated them.
Tang Ming and Kai Shukuan, who were sitting at the next table, also looked a little strange.
This Lin Che is really too mean. At this moment, everyone present was holding back their laughter.
As for Gu Han, who was standing aside, he was stunned. After hearing Lin Che's words, his face turned red as a pig's liver.
At this moment, Guhan finally understood that he had fallen into Lin Che's provocation.
The most important thing is that I took the initiative to call out this price, so I can't complain about it.
At this moment, the entire audience fell into an eerie silence.
However, at this moment, a strange bell rang.
Look at this noodle, it's long and wide. Look at this bowl, it's big and round. As the eerie ringing sounded, everyone finally couldn't hold back their laughter any longer. Poochie! Ha 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 ha! A second-generation guy immediately burst into laughter without restraint. Afterwards, the entire banquet hall was immediately filled with a cheerful atmosphere. As for Guhan, he could only bite the tooth and swallow it. Kai Jingshu on the stage looked at Guhan helplessly.
But as the host, he can only make the final decision now.
1.1 billion for the first time. 1.1 billion for the second time. 1.1 billion for the third time. Make a deal.
As the hammer fell again and again, Kai Jingshu also shouted loudly.
Let's congratulate Guhan.
He successfully bought our villa for 1.1 billion.
After all, spending 1.1 billion to buy an unfinished house, how can one not be mentally devastated? Moreover, he spent nearly 300 million yuan to buy this villa.
At this moment, Guhan felt like his whole body was about to break apart listening to the applause all around him.
This fucking. It's just like eating Lao Ba's secret hamburger. If someone says that I have bought a villa that I like to live in, then I will accept it.
But the most important thing is that I don't need or want this villa at all.
What's more, the vacant villa in his family is even bigger than the current one. What's the point of wasting 1.1 billion yuan to buy this villa? Is it used to raise pigs? MLGBD. For a moment, Guhan wanted to curse.
If it weren't for the fact that all those present were prominent figures in Jiang province, Guhan would have probably lost his temper.
Uncle Guhan, who was standing by, also looked unhappy.
Lin Che's methods are really too mean. Then he looked at his nephew beside him with some exasperation, and his whole mentality collapsed.
Damn you, why are you dragging me down with you when you're going to eat shit yourself? If there weren't so many people here, they would have slapped Guhan in the face.
After all, this is not just 10 or 20 million, it is a full 1.1 billion. Now that the deal has been made, the two of them can only obediently pay the 1.1 billion yuan.
And at this moment, Guhan's sinister voice rang out. Uncle, this kid's methods are really too mean. Lend me some money later, and I promise to make him fall flat on his face. As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Guhan's mentality collapsed even more. Just you? How dare I lend you money? Even if I lend it to you, can you still defeat me? Do you still want to buy another villa? I'll lend you a hammer.
If there weren't so many people here and I had given you some face, I would have given you the slap in the face that you love the most.
Forget it, you can't beat him. Guhan's uncle shook his head and said. But, Guhan wanted to say something more, but he only got a cold stare from his uncle.
This time, Guhan could only leave the stage with regret.
There is no way, 1.1 billion is already Guhan's limit.
The next one is the finale villa, which is 200 square meters larger than the previous one. But this time Lin Che did not get involved.
Soon, the final show officially began. Next, we will auction the last lot of today's auction.
This auction item is also the most luxurious villa built by our Daqin Real Estate in recent years. To be precise, this cannot be called a villa, but a villa estate covering an area of 10 acres. In this manner, we invited the country's top Chinese-style designers to design the garden decoration. And the residential area in the middle has 4 floors above ground and 2 floors underground. The area of each floor is about 3,000 square meters. And on the left side of this manor is the servants' villa covering an area of 300 square meters. On the right is an independent parking garage, 5 meters high, which can accommodate up to 50 cars. And now we have done some simple renovations on this villa. If someone is lucky enough to take a photo of this villa, our renovation time will be greatly reduced. Moreover, the water supply and power supply systems in this manor are independent systems. There's also a helicopter landing pad on the rooftop, as well as a private swimming pool and golf course behind the villa. After hearing this introduction, Lin Che couldn't help but become more interested. According to Kai Jingshu's introduction, this manor is quite good. At this moment, Lin Che's heart began to beat. Okay, that's all we have to say about this villa for now. The starting price for this villa is 2 billion. Each bid must be no less than 10 million. As these words fell, a gleam of brilliance flashed in Lin Che's eyes. Many of the wealthy people present immediately became eager to try it. But now everyone is still quiet and no one has raised the price. Lin Che, on the other hand, couldn't hold back any longer and immediately pressed the button in front of him. Lin Che didn't act pretentiously. She was determined to get this manor anyway. He spoke immediately. 2.1 billion. 100 million. Lin Che directly added another 100 million. As Lin Che raised the price, many people present gasped. Adding 100 million right at the beginning is really shocking. This action directly scared away many people who originally wanted to participate in the auction. But even so, there are still many people who have started to participate in the auction of this villa estate. In that case, I'll offer 2.12 billion. Ha, it seems everyone likes this manor villa. In that case, I'll offer 2.15 billion. Then I'll offer 2.2 billion. At once everyone was pressing buttons to bid. With Lin Che's bid, the price of this villa manor suddenly soared to 2.3 billion. Chapter 114. Gu Han, who was standing aside, had completely lost his temper. Perhaps, these more than 2 billion yuan are nothing to his family. But, that was his family's money, not his money. If it was his father who came today, he might be able to go up and fight for it, but now, he has no way to participate at all. Not to mention, he had previously wasted a full 1.1 billion yuan and bought a money-losing building. I guess my father will give me a beating when I go back. As for Lin Che, he sat there quietly waiting. This continued rise in prices will not last long. As expected, as the price of the villa exceeded 2.3 billion yuan, the whole place gradually quieted down. No one is bidding anymore. 2.3 billion to buy a villa manor, this is already a good high price. It's not that they can't afford the price, but this villa estate is worth that much. Instead of wasting this money, it would be better to invest it. Alas, it seems that this villa is priced at this price. Yeah, 2.3 billion, that's probably the upper limit for this villa. I don't think so. It seems like Lin Che is quite interested in this villa. Everyone was talking about it. As the last sentence fell, everyone looked at Lin Che. After all, Lin Che had given them too many surprises before. Now, they also want to take a look. Will Lin Che continue to raise the price for this villa? At this moment, Lin Che smiled faintly and gently pressed the quote button. I bid 2.4 billion. As Lin Che finished speaking, everyone present was stunned for a moment. This directly increases the price by 100 million. At this time. This is really so rich and powerful. Hiss. This Lin Che really is rich and powerful. Horrible, this is extremely terrifying. That's right, the price was directly increased by 100 million, and so many bigwigs came over to toast before. Lin Che's identity is definitely more than just the chairman of Tianlong Games. There must be some identity background that we don't know about. Everyone was talking about Lin Che. The middle-aged man who had made the offer earlier immediately cast his gaze over after hearing Lin Che's offer. When he noticed that it was Lin Che who made the bid, he suddenly felt a little surprised. Then he nodded at Lin Che and didn't care too much. At the same time, he simply gave up the bidding. After all, Lin Che looked very determined to get the villa, so there was no point in raising the price any further, and it would only offend Lin Che. Kai Jingshu on the stage also had heavy breathing. After all, for Kai Jingshu, this is pure profit. He also hopes that this house can be sold for as high a price as possible. Mr. Lin Che offered 2.4 billion. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? At this moment, the whole place was silent. After all, it has already been offered at this price, how can I bid more? Then everyone turned their eyes to Gu Han, who was standing aside. I want to see if Gu Han is still as tough this time. Gu Han felt the burning gazes and wished he could dig a hole in the floor and crawl into it. After waiting for a long time, no one bid. Kai Jingshu on the stage made the final decision. Congratulations to Mr. Lin Cheilin for buying this villa for 2.4 billion. At this moment, Kai Jingshu was still very happy in his heart. After all, selling this manor villa for 2.4 billion yuan will undoubtedly be a perfect ending. Congratulations! Congratulations, Mr. Lin! Suddenly, the whole audience burst into thunderous applause. At this time, the auction ended with Lin Che buying the last lot. Many people came forward to toast and congratulate Lin Che. As for Guhan, who was standing aside, his face turned dark when he saw the scene. He looked at Lin Che, who was sitting there being complimented, with a deep gaze. Just then, the thin man who had been sitting there walked towards Lin Che with a glass of wine in hand. He spoke to Lin Che. "Director Lin, I didn't expect that we would meet in this way," the thin man said with a smile on his face. Lin Che looked at the man in front of her and couldn't help but feel a little confused. Then he spoke. "Who are you?" "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself to you. I'm Fang Jia, the chairman of Dosha Network Technology." Fang Jia, who was standing next to Lin Che, spoke up. "Last night was our Dosha Network Technology's round financing. Your Junlin Capital, with 5 billion in funding, has successfully acquired 40% of the equity in our Dosha Network Technology. You are now our Shaking Shark's largest shareholder." As Fang Jia finished speaking, everyone present gasped. The largest shareholder of Dosha Network Technology. What a terrifying identity this is. You know, Dosha Live is now one of the best in the entire live streaming industry. The market value has reached $3 billion. And in such a giant company in the live broadcast industry, Lin Che actually holds a 40% stake? And Junlin Capital, the number one investment company in the country, actually belongs to this Lin Che? At this moment, everyone present was shocked by this news. The look he gave Lin Che also began to change. This guy's background is really scary. Tang Ming and Kai Shukuan, who were standing by, swallowed their saliva. The look in his eyes as he looked at Lin Che was filled with horror and disbelief. After all, the identity that Lin Che revealed now was truly terrifying. As for Guhan, who was standing aside, he was dumbfounded when he heard the news and stood there in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. He just stared blankly at Lin Che standing there, completely bewildered. "I see. It seems they completed the task I assigned to them quite well." As he spoke, Lin Che picked up his wine glass and clinked glasses with Fang Jia. Then he took a sip of the red wine in his hand. As for Fang Jia, he drank the red wine in his hand in one gulp. Then he spoke to Lin Che. "Director Lin, if you're free tomorrow, I'd like to invite you and brother Xiaoma to have a meal together. I hope you can come then." "Okay, I haven't been with brother Xiaoma for a while. Just send me the address when the time comes, and I'll go there." Lin Che nodded and said. When Fang Jia heard Lin Che's answer, he was immediately delighted. Then he said something to Lin Che and left first. However, after hearing these words, the people standing by were in uproar. This is really one problem after another. Chapter 115. It's been a while since you got together with Xiaoma Gu? What does this mean? It was obvious that Lin Che and Xiaoma Gu were very familiar with each other. Sure enough, this Lin Che is definitely more than just the chairman of Tianlong Games, to be able to attract so many business tycoons to toast him. For a moment, everyone murmured in their hearts. Everyone's gazes towards Lin Che gradually grew heated. Guhan, who was sitting there, had a face as pale as death. Originally, if Lin Che was just the chairman of Tianlong Games, it would be fine. Our own Gumi technology can still compete with it. But now that it's been revealed that Lin Che is the largest shareholder of Dosha Network Technology, that is still barely acceptable. Even if these two identities are combined, I am not afraid. At most, he would just become enemies with Lin Che, but that was fine. But now, it was revealed that Lin Che and Xiaoma Gu had a close relationship. This is quite intriguing. Obviously, these two identities are only part of Lin Che's background. Lin Che was certain that there were other identities that they were unaware of. And precisely because of this, Guhan now understood. I've hit a wall this time. For a moment, Guhan's heart was filled with despair. If it weren't for the fact that the organizer of today's dinner was Dachin Real Estate, and he was attending on behalf of his own company, Gumi Technology, I guess he would have run away in shame a long time ago. Then, Lin Che chatted with these business tycoons. After more than 10 minutes, a thick stack of business cards had piled up in front of Lin Che. Soon the dinner was declared over. Right after the announcement of the end, Guhan slipped away. Lin Che also walked out of the banquet venue at this time. After leaving the house, Lin Che took out his phone and took a look. I received a text message on my phone. It was a message sent to me by Junlin Capital. This was a message sent to me last night, but I didn't pay attention to it. And this news clearly stated that he had successfully acquired 40% of the shares of Dosha Network Technology. Lin Che replied calmly, then got into the car. As soon as Lin Che got in the car, she received a call from Feng. Chatsi. As soon as the call was connected, Hifeng's somewhat excited voice was heard.
What's wrong?
Lin Che said with some doubt. Guess what? Our newly developed game is now ready for internal testing.
And we decided to call the game Dead Man's Battle Royale.
Lin Che was stunned when she heard this. Then, the next moment, Lin Che's brows furrowed tightly. He said with a little displeasure in his heart, "What did you say?" Hearing Lin Che's tone, Hifeng on the other end of the phone was a little confused.
Then he said, "It's named Death Battle Royale. What's wrong with that? Is that what I'm asking? Are you working overtime? Who allowed you to work overtime?"
Lin Che said with a dark face. As Lin Che finished speaking, Hifeng on the other end of the phone was completely stunned.
No, what's going on? The bosses of other companies would like their employees to work overtime every day. Why is it that when it comes to Lin Che, she is not asked to work overtime?
For a moment, Hifeng on the other end of the phone was completely stunned.
Forget it. Let's just work overtime. Report the names of all the people who work overtime to Tang Xin.
Overtime pay for these days will be calculated at triple holiday pay. Also, send me a copy of the game you successfully developed.
I'll go back and try to play it later.
Although Hifeng was a little confused, he still nodded and said,
"Okay, I'll send it to your email later."
After the call was disconnected, Lin Che cursed in his heart.
Overtime every day. This means more overtime pay and more water and electricity bills.
If something goes wrong while working overtime or you get sick, it would really be too much of a loss.
Not to mention, bosses who ask employees to work overtime will usually be scolded by their employees every day.
Things like overtime must be strictly prohibited in the future. Lin Che made up his mind. At the same time, Lin Che's car slowly returned to his own villa number 1.
After Lin Che went upstairs, she opened her computer email.
Sure enough, there was a game installation package sent by Hifeng lying inside. After downloading and installing it, Lin Che officially started playing the game. I have to say that the level of this Tianlong game is still very high. This game is excellent both in terms of art and game smoothness. Especially the CG animation when you first open this game, it is simply world-class. No wonder the games released by Tianlong Games are so popular in the overseas market.
Lin Che murmured.
Then, after entering the game, a match started directly.
Because this game is still in the testing phase. Therefore, the only players that can be matched at present are human computer players controlled by computer systems. But Lin Che didn't come here to play games this time. He mainly wanted to test whether there were any loopholes in the game.
Soon, the game was over. To be honest, Lin Che is now truly convinced of the Tianlong game. It hasn't been long since then, and the game has already reached a very high level of completion. Basically, this has reached the stage where it can be directly launched into public beta. Lin Che immediately took out her phone and sent a message to Hifeng.
Overall, the game is quite polished, but how are your anti-crack and anti-cheating measures?
After Lin Che finished speaking, Hifeng on the opposite side couldn't help but say,
"As for this aspect, there is still a little more to come. And a few days ago, we announced that we've already started distributing spots for the internal testing. With these 2 points, I think we can also quickly implement the patch package during the internal testing phase."
After listening to Hifeng's words, Lin Che was silent for a while.
Then he spoke. "How about this, you leave me 20 spots for the internal test.
Also, regarding anti-cheating, I will discuss cooperation with a company tomorrow. I'll just hand over the anti-cheating work to other companies." Lin Che planned to talk to brother Xiao Ma tomorrow.
If we talk about the most powerful anti-cheating capability in China, who else can be compared with Ponyma's Penguin Group? Chapter 116. The reason why Lin Che wanted these 20 internal beta test spots was very simple.
Lin Che planned to directly promote this game to the Dosha platform next door.
Okay.
After the conversation ended, Lin Che played a few more rounds of PUBG.
After looking for loopholes in the game, I fell into a deep sleep.
The next morning, Lin Che woke up early.
After stretching my body a little, I went to wash up.
Just when Lin Che finished washing up, her cell phone rang.
This is the message from Fong Jia.
It is in the suburbs of Jiang Province, a place called Hentaying Villa. This Hentaying Highlands Villa is a place dedicated to business negotiations. This place is mainly the highest standard venue for the wealthy businessmen in Jiang Province to entertain guests. Now that Feng Jia has chosen this address, it is clear how much he values Lin Che and Xiao Ma Gu. After some hesitation, Lin Che looked up the address of Hentaying Highlands Villa. This time it was really a coincidence. If you want to go to Hentaying Highlands, you will just pass by the affiliated hospital of Zhejiang Provincial Medical College. That's great, I can go over and see Qin Shuang. Lin Che pondered inwardly for a moment, then went downstairs. Lin Che drove the car, found a breakfast shop, and ordered breakfast. After eating, I went to a nearby fruit shop to buy a fruit basket, then bought a bouquet of flowers, and went straight to the affiliated hospital of Jiangxi Medical College. Now Chen Shuang's mother has also woken up and has been transferred from the ICU to the general ward. After asking for Chen Shuang's mother's ward number at the nurse's station, Lin Che walked directly into the ward. Chen Shuang, who was in the ward, was stunned when he saw Lin Che. Then he said in surprise, "Brother Lin? Why are you here?" "Oh, I'm going to Hentaying Highlands later and happened to pass by this hospital. I thought my aunt was still hospitalized here, so I came to see her." As he spoke, Lin Che looked towards the bed and said, "Hello, Auntie. I'm Shuang's boyfriend, Lin Che." Lin Che said with a smile as he looked at Chen Shuang's mother lying on the hospital bed. "You are Xiao Che, our Shuang. You often talk to me about you." Chen Shuang's mother said with a smile on her face. Looking at Lin Che in front of her, it was like a mother-in-law liking her son-in-law more and more. "Come, Xiao Che, come and sit down." Mother Chen patted the chair beside her and spoke. Lin Che put down the fruit basket and flowers and walked over to sit down. "You kid, you're here, what else do you bring?" Mother Chen said with a smile. Lin Che asked Chen's mother with a smile on his face. "Auntie, are you feeling better?" "Much better." Mother Chen looked at Lin Che and said. Then he took Lin Che's hand and started chatting with her enthusiastically. Time passed by little. Just like that, Lin Che stayed in the hospital for more than half an hour and then planned to leave. "Auntie, I have something to do later, so I won't disturb your rest for now." Lin Che stood up as he spoke. And this Chen Ma said with a smile. "Okay, then, Xiao Che, after Auntie is discharged from the hospital, you must come to Auntie's house for dinner. Auntie will cook you a delicious meal herself." "Okay, I'll be there when the time comes." Lin Che nodded and said, then turned around and left. At this moment, Aunt Chen glanced at Chen Shuang next to her and said, Shuang, go see them off." "Yeah, okay." Chen Shuang nodded and said, then Chen Shuang walked Lin Che outside. "Brother Lin, thank you for taking the time to visit me and my mother despite being so busy." When Lin Che heard Chen Shuang's words, she immediately smiled and said, "Little fool, what nonsense are you talking about? Your mother is also my future mother-in-law. No matter how busy I am, I have to take the time to come and have a look." When Chen Shuang heard Lin Che's words, his face suddenly turned red. He didn't say anything more and just stood there stupidly, looking extremely shy. Just like that, the two of them slowly walked out of the hospital. When Chen Shuang walked out, he attracted a lot of people's attention. After all, Chen Shuang is quite good-looking. Although she has been very busy recently and has no time to dress up, she can still beat the popular actresses just by looking at her bare face. Lin Che walked out the door, then turned around and looked at Chen Shuang and said, "Okay, you should go back and take care of Auntie first. She's still weak and needs someone to take care of her. When Auntie is discharged from the hospital, I'll treat you to a nice meal." "Yeah, okay." Chen Shuang nodded, and as he watched Lin Che about to leave, he suddenly seemed to think of something and spoke loudly. "By the way, Brother Lin, please wait a moment." After hearing Chen Shuang's words, Lin Che suddenly became confused. He turned and looked at Chen Shuang. "What's wrong?" Just when Lin Che was still curious about what Chen Shuang wanted to say to her, Chen Shuang came over directly. Just like that, he kissed Lin Che on the lips. This lasted for just a few seconds before they separated. Then Chen Shuang covered his face and quickly ran towards the hospital. Lin Che, on the other hand, just stood there in a daze. The next moment, I couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, this little girl." Lin Che shook her head helplessly and prepared to leave. As for the people who saw the scene, they were all dumbfounded at this moment. Seeing this scene, a heartbreaking sound suddenly rang out. Then they all looked at Lin Che angrily. "Damn it! Another good cabbage got eaten by a pig. What's so good about this guy? Has he been around longer than me? He's just a bit more handsome than me. Being handsome can't make a living. For a moment, many people glared at Lin Che angrily.
And it was at this time
Lin Che's Pagani wind god stopped in front of Lin Che.
Then number 1 walked down from the driver's seat and opened the passenger door. "Master, please get in the car."
Lin Che nodded and got into the car. When the people on the side saw the scene, they were all stunned where they were. Then the Pagani wind god started up, and the car sped away with a roar.
"Fuck you. This is all possible. Bah. Scumbag. But, can being handsome really be enough to make a living? No.
I'm flying to South Korea tomorrow to get plastic surgery.
Fuck."
For a moment, many men present were stunned and started cursing. Then he stared blankly at the Pagani wind god that was disappearing into the distance and fell into silence. As for Chen Shuang on the other side, at this time, he had already returned to the ward. Recalling what he had just done, his heart was beating rapidly.
Chapter 117. As for Chen's mother, who was lying on the hospital bed, she looked at her daughter.
He said to Chen Shuang with a smile on his face,
"You're back? This little Che looks pretty good to me. You should make good use of him."
When Chen Shuang heard what her mother said, her face suddenly turned even redder. Lin Che, sitting in the car, also started signing in with the system today.
System. Sign in.
Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100% equity in M1NT Global Holdings. Seeing this system message, Lin Che was a little confused.
Then I picked up my phone and checked the information about M1NT Global Holdings.
When Lin Che saw the information about this global holding company, he was completely shocked.
This global holding company is no simple matter.
He is the parent company of the world's largest billionaire club.
That is the M1NT Global Club. This can be said to be the world's top membership-based billionaire club. There is also an M1NT club in Jiangxi province. Becoming a member of this club is harder than climbing to the sky. Even if you are a top billionaire, you have to invest a lot of money in the club to be eligible to become a member of the club. The scale of this investment must be at least 50,000 NT gold at a time, with no upper limit. Applicants need to leave their fingerprints, fill out an application form and introduce their various situations in detail. Finally, the club manager and other members will decide whether to issue a membership card to a wealthy person. This shows how difficult it is to enter this club. And because of this, so far this club has only 5,000 members worldwide. And among these 5,000 members, there are billionaires, top figures in various industries, sports stars and even foreign royal aristocrats. At this moment, Lin Che couldn't help swallowing. This is fucking awesome. Lin Che murmured in his heart, looking at the information about M1NT Global Holdings on his phone, and couldn't help swallowing. At this moment, the vehicle slowly stopped. "Master, we've arrived."
Lin Che nodded and got out of the car. As for number 1, he consciously hid in the dark and secretly protected Lin Che. Then, Lin Che walked straight into the Cloud Top Villa.
This Hentaying Mountain Villa is truly one of the top villas in the entire Jiang province.
The various facilities here cannot be described as luxurious. Inside the villa, rockery and flowing water can be seen everywhere. You can also go fishing, boating, and horse riding here. There is a series of entertainment activities, and there is nothing you can't think of that he doesn't have. It can be said that Hentaying Highlands is a villa that combines business negotiations and gatherings. Following the address Fang Jie gave him, Lin Che continued walking deeper into the villa. However, at this moment, a familiar figure appeared in front of Lin Che.
This figure also noticed Lin Che and spoke. "Hey, isn't this Lin Che? You are Huang Bing?"
Lin Che looked at the figure in front of him, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Huang Bing was in the same department as Lin Che during college.
And they were in the same dormitory at that time.
Lin Che's grades at the time were average, but because of his good looks, he became the most handsome boy in the department. Although Huang Bing looks average, he is actually a top student in the department. Since the two of them live in the same dormitory, they are often compared with each other.
"Are you back from abroad?"
Lin Che still remembered that Huang Bing went abroad for further studies when he was in college.
"Of course I did. I finished all my courses ahead of time."
Huang Bing raised his head and looked at Lin Che, speaking with some arrogance. "I just came back from abroad 2 days ago, and I've already become the vice president of Dosha Network Technology.
My annual salary is now 1.5 million.
Huang Bing was obviously a little bit arrogant, and his eyes were full of arrogance when he looked at Lin Che. After all, he became the vice president of Dosha Network Technology at such a young age. The annual salary is as high as 1.5 million. With this life resume, as long as he can marry a beautiful, rich and beautiful woman, he will definitely reach the peak of his life. To be honest, when Huang Bing was still in China, he was actually a little unhappy with Lin Che. Although he is a top student, not many people can remember him. Basically, everyone only remembers Lin Che. When people mentioned Huang Bing, they would only say that he was the top student who lived in the same dormitory with the department's most handsome boy, Lin Che.
As for the name, sorry, not many people remember this.
Originally, Huang Bing planned to hold a class reunion in 2 days, and then act like a smart guy at the reunion. Then, at this class reunion, I'll try to overshadow Lin Che.
Let everyone know, good-looking appearance? What's the use? Can being handsome really make a living?
But what Huang Bing didn't expect was that before he went to find Lin Che came to him on her own initiative, slapping him in the face and calling him a fool. At this moment, Huang Bing's heart was filled with pride. He seemed to have seen Lin Che being frightened by him, and then licking him wildly. However, Lin Che, who was standing in front of him, simply spoke calmly.
Oh? An annual salary of 1.5 million, then you're doing pretty well, right?
Well, it is indeed barely acceptable.
After all, the salary I offered Tang Xin is about this amount.
But as Lin Che finished speaking, Huang Bing's smile froze.
I couldn't help but feel MMP in my heart.
The next moment, he looked at Lin Che and asked directly.
Then I wonder what our department's most handsome guy is doing now. Hey, I didn't do anything. I was just messing around, doing this and that.
Lin Che waved her hand and said calmly. The words were full of indifference. Huang Bing sneered in his heart when he heard Lin Che's words, and then said to Lin Che.
No, Lin Che, you can't be like this. Think about it, you have to get married and buy a house. In this materialistic age, if you don't have your own career, how are you going to make a living?
Honestly, my current annual salary is 1.5 million, but even so, I still feel it's not enough. If your monthly salary is not 50,000, I really don't know how you will live. Although Huang Bing's words sounded as if he was concerned and worried about Lin Che. But among them, there is a lot of showing off and that unknown sense of superiority.
Chapter 118.
Furthermore, Huang Bing's eyes were fixed on Lin Che's face. I want to glimpse a hint of envy and jealousy from it.
However, he was soon disappointed.
Lin Che's face was so calm. It's as if Huang Bing was not talking about an annual salary of 1.5 million, but 150 yuan. But in fact, it is almost the same, after all, for Lin Che now. These 1,500,000 are indeed about the same as 150 yuan. But Huang Bing was a little annoyed in his heart. After all, it was he who repeatedly showed off to Lin Che with all his might. But Lin Che's reaction was like punching cotton. At this moment, Huang Bing's attention was drawn to the two figures behind Lin Che. At this moment, behind Lin Che, two figures were walking towards him, talking and laughing. When he saw these two people, Huang Bing was immediately overjoyed.
Chairman Fong? Brother Ma?
He hurried forward.
At this moment, Huang Bing's mind suddenly became active.
After all, the reason he came to Hentaying Highlands today was because he heard that his chairman was going to meet a distinguished guest here today. It was precisely because of this that he came here today, wanting to curry favor with his own chairman.
Maybe you can even make yourself familiar to the chairman's guests. And now, when he saw Brother Xiao Ma, Huang Bing understood instantly.
This so-called distinguished guest must be Brother Xiao Ma. And now is undoubtedly the perfect time for me to curry favor with the chairman and Brother Ma. Seeing his chairman coming, Huang Bing immediately gave up showing off his superiority to Lin Che.
He immediately ran forward. Chairman Fong, Chairman Ma.
When I saw Huang Bing,
Fong Jia suddenly remembered the top overseas student whom he had interviewed the day before yesterday.
But seeing Huang Bing here now still made him feel a little surprised.
Why are you here? Oh, that's right. I came here to check out the restaurants and the environment.
I want to invite some of my old classmates from China to come over for a get-together in a couple of days.
Huang Bing explained immediately. Yeah, not bad. Fong Jia nodded, and then at this moment,
Xiao Ma Go beside him noticed Lin Che not far away, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Then he whispered something to Fong Jia beside him. For a moment, a hint of surprise flashed in Fang Jie's eyes. Then he patted Huang Bing's shoulder and said, "You're very good, do your best, I have something else to do."
"Hey, Chairman, you're busy. If you need anything, just tell me later."
Huang Bing nodded and bowed to Fang Jie to please him, and when he heard Fang Jie's words, a look of joy suddenly appeared on his face.
"It's true.
I came here today to make some familiar faces, and it turned out to be a good bet. I believe that it won't be long before I will be promoted and get a raise, and the word decorative will be removed from my title." When he thought of this, Huang Bing's smile widened, and he immediately planned to go back and continue bragging to Lin Che.
However, the next moment, Huang Bing was completely confused.
The chairman of the board and Xiao Ma Go walked up to Lin Che together, with smiles on their faces.
Long time no see, Director Lin."
After the three of them shook hands and greeted each other, Fang Jie said with a smile, "I didn't expect that you would come so early, Mr. Lin.
I happened to have something nearby this morning, so I came over after I finished it."
Lin Che replied with a smile, then looked at Xiao Ma Gu and said,
"Mr. Ma, we meet again."
I saw Xiao Ma standing there nodded and said with a smile, "During the holidays, I had originally planned to personally visit Mr. Lin. But I didn't expect that the plan would not keep up with the changes.
Some business deals abroad suddenly ran into some problems, so I went to deal with them first."
"I'll drink 3 cups of wine as a punishment to apologize to you, Director Lin." In response, Lin Che waved his hand and said calmly,
"Mr. Ma, you're too polite. But Mr. Ma, I wonder what it is that requires your personal attention. If necessary, I can help resolve it. I do have some connections abroad. As long as it's not too troublesome, I can help you solve it."
As Lin Che finished speaking, Xiao Ma Go and Fang Jie were standing there.
Suddenly my eyes shrank and I felt a little surprised.
After all, Lin Che's words revealed too much information. At this moment, the two of them had a higher opinion of Lin Che's identity and were even a little curious.
Then there's no need to trouble you, Director Lin.
These are just some minor issues, and I've already taken care of them."
Xiao Ma Go laughed and said lightly, "Well, it's all handled well."
As for Fang Jie, who was standing aside, he said at this time, "How about this, you two, why don't we go inside first and have a drink while we chat?"
"Sure."
Xiao Ma Go and Lin Che nodded, and then the three of them walked inside together. After taking 2 steps, Fang Jie suddenly stopped. Then he turned around and looked at Huang Bing behind him and said,
"Oh right."
Huang Bing, who was originally in a dazed state, was delighted when he heard the voice of his chairman.
Is he planning to take him into custody as well? Sure enough, being a bootlicker is still useful. However, in the next moment, Huang Bing's thoughts were completely shattered.
I only heard Fang Jie say lightly,
"Hey, please tell the manner to start serving the food to private room number 1.
After saying this, Fang Jie left without looking back. Only Huang Bing was left standing there, disheveled in the wind.
Huang Bing stood there in a daze. Right now, his mind is a mess. What the hell is going on? Why? Lin Che was able to chat and laugh so happily with her chairman and Xiao Ma Go? And judging from the look of it, Brother Xiao Ma seemed to be somewhat respectful towards Lin Che?
The most important thing is that his own chairman and little brother Ma actually called him
Mr. Lin?
At this moment, Huang Bing felt that his brain was not enough.
What is going on? When did my roommate become so awesome?
He clearly remembered that when Lin Che was in college, his life was very difficult. Or maybe I can go out and be a tutor or deliver food to supplement my living expenses.
But now, how could this happen?
How can you still chat and laugh with such a group of big guys?
Chapter 119. Now Huang Bing just stood there in a daze. My head is buzzing.
Moreover, it seems that the chairman of the board doesn't even remember his own name. At this moment, Huang Bing burst into tears.
It's a shame that I'm still licking my own chairman. I was originally thinking that I would lick everything until the end.
But in the end, reality gave me a loud slap in the face.
Everything else? I didn't even remember his name. This is not about licking everything to the end.
It's obvious that he is a dog that licks, but in the end he still can't get the house. On the other side, Lin Che and others had already walked into the house. After sitting down, we just sat there and chatted for a while. And just at this moment, Brother Xiao Ma on the side spoke.
Director Lin, congratulations on successfully acquiring 40% of Dosha Network Technology shares, becoming Dosha's largest shareholder. You're really generous this time. I have to admit I'm outshined you. Ha, no way.
Lin Che laughed heartily, his face full of calmness.
I really want to thank you, Mr. Ma. If it weren't for you, Mr. Ma, pulling me in, I wouldn't be able to join this. I really didn't know that Dosha Network Technology started its round of financing. I don't know, Mr. Lin, what are your plans for the next sentence?
Xiao Go beside him took a sip of tea and then asked Lin Che.
If I were to say I have any plans, I don't actually have any.
I mainly hope to promote my company's new game, Dead Man's Battlegrounds. Lin Che said calmly. Originally, I was thinking of getting 2 people involved.
Since I already have this plan, there is no need to hide it.
Hearing Lin Che's words, the 2 people beside him immediately felt something in their hearts. Then the next moment he looked at Lin Che and said,
Director Lin, is this Tianlong game yours?
Yeah,
that's right.
Lin Che nodded and said,
Ha ha. That's quite a coincidence. I wonder if Director Lin could give us a few beta test accounts for Dosha Live.
Before I came here, we were still discussing finding a new game to exclusively broadcast live.
Among them is Dead Man's Battle Royale. I never thought it was from you, Mr. Lin.
For a moment, the 2 of them felt ecstatic. After all, these 2 people really didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Lin Che's eyes also flashed with surprise. Then he nodded and told everyone his plan, and they all agreed with it. Then a few of them planned to find a lawyer to draft a contract in the next few days.
At the same time,
outside box number 1, Huang Bing was pacing back and forth at the door. Huang Bing was considering whether he should go and lick it again. However, at this moment, a waiter came over with a plate. As the door was knocked and then pushed open.
Excuse me, the food is starting to be served.
As he spoke, the waiter walked into the box. And at this moment, Arthur, who came here to do something, happened to pass by the door. Then he looked up and saw that sitting at the top of the box was his boss Lin Che. Arthur didn't think much about it and walked in immediately.
Director Lin, are you here too?
When he saw Arthur, a hint of surprise appeared on Lin Che's face. As for Fang Jie, who was standing aside, he was also shocked when he saw Arthur.
After all, he was too familiar with the Arthur in front of him.
Isn't this the legendary lawyer Arthur who was famous throughout Jiang province? Even Xiao Go standing next to him had a hint of surprise in his eyes, and his eyes were flickering for a while.
Lawyer, yeah?
Whom?
Your Director Fang?
Your
Director Ma?
It was only then that Arthur realized that the people sitting on the left and right sides of his boss were also 2 top bosses. At this moment, Arthur's heart was in turmoil.
What is the identity of my boss?
I can actually sit at the top of the table at a dinner of this level. This forced 2 of the most famous top bosses in the country to condescend and sit in the side seats. At this moment, Arthur looked at his boss.
The look of respect deepened.
As for Huang Bing, who was outside the door and watching all this from afar, he almost fell to his knees.
After all, this scene was extremely terrifying. Let 2 of the country's top bosses accompany you. What is the current status of this old classmate of mine?
At this moment, his curiosity about Lin Che's identity grew stronger.
And before that, I was sarcastic to him?
If Lin Che had said something to the chairman of his company, wouldn't he be? At this moment, Huang Bing suddenly felt that his future was dark. After a while, Arthur stood aside. He didn't dare to take a seat at the dinner. After all, the lineup for today's dinner party is really too scary.
Sitting on the left is the CEO of Dosha Network Technology, Fang Jie.
Sitting on the right is one of the richest businessmen in the country, the chairman of Penguin Group, Pony Ma.
And the one sitting at the top is the boss.
A dinner of this level for someone of his status.
Even if I sit down, I will still feel uncomfortable and uneasy. Hey, Xiaoya, what are you doing standing there? Sit down. Fang Jie spoke.
Arthur was a little hesitant.
He was in a dilemma whether to sit or not.
Lin Che above also spoke.
It's okay, just sit down first. We have something to ask you.
Well, then I will respectfully obey your command.
Seeing that his boss had spoken, Arthur didn't know what to say.
He pulled out a chair and sat down carefully. As Arthur sat down, everyone continued with the previous topic. Now that we have the great lawyer Arthur here, many details have been finalized one by one. Now we just have to wait for Arthur to go back and draw up the contract, and then we can sign it. Fang Jia, who was standing by, filled Lin Che and Xiao Ma's glasses with wine. Then he raised his glass high and said,
"Ha, if that's the case, then I wish us a happy cooperation in advance. It's a pleasure to work with you. It's a pleasure to work with you."
The three of them clinked their glasses and drank the wine in one gulp. After doing all this, everyone looked at Arthur, who had become invisible, and said,
"By the way, Lawyer Ya, what was your relationship with Director Lin before?"
Among them, Fang Jia and Xiao Ma Go were still a little curious.
"In fact, Mr. Lin is now the boss of our law firm."
As Arthur said this, Fang Jia and Xiao Ma Go, who were standing by, were shocked.
"What?" Chapter 120.
Xiao Ma Go was a little stunned, and looked at Lin Che with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Brother Xiao Ma had never thought that Lin Che actually had such an identity.
"This happened a while ago. Director Lin's secretary acquired the shares of our law firm."
Everyone who heard Arthur's words was still a little confused.
"This? How is it done?"
Although the Genie law firm is not a large enterprise, it is very famous in Jiang province and even in the whole country. The change of the boss of such a top law firm will at least cause a huge uproar in the legal circles of Jiang province.
But in the end, this didn't even cause any waves?
Just like that, quietly, the boss of the law firm was changed.
Lin Che's energy is truly terrifying. At this time, Xiao Ma Go and Fang Jia were both imagining what was going on.
In their opinion, this was probably because Lin Che wanted to keep a low profile and specially arranged for people to silence those who knew about it. Even the news that spread from the grapevine to the internet was directly suppressed and deleted by Lin Che. This intelligence control capability is really terrifying. For a moment, Xiao Ma Go and Fang Jia looked at each other. At the same time, he noticed the horror in the other person's eyes. At the same time, this little brother Ma said slowly, "Director Lin, your method really surprised me. I didn't expect that besides Junlin Capital belonging to you, even this Genie law firm is yours."
At this moment, Brother Xiao Ma became even more curious and awed about Lin Che's identity.
Anyone who has reached his level knows how deep the water in this society is. Some people have powerful backgrounds, and even a top businessman like him doesn't dare to spy on them easily. It was precisely because of this that he had never dared to investigate Lin Che's identity and background.
"Ha, Xiao Ma brother, you're exaggerating. These are nothing worth mentioning."
After hearing Lin Che's words, Brother Ma just remained indifferent and said nothing. After all, he has been struggling in this society for so long and is a very smart guy. This is undoubtedly the best time to deepen the relationship with Lin Che.
"By the way, Lawyer Ya, I wonder if your Genie law firm accepts legal counsel assignments from companies?"
It just so happens that I'm at a branch office in Jiang province, and I'm planning to switch law firms to find this legal advisor.
"If your law firm takes this kind of order, then I won't have to look for other law firms."
When Arthur heard what Xiao Ma Go said, his heart suddenly became excited.
This is a big order. Generally speaking, big orders like this are hard to come by. After all, if you take an order like this, it will be worth millions. And he is only responsible for legal consultation and advisory. As for other services, they will cost extra.
Yes, of course I'll take this kind of order.
Arthur spoke immediately. "If you don't accept this kind of order, you would be a fool."
After hearing what Xiao Ma said, Fang Jia on the side also reacted. After secretly cursing Brother Xiao Ma for being a cunning person, Fang Jia also spoke. "In that case, then we will leave the legal counsel of Dosha Network Technology to you, Genie Law Firm. Lawyer Ya, I believe that with your Genie Law Firm serving as our legal advisor, there will be no more loopholes in our legal issues." After hearing the words of the two big guys, Arthur was extremely excited.
"Ha, I have some important documents to deal with later, so I'll have tea instead of wine. Toast you too."
As he said this, Arthur stood up.
Then he picked up a cup of tea and offered it to Xiao Ma Go and Fang Jia. After drinking it, he took a deep breath and said,
"If that's the case, I'll go draft the contract first. The three directors can discuss it." Having said that, Arthur left the box. As soon as he left the box and closed the door, his true appearance was revealed.
"Ha ha ha."
At this moment, Arthur could no longer contain his inner ecstasy. The whole person seemed extremely excited, with ecstasy on his face. The whole person was running and jumping forward, moving forward like this, dancing with joy. Fortunately, the sound insulation here is pretty good, so no one noticed. However, at this moment, a waiter who was delivering food just came out from the private room next door.
"I happened to see Arthur dancing.
When Arthur found out that he had been seen, his body stiffened and he quickly stood firm. Then he coughed lightly and walked slowly past the waiter with a serious and stiff face.
This is so damn embarrassing. Fortunately, the waiter didn't recognize me, otherwise I would have been socially dead.
Soon, Arthur walked to a small corner nearby. I smoked a cigarette to calm myself down. Arthur calmed down, his thoughts gradually became clearer, and his eyes became more serious.
Just now, he was really too excited. So much so that I didn't notice the two big guys' attempt to please me just now. What these two bosses said about changing the company's legal advisor was a lie. To please your boss, that's the real thing.
Arthur, who had figured it all out, looked increasingly heavy-hearted. The next moment, he took out his cell phone and called Galen directly.
As soon as the call was connected, Galen's cold voice came out. Explain. Galen, I think we have underestimated Director Lin.
As Arthur finished speaking, Garen on the other end of the phone frowned. Then he asked, "How do you say that?" "Just now, I was doing some work at Henteing Highlands Villa, and I happened to run into Director Lin having dinner there."
Guess who I saw in Director Lin's box?
Arthur kept it a secret.
Garen on the other end of the phone frowned even more tightly, and then asked, "Who?" "Fang Jia from Dosha Network Technology, and Xiao Ma Gu."
Suddenly, the other end of the phone fell silent. Then, Galen's somewhat hurried voice came from the other end of the phone.
"You, the little brother you're talking about, is that the one I'm thinking of?" "Yes, it's the one you think it is." At this moment, they fell into an eerie silence. There was silence for a full half-minute, and then Garen took a deep breath.
Then he asked solemnly,
"Anything else?"
"Oh, Xiao Ma Gu and Fang Jia are sitting on the side seats, and they are also going to replace the company's legal advisor with our company."
Chapter 121.
According to my estimation, these two companies should be able to bring us around 10 million in profits a year. Also, Director Lin still has a contract to sign with them.
I'll hang up now.
Arthur hung up the phone right after he finished speaking. Then he left this little corner humming a little tune. Garen, who was sitting in his office on the other end of the phone, was petrified by shock. The phone slipped from his palm and hit the table with a thud.
"Fuck you."
At this time, Garen came to his senses, stood up suddenly, and cursed.
Moreover, the sound was so loud that it spread across half the floor. There are many lawyers outside Galen's office.
When he heard Garen's voice, his expression suddenly became strange. Garen in the office also became nervous and murmured in his heart,
"It seems that Director Lin's thigh may be much thicker than I imagined. No matter what happens from now on, our law firm must immediately handle all of Director Lin's requests."
Thinking of this, Garen called his assistant.
After giving the assistant a few instructions, the assistant left Galen's office with a strange look on his face.
On the other side, Lin Che was still chatting with Xiao Ma Gu and Fang Jia.
After a round of toasts, the drinking party ended. Then, the three of them went horseback riding and played golf together.
After a period of entertainment, the three of them had dinner together again in the evening, and then Lin Che received a message from Arthur. The three of them then decided to sign the contract at Lin Che's company tomorrow. After doing all this, the dinner was over. Lin Che got into the car and left Henteing Highlands under the watchful eyes of Xiao Ma Gu and Fang Jia. After returning home, Lin Che explained the situation to Tang Xin, asked her to prepare the materials, and then lay down to sleep.
The night passed quickly. Lin Che got up early the next morning.
After getting up, Lin Che went to the bathroom to wash up while signing in.
"System, sign in."
Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning the Bugatti Veyron Legend Limited Edition. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Che was also stunned.
The whole person's eyes suddenly lit up. Bugatti Veyron. This is one of the best supercars in the world.
And this is limited to 3 cars.
It's the Bugatti Veyron Legend Limited Edition?
A hint of surprise flashed across Lin Che's eyes, and then the corners of his mouth rose slightly.
"Ha, that's interesting."
Lin Che murmured something, and then wiped the water off his body. Then he left the bathroom. After doing all this, Lin Che quickly finished his breakfast. So he hurried to the underground parking lot. At this time, in this parking lot,
a silver Bugatti Veyron Legend Limited Edition was parked next to his Lamborghini Veneno.
Walking to the Bugatti, Lin Che reached out and gently stroked the car body, a smile on his face.
Then he looked at number 1 and said, Number 1, you take the passenger seat. I'll be driving today. After all, this is the Bugatti Veyron Legend Limited Edition, a top supercar limited to only 3 units worldwide. Lin Che wanted to try and see what it felt like to drive this poisonous car. Yes. Number 1 clicked and went, then got into the passenger seat of the Bugatti Veyron.
Lin Che also got into the driver's seat. As the car started, Lin Che gently stepped on the accelerator.
With a light step, accompanied by a violent roar, the Bugatti Veyron slowly left the underground parking lot.
Then, Lin Che drove the Bugatti Veyron Legend Limited Edition slowly on the street. After arriving at the nearby ring road, Lin Che dared to start accelerating. On this ring road, many car owners saw this Bugatti Veyron and were immediately shocked.
Then, they quickly made way for Lin Che's Bugatti Veyron.
At the same time, he subconsciously began to slow down, putting some distance between himself and Lin Che's Bugatti Veyron Legend Limited Edition. This also caused the traffic on the ring road to gradually become congested. After a round of circling around, Lin Che finally experienced the performance of the Bugatti Veyron Legend Limited Edition. If it weren't for the speed limit on this ring road, Lin Che could have driven even faster.
Ha ha ha. So cool.
Lin Che grinned and headed straight for Tianlong Game Company after getting off the ring road.
As they arrived at the Science and Technology Park, Lin Che's rather eye-catching Bugatti Veyron attracted quite a few people's attention. Moreover, these people all looked at Lin Che's Bugatti Veyron with envy.
Lin Che parked the car in the underground parking lot. After getting out of the car, Lin Che went straight to the Tianlong Game meeting room. At this time, in the conference room, Tang Xian was already waiting for Lin Che's arrival.
And in this conference room, there was no one else except Tang Xian.
The company's general manager and 3 other vice presidents were waiting in the conference room. When they saw Lin Che walk in, they all stood up.
Director Lin.
Well, please sit down first. Regarding today's signing, I believe everyone here should already have some understanding, so I won't go into too much detail. The people from Penguin Group and Dosha Live should be here soon.
So, regarding this signing, do you have any other opinions? If you have any opinions, you can raise them now.
At this moment, the whole place was silent and no one dared to express any opinion.
Yeah, very good.
And at this moment, the door of the conference room was opened again. Outside the door were Xiaoma Gu, Feng Jia, Arthur and Galen, who all walked in.
Director Ma, Director Feng, I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person.
Lin Che looked at the 2 people at the door and spoke. As for the other senior executives of Tianlong Games, they were all stunned when they saw Xiaoma Gu and Feng Jia.
Then, my heart suddenly became excited.
It turns out that Penguin Group and Dosha Live attached so much importance to this signing. It turned out to be the other party's chairman who came in person to sign the contract. Originally, they thought that the 2 companies would at most send some senior executives to sign the contract. But I never dreamed that this time, 2 big bosses, Xiaoma Gu and Feng Jia, would come in person to sign the contract.
Xiaoma Gu smiled and said at this time, Mr. Lin, you're too polite.
I don't know why, but the Ring Expressway was a bit congested today, so I arrived a little late.
Chapter 122.
But by chance, I happened to meet Mr. Feng, as well as lawyers Arthur and Galen when I arrived. Lin Che couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when she heard what Xiaoma said. At this moment, Lin Che finally understood why these people were late.
I dare say.
Because of his Bugatti, they were stuck in traffic. Lin Che smiled awkwardly and touched his nose.
It's okay, it's okay. Come, please take a seat.
Lin Che invited the 4 people to take a seat. Then the signing officially began.
Because it was already discussed yesterday.
In addition, Lin Che has shares in both companies.
It is basically equivalent to the money going from the left pocket to the right pocket.
As for Xiaoma Gu and Feng Jia, they also wanted to curry favor with Lin Che. We just exchanged some polite words and then signed the contract.
The speed is so fast that it's just a formality.
Even the senior executives of Tianlong Games who were sitting there were stunned by the situation before them. They originally thought that the signing of the contract would take at least 2 or 3 days of negotiations.
They are even prepared for a protracted war.
As a result, they were told it was over just as they were getting ready.
This fucking.
For a moment, everyone present looked at this scene in confusion. Lin Che and the other 2 who were there stood up after the signing was completed.
Feng Jia on the side suggested, You too, how about we go to M1T to celebrate?
Hearing Feng Jia's words, Lin Che was stunned. M1T, although he is now the chairman of M1NT. But I don't think I've ever been to this club of my own.
Of course, that's no problem. Brother Xiao Ma on the side nodded and agreed.
Lin Che pondered for a moment, then nodded and said,
Okay, let's go over and take a look, but I don't seem to have a membership card for this club.
Indeed, although he is the chairman of M1NT.
But he did not join the M1NT Billionaire Club in Jiang Province.
Naturally, there is no membership card.
Even if I ask someone to send one over now, it's obviously too late.
At this moment, Xiao Go and Fang Jie were stunned when they heard Lin Che's words. They didn't expect that Lin Che didn't have the M1NT membership card.
It's okay. I'm a platinum member.
Members are allowed to bring in outsiders 3 times a year. It just so happens that my card still has one chance to enter the members area of the M1NT club this year.
Fang Jie then spoke. Okay, then I would like to thank Mr. Fang.
Lin Che nodded and said. Xiao Go didn't say much, and then the 3 of them set off. When these 2 people saw Lin Che's Bugatti Veyron Legend Limited Edition, they all showed surprised expressions.
After all, the car they saw Lin Che driving yesterday was a Pagani Huayra. Unexpectedly, it was replaced with a Bugatti Veyron Legend Limited Edition today. The speed of changing cars is really scary. And the most important thing is that every car that is replaced is still a world-class supercar. This is a bit too scary. After a flash of glance, the 2 men got into their car. The M1NT Club is not far from the Science and Technology Park. Not long after, the 3 of them arrived at this club. After parking all the cars in this parking lot, Lin Che, under Fang Jie's guidance, entered the M1NT Club. After entering the private room, the 3 of them sang and drank in the club. After staying in the private room for more than half an hour, Lin Che suddenly felt like going to the bathroom, so he opened the door and walked out. At the same time, in a private room nearby, Gu Han was among them at this moment. Next to Gu Han sat a young man dressed in very trendy clothes. Gu Han, I heard that you were tricked at the auction before. The young man who spoke was named Zhao Chun, and he was the vice president of the M1NT Billionaire Club in Jiang Province. Hearing what Zhao Chun said, Gu Han suddenly looked a little embarrassed. He spoke immediately. Brother Zhao, let's not talk about this anymore. That guy's methods are really too despicable. If I meet him again, I will definitely teach him a lesson. When Gu Han thought of Lin Che, the anger in his heart suddenly burned again. At the same time, he picked up the wine glass and drank it in one gulp, and the anger on his face became even more intense. After all, if it weren't for Lin Che, how could he have spent so much money on such a loss-making product? After returning home, he was scolded by his father. The most important thing is that my father froze all my cards. Looking at Gu Han in such a state, Zhao Chun's eyes flickered. Then he couldn't help but speak in a surprised tone. Oh? Who is this guy? How dare he provoke you like this? I checked, this guy is just the chairman of Tianlong Games. I also have Junlin Capital in my hands. These are the only 2 identities. You really think you're a big shot? There was a hint of annoyance on Gu Han's face. As for Zhao Chun on the side, he spoke with a smile. Ha ha ha, is that so? Next time I meet him, I'll help you vent your anger. Zhao Chun said this with a faint smile on his face. These 2 companies are indeed behemoths. But compared with Gumi Technology, there is still a gap. If he could please Gu Han, then what would it matter even if he offended Lin Che? Hearing this, Gu Han was delighted. After all, Zhao Chun is the vice president of the M1NT Billionaire Club in Jiang Province. Just based on this identity, all the wealthy businessmen in this country have to give Zhao Chun some face. Now that Zhao Chun said he wanted to help me vent my anger, it made sense. Lin Che is about to be in trouble. However, at this moment, Gu Han's gaze fell on the outside of the door. Just outside this door, Lin Che passed by. Brother Zhao. Gu Han was immediately delighted. He didn't expect to run into Lin Che again so soon. It seems that this is retribution in this life. What's wrong? Zhao Chun, who was standing by, took a look at Gu Han and asked in confusion. Just now, I seemed to see Lin Che passing by here. As Gu Han finished speaking, Zhao Chun's eyes narrowed slightly. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Oh? Zhao Chun narrowed his eyes slightly and looked around briefly, his eyes flashing. Then he said a few words to Gu Han, and a hint of joy flashed in Gu Han's eyes. Then, the 2 of them left the box.
Chapter 123. At this moment, Lin Che was in the bathroom. While Lin Che was washing her hands, a somewhat arrogant voice suddenly rang out.
Haha, who was I thinking?
Lin Che never expected to see you here. Lin Che frowned slightly when he heard this voice.
Turning around, I saw Gu Han behind me. It's true that enemies always meet. What can I do for you?
Lin Che looked at Gu Han in front of him coldly and spoke in an icy tone.
Ha, a nouveau riche like you can actually get a membership card here. I'm really surprised. Gu Han said in a sarcastic tone.
As soon as these words came out, Lin Che's brows furrowed even more.
Neuropathy.
He said this in a cold voice, shook his head and prepared to leave. This Gu Han really annoyed Lin Che. Gu Han, who was there, heard Lin Che's words and immediately became furious. What did you say? As he spoke, Gu Han rushed towards Lin Che. Seeing this scene, the group of artificial bodyguards hiding in the dark were about to rush out to subdue Gu Han.
Lin Che just waved his hand lightly.
Then he slightly turned his body to avoid Gu Han and spoke in a cold voice.
If you have a mental illness, get treatment right away, or it will get worse. You. Gu Han felt even angrier in his heart.
At this time, Zhao Chun walked in slowly.
What's going on here? I just received a complaint from a member. What's going on with you guys?
After hearing this, Gu Han immediately turned around and pointed at Lin Che.
Boss Zhao, this guy is the one causing trouble in the club.
Oh?
Zhao Chun immediately looked at Lin Che and said.
Ha, you're quite courageous.
You dare to cause trouble in our club? It seems like you don't want to stay in Jiang province anymore.
Zhao Chun looked at Lin Che and shouted coldly.
Well, you look quite unfamiliar. Show me your membership card.
Also, I'll pay the 100,000 yuan fine at the front desk later. Hearing this, Lin Che narrowed his eyes slightly. Lin Che finally realized that she had been tricked by these two guys. After all, this is really too much of a coincidence.
As soon as I met Gu Han, someone complained about me. The next time, Zhao Chun appeared.
All of this is such a coincidence. Lin Che sneered inwardly and shook his head.
I don't have a membership card. No membership card? Then how did you get in?
When Gu Han heard Lin Che's words, he immediately raised his voice and spoke loudly.
Zhao Chun also said this. You dare to cause trouble here without a membership card? I advise you to pay the fine immediately. Then leave your personal information and get out of here. This is a private club. We don't welcome strangers like you who don't know the rules.
Really? Lin Che said in a calm tone, then made a phone call.
I'm Lin Che. Boss?
After these four simple words were spoken, the person on the other end of the phone was Chen Liuha, the general manager of the M1NT club in Jiang province, and he looked very nervous. I have heard for a long time that the boss of M1NT Global Holdings has been replaced by a person from Jiangxi province.
Therefore, Chen Liuha has been very nervous. I don't know when this new boss will go on a secret visit, and whether he will see something bad. And the most important thing is that he doesn't know the likes and dislikes of this new boss.
The next moment, Lin Che's cold voice came.
You'll have 3 minutes to get to the men's restroom on the 3rd floor of the club.
After saying that, Lin Che hung up the phone. Chen Liuha on the other end of the phone felt his legs go weak when he heard what Lin Che said.
My heart instantly turned cold.
He knew that it was probably some dirty guy in the club who had recklessly provoked this new boss.
The next moment, he didn't dare to delay and ran towards the club. In the clubhouse over here.
Lin Che glanced coldly at the two people in front of him and said in an indifferent tone.
Someone's coming soon.
Zhao Chun, who was there, raised his head and spoke loudly.
Then please go out and wait right now. You are not welcome here.
Please leave on your own, otherwise I will call security.
If that happens, it will be embarrassing for both you and me. Zhao Chun said that aggressively.
Lin Che narrowed his eyes slightly, then spoke.
What's your name? Zhao Chun, Deputy General Manager of the M1NT Club in Jiang Province.
Lin Che said this with a cold expression.
Ha, someone like you can become the Vice President of Jiang Province. I really don't know how you got it.
As soon as Lin Che said this, Zhao Chun, who was there, immediately became angry.
Are you teaching me how to do things? Ha, I wouldn't dare. What qualifications do I have to teach you how to do things?
Lin Che shook her head and said. The words were full of mockery. As for Gu Han, who was standing aside, he spoke. Boss Xiao, there's no need to waste time talking to this guy. Just tell the security to kick him out. Gu, you're such a fucking annoying idiot. If you're sick, why don't you go and see a brain specialist right away? Lin Che's expression turned cold, and his eyes gradually became fierce. You're looking for death. Gu Han was furious, so Zhao Chun didn't say anything more and just called 2 security guards. After the security guards arrived, Zhao Chun pointed at Lin Che and spoke loudly. Get him out of here, quick. However, at this moment, a hurried voice rang out. Zhao Chun, what are you doing? When Zhao Chun heard this voice, he was stunned. Then he quickly turned around, looked at the breathless man running towards him, and said with a smile. Mr. Chen, why are you here? There was a guy making trouble here. I told him to get out, but he kept on making trouble, so I called security over. Make trouble? Chen Liuhe was immediately shocked. Could it be? New boss Chairman Lin was so angry just now, could it be because he saw someone causing trouble? Immediately, Chen Liuhe was shocked and looked inside. But the moment he saw Lin Che, Chen Liuhe was frightened out of his wits. My legs went limp and I almost collapsed on the ground from fear. Then, he shouted out loud. Lin! Director Lin? As soon as Chen Liuhe said this, the scene instantly became quiet. Zhao Chun and Gu Han, who were standing by, were immediately stunned. This little head is obviously not enough. Mr. Lin? This. What kind of situation is this now? Chapter 124. Nothing, just a few flies buzzing around my ears. It's really annoying. Lin Che said calmly, his words full of casualness. When Lin Che's words fell into Chen Liuhe's ears, Chen Liuhe's eyes instantly froze. The whole person's eyes became extremely sharp at this moment. At the same time, he turned around and glared at the 2 people behind him. The 2 men were so frightened by this glare that they trembled and quickly shut up, standing there without daring to say a word. At this moment, both of them were a little panicked. Especially Zhao Chun, at this moment he had a bad premonition in his heart, which continued to grow in his heart. How could this happen? What's going on? What on earth is going on? There was an inexplicable sense of fear in Zhao Chun's heart. Looking at Lin Che, who was there, his expression gradually became a little panicked. After all, I know my own general manager very well. In the past, even some wealthy businessmen worth tens of billions had to give him some face when they saw him. Even when meeting some top wealthy businessmen, the general manager would not be so servile. But now, why did he become so humble when he saw Lin Che? Who exactly is this Lin Che? At this moment, Zhao Chun's fear of the unknown became more and more severe. At the same time, he turned his head to look at Gu Han beside him and spoke nervously. Tell me the truth. Who is this Lin Che? Zhao Chun asked hurriedly, his words full of nervousness and panic. I don't know either. Gu Han, who was standing aside, blushed and spoke quickly. There was also panic in his words. Damn it! This time, Zhao Chun was even more certain that Lin Che's identity was definitely not simple. Chen Liuhe, who was there, was smiling at Lin Che. Then he continued speaking. Hey, Director Lin, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming to the club in Jiang Province? I'm going to prepare some information and have already ordered some things to entertain you. Hearing this, Lin Che said with a somewhat indifferent expression. Okay, stop saying such useless things. Please organize the information from Jiang Province and send it to me later. Okay. Having said that, Lin Che prepared to leave. However, just as Lin Che reached the door, he suddenly stopped. Then he stood there, looked back and said. By the way, before that, get that guy called Gu Han out of here. As for Zhao Chun, do whatever you want with him. I don't want to see him again. Having said that, Lin Che left immediately. Gu Han was stunned when he heard Lin Che's words. Then he said with a sneer. Who do you think you are? I am. Before Gu Han could finish his words, he saw Chen Liuhe standing beside him, and his face turned gloomy. Then he pointed at Gu Han and said to the security guard beside him. You two, throw this guy out. Yes. The 2 security guards standing by did not dare to neglect after hearing that their general manager had spoken. He immediately grabbed Gu Han, who was standing beside him. When Gu Han heard this, his face suddenly changed, and then he spoke loudly. What are you doing? My dad is the chairman of Gumi Technology. I'm even a silver member of your M1NT club.
How could you do this to me? Chen Liuhe spoke with a dark face. Silver member? Gumi technology? Ha ha.
If your father knew what you did, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood.
Do you know who you've offended? He's the boss of our M1NT Global Holdings. Get him out.
Yes. The two security guards there nodded immediately, and then grabbed Guhan, who was dumbfounded.
At this moment, Guhan's mind was buzzing. No. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. This must be fake.
Ha ha, you guys are working together to lie to me.
This absolutely can't be true. Guhan really couldn't believe this was true. Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao, save me. Save me.
Zhao Chun, who was standing aside, already looked as pale as death.
Standing there, looking dazed.
After hearing what Guhan said, he immediately slapped Guhan.
Just shut up.
As he said that, Zhao Chun knelt down in front of Chen Liuhe with a thud. Then he spoke loudly.
Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, I beg you to save me. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong.
I can't live without this job, Mr. Chen. I have elderly parents and young children at home, I really can't lose this job. After hearing these words, Chen Liuhe immediately sneered and shook his head.
Then he spoke.
Ha, you're asking for trouble.
I can't save you this time. It's your fault for offending someone you shouldn't have. Just go to the Human Resources Department and complete the resignation procedures.
As for your salary, the finance department will transfer it to your card when the time comes.
After saying this, Chen Liuhe did not stay any longer and left.
Zhao Chun, who stayed where he was, looked a little dazed. Then he staggered back 2 steps, his face full of helplessness and regret. Then, he looked at Guhan, who was being held by the security guard, and a surge of anger suddenly rose in his heart. The next moment, he rushed directly towards Guhan, who was there, still shouting.
It's all because of you. It's because of you that I offended Director Lin. In an instant, the two men started fighting.
At this moment, the scene was very exciting. Even the 2 security guards couldn't stop the 2 men, so they had to call a few more security guards to separate the 2 men. At this time, in the box, Xiaoma Ge and Fang Jie were getting a little anxious as they waited.
Why hasn't Director Lin come back yet? Fang Jie asked with some confusion. Yeah, we've been gone for nearly half an hour, right?
Xiaoma Ge, who was standing by, said this while looking at the watch in his hand, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. And at this moment, Lin Che pushed open the door and walked in, speaking to the 2 of them with a smile. I'm really sorry, I just ran into 2 guys looking for trouble, so I was delayed for a while.
Ha? Looking for trouble? Who was so blind as to dare to provoke Director Lin? Xiaoma Ge's eyes suddenly turned cold. He looked at Lin Che and asked. Oh, it's just a junior. No need to take it to heart. Let's continue playing.
Lin Che waved his hand and continued to stir up the atmosphere.
Chapter 125. However, after just 2 songs, the door of the box was opened again.
When he saw that it was Chen Liuhe who walked in, a look of surprise appeared on the principal's face.
As for Fang Jie, he immediately stood up and spoke in surprise. Mr. Chen? What brings you here? Hello, Mr. Fang.
He greeted Fang Jie, then walked past him and went straight to Lin Che and Xiaoma Ge, who were sitting there.
Looking at Chen Liuhe's actions, Fang Jie's eyes became even more surprised.
At the same time, he glanced at brother Xiaoma, who was sitting there, with a questioning look in his eyes.
In response to this, Xiaoma Ge shook his head responsibly, with a look of curiosity on his face.
Under the surprised gazes of the 2 men, Chen Liuhe walked in front of Lin Che. Then, he said respectfully.
Mr. Lin, this is the complete information you requested about our Jiang Province M1NT Club. Also, I noticed you didn't bring your black gold card, so I brought it for you as well. As he spoke, Chen Liuhe handed over the information with both hands.
At the same time, he handed a black membership card with a gold border to Lin Che. Looking at this scene, Lin Che nodded with satisfaction. Then he opened the document and flipped through it casually.
Well, you did a good job. You can go out first. Yes.
After Chen Liuhe finished speaking, he carefully left the box and closed the door. As for Xiaoma Ge and Fang Jie, they were stunned by Lin Che's actions.
Jiangxi Province M1NT's Black Gold membership card.
This is the best card among all membership cards. It is said that there are no more than 30 people in the world who possess cards of this level.
And that's not all. Lin Che actually asked Chen Liuhua to personally deliver a copy of the information about the M1NT Club in Jiang Province. And just now, Chen Liuhua's attitude and address. This Lin Che.
In an instant, a storm was set off in the hearts of these two people. The suspicion in his heart about Lin Che's identity suddenly became stronger.
Mr. Lin.
Mr. Lin, what is your relationship with this M1NT Club?
Xiao Mago couldn't resist his curiosity and asked.
Although he already had an answer in his heart, he still wanted to hear Lin Che admit it in person. He thought Lin Che might have a certain stake in the M1NT Club. But he still felt that his guess was a bit ridiculous. After all, he had never heard of any Chinese person getting shares of M1NT Global Holdings.
Oh, it doesn't matter. It's just that M1NT Global Holdings is mine.
In a sense, this club belongs to my company. Lin Che sat there, looking at the information and said calmly.
Following Lin Che's words, it was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded in this little Ma Ji's mind. The whole person's mind.
It can be described as a buzzing sound. Originally, Xiao Mago thought that his guess was extremely absurd and unrealistic.
But I never thought that this is actually even more exciting.
He is not a shareholder at all, but the biggest boss of M1NT Global Holdings. At this moment, it seemed as if tens of billions of alpaca horses were galloping in the hearts of Xiao Mago and Fang Jie.
After all, this M1NT Global Holdings company is really too terrifying.
These two people believed that if this news were to spread to the outside world, it would definitely cause a global uproar.
After all, what level of existence is M1NT Global Holdings? This is the world's top wealthy businessman's club.
It also includes the world's top businessmen, sports stars,
and even royal aristocrats. However, the boss behind this world-class company is actually a Chinese.
At this moment, the two of them felt that their worldview of the past few decades had been overturned.
What's wrong?
Lin Che, who was sitting there, raised his head, looked at the two people in front of him, and asked with some confusion.
No. It's okay.
A smile suddenly appeared on Xiao Maji's face, and after that, the three of them continued to eat and drink. It was obvious that Xiao Mago and Fang Jie were trying to please Lin Che. Although the two of them are already the top bosses in the country, and the money M1NT earns every year is not as much as theirs.
But the weight behind this M1NT is extremely terrifying.
It was precisely for this reason that these two people showed such flattering attitude towards Lin Che.
Soon, the fun time for these three people was over. Then they all left. Lin Che walked to the parking lot with the information given by Chen Liuhua.
After getting in the car, Lin Che planned to go to the hospital for another checkup. When they arrived at the hospital, Chen Shuang was already in the ward. The difference from last time is that Uncle Chen Shuang is also in the ward now. Chen Shuang's mother, who was lying there, saw Lin Che. A hint of joy flashed across his eyes for a moment.
Hey, Xiao Che is here?
As for Chen Shuang, he recalled the last time he secretly kissed Lin Che.
The little face couldn't help but blush.
Lin Che walked into the ward with a smile on her face.
Auntie, uncle.
After Lin Che greeted the two of them, he walked up to Chen Shuang's mother and asked,
Auntie, how are you feeling?
Chen Shuang's mother, who was lying there, also said with a smile,
I'm much better now.
The doctor said I can be discharged after a few more days of observation. After hearing this, Lin Che nodded and said,
That's good.
Soon, Lin Che had been in the hospital for more than half an hour. Just as Lin Che was about to leave, Chen Shuang's mother spoke. Shuang, you should accompany Xiao Che today. After hearing what his mother said, Chen Shuang spoke with some concern.
But? Oh, it's okay. You don't have to worry about me.
You've been working hard these days, and I can get out of bed and walk now anyway.
Chen Shuang's mother said. The uncle standing by also spoke up.
Yes, Shuang, and now I'm here too, so you don't have to worry so much. Although Chen Shuang was still a little worried, he had no choice but to agree since his mother and uncle said so. Afterwards, Lin Che took Chen Shuang away.
Would you like to go to a movie together?
Sitting in the car, looking at Chen Shuang beside him, Lin Che asked.
All right. Chen Shuang nodded and said. It just so happens that I haven't been to the movies for a while, and I don't know what good movies are available now.
Okay, then you take a look first, I'll book the tickets later.
Chapter 126.
Lin Che started the car and headed straight for the nearby business district. As for Chen Shuang, he picked up his phone to see if there were any good movies. Soon, Chen Shuang found a heroic movie that had just been released recently.
Lin Che booked the tickets, and the two of them arrived near the cinema. There is still about half an hour until the movie starts. The two of them could only wander around for the time being. Fortunately, there is a game hall near the cinema.
Come to think of it, it has been a while since Lin Che last played with this thing. The two walked into the game hall, and Lin Che exchanged 100 yuan worth of game coins. Then he took Chen Shuang to the game hall to play. Chen Shuang has rarely been to this game hall.
So I do have some interest in the games here.
The games in this arcade are relatively old-fashioned. That is, the Resident Evil series, King of Fighters 98, Lightning Fighter and Claw Machines. After playing with these things for a while, Chen Shuang developed a strong interest in them. Then, Chen Shuang saw a claw machine nearby.
Ha! The dolls in here are so cute.
Chen Shuang pointed at the claw machine and said to Lin Che, his eyes filled with excitement.
You like this?
Chen Shuang nodded, and Lin Che smiled at that. Then he stood there, looking at the young couple in front of the claw machine, his eyes twinkling.
Okay, wait a minute then.
Among the couple in front, the boy obviously has no skills. I tried 3 or 4 times but still couldn't catch this baby. However, this was quite normal for Lin Che. After all, these claw machines have been tampered with, and the hook is actually quite loose. If you don't have any skills, the chance of catching the doll is still very low. Soon, the boy gave up on catching dolls. Xiaolin, this. The boy was obviously embarrassed and couldn't help scratching his head. Snort. And the girl called Xiaolin was also a little angry. Then, he snorted and turned to walk outside. No, Xiaolin, listen to me, the claws of this claw machine are too loose, and there's no way I can get a hold of it. Besides, as you saw just now, I had already caught the doll, but it still let go. When the boy saw the girl was about to leave, he hurriedly explained. I won't listen. I won't listen. Xiao Lin said this repeatedly immediately. No, Xiaolin, this is really not my fault. There is obviously something wrong with this claw machine. And that boy was still explaining anxiously. Lin Che just smiled in response. After all, it's hard to explain this to a girl. How could this possibly work? Lin Che smiled and walked over to the claw machine. Then 2 coins are inserted. Then, Lin Che aimed at the largest plush toy, controlled the mechanical claw, grabbed it, and swung it violently. The plush toy fell directly into the exit. The first doll just fell out. Afterwards, Lin Che grabbed several other large dolls one after another. Here. Lin Che took the plush toy and handed it directly to Chen Shuang, who was standing beside her. And over there, the girl named Xiaolin saw the scene and became even angrier. After stamping her feet, she glanced at Lin Che, and then at her boyfriend. He snorted coldly and immediately quickened his pace to leave. Boy. The boy glanced at Lin Che with resentment, his eyes seemed to be saying, Brother, are you here to tear me down? In response to this, Lin Che could only shrug his shoulders. Brother, I'm sorry. As he spoke, Lin Che glanced at Xiaolin, who was about to leave the game room, and said, But if you don't catch up, you might be in trouble. Hearing Lin Che's words, the man there was suddenly shocked. Then he quickly turned around and saw Xiaolin, who was about to walk out of the game hall. Xiaolin, wait for me. As he said that, the boy hurriedly chased after her. Well, the movie is about to start, let's put these stuffed animals in the car first. After glancing at the time, Lin Che said to Chen Shuang beside him. Good. Chen Shuang held the plush toy, smiled, nodded and said. The two of them went all the way to the underground garage and stuffed the stuffed toys into the car. So I went back to the cinema, bought a bucket of popcorn and 2 large cups of Coke, and walked into the screening room. I have to say that Chen Shuang has a good eye for selection. The two of them watched this movie and were quite happy. After a movie, the sky suddenly darkened. It was already 7 p.m. Since it was already this late, Lin Che simply let Chen Shuang choose a restaurant for dinner. Chen Shuang's restaurant does have some personality. It is a barbecue stall located near the university town, but it is not far from here, only 3 kilometers away. Lin Che drove straight to the barbecue stall. As the roar of Lin Che's sports car rang out near the barbecue stall, many customers eating at the stall were stunned. The stall owner there was also looking at this scene in shock. His heart was suddenly in his throat, and he handed the barbecue to his apprentice who was skewering skewers nearby. I quickly ran over and helped direct the car to park. Although the boss didn't know how much Lin Che's sports car cost, he still recognized the logo of this luxury car. He was now afraid that Lin Che's car would be scratched. If that's the case, then we're in real trouble. As the two got out of the car, Lin Che ordered some barbecue and handed it to Chen Shuang, who was standing beside him.
Chen Shuang picked some vegetarian dishes and ordered barbecue. Then they found a seat and sat down to wait.
The two of them now have quite a lot of common topics. I don't know if it's because the manager has too much to do today.
Both of them were very happy with the meal. They ate and chatted at the same time.
The barbecue lasted for 2 hours. After Lin Che paid the bill, the two of them left.
Because Lin Che was drunk, he couldn't drive.
However, this place is not far from Lin Che's villa number 1. So the two of them walked back together.
Number 1.
Lin Che stood in front of the car. As soon as she finished speaking, she pinched the bushes nearby and number 1 walked out.
Ah!
Seeing number 1 suddenly appear, Chen Shuang was startled.
It's okay, this is my bodyguard, he usually hides in the dark to protect me. After hearing Lin Che's words, Chen Shuang couldn't help but nod his head.
But deep down, I was still a little surprised.
Chapter 127.
Chen Shuang looked at this number and couldn't help feeling a little worried.
After all, this size is really too big. It's even bigger than mine. This feeling is simply tempting people to commit a crime. Number 1, please help me drive the car back.
I can leave the security work to others.
Yes.
Number 1 nodded, then took the car keys from Lin Che's hand, started the car, and drove away. Looking at number 1 leaving, Chen Shuang on the side stuck out his tongue and said, "Brother Che, she is so amazing." There was a hint of envy in Chen Shuang's tone. Although she didn't know the identity of this person, Chen Shuang could feel it.
This one is definitely not simple. The aura he exudes alone is simply not something that an ordinary person like me can compare to. It's okay.
She is mainly responsible for my safety. Lin Che said with a smile, then put his arm around Chen Shuang's waist. But from now on, she will be responsible for our safety. After hearing Lin Che's words, Chen Shuang's face immediately turned red, and he felt a little touched in his heart. After all, Chen Shuang is a very ordinary girl with a relatively simple mind. After hearing Lin Che's words, he was immediately moved.
Brother Lin, husband, you are so good to me.
Chen Shuang snuggled in Lin Che's arms, speaking in a soft voice. But after listening to Chen Shuang's words, Lin Che's mouth corners couldn't help but slightly rise. The next moment, Lin Che whispered into Chen Shuang's ear.
I prefer you to call me daddy at night rather than calling me husband. Chen Shuang's face flushed red upon hearing this. His entire cheeks instantly became hot. Husband. You are so bad.
Hearing this, Lin Che burst into laughter.
Then, the two of them walked all the way home.
Soon, creaking sounds were heard from Lin Che's room, one after another. As the night passed. The next morning, after Lin Che did his morning exercises again, he was completely awake. Go into the bathroom and take a shower. Lin Che also started signing into the system today. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10% of the equity of Payment Cloud. Seeing this system prompt, Lin Che was a little confused.
Payment Cloud. This is one of the 2 leading internet companies in China. In this case, doesn't that mean that I have become the one who owns the shares of the company of these 2 big guys with the surname Ma? For a moment, Lin Che was really confused. After all, this is indeed a bit outrageous. Although over the years, the money-making ability of Jack Ma's company is not as strong as that of Pony Ma's company. But this is also an absolutely top-notch company.
Moreover, the market value of this payment cloud is extremely terrifying, having directly reached more than $580 billion.
Then my 10% is?
Lin Che took out her phone and started calculating.
Finally, the answer was calculated, more than 58 billion gold.
At this moment, Lin Che couldn't help but gasp. This amount of money is really scary. Lin Che swallowed and forced herself to calm down.
Calm down. You have to stay calm. After all, you've been through a lot, so what does this little money mean to you?
Lin Che murmured in his heart and then lowered the water temperature. Gradually, Lin Che calmed down. Lin Che washed it clean quickly. After wiping himself, he went into the house and changed his clothes. After saying hello to Chen Shuang, Lin Che went downstairs to make breakfast for the guests. Lin Che had just finished making breakfast and was about to go upstairs to call Chen Shuang down to eat. Just then the phone rang, and Lin Che looked over and saw that it was Tang Ning. Lin Che answered the phone with some doubts in his heart. "Hey, brother Lin." As soon as the call was connected, Tang Ning's voice came over. "What's wrong?" Lin Che asked with some confusion, and Tang Ning's voice sounded again. "Hey, brother Lin, I have a car show here. Do you want to come over and have some fun? Auto show? Okay, send me the address and I'll go check it out later. It just so happens that I'm just sitting around at home with nothing to do, so I might as well go out and take a look. For example, going to a car show. Maybe you can see those white and round cars?" Cough, cough, cough. After hanging up the phone, Lin Che received a text message from Tang Ning. Above is the location of the auto show, which is located in the Straits Sports Center in Jiangxi Province. Lin Che glanced at the message and went upstairs. Chen Shuang has already gotten up, but his legs are still a little weak. After all, these two people stayed up quite late last night. Lin Che even wondered if the bed should be replaced if she continued to toss and turn a few more times. But it's still in Lin Che's manor villa. There is no need to worry about disturbing the neighbors, which is a good thing. After the two finished their meal, Chen Shuang's uncle sent Chen Shuang a message. He said that he would be taking care of Chen Shuang's mother today, and gave Chen Shuang 2 days off to have a good rest. "Well, how about this, you accompany me to the auto show today? It just so happens that some of my friends are inviting me to look at cars." Lin Che looked at Chen Shuang and said, "All right." Chen Shuang, who was sitting opposite Lin Che, said with a smile. Lin Che nodded, and then the two of them drove the Bugatti Veyron straight to the Straits Sports Center. With the arrival of Lin Che's Bugatti Veyron, it instantly attracted a lot of people's attention. "Oh my god! Isn't this a Bugatti Veyron?" Tang Ning, who was not far away, looked at the Bugatti Veyron in front of him with surprise in his eyes. "And it's a legendary limited edition Bugatti Veyron? Which top-tier young master bought this?" A young man wearing a leather jacket and dyed yellow hair said in surprise. As for Kai Shukuan, he couldn't help but exclaim. "There are only a few of these cars in the world. I never thought I'd see one in Zhejiang Province. I just don't know which second-generation owner could afford this price to buy a Bugatti Veyron Legend Limited Edition." Kai Shukuan's face was filled with emotion and envy. After all, the Bugatti Veyron, a luxury car of this level, was something they could only look up to. However, at this moment, a man in his early 30s not far away had a flash of light in his eyes. The next moment, he walked towards the Bugatti Veyron not far away. That's Gouda? Why is he here? This guy probably wants to get the owner of the Bugatti Veyron into the association. Isn't that his usual tactic? Looking at Gouda walking towards Bugatti, the people here couldn't help but frown. Chapter 128. They were all very familiar with this Gouda, who was the president of the Jiang Province Supercar Association. But it's really hard to describe the character of Gouda. Okay, let's go over and see who the owner of this Bugatti Veyron is. At this moment, Kai Shukuan spoke. Good. Everyone agreed and walked towards the Bugatti Veyron. However, at this moment, the door of the Bugatti Veyron opened. When Kai Shukuan and the others saw Lin Che and Chen Shuang getting off the Bugatti Veyron, everyone's eyes were wide open at that moment. The next moment, they all started cursing in unison. Fuck you. At this moment, in the hearts of everyone present, it can be said to be full of shock, overwhelming. Looking at Lin Che in front of them, the eyes of these people were filled with surprise. This is too inhumane. At this moment, everyone present who knew Lin Che was paralyzed and stunned. They really can't remember clearly. This was the nth top-of-the-line supercar they had seen at Lin Che's place. First up is a Pagani Huayra. Then McLaren P1. Then the Lamborghini Venom. Now here comes a Bugatti Veyron Legend Limited Edition. This speed of changing cars, and they are all top supercars, is simply inhumane. For a moment, everyone was shocked. On the other side, Gouda had already walked in front of Lin Che's Bugatti Veyron. With a smile on his face, he stood there and spoke to Lin Che. Brother, is this Bugatti yours? Hearing what Gouda said, Lin Che frowned and glanced at Gouda in front of him, then said coldly. What's up? Lin Che's tone seemed a little cold. After hearing Lin Che's words, Goda, who was standing there, was stunned and looked a little embarrassed. Then he spoke again. Brother, let's just be friends. I'm the president of the Zhejiang Province Supercar Association. My name is Gouda. I wonder what this little brother's name is. Lin Che. After saying that, Lin Che turned around and prepared to leave. At this time, Lin Che also saw Tang Ming, Kai Shukun, and others not far away. Seeing Lin Che's attitude, Goda's face suddenly became awkward. Then, he spoke quickly. I don't think you're that old, little brother. Well, I'll be generous and call you Xiao Che. Hearing Gouda's words, Lin Che's brows furrowed even tighter. This Gouda is really a very sociable person. People who are slightly familiar with me usually call me Brother Lin. Even if the relationship is just average, he still respectfully calls me Mr. Lin. Xiao Che? This makes it seem like I know you very well. Lin Che glanced at Gouda coldly, and then stopped walking away. He looked at Gouda and spoke in a cold tone. What else do you want? Gouda's expression was not very good when he heard Lin Che's cold tone, but when he thought of Lin Che's Bugatti Veyron Legend Limited Edition. The smile on Gouda's face became even wider, and he immediately continued to ask. Well, Xiao Che, are you interested in joining the Zhejiang Province Supercar Association? If only we could capture Lin Che. Then you can take photos with this Bugatti Veyron Legend Limited Edition and show off. When he thought of this, the smile on Gouda's face became even more intense. Lin Che looked at Gouda coldly and said in a cold voice. No. After saying this, Lin Che walked directly towards Tang Ming, Kai Shukun, and others who were not far away. As for Gouda, his face froze. At this time, Kai Shukun and others also came forward. Brother Lin. Hey, Brother Lin, you're here? Everyone here looked at Lin Che and said with a chuckle. As for Tang Ming, he looked at Chen Shuang and said. Is this my sister-in-law? Well, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Chen Shuang. Lin Che nodded and said with a smile. After hearing Lin Che's words, everyone present brightened up. Then, they all greeted Chen Shuang. Hello sister-in-law, I'm Kai Shukun. Hello sister-in-law, I am. At this time, everyone began to introduce themselves. After some self-introductions, everyone became familiar with each other. As for Chen Shuang, his face was slightly flushed at this time. After all, being called sister-in-law really made him feel a little shy and happy in his heart. However, at this moment, Gouda came up. Tang Ming, who was watching this scene, looked at Gouda and said sarcastically. Hey, isn't this President Go? How come you have time to come to this auto show? Tang Ming's tone was obviously sarcastic. When Gouda heard Tang Ming's sarcastic words, his face looked unhappy. What he hates most is being called President Go. But when he thought of his purpose, he could only smile awkwardly and continue speaking. Hey, since you're all here, it would be more convenient. Xiao Che, I think you may not understand our Supercar Association. Let me tell you this, our Supercar Association. Gouda, who was standing aside, was chattering away like crazy. Like an annoying mosquito, it kept buzzing in the ears of Lin Che and Chen Shuang. This also made Lin Che feel a little irritated. As for Kai Shukun, who was standing aside, he also glanced at Gouda, who was standing beside him. Then he said to Lin Che. Brother Lin, I think you should just agree to him directly. Otherwise, I think you'll be annoyed to death by this guy next. After hearing what Kai Shukun said, Lin Che nodded. She had no choice but to agree to this Gouda first. Seriously, if this wasn't in public. It was estimated that Lin Che had already asked number 1 to take action and throw this Gouda out. After all, this guy is really too annoying. After hearing Lin Che's agreement, Gouda patted Lin Che's shoulder gently. Then he spoke to Lin Che. Xiao Che, you will be grateful to me later. You will know later how correct the decision you made today was. Hearing this, Lin Che frowned even tighter. Deep down, he was becoming increasingly displeased and annoyed with people like Gouda. Afterwards, Lin Che was pulled into a group by this Gouda. Chapter 129. Lin Che glanced at Gouda coldly, then spoke in a cold voice. Okay, if you don't have anything else to say, please shut up and stop bothering me. After Lin Che finished speaking, without giving Gouda a chance to reply, she walked directly towards the auto show. Several people on the side spoke up one after another. Brother Lin, you are really unlucky this time. You actually ran into such a fool. A young man at the side spoke up.
The boy's name is Chen Liang. What? From the looks of you all, it seems like you all hate him?
Lin Che asked. Chen Liang also continued, of course, this is much more disgusting than doing anything. In the past, he was the one who dragged us into the Supercar Association. At first, because he was the president of the Supercar Association, we were quite respectful to him. But who could have imagined that what this guy did was so disgusting? Over time, most people in the Supercar Association gradually stopped treating him well.
Afterwards, Chen Liang gave a brief explanation.
Hearing this, Lin Che nodded. The president of this so-called Supercar Association is definitely a villain.
He licks the owners of luxury cars whenever he sees them.
When he meets the owner of a supercar, he treats him in a cold and aloof manner.
This guy can become the president of the Supercar Association?
He really has a narrow vision. Originally, Lin Che thought that this guy was at least the president of the Supercar Association. No matter how big his vision is or how extensive his connections are in the circle, he ends up being a guy that no one likes. Lin Che smiled contemptuously and shook his head. If you are the only one who dislikes him, it may be that you and he are not compatible. But now, no one likes him. It's obvious that this person has character problems.
Although the president of the Supercar Association is just a title.
But if the president is capable of doing things, he can still win the hearts of a group of second-generation people.
Then the president's influence is still not small. But now, it is obvious that Gouda would not do such a thing. It's a typical case of having a good hand of cards but ruining it yourself.
Lin Che smiled but didn't think too much about it. Then he continued walking towards the door of the exhibition hall. This auto show can be said to be very luxurious. There are more than 2,000 car companies participating. There are nearly 100 luxury car brands. After all, this auto show was mainly for major car companies to showcase their latest black technologies. Among the car companies participating this time, there are also many domestic car dealers. As Lin Che stepped into the exhibition hall, his eyes were immediately drawn to the BMW booth nearby. Look at this car, it's so white and big. And this image is still childish.
Oh no, I said it wrong, it's this car cover.
For a moment, Lin Che felt as if he was getting congested.
He could also clearly hear the second-generation people around him swallowing their saliva.
Well, they are a bunch of old perverts, that is for sure. Lin Che couldn't help but shook his head, then silently shifted his gaze away and walked directly inside. These cars outside, whether it is a galloping horse, for circles, or a leopard. For people like Lin Che, it can only be considered a low to mid-range car.
Don't be fooled by the fact that so many young people gathered there.
In fact, most of them were watching the game in a civilized manner.
Serious people, who would read these? Although these balls are indeed quite attractive. I just don't know why these young ladies are wearing ragged clothes.
If possible, he really wants to invite this group of young ladies to eat seafood together. I just don't know if these are still fresh and delicious.
Alas, this is one of life's great regrets.
Sighing helplessly, everyone came to the deepest part of the auto show. The road in front of the auto show was extremely crowded, but once you walked in, there were not many people. In this depth, most of the cars are luxury cars like Ferrari and Lamborghini.
Hey, this Lamborghini actually released a convertible version of the Bull?
Tang Ming on the side said with some surprise. I was originally planning to buy other models of Daniel. But I didn't expect that this big Bull would actually come out with a convertible version.
That's quite interesting.
After hearing this, Lin Che also looked at the convertible version of the Danio. At the Lamborghini booth, there is a convertible version of the Lamborghini. Overall, this big Bull can be said to have a streamlined appearance, giving people a sense of smoothness like flowing water. The iconic Y-shaped daytime running lights are classic and handsome. The lower surround adopts an opening design that runs across the front of the car, giving it a visually radical feel. Under the spotlight, the whole car is dazzling.
Tang Ming immediately said, "Wait here for me.
I'll go reserve one now." After all, today is a car show, and the main purpose is to show off the latest products of our own car companies. So if you want it, you have to make a reservation first. Everyone was waiting for Tang Ming to book a car, chatting with him nonsensically. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Kai Shukuan, who was standing beside him, asked Lin Che.
"Brother Lin, would you consider ordering one?"
Lin Che pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said,
"No, it's just a Lamborghini. I already have poison. There's no need for another one."
As soon as Lin Che said this, everyone's heart felt as if it had been struck by a huge force of billions of tons. Tang Ming, who had just successfully made an appointment, came back with the car purchase contract. Tang Ming, who was originally full of enthusiasm, was instantly hit and his smile gradually disappeared. Lin Che's words were truly too destructive. Besides, if you buy this thing and it dies, it's just going to end up in the garage gathering dust. Driving a convertible on a domestic highway, are you planning on breathing in the exhaust fumes along the way? With this money, I might as well spend a little more to buy a Ferrari or Porsche next door. Lin Che said calmly. However, as Lin Che finished speaking, Tang Ming gradually calmed down. Then he looked at the contract in his hand. It felt like every word Lin Che said made sense. For a moment, Tang Ming also felt that all this seemed to be starting to lose its appeal. After that, everyone went directly to the Ferrari showroom next door. As soon as they entered the Ferrari showroom, they felt that what they saw was not a car but a sea of red. Most of the cars in this Ferrari showroom are red. But this is normal. After all, the red color of Ferrari is representative in the world. Chapter 130. This is how the unique Ferrari red is created. In most auto shows, Ferrari will also choose red vehicles as exhibit cars. Looking at these red Ferraris, everyone looked at them sideways. Oh my God! Look there! Suddenly someone pointed at the Ferrari exhibition hall and the booth at the front and spoke loudly. This is... At the top of this exhibition hall, there is a black sports car parked. This black sports car is particularly eye-catching in the entire exhibition hall. A touch of black in a pile of red, placed there, makes people take a second look. This black sports car has no windshield or hardtop. And in terms of structure, this is a retro open-top convertible sports car. Is this a Ferrari Monza SP2? But the next moment, Chen Liang, who was standing beside him, suddenly got goosebumps all over his body. The whole person was shaking wildly. It was like having a seizure. What? Ferrari Monza SP2? Oh my God! Tang Ming was also shocked, and then he looked carefully at the black sports car with a shocked expression. As for Kai Shukuan standing aside, he was a little confused, as he didn't know much about supercars. It is limited to some top luxury cars. He had never heard of the car in front of him, so he asked. Monza SP2? What kind of car is this? Chen Liang took a deep breath and then slowly began to introduce. This is Ferrari's latest and greatest masterpiece. And a while ago, it just won the title of the most beautiful supercar. It also won the IF Design Gold Award, the highest honor in the design awards. And it also won the Red Dot Design Award, Best of the Best. And this car has a windshield-free design. But actually, you see it's been changed to aerodynamic channels under the fairings for the driver and passenger seats. Combined with the aerodynamic wing profile ahead of the seats, and the vertical channel ahead of the dashboard. We've developed an invisible virtual wind deflector that effectively deflects the airflow over the driver's seat and passengers' heads. And when the vehicle is moving, the low-speed airflow surrounds the entire cockpit. After hearing Chen Liang's introduction, everyone present gasped and looked shocked. Lin Che stood there, clearly showing some interest in the car. As for Tang Ming, who was standing aside, he was muttering to himself. I really want to buy a car like this. As these words fell, a calm voice came from the side. Let's put that aside for now. This car is limited to 200 units worldwide, and the requirements for purchasing it are quite demanding. Hearing this, everyone turned to look. I saw a young man walking towards this side. Isn't this Principal Wang? Seeing this young man, Tang Ming on the side exclaimed. This also attracted the attention of many people. For a moment, the Ferrari showroom became a little restless. After all, the name of Principal Wang is still very famous in this country. In addition, the vast majority of people who came to see this auto show were ordinary people. Originally, they just came to watch the game in a civilized manner and take a look at the cars. But they never expected that they would meet Principal Wang Song here. Xiao Ming. Wang Song glanced at Tang Ming and immediately smiled. Well, I just happened to drag Brother Lin and a few friends out to see the car show. Tang Ming mentioned Lin Che beside him in a subtle way. Hearing Tang Ming's words, Wang Song also looked at Lin Che beside him. Suddenly, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He always felt that Lin Che's face looked familiar, but he just couldn't remember where he had seen it. Moreover, Tang Ming addressed Lin Che so respectfully and even specifically mentioned it to remind him to pay attention.
Wang Song immediately smiled. Then he took the initiative to stretch out his palm towards Lin Che and said, "Hello, I'm Wang Kong."
Seeing this scene, many passers-by around looked at Lin Che in surprise.
Who is this guy? Principal Wang actually offered to shake his hand? Yeah, who is he? Is he some top-tier second-generation lord from some wealthy family? I don't know. I've never seen one. Besides, how many young men in this country can Principal Wang reach out to? For a moment, many people were talking about it.
Lin Che smiled faintly, then extended her hand and shook hands with Principal Wang before speaking.
Hello, Principal Wang. I'm Lin Che. I've long heard of you. Principal Wang also laughed and said, "Ah, Brother Lin, I've heard a lot about you."
Then the two of them exchanged pleasantries. Then Lin Che asked,
I'm not sure what you meant by Principal Wang when you said just now that buying this Ferrari Monza SP2 isn't that easy. After hearing Lin Che's words, everyone nearby looked at Principal Wang. They are also very curious. Principal Wang nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll tell you. Actually, I was already here before you came. I've also asked about this.
If you want to buy this car, the requirements are quite strict. First of all, the price of this car is not very expensive, only 30 million. After Principal Wang finished speaking, many people present were shocked. The corners of their mouths twitched.
Isn't the price very expensive? Just 30 million? FCK me.
At this moment, many people really want to talk about the beautiful national treasure.
But when I think of Principal Wang's identity, the son of the chairman of Yida Group and one of the richest second generation in China, the startup capital alone is 500 million.
Perhaps, the so-called 30 million is really nothing to them.
For a time, many people really wanted to talk about the national quintessence.
As for Chen Shuang, who was standing aside, he was also shocked at this moment. Although he had seen a lot of the world during this period of time following Lin Che. However, facing Principal Wang's words, she couldn't help but feel a little shocked in her heart. Lin Che, who was there, couldn't help but ask in surprise.
30 million? Yeah, that's right. Principal Wang was somewhat surprised by Lin Che's reaction.
The people around were also a little surprised.
This Lin Che, should we say, is on the same level as Principal Wang? Does he also think that 30 million is too expensive?
Just as everyone was confused, Lin Che was muttering.
Is it so cheap?
I thought it would cost at least 80 or 90 million.